Chapter 301, Grand Trading, Crazy Collection of Massive Resources. Chao Xing said, I have exhausted all the resources in the territory to make more than 2,000 bottles of secret life medicine. I think many people should know that. This secret medicine is powerful, and taking it can instantly restore 2,000 health points. Take a bottle with you, it can save your life at a critical moment. Chao Xing deliberately made the process of making the medicine extremely difficult, and also said that his consumption was extremely high. Anyway, these survivors don't know how the improved version of the secret life medicine is made. But it's obvious that the production process of such a powerful potion is definitely not that simple. For a moment, in the chat channel, countless survivors were moved. Even those who thought Chao Xing was a bit nosy could not help but admire his character. Inji Suan, Boss Chao Xing. You are really the kindest boss I have ever seen. Zhou Zetian, yes. Now I understand why the number of survivors in District 174 is so much more than that in other districts. With such a kind-hearted boss who takes care of others, there will be more people who survive. Songy, what the above said is right. If we hadn't been sucked by those guys several times when we opened the server, there wouldn't be so many deaths. By Guichao, damn. I just doubted Boss Chao Xing. Now I really want to slap myself. People are afraid of comparison. In this comparison, compared to the top masters in other districts, Chao Xing is like a saint. He also sells things and makes a profit. But his things are not priced too outrageously. It is within the acceptable range of those survivors. Even after buying Chao Xing's goods, he can still keep some resources to develop his territory, so that they all have a way to survive, which is equivalent to saving more people in disguise. Hu Shan, I declare that I will be the #1 fanboy of Chao Xing in the future. If anyone slanders Chao Xing again, I will be the first to get angry with him. Su Yang, the people above, you are not the #1 fans. Our brothers in District 174 are the first batch of people who follow Chao Xing. Yu Luanyu, Chao Xing, keep it up. In the voices of everyone who was moved, Chao Xing knew that the atmosphere was almost set. So, he put the improved version of the secret medicine of life on the market again. Consignment item, improved version of the secret medicine of life, medium. Stock reserve, 2,000 bottles. Required items, dragon blood grass, aurora grass, Isolon flower, advanced alchemy workshop blueprint, hunter mask, mithril, advanced element crystal, magic pattern stone, eternal gold ingot, etc. Consigner, Chao Xing. Seller's note, in addition to the above materials, if you have other advanced blueprints or magic plant seeds, you can chat with me privately. After doing all this, Chao Xing sent another message. Chao Xing, everyone, I have set up the consignment information, you can go to the market to trade. Hearing this, a large number of survivors began to pour into the market. They walked quickly, for fear of being a step behind others. They all knew how popular this medicine was, and it would be gone if they were late. And the survivors who arrived at the market early said excitedly, Brothers, Boss Chao Xing has added a lot of things this time. 1 bottle of life medicine can be exchanged for 1 dragon blood grass or aurora grass, and can also be exchanged for 10 ordinary hunter masks. This advanced alchemy workshop blueprint is even more terrifying. 1 blueprint can actually be exchanged for 100 bottles of life medicine. Whoever has this blueprint will get rich. Haha. There are also magic pattern stones, eternal gold ingots, and ice phoenix flowers that can be traded. I happened to pick up a few ice phoenix flowers in the wild last time, and I'm going to get rich this time. In an instant, a large number of survivors took out the good things in their hands and took pictures of Chao Xing's life medicine. On Chao Xing's side, the screen was also flooded with various transaction information. Transaction successful, you lost improved life secret medicine medium. *1, you gained ice wand flower. *5. Transaction successful, you lost improved life secret medicine medium. *2, you gained aurora grass gold. *2. Transaction successful, you lost improved life secret medicine medium. *30, you gained luminous branch gold. *1. Transaction successful, you lost improved life secret medicine medium. *100, you gained high. Trade successful. You lost improved life secret medicine medium. *200, you got intermediate mage tower construction blueprint gold. Trade successful. You lost improved life secret medicine medium. *100, you got archer range construction blueprint gold. Trade successful. Because this time, Chao only planned to use it to exchange for some things he urgently needed. So he did not use it to exchange for the Ice Dragon Mark Hunter mask. It was naturally prepared to be exchanged for honor points. Chao decided to take time to go to Yongshuang main city, or the battlefield later to exchange the reward. So the more of this stuff, the better. Aurora grass, dragon blood grass and Ice One flower are all what he needs at the moment. Chao also checked the private chat messages while negotiating the price with the other party. After a full 10 minutes of trading, Chao 2,000 bottles of life secret medicine were all snatched away. Looking at the large amount of materials that suddenly appeared in his backpack, Chao eyes showed surprise. In this transaction, he obtained a total of Ice One flower, blue, * 775 Aurora grass, gold, * 10 hunter mask, white, * 3372 elite hunter mask, green, * 217 mithril, * 6723 advanced element crystal, * 874 magic pattern stone, gold, * 338 eternal gold ingot, gold, * 632 luminous branch, gold, * 1 advanced alchemy workshop construction drawing, gold, * 1 intermediate mage tower construction drawing, gold, * 1 archer shooting range construction drawing, gold, * 1. These resources are massive. It can be said that they are the most valuable items he has ever traded. If he were to collect them by himself, it would take a long time. Especially the 2 high-level materials magic pattern stone and eternal gold ingot. As Chao territory develops, more and more places need them. But there are too few ways to obtain them. But now, through trading, he easily obtained a large amount. Chao eyes were filled with strong surprise. Very good. A large number of magic pattern stones and eternal gold ingots have been replenished. The most important thing is that we have received thousands of mithril and high-level element crystals. In this way, we have collected a lot of sacrifices for the breakthrough of those warriors. Chao was very excited. In addition, I also received 775 Ice One flowers, blue, used to make secret medicine. According to the fact that an Ice One flower has 5 to 6 petals, it is enough for me to make at least more than 4,000 bottles of life secret medicine. And I only paid 155 bottles of secret medicine. If the market is bigger, I can even continue to purchase raw materials through the market, and then sell the medicine, and achieve an infinite cycle. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, the number of Ice Phoenix flowers on the market is limited. This time, Chao collected almost 60% of the Ice Phoenix flower reserves in the entire 17th district. In addition, he also collected more than 3,000 masks of ordinary hunters. This is equivalent to more than 3,000 honor points. Chao killed so many hunters before, pushed down several camps, and even killed a red-robe bishop. But the total was only enough for more than 2,000 honor points. This way directly exceeded the reserves he had accumulated for so long before. Sure enough, it is still more efficient to cut leaks. The total honor points have exceeded 5,000. And if we get another 5,000, we can exchange for an orange cannon. Thinking of this, his mood became better. In addition to these props, Chao did not expect that he actually received 10 aurora grasses this time, which was equivalent to the materials for 10 bottles of holy water. And the most important thing was that he also received 3 golden blueprints. Among them was the Advanced Alchemy Workshop Construction Blueprint, which was also the blueprint he wanted the most. He spent a full 100 bottles of life secret medicine to exchange for this blueprint. Although 100 bottles is a lot, it is insignificant compared to the value of this blueprint. After all, with this blueprint, he could mass-produce holy water, or even advanced life medicine, and thus earn greater profits. Moreover, the survivors who survived until now were not fools. They naturally knew the value of advanced blueprints. And if Chao did not offer this price, they would not be able to receive it. In addition, the other 2 golden blueprints were also of terrifying value. It cost Chao 300 bottles of life medicine. These were also the 2 most expensive blueprints he had ever purchased. The survivor who traded the blueprint of the intermediate mage tower with Chao smiled crookedly. 200 bottles of life secret medicine. What does this mean? Even if he sold it to those merchants, it could be sold for millions of crowns. He was so excited in the chat channel that he forgot everything, and felt like he had become rich overnight. If he did not develop the territory and chose to lie down, this money would be enough for his family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives in this world. He could also buy some servants to serve him. and live a life like a landlord from then on. However, as I said before, you may make money, but Xiaoxing will never lose money. This intermediate mage tower blueprint will be very useful to him. Although there are not many mages in his territory at present, he has more than 30 Earth Mage Apprentice recruitment scrolls in his backpack. So soon, there will be more mages in his territory. I looked at the properties of these 3 blueprints. Advanced Alchemy Workshop Blueprint Gold. Drawing Effect. The intermediate alchemy workshop in the territory can be upgraded to an advanced alchemy workshop, where more advanced potions can be made. Armor value, 400 points. Durability value, 8800/8800. Occupancy area, 472 square meters. Material required for construction, wood * 9,000, stone * 3,000, iron * 1,500, copper * 1,000, mithril * 500, magic pattern stone * 50, eternal gold ingot * 100, high-level element crystal * 200. Upgrade time, 47 hours and 58 minutes. Maximum staff, 4 people. Intermediate Mage Tower Construction Drawing Gold. Drawing Introduction. The primary Mage Tower in the territory can be upgraded to an Intermediate Mage Tower. You can get more experience points when meditating, and there is a chance to learn more advanced skills, making the Mage Apprentice advance to a Mage. Armor, 500. Durability, 12,000/12,000. Area, 364 square meters. Height, 27 meters. Meditation Room, 81. Each meditation room can accommodate up to 4 people. Experience gain for meditation, 1 hour/3,000 experience points. Learnable skills list, intermediate element control, ice, earth, darkness, light, wind, thunder, primary magic, ice cone, flying stone, holy light ball, intermediate magic, ice arrow rain, chain ground spikes, shadow whip, lightning chain. Construction requirements, Lord's Mansion level 7, wood * 50, 000, stone * 30, 000, iron * 10, 000, mithril * 1,000, eternal gold ingot * 100, magic pattern stone * 100, advanced element crystal * 500. Construction time, 115 hours 3. 2 points. Maximum number of staff at the same time, 0/4 people. 4 mages. The Intermediate Mage Tower is like a holy place. Mage apprentices can meditate here and advance to junior mages. If you could upgrade the Mage Tower to a high level, it will greatly increase the probability of attracting mage rangers to join your territory. Wow! It is worthy of being an Intermediate Mage Tower. It is so damn powerful. Not to mention other things. Just meditation alone can increase 3,000 experience points in an hour. A mage meditates in it for a whole day, which means at least 72,000 experience points. If there is no bottleneck limit, just sit in the Mage Tower for decades, and you can reach more than 100 levels. In addition, Xiaoxing also saw 2 other powerful functions of the Intermediate Mage Tower. One is the addition of 6 new Intermediate Elemental Mage skills that can be learned. The other is that mage apprentices can become junior mages. That is, elite creatures. No wonder Mage Tower has an irresistible attraction for those mages. This thing is really too powerful. And the system notes also indicate that if you can build a high-level Mage Tower, your territory will become a holy place for mages. When Xiaoxing thought that he could upgrade the Mage Tower to the intermediate level tomorrow, he was very excited. Of course, it's not just the Mage Tower. The buildings of other professions are also very good. This time, Xiaoxing also received a construction blueprint for an archer training range. I looked at the properties. Construction blueprint for archer range gold. Blueprint introduction. You can build an archer training range in the territory, so that archers in the territory can train in it, gain experience points, and learn some additional basic skills. Armor, 120 points. Durability, 6,000/6,000. Occupancy area, 1,372 square meters. Maximum number of people training at the same time, 50 people. Experience points gained from training, 1 hour/1,000 points. Learnable skills, basic archery proficiency, precise shooting, weak point attack. Construction requirements, Lord's Mansion level 6, wood * 10, 000, stone * 10, 000, iron * 5,000, mithril * 300, magic pattern stone * 20, eternal gold ingot * 20, Primary Element Crystal *50. A training range with complete facilities. Archers can practice archery skills in it, increasing the probability of archer-type rangers joining the territory. This training range is not bad, and there are many archers in my territory. For example, thrust archers, centaurs, etc., can all be trained in it. Those two new skills are only primary skills, but their attributes are also very good, and can increase combat effectiveness. After all, the natives of this world have too few ways to learn new skills. Currently, Chaoxing knows of 3 ways. The first is to improve potential, and acquire different skills according to the advanced system. The second is to learn some training methods of strong people, such as the Advanced Assassin Manual, in Sarah's hand. The third is to practice in the training camp and learn some new skills. Therefore, these training camps and wizard towers of Chaoxing are irresistible places for these natives. After all, who doesn't want to become stronger? However, he also found a problem. That is, this thing takes up too much space. Right? It occupies more than 1,000 square meters. This is almost the largest building he has ever built. It seems that the second expansion of the territory is inevitable. Chaoxing made a decision secretly. In addition, there is one last thing. In Chaoxing's hand, a piece of green branch suddenly appeared. But this branch was emitting a sacred light, and it was very strong, dispelling the darkness of 20 or 30 meters around him, looking like a large flashlight. I looked at the properties. Luminous branch, gold special item. Item effect. A branch with divine power. The holy light it emits can dispel absolute darkness. In any dark environment, it can illuminate your path. Note, during use, the power of the holy light contained in the branch will continue to be consumed, and needs to be replenished regularly. This thing is the same as its appearance. It is just a large flashlight. But it has a special function. It can illuminate in any dark environment. The reason why Chaoxing was willing to pay 30 bottles of life secret medicine was because he remembered what the Goblin Lock had said. The group of light-feathered chickens like areas with strong holy light power, and they will accelerate the hatching and growth speed. Obviously, the holy light power contained in this thing is sufficient. Chaoxing also put it directly into his backpack. Next, take out the other magic potions and the arrows that Harold has made in the past 2 days, and continue to exchange them for some mithril and high-level element crystals. This thing is what I need most at the moment. This transaction has already been a great harvest. However, Chaoxing only sold the bulk of this time. He still had a lot of nightmare arrows and nightmare poisons that he hadn't sold yet, which could also be exchanged for a lot of resources. So, Chaoxing directly put all these arrows and magic potions on the market for trading at the previous prices. Moreover, he only used them to trade mithril, an advanced element crystal. Obviously, these things were also extremely precious to the survivors. Especially the group of people who were going to Dwelluin Lake City to participate in the war were extremely eager for these props. This will give them more chances to survive on the battlefield. So, a large number of survivors began to scramble again. Transaction successful. You lose finally cast Nightmare Arrow, green. *1. You get Mithril. *5. Transaction successful. You lose Sabina's Nightmare Potion, green. *1. You get Advanced Element Crystal. *5. As the transaction prompts kept refreshing the screen, more than 1,000 arrows and hundreds of bottles of Nightmare Potion that he put on the shelf were all sold out in less than 3 minutes. The cumulative amount was obtained. Mithril. *9821 Advanced Element Crystal. *723. So far, all the resources produced in the territory in the past few days have been sold out by Chaoxing. He looked at the mithril and element crystal reserves in his backpack. It was found that the mithril had exceeded 20,000, and the advanced element crystals had exceeded 2,500. At this moment, Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of surprise. Ha ha! The materials for the 4th level of the soldier's 3rd level breakthrough have almost been collected by me. Next, as long as we can solve the problem of food and money, I can have more than 200 4th level soldiers at once. Chaoxing had thought about digesting the materials in his hands first, and letting some soldiers break through as soon as possible. But as mentioned before, now that there is no ice nest, there are few battles, so the impact of breaking through early or late is not great. Moreover, if you break through together, you can also brush up the loyalty of other people. Thinking of this, Chaoxing was full of emotion. It's really good. Just 3 days of output made me a lot of money. As long as there are enough materials. Harold, Francesca and Sabina will earn more resources for me. Also, I have a large number of cloud yaks and light-feathered chickens. It can be said that even if Chaoxing does nothing next, he can have a development speed that is many times faster than other survivors. Of course, this is impossible. After all, his goal is not just this. He also has an invisible enemy, the Church of Light. This force is too large. Before he has enough power, Chaoxing cannot relax. Next, Chaoxing went to the alchemy workshop. He gave all the 10 aurora grass gold, and more than 700 ice one flowers, blue, he had just obtained to Francesca. This beautiful witch saw that Chaoxing had only been away for less than half an hour. Turning around, she got so many herbs. There was a lot of doubt in her blue eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she asked in doubt, "Did you trade these materials with a certain evil god? Those ancient evil gods can bring you what you want, but the price you have to pay is even more severe. It is better not to contact them." Her tone was filled with some worry and concern. Chaoxing was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not. How could I trade with an evil god?" He smiled. "Don't worry. I have my own way to obtain resources." Francesca thought for a moment, looked at Chaoxing with a puzzled look, and didn't ask any more questions. "However, I have a deeper understanding of the methods of my lord." Chaoxing continued, "Your work will be suspended tomorrow. I will ask the staff to upgrade the alchemy workshop again. Then you should make 10 bottles of holy water first. This stuff is useful to me. As for those medium-sized life secret medicines, just make 1 or 2,000 bottles. Keep the remaining materials, and make large life secret medicines later." And, Chapter 302 Mage's Holy Land, summoning a team of Earth Mage. The witch held up her delicate face, and sat at the small wooden table next to her, with some boredom, listening to Chaoxing's instructions one by one. Although she acted a little careless, she also kept these instructions in mind. After a while, Chaoxing said, "That's basically it. I'll take you with me when I go out later." Hearing the latter sentence, the carelessness on Francesca's face disappeared, and the corners of her mouth instantly raised an arc. After bidding farewell to the witch, Chaoxing returned to the territory again. After doing all this, it was just past 8 o'clock in the evening. It was still early. Chaoxing still had a lot of things to do. This time in the mountain, he obtained more than 30 recruitment scrolls for Earth Mage apprentices, including one for the leader level. It was just right to summon them out to solve the problem of not having many mages in the territory. Chaoxing thought to himself, "I don't know what kind of character and personality these new mages are like. So let Ailey and Sylvia lead them first. These two very loyal mage wives. Chaoxing still trusts them very much." At this time, Chaoxing noticed that there were 2 golden staffs in his backpack. They were Staff of Dawn Light and Staff of Ice Corruption. Yes, they have both reached level 30, and these 2 staffs can be used. When Chaoxing went straight to their residence and opened the door, he found that the 2 mage wives did not seem to be at home. The quilts inside were neatly folded, and it seemed that they had not been home all day. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing knew where they had gone. At this time, they should be studying in the Mage Tower. After all, his own Mage Tower has been built. As a mage, the temptation of the Mage Tower is irresistible. Chaoxing walked on the road paved with bricks and stones in the territory, and soon came to a tall tower. This is the primary Mage Tower, 18 meters high, divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower. The tower is made of a large number of stones and wood, with dense patterns carved on it, exuding a mysterious luster. In addition, the Mage Tower is surrounded by a mysterious magical aura, which emits a light blue light, like a mist, and can also absorb the surrounding magical energy, providing the Mage Tower with a steady stream of magic power. Speaking of which, this is his first time here. As a frost mage, he can naturally study in it. However, for Chaoxing, the efficiency of studying in the mage is too slow, and it is better to go outside to kill monsters and upgrade faster. Boom! Pushing open the bronze door below, he entered the interior of the Mage Tower. He felt a strong breath of magic coming towards him. Such abundant magic? No wonder mages like to stay here. Chaoxing thought happily. The Mage Tower was very quiet, and the temperature was comfortable. There were bursts of blue lights above his head. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. "Do you want to start meditation?" Meditation is also a function of the Mage Tower. In the state of meditation, the body will automatically absorb magic power. increasing magic affinity. And the speed of mental recovery will also be greatly accelerated. The most important thing is that meditating for a night will make you more energetic than sleeping for a night. Chaoxing did not click meditation. After all, he still had things to do. There are independent meditation rooms in the Mage Tower. Once someone uses it, the meditation room will be closed. Since Chaoxing's primary Mage Tower is not large, there are more than 30 meditation rooms in total, which can accommodate up to hundreds of mages for meditation. Chaoxing saw that only 2 of the meditation rooms were lit, so he pushed open one of the meditation rooms. Inside, a woman in plain gauze, emitting a strong sacred light, was closing her eyes to absorb the element of light. Her beautiful facial features, under the light, looked sacred and inviolable. This woman was Isabel. When she sensed that someone else had broken into her meditation room, she suddenly opened her eyes. In her pair of earthy yellow gemstone-like eyes, there was a vigilant look, and she was even ready for battle. When Isabel noticed the figure at the door, the alertness in her eyes disappeared instantly, and gradually turned into surprise. "Lord, why are you here?" The ethereal voice sounded. Chaoxing was also a little embarrassed when he heard this question. He forgot one thing. That is, Isabel, as a holy light priest, is actually a mage. After all, among her skills, Holy Light Ball, Advanced Holy Light Control, etc., are all mage skills. As a light mage, meditating in the Mage Tower is also a normal thing. Chaoxing said awkwardly, "Sorry, I found the wrong person, you continue to meditate." The beautiful Holy Light Priest was startled, then chuckled, "Okay, Lord. Please do as you please." She was not angry because Chaoxing interrupted her meditation. After all, Isabel's loyalty has reached 95. It's almost full loyalty. It's impossible for her to lose her temper because of this. Of course, if it's Zierda, it's not certain. This blood spider queen with a weird temper may complain about Chaoxing. Chaoxing closed the black door of the meditation room. Then he walked straight to the door of the meditation room next to it, which was lit. Is there no mistake this time? Chaoxing pushed the door open. At a glance, he saw 2 petite mage wives wearing mage apprentice robes, sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating. The 2 women also opened their eyes suddenly after sensing that the door of the meditation room was opened. Because they are all water mages, their bodies contain the magic power of flowing water, so even their pupils are water blue. When they saw the intruder outside, surprise appeared in their azure eyes. Ailey slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "It turned out to be the Lord. I thought it was a bad guy who came in." Sylvia next to her chuckled and said, "Of course it's the Lord. Otherwise no one else would have the authority to enter our meditation room." "That's right." Sylvia, who was more enthusiastic, stood up quickly and asked, "Lord, what do you want to talk to us about?" Chaoxing nodded slightly, and then said, "Well, there are 2 things. The first thing is to change your weapons." After that, he took out the 2 golden staffs from his backpack. Since the special effect of ice corruption can only take effect once, the best match is for the 2 female mages to equip a dragon corruption staff. Chaoxing said directly, "There is not much difference between these 2 staffs, you can choose for yourself." Hearing this, Sylvia glanced at Ailey, and then she took the lead in choosing the Dawnlight staff. And Ailey chose the dragon corruption staff. After the 2 girls put on the golden staffs, their aura increased again. They could naturally feel the powerful magic contained in these 2 staffs, and a happy smile appeared on their faces. They all stretched out their fair little hands, and stroked it carefully as if they were protecting their beloved items. Sylvia said happily, "Thank you, Lord." This passionate and unrestrained mage with a few freckles on her face threw herself directly into Chaoxing's arms. Because of the last exchange, Sylvia and Ailey had completely opened their hearts to Chaoxing. So it was not surprising to have such an action. Ailey was a little afraid to step forward. She held the staff and said timidly, "Thank you. Thank you." Chaoxing held Sylvia in one hand and smiled softly. "Nothing." At this moment, the mage in his arms pulled Chaoxing's sleeve and whispered, "Lord, do you remember what you promised me last time?" What is it?" Sylvia raised her head and whispered, "You said that when you are free, you will exchange spells with us." Hearing this, Chaoxing was also stunned. Then he chuckled and said, "How do you want to communicate?" Hearing this, Sylvia's face turned red. Then, she slowly pulled herself out of Chaoxing's arms, and stood face to face with him, less than a meter away. Sylvia threw her hair behind her, and stretched out her white hands to unbutton the mage's robe. Swish! As the mage's robe fell off, her white shoulders were exposed, and the large white area on her chest. And her movements still did not stop. She reached behind her back and unbuttoned her clothes. Soon, Sylvia was completely naked. Chao Xing was also stunned, as if he had not expected her to be so bold. His sight was instantly attracted by the white body. He looked at her and found that this mage's wife usually wore a loose apprentice robe and could not be seen. Only now did he realize that she had such a good figure. Her chest, which was raised to the right degree, was supported by her white arms and had a very full shape. Looking down, there is a flat belly. Further down, there is the bare, snow-white valley peak. Her long legs are tightly together, and her perky buttocks are very perky because of the tension. At this time, she has her hands around her chest, and she looks very delicious, making people want to hug her and taste her. Chao Xing took a look and couldn't move his eyes away. And Ailey next to him didn't seem to expect that Sylvia would act so quickly and do such a thing in front of herself and the Lord. Instantly, her whole face turned red, and Sylvia looked at her, but whispered, "Ailey, it's your turn." I don't dare." A mosquito-like voice sounded. Ailey lowered her head, not daring to look at Sylvia's eyes and Chao Xing. Hearing this, Sylvia seemed to understand something. She walked slowly to Ailey, and then pressed Ailey's shoulders. With a swish, Ailey's collar was also unbuttoned directly, exposing a whiter and more tender skin than Sylvia's. In particular, Chao Xing also noticed the lovely shape of Ailey's chest, and his eyes were instantly attracted. It was a pair of smaller than Sylvia's, but equally perfect half-bowl shaped, with a full arc and a soft and delicate appearance. "Ah, Sister Sylvia." Ailey subconsciously hugged her chest with both hands, looking shy and anxious. Sylvia chuckled. "Ailey, what's wrong? Didn't we agree on this when we went to bed last night? Or do you not want to show it to the Lord?" Ailey shook her head quickly, and her brown ponytails kept shaking. "No, not. I just feel I am too small compared to Sister Sylvia. I feel a little inferior." After hearing this, Sylvia laughed again and said, "Really? Then ask the Lord if he likes it." Hearing this, Ailey suppressed her shame and looked at Chao Xing tentatively. Chao Xing smiled and nodded. "It's okay. Ailey, yours is cuter. I like it very much." "Really? Really?" Ailey asked tentatively. Chao Xing nodded again. Hearing this, Ailey tentatively loosened her hands. Then, there was no more obstruction. Compared to Sylvia, Ailey's figure is slimmer, especially her waist, which is really the level of a small waist. Slim and graceful curves. Chao Xing also came over and embraced the two mage wives. And the next moment, Ailey hadn't reacted yet, suddenly felt her chest bitten by something. Feeling the feeling from her chest, Ailey felt a wave of electricity running through her body. Trembling all over, the twin ponytails on her head kept shaking, and she fell limply into Chao Xing's arms. And Chao Xing also savored the delicious food. A few minutes later, Sylvia beside him said with a dazed look, "Lord. And here I am? Okay." Chao Xing changed direction. The next moment, Sylvia and Ellie trembled all over. A few minutes later, Chao Xing carefully felt the slender figures and delicate skin of the two mage ladies. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Should I say that they are worthy of being water mages? This whole body feels like it is made of water, so soft. How to describe this feeling? It's like touching a piece of water tofu, which is too fragile to be described. In addition, one of them is passionate and unrestrained, and the other is shy and cute. Chao Xing is also constantly exploring the truth of water magic. In the following time, the entire meditation room was filled with academic exchanges between the three mages. Ailey, the Lord's ice spear is too offensive. I can't hold on any longer. Ailey, you come. Ailey next to her also replied softly. Well, okay, Sister Sylvia. No, Sister Sylvia, I don't have enough energy for the water coordination spell. Lord, your spellcasting speed is too fast. The gentle voices of the two wizards continued to echo in the wizard tower. Compared to Ellie's cautiousness, Sylvia was not restrained at all. She almost shouted to her heart's content, and her voice was very loud. Originally, the sound insulation of the meditation room in the wizard tower was not that bad. But Chao Xing didn't close the door when he came in just now. He thought that there were only a few of them in the mage tower, so he didn't care that much. At this time, Isabel, who was meditating next door, frowned slightly. The holy light on her body flickered. Her beautiful face also had a solemn expression. After a while, she opened her eyes and felt the movement next door. She seemed to have no idea what was happening next door. When she listened carefully, Sylvia's various obscure voices entered her ears. This caused a great psychological impact on this holy priest of holy light. Instantly, Isabel's cheeks turned red. She subconsciously covered her ears. But those voices continued to echo in her mind. Actually, doing this kind of thing in the Mage Tower. It seems to be with the Lord. Oh my God! The Holy Light priest felt that his three views were impacted. As the spokesperson of Holy Light, Isabel is pure and inviolable. She had never come into contact with that kind of thing. Or rather, just thinking about it was a blasphemy. But now, she could clearly hear the voice next door, and various images appeared in her mind involuntarily. However, she did not feel disgusted and nauseous as before. When she thought that it was her Lord, she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. How could this happen? I can't continue to associate it. She shook her head and tried to calm herself down. 2 hours later, the female mages had cast all their spells. Their magic power was exhausted, and they collapsed in Chao Xing's arms exhausted. But Chao Xing was still full of energy, with a smile on his face. After all, as a 4th-level mage, he was still much stronger than them. At this time, Chao Xing looked at the ruddy, exhausted little beauty in his arms and asked, "Ailey, are you still afraid of me?" Ailey was covered with a mage robe, hiding her perfect waist curve and slender legs. The ponytails on her head were already messy. She shook her head gently and said, "No. I'm not afraid. You are the best lord to me." Her voice was as small as a mosquito when she spoke the last part. Sylvia next to her also echoed, "Lord. You are so kind. Your spells are too offensive. We can't stand it anymore." Her voice was loud, not concealed at all. Ailey whispered, "Sister Sylvia, keep your voice down." But Sylvia said, "What are you afraid of? This is the Lord's territory." Ailey was stunned, and thought about it, and it was true. Chao Xing smiled, put his arms around the 2 mage wives, patted their small hips and said, "Okay, take a break, then follow me out." After hearing this, the 2 women also nodded. However, when getting up, they encountered some difficulties. It was their first time, adding to Chao Xing's violent outburst just now. Hence, their legs were still weak from time to time, and they struggled several times, but could not muster any strength. And Chao Xing naturally saw their physical condition. He chuckled, helped the 2 mage wives up, and put on their clothes again. Then he put on the mage robes for them. They waited for a few minutes. They stood up again. But their legs were still shaking slightly. They seemed to realize their embarrassment. Sylvia and Ellie blushed. Especially Ellie, she held the staff with both hands. She looked so delicate, people couldn't help but bully her again. However, Chao Xing still had something important to do next. After the 2 mage wives adapted to the transformation of women, Chao Xing led them out of the mage tower. Outside the mage tower, the whistling cold wind gradually cooled down the feverish brain. Chao Xing asked, "Are you feeling better?" The 2 girls nodded softly. "Yeah. Lord. You are so awesome." Even the unrestrained Sylvia was completely subdued. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, I will summon a group of mage apprentices next. You will lead them from now on." The 2 girls were a little surprised, but nodded. At the same time, his face condensed, becoming somewhat solemn. Then, Chao Xing took out more than 30 Earth Mage Apprentice recruitment scrolls from his backpack, including the leader-level scroll. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to use the recruitment scroll to recruit an Earth Mage with the strength of a 3rd-level leader? Do you want to use the recruitment scroll to recruit an Earth Mage with the strength of a 3rd-level elite? Do you want to?" Chao Xing clicked yes to all of them. The next moment, in front of the 3 people, a large number of hexagram arrays appeared. From these arrays, a strong earth-yellow light erupted, which contained a large amount of earth elemental power. After a while, in these lights, the outlines of some figures could be seen faintly. At the same time, Chao Xing heard a heavy, rock-like voice in his ears. "Those souls who were born in the forest and once protected this land and disappeared. Under the big tree where we once laughed together. It is now overgrown with weeds. The shore where we once looked up at the starry sky together is now covered with fallen leaves. How many cold winters will it take to fill the gap? The cold wind blowing from afar makes people shiver. We silently look at the lonely stars in the sky. Now, we will start the long journey again. The two magician ladies next to them looked at each other, and then whispered, "This is the song of the goddess of the earth." I seem to know which magician association they are from. At the same time, the heavy voice sounded again. Udia Mages Guild, Honorary Mages, Turin Rock Speaker, Mage Apprentices, Patty Edwin Schott are reporting to you. Chapter 303 Advanced Earth Magic, the incident in the Baron's mansion. Chao Xing glanced at the figures of more than 30 apprentice wizards. There were both men and women among them, except for an old man who looked a little old. The others looked young, around 15 or 16 to 20 years old. All wore dark brown wizard robes, a wide brown leather belt around their waists, and a few small cloth bags hanging around them, containing some materials needed for spellcasting. Compared to the fair skin of most races in this world, their skin was wheat-colored, and they looked very healthy. Chao Xing nodded, and then looked at the attributes of these mages. Earth Mage Apprentice, Patty. Race, Human. Affiliation, Udia Mage Association. Level 27, Level 3 Ordinary Creature. HP, 16559/16559, Blessed by the Pale Tree. Magic Attack Power, 461 to 487. Armor, 183 to 213. Attributes, Strength 175. Agility 189. Spirit 257. Constitution 211. Skills, Intermediate Earth Element Control, increases the speed of Earth Element casting by 20%. Earth Element Shield, concentrates magic power. Creates an Earth Element shield around itself. And the shield has Spirit *5 HP, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown time, 80 seconds, Earth Spikes, summons 1 to 3 Earth Spikes, causes 157% piercing damage to enemies hit, cooldown time, 60 seconds. Talent, Magic Affinity, only humans who are naturally sensitive to magic fluctuations can grow into magicians. Bond, Earth Mage, when the number of Earth Mages acting at the same time in the team reaches 10, the spell release speed increases by 20%. When there are 20 people, the spell cooldown time decreases by 20%. When there are 50 people, the spell damage increases by 20%. When there are 100 people, activates additional skills. Heart of Stone. Character Introduction, an Earth Mage Apprentice who is devoted to practice, possessing good combat ability. Honorary Mage, Turin Rock Speaker. Affiliation, Udia Mage Association. Race, Human. Level 28, Level 3 Leader Creature. HP, 38112/38112, Blessed by the Pale Tree. Magic Attack Power, 1046 to 1107. Armor, 469 to 478. Attributes, Strength 352, Agility 348, Spirit 576, Constitution 473. Skills, Intermediate Earth Element Control, Earth Element Shield, Earth Spikes, same attributes as above, Summon Rock Golem, concentrates a large amount of Earth Element power, summons 2 Rock Golems that inherit 120% of their own attributes to assist in combat. Rock Golem has stone skin for body protection, Earth Trampling skills, lasting 120 seconds, cooling time 5 minutes, Earth Devouring, connect your own magic power with the veins of the earth, causing the ground to crack and create a gap, letting the enemy fall into the gap, then closing the gap to swallow the enemy. The number of enemies swallowed and the damage coefficient depend on the magic power released this time. There is a certain probability of killing them instantly, cooling time 5 minutes. Advanced Spell Rock Barrier, absorb the power of the earth, causing the ground in front to rise rapidly, quickly generating a large amount of rocks. Wall, blocks the enemy's attack. The durability of the stone wall is Spirit *10. If it is cast on the city wall, it consumes magic power according to the area of the city wall, increases its armor by 300, increases durability by 30,000, lasts for 30 minutes, cooling time 1 hour. Talent, Magic Affinity. Character Introduction, Udia Mage Association, an honorary mage who has practiced earth magic for many years, and has studied in the Mage Holy Tower, mastered advanced earth magic that few mages can control. After reading the attributes of these earth mages, Chao Xing gradually showed joy in his heart. Compared to mages of the same level, their attributes and skills are very good. The two skills, Earth Elemental Shield and Earth Spikes, not only take into account damage, but also have the ability to protect themselves. After becoming an elite creature, You can also learn a skill to summon a rock puppet. And the honorary mage at the leader level is even more awesome. He actually has 2 abnormal skills: Earth Devouring and advanced spell Rock Barrier. The former takes into account control, and also has a certain instant kill effect on the enemy. The latter's advanced spell is even more abnormal. It can actually be used on the city wall. It directly increases 300 points of armor and 30,000 points of durability. What is the concept? You know, even the intermediate frost wall only has 240 armor and 6,000 durability. This time, it is more than doubled. It's so damn powerful. However, what makes Xiaoxing a little worried is, can this advanced spell be blessed by eternal power? If it can, it will be awesome. In the future, even if you build a primary city wall casually, it will be more durable than the intermediate city wall. Xiaoxing decided to let the honorary mage named Tyron give it a try. Welcome, apprentices from the Yuya Mage Association. Let us build a magical territory together. Listening to Xiaoxing's solemn voice, all the earth mages raised their heads, including the old mage Tyron, who was also looking at him with a careful look. One of the mage apprentices asked cautiously, I feel that there is a strong magical fluctuation in your body. Are you also a mage? Xiaoxing nodded. Yes. After he finished speaking, he directly released the magical aura on his body. In an instant, the temperature around him suddenly dropped a lot. The terrifying cold air even made people feel stiff. Seeing this scene, not only the more than 30 earth magicians on the field, but also the old magician Tyron, showed shock in their eyes. These apprentices were amazed. Goddess of the earth, the magic power of this lord is so vast. You must be a powerful ice magician. Yes, the aura of this lord is almost reaching the level of a great magician. Great. As mages, these earth magicians have a natural affinity for Xiaoxing. In addition, with a powerful buff, his current strength can indeed be regarded as a 5th level mage. Seeing these earth-type mages so honest, Xiaoxing also laughed. From today on, you will be under the jurisdiction of these 2 mages. They will teach you the rules of this territory and familiarize you with the environment of this territory. Although the old mage looks very powerful and relatively stable, it is best for him to lead. But in this territory, Xiaoxing trusts these 2 mage wives more. After hearing this, the apprentice mages all turned their eyes to Sylvia and Ellie. One of the 2 girls was eager to try, while the other timidly grabbed the staff. The apprentice earth mages nodded again and said, I feel it. These 2 are also powerful intermediate mages. In the future, please give me more guidance. Mages. These earth mages are relatively calm and easy to talk to. So it seems that there are no difficult troublemakers among this group of people. Even the old wizard remained silent, and didn't seem to like talking much. Seeing this, Sylvia and Ellie breathed a sigh of relief. Sylvia chuckled and said, with our magic attainments, we may not be able to teach you too much about magic practice. But if you want to learn more magic, you can go to the wizard tower with us to meditate and study. After hearing this, the wizard apprentices also looked behind them, at the 3-story tower that was more than 10 meters high. Instantly, the eyes of all the apprentice mages were attracted. This is actually a mage tower. In our Yuya Mage Association, only those adults who are above the intermediate level of mages can occasionally use the mage tower. I didn't expect there is one here. Oh my god. What kind of territory have we come to? Even with their calm personalities, they couldn't help but exclaim at this time. And they also heard what Sylvia just said, and said in surprise for a while, great. We can actually go to such a sacred place to study in the future. Yes, we will soon become junior mages. At this time, the old mage in a high-level robe stood up. He spoke for the first time, apprentices. I understand your surprise at the mage tower. But you should know that this sacred building cannot be used casually. Even I have to apply to the Mage Association to get a certain amount of time to use it. Don't act rashly in front of these 2 mage masters and the powerful lord. This old mage has a very high prestige among this group of mage apprentices. Seeing this, the other earth mages bowed their heads and responded in unison, yes. Respected Lord Terran. Xiaoxing felt a little confused. In your mage association, is there such a rule? Yes. Respected Lord. Then, the Earth-type mage explained to him. Before being summoned, these people were all apprentices of the Yuya Mage Association. The power structure of each mage association is relatively complex. In addition to the Elders Council, Committee, and Logistics Resources Department, It is composed of a large number of mage apprentices, junior mages, intermediate mages, senior mages, and even honorary mages. Unlike Chao Xing and his friends, who can level up by killing monsters before joining the lords, the mages in this world can only improve themselves by constantly absorbing the magic power between heaven and earth. But this speed is definitely not comparable to theirs. For a normal mage apprentice, in order to be promoted to a junior mage, in addition to learning a lot of spell knowledge, he also needs to reach a certain level of magic power. It takes at least 4 or 5 years. It takes a shorter time for a junior mage to become an intermediate mage, because the foundation has been laid in the previous mage apprentice stage. But it will take about 3 or 4 years. With the Mage Tower, their breakthrough speed will be greatly accelerated. For all mages, the Mage Tower is like a holy place, and they wish they could stay in it 24 hours a day. But because the meditation rooms are limited, those mage associations naturally cannot allow every mage to use it indefinitely. Mage apprentices, forget about it, just build your foundation well. After listening, Chao Xing also nodded suddenly. Those mage associations, with many people and limited resources, it is normal to limit the number of people who can use the Mage Tower. But it was different here with Chao Xing. There were not many mages in his territory, so the meditation room in the Mage Tower was basically empty. Then he winked at Sylvia. The mage lady understood what Chao Xing meant, and then stood up and said, "Don't worry, in our territory, as long as you are the Lord's subjects, you can use the Mage Tower at any time. It's okay even if you sleep in it." However, the group of Earth Mage apprentices in front of them heard this, as if they had heard some kind of Arabian Nights. A junior mage named Ma Lin asked tentatively, "Lord, is what this mage said true?" She knew who was in charge here. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Yes." After getting the Lord's personal confirmation, all the mage apprentices suddenly held their breath. Even with their calm personalities, they couldn't help but exclaim at this time, "Oh my God! We may have really come to the mage's paradise. Even us mage apprentices can use the Mage Tower. This is really incredible. With the help of the Mage Tower, I feel that I can become a junior mage in 1 or 2 years." These mage apprentices were very excited. Including the old wizard, there was deep surprise in his eyes. Looking at their excited expressions, Sylvia and Ellie smiled at each other. They could understand the feelings of these people. After all, they also came step by step from wizard apprentices. With the help of their lord, they have the current strength. If they were able to study in the Wizard Tower when they were weak, they would have become junior wizards long ago. Sylvia continued, "But there is something I need to tell you in advance. Since the territory is still in the development stage, our Wizard Tower is only junior, and there is still a big gap with the Wizard Holy Tower in the association. Don't be disappointed." However, the wizard apprentices were not disappointed at all after hearing this, and they said excitedly one by one, "How could I be disappointed? The primary Mage Tower is also very powerful. Yes, we can not only meditate in it, but also learn flying stone technique and stone skin technique in it. I decided to stay in the Mage Tower 24 hours a day in the future, haha." Listening to their excited discussion. At this time, Chao Xing interrupted, "You can continue to study in the Mage Tower tonight, but you have to come out tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not stopping you from using it, but because I'm going to upgrade the Mage Tower to the intermediate level tomorrow. Then, you can learn more advanced magic in it, and absorb more magic power when meditating." All the mage apprentices on the field suddenly showed confusion in their eyes, including Ai Li and Sylvia. They were also somewhat confused. Sylvia asked tentatively, "Lord, you said that the Mage Tower will be upgraded to the intermediate level tomorrow?" "Yes." Hearing Chao Xing's clear reply, all the mages on the field held their breath. After a moment, Sylvia exclaimed, "Lord, didn't our territory just build a primary Mage Tower? It will be upgraded to the intermediate level so soon? Is this true?" They didn't know that. Their lord actually got the blueprints of a more advanced Mage Tower when. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?" The two girls looked at each other and nodded solemnly. The apprentice mages were also completely shocked. After all, having a primary Mage Tower for them to use unlimitedly was something they dared not even dream of. And now, this lord said that he would upgrade the Mage Tower to the intermediate level tomorrow. Even some branches of the Mage Association did not have a Mage Tower of this level. Chao Xing looked at the apprentice mages and continued, "And you? As long as you make contributions to the territory, you will not only enjoy the Mage Tower, but also other privileges of the territory. The intermediate mage tower is not the end of this territory. In the future, we will also have advanced mage towers. And even mage saint towers. Hearing Chao Xing's personal promise, the mage apprentices were all very excited. At this time, the old mage tyrant also came back to his senses. He clenched his right hand into a fist, placed it on his left chest, and then saluted Chao Xing solemnly. Thank you, powerful and generous lord. I thank you on behalf of all the apprentices. This territory will surely become a holy place for all mages in the near future. After saying this, other mage apprentices followed the old mage and saluted Chao Xing. Because of your words and deeds, territory member, Turin Rockspeaker's loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 75. Because of your words and deeds, territory member, Valentine's loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 76. Because of you, more than 30 system prompts appeared. The loyalty of the apprentice mages and junior mages on the field has all increased significantly. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Then, at his signal, Ailey and Sylvia led the group of apprentice mages, as well as the old mage, into the mage tower to meditate. After Chao Xing finished all this, he looked at the time. It was already 11:30 in the evening. Since returning from the Tiger Mountains, Chao Xing has been digesting the gains from his outing. Now it's almost all digested. Although there are still a few things to do, it's okay to deal with them tomorrow. Almost done, it's time to go back and rest. Turning around, with a happy mood, he went to his magnificent lord's mansion. The beauty had already prepared the bath water and warmed the quilt, just waiting for Chao Xing to enter. And Chao Xing also took a warm bath and got into the quilt directly. He stroked Lu Mushua's smooth back. Thank you for your hard work, Mushua, preparing bath water for me every day and warming the quilt for me. The beauty poked her head, but shook her head and said, It's not hard, it's better to say that this is my job. Chao Xing smiled softly and kissed her forehead. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. It was late at night. Chao Xing hugged the beautiful woman's shoulders, but he still didn't feel sleepy. Since becoming a 4th level mage, Chao Xing felt that he was particularly energetic. Even if he slept for 3 or 4 hours a day, he was still full of energy the next day. So, Chao Xing browsed the survivors' chats as usual, and the World Forum. There, he found many interesting posts. Since more and more survivors began to post on the World Forum, the number of posts per day has skyrocketed. Most of the posts here are for help and survival skills. But there are also a lot of posts that allow people to complain and vent. After all, as modern people, we cannot live without entertainment. Some silly players have started to shoot short or long videos. Therefore, the survivors' daily entertainment activities have become more and more abundant. And because the World Forum is relaxed, there is no review system. And basically any video can be posted. Of course, some contents involving blood, violence, and horror are basically not open to survivors under the age of 18. After all, the system is omnipotent. It can automatically identify your age and grant you appropriate permissions. Moreover, according to some survivors, the system will continue to be updated in the future, and it may launch a paid content section to completely improve the functions of the World Forum. In the future, it is estimated that many people will copy the model on Blue Star. First produce various high-quality content on the forum, and then accumulate popularity. Some paid content will be released later. With billions of survivors in the world, just by operating the forum, you can obtain a huge amount of resources. At that time, the life on Blue Star, they might really forget it completely. Of course, these are not what Chao Xing considers. He doesn't need to become a blogger by accumulating popularity on the forum. After browsing for a while, Chao Xing closed the World Forum. Then, before going to bed, he habitually monitored the situation of the son of the Baron, Fitz Walker. In the past few days, there was nothing special about the son of the Baron. Life was just like that. During the day, he practiced swordplay with the knights, and at night, he practiced swordplay with the female slaves in the Baron's mansion. And this kid played a lot. In the entire Baron's mansion, from the cooks in their 50s and 60s to the young girls in their teens, almost no one could escape his clutches. In the first 2 nights, Chao Xing also discovered a secret of his. That is, this kid would sneak into the night captain's room at night and steal his boots. Even Chao Xing felt that this guy was a little too perverted. Sometimes, Chao Xing didn't want to continue monitoring. But tonight, he heard something different. Fitz Walker was holding the night captain's boots, intoxicated in bed. At this moment, There was a sudden knock on the door. Knock. Knock. Young master. Something happened. Madam asked you to get up quickly and go to the Baron. He seems to be dying. Hearing this, Fitzwalker was startled for a moment. He quickly threw away the boots in his hand, then hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out of the room. When Chao Xing heard the news, his expression also brightened. This Baron is really strong. According to this guy, he has been poisoning for more than 2 months. Even an elephant would be poisoned to death. But the Baron has held on for so many days. I guess he is also a strong man. Chao Xing has thought about secretly sending someone to tell the Baron the news and then expose Fitzwalker's crimes. However, let's not talk about whether others are willing to believe it. Another main reason is that it seems that there is no benefit for Chao Xing to do this. If the Baron wakes up, even if he executes Fitzwalker, he will definitely continue to send people to collect taxes in his territory. Now, with the relationship with Fitzwalker, Chao Xing can save a lot of trouble. Therefore, the current situation is more favorable for Chao Xing. Half an hour later, when Fitzwalker returned to the room, he was silent for a long time. But Chao Xing felt something strange. After a while, Fitzwalker laughed uncontrollably. Chapter 304: The Death of the Baron, triggering a special event in the territory. Hee hee. Hee hee. Old man, you are finally dead. For so many days, I was afraid that you would wake up again, and I was afraid that my actions would be exposed, and I was so scared that I couldn't sleep every night. Now, you are finally dead. I don't have to worry anymore. As long as the envoy from the main city witnesses tomorrow, I will be the new Baron. Then, Fitzwalker huddled in the quilt, continuously making suppressed laughter. And Chao Xing's mouth curled up a little. It actually worked. In this way, this guy is a real Baron, with great power. There are many benefits to being a Baron. First of all, you have absolute control over the civilians within your territory. The Baron can decide their life and death, and whether to stay or go. In other words, you can assign them wherever you want. Each Baron's territory is not small, and there are many villages under its jurisdiction, with a large number of civilians. As for Chao Xing's identity, he naturally cannot refuse to let Fitzwalker continue to send more civilians to him. In this way, he has directly solved the big problem of insufficient population. With the training barracks, he can even realize the mode of mass troop growth. Thinking of this, Chao Xing almost couldn't help laughing. Of course, the benefits of controlling a Baron are more than this. The resources in the hands of each Baron are terrifying. They have been collecting various land taxes, head taxes, trade taxes, etc. in their own territories for a long time. Although part of the tax will be used to develop armed forces and land construction, the Baron himself must have left a lot of wealth, food, money, and even precious resources such as mithril and gems must have reached a terrifying level. I was just worrying about how to get a lot of food. At that time, Chao Xing could let this kid take me to the Baron's mansion and plunder it. Thinking about it, he couldn't help laughing. Haha. This is too comfortable. At this time, he looked at his backpack. There was a soul contract scroll orange there, which could force a creature's favorability to reach the maximum value and control the other party's life and death. Chao Xing pondered, should I use this scroll on Fitzwalker and completely control him in my hands? Although this orange scroll is precious, controlling a Baron in my hands can also bring me a lot of benefits. Moreover, this kid's ambition seems to be more than just being a Baron. If I help him secretly, he may be able to upgrade his title again, become a Viscount, an Earl, and have greater power. At that time, I will indirectly control a minister of the kingdom. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing shook his head. Let's wait and see. However, if this kid's plan succeeds, he should come to me again in 2 days, and I have to make some preparations. Thinking of this, Chao Xing cleared his mind and fell asleep. Just when he thought that this night would pass peacefully. In the second half of the night, Chao Xing was in his sleep, and suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from outside the Lord's mansion. Soldiers, quickly stop him. What's going on? Why did this kid suddenly go crazy? I don't know, subdue him. The Lord has ordered not to hurt him. As 4th level strongmen, their senses are extremely sharp. Almost at the moment the sound outside the territory sounded, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua woke up together. Axing. The sound seems to come from our territory. Could there be an enemy breaking in? Lu Muxua frowned slightly. Chao Xing shook her head. No combat information appeared. It should not be an enemy. Let's go out and take a look. Okay. They quickly put on their clothes, and then climbed out of the bed. And at the fastest speed, they came to the outside of the Lord's mansion. As soon as they walked out of the Lord's mansion, the temperature dropped suddenly. The extreme low temperature in the middle of the night made people feel goosebumps. It was as if he had jumped from a warm stove into an ice cave. At this moment, Chao Xing saw a large number of Ascalon soldiers, and centaur lance and shield cavalry. Assam, Sarah, Rinnies and others had already rushed over. They formed a circle and surrounded a figure inside. Chao Xing and Lu Mushue frowned together. Assam, holding the sword of the Lady of the Lake, saw them coming and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord and Lady." Chao Xing nodded slightly. Assam, what's going on? Assam reported, "Lord, it's the painter you brought back from Ano River Village last time. Didn't he say before that he had a mental illness and would have attacks from time to time? It seems that he really has an attack now. Just now, he was madly attacking our polar people. And then, he was stopped by the soldiers. Now he is in a state of madness. But because of your order, the soldiers did not attack him." Hearing this, Chao Xing understood the reason for the noise. He walked forward, and the group of Ascalon soldiers opened a path for Chao Xing. Soon, he came to the center of the encirclement and surrounded it. The centaurs, holding large shields and holding long spears in one hand, formed a circle. In the center, there was a person with disheveled hair and a black aura all over his body. He was using his hands, madly attacking the shields of the lancers. At the same time, he was constantly roaring like a beast. "Roar! Roar! All of you die! All of you die! You are all monsters! Get out of my mind, I will tear you all apart." This crazy young man was Edward. He was only level 7, which was equivalent to an ordinary person. Any spear and shield cavalryman, or Ascalon soldier, could be killed instantly with just one sword. But no one took action, and let Edward attack. He attacked the shields of the spear and shield cavalrymen. But not only did he not cause any damage, but the huge recoil also made his hands bloody. But Edward still attacked relentlessly, as if he would not stop until he tore the enemy to pieces. After seeing Chao Xing coming, the centaur said, "Hello, Lord." Kandal in the distance said, "Lord, you are finally here. This human is crazy. He just bit my butt." Kandal looked very angry. He touched his centaur's buttocks with one hand. There was still a tooth mark there. Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Chao Xing nodded, and then shouted, "Edward," as if he heard a familiar voice. The crazy painter stopped his movements and turned his head. Then he looked at Chao Xing, with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. He seemed to have regained some sanity, struggling to reply, "Lord, Lord." The next moment, Edward seemed to have been hit hard, covering his head in pain. Then, he looked at Chao Xing angrily. "Damn you, you actually pretended to be the Lord to deceive me. I'm going to kill you." After saying that, Edward rushed towards him. At this time, a centaur lancer stopped him directly. "Roar! Get out of my way. I'm going to tear this guy disguised as the Lord apart." Edward attacked frantically. Chao Xing frowned slightly. He could see that Edward's attack seemed to be quite serious this time, and he probably wouldn't recover for a while. "Go. A few people, control him, and take him to the basement. Don't hurt him." Hearing this, several Ascalon soldiers quickly went over, ignoring the mad Edward, and grabbed his limbs. "Damn it! You guys let me go!" Edward was still struggling frantically. However, the Ascalon soldiers were all level 30 creatures. With their strength, even a 1,000-pound boulder could be easily lifted. Not to mention Edward, who was only level 7. He could only be escorted by these 4 soldiers to the basement. And at this moment, another Edward appeared from the crowd behind him. His pupils widened, and he said in a trembling voice, "Lord, Lord, that person is not me." Hearing the voice, everyone looked over and was shocked. There was still an extremely horrified look on his face, as if he had seen something horrible. At this moment, 100 or 200 people on the field were all confused, and even felt a chill behind their backs. Chao Xing also had a puzzled look on his face, and he stayed on the 2 Edwards, observing them constantly. The Edward, who was caught by the 4 soldiers, seemed to have regained consciousness. He saw at a glance that the man who looked exactly like him at the back of the crowd also had a look of fear in his eyes. "Lord, it's it! It's the one who targeted me. It's what made me like this. It's an evil devil." Edward, who came out later, immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. You're the devil. I was just resting in the room. I felt something approaching me and then fainted. I never came out. The captured Edward also said, You're lying. I just had a mental illness attack. The Lord told me that if I went crazy, I should go outside the territory and the soldiers would subdue me. That's why I came out. You're lying. At this moment, even Chao Xing was a little confused. Two Edwards appeared at once, and they both looked real, and their explanations were reasonable. Even Chao Xing's system panel couldn't see any problems, but it was obvious that one of the two Edwards must be fake. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Damn, is this the case again? These guys who can disguise are really troublesome. Chao Xing's eye of true vision can only see through some simple disguises. And those ghosts, demons, who are extremely good at disguise, have various ways to avoid detection. As the saying goes, the higher the virtue, the higher the evil. Of course, the most effective way is to kill these two Edwards together, and the fake guy will definitely be exposed. But in this way, Chao Xing lost a person with advanced life skills, including everyone, for a while. They didn't know how to distinguish. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing said, Let's do this. I don't care who is real and who is fake. I will tie you up now and lock you in the basement. Then observe slowly. Hearing this, the two Edwards said at the same time, No problem. Seeing that they agreed so readily, Chao Xing was also a little surprised. Are both Edwards real? Or is the fake Edward not afraid of being tied up? When Chao Xing took out the leader-level vines, suddenly, the Edward who was caught by the soldiers had a slightly changed expression. He could feel that the leader-level vines in Chao Xing's hand had an unimaginable toughness. Assam, go over and tie them up. The knight came over respectfully. When he took the vines from Chao Xing's hand and gradually approached Edward, a look of panic appeared in his eyes. Chao Xing noticed something was wrong with him. Edward, what's wrong with you? As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying black aura suddenly burst out from this Edward. For powerful Ascalon soldiers were blown away at the same time. Then, he turned around and ran away instantly. At the critical moment, Chao Xing saw the opportunity quickly and directly used the large net launcher. Bang! This large net was directly put on this Edward, making his escape stop. At the same time, all the combatants on the field reacted instantly and surrounded Edward. At this time, Edward on the ground seemed to know that he had been exposed. He slowly stood up from the ground. Black gas-like substance continued to emerge from his body. Moreover, the black gas flowed out of his mouth, nose, and even eyes. He looked at Chao Xing, and his mouth opened into a terrifying arc. Then he said, Still, exposed? At this moment, everyone on the field drew their weapons and prepared for battle. Chao Xing was relieved to see that he had found the right target, and then asked, Who are you? Edward grinned again. Who am I? I have many identities, the earliest of which can be traced back to 10,000 years ago. I have been the richest beggar, and the poorest king. I have played with princesses of kingdoms, and tasted beautiful elves. I even served as a clergyman in the church for a period of time. I don't know. Which identity of mine do you want to know? Chao Xing replied, I know. You are a demon. After he finished speaking, he directly threw ice ball technique at him. Bang! Minus 4,732. At this moment, the HP of Edward has been reduced to 0. But he still stands there. He gave Chao Xing a terrifying smile. Do you think you can catch me like this? Even the most powerful witcher can't do anything to me. Even the clergy worship me as a god. I feel that your territory has a magical power. If you are willing to submit to me, I will give you everything you want. But Chao Xing sneered. I am afraid you are not qualified to let me submit to you. Go ahead. Kill this guy. After saying that, Chao Xing's eyes soul-spinning spear was thrown directly over. Minus 3,742. Minus 3,354. Minus 3,372. And this Edward still stood there, and a terrifying smile appeared on his lips again. Human, you have made the most wrong decision in your life. From today on, your territory, and you, will live in fear forever. You will gradually become like that poor painter, not daring to sleep every night, not daring to go out, mentally ill, out of control. Until one day, you kneel on the ground and beg me to help you get rid of it. And the soldier's attack has already arrived. All kinds of spears and swords, all chopped at him. Puff, puff, puff. However, the strange thing was that, when these swords fell on Edward's body, it was like chopped on a ball of oil, and did not cause any damage at all. At the same time, endless black gas erupted from the opponent's body. The whole territory seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. Then, a harsh voice came to their ears. Hee, remember, be careful of anyone around you. The next moment, the black gas disappeared. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note that your territory has been targeted by a certain existence. Triggering a special event, Demon Invasion. Event description, a demon has appeared in your territory. It will randomly possess anyone. Please carefully identify it and find it out. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing frowned. A demon that can possess? He quickly scanned the surroundings. He found that the eyes of more than 200 people on the field were all vigilant and serious. At this moment, he noticed that in the crowd, an Ascalon soldier had a gloomy face and showed a terrifying smile. Catch him. After receiving Chao Xing's order, a large number of Ascalon soldiers around took action and pressed the soldier directly to the ground. The soldier who was held down continued to grin and said, "Oh? You caught me? Then what? Do you have a way to deal with me?" It grinned, as if it was laughing at him. Of course, Chao Xing and others could not really take action against their own people. So, he looked at Lu Muxua beside him, and said, "Use the large net ejection device." Lu Muxua executed it without hesitation. Bang! A huge net was wrapped around the soldier. At this moment, the soldier's body trembled all over, and a ball of black air rushed out of his body. The soldier also fainted due to severe mental damage. Demon possession is not a mental attack, so it cannot be immune to the skill faith. Chao Xing frowned again. It's a bit difficult to deal with. This bastard actually possessed my people, and I can't do anything to my people. And the usual control methods don't seem to work on it. And just at this moment, a centaur lancer next to him also began to twitch. The next moment, he directly raised the spear in his hand and began to sweep at the friendly creatures around him. At the same time, he was still making strange noises. Ha ha ha! Die! Bang bang! The holy shields of the soldiers around him, who were attacked by him, exploded layer by layer. Seeing this scene, without Chao Xing's command, the soldiers around rushed forward again and subdued the centaur lancer. However, after being controlled, the centaur continued to laugh crazily. A black gas emerged from his body again, which also meant that the demon had left his body. At the same time, the demon's wanton laughter rang in Chao Xing's ears. Ha ha ha! Are you very powerless? Are you very angry? Poor human lord. I can feel that the fear in your heart is burning like a flame. Don't suppress it anymore. As long as you submit to me, I can let you have everything you desire. Just give up your fragile conscience. The increasingly chaotic scene outside made the people of the entire territory begin to wake up. Victoria, Francesca, and even commanders such as Bertier's son Chaser also came out one by one. Chao Xing quickly ordered all staff, "Don't come out." After hearing the order, all staff stopped and returned to their rooms. This demon's methods are extremely strange. The more people there are, the harder it is to find. Ha ha ha! Foolish human. Do you think you can hide in the room? I can possess any creature, even the cattle and chickens in your territory. They can't escape. Moreover, I can also transform into anyone. How are you going to find me? Hearing this, everyone's face changed. It has to be said that this demon's methods are really strange. Possession plus transformation. It is simply a bug-like method. Chao Xing is also thinking about how to deal with this demon. Chapter 305 Commander Level Demon, Asmodeus. Chao Xing was thinking how to deal with this demon. Through observations during this period of time, he did find a pattern. That is, the existence possessed by this demon is at most at level 3, and level 4 beings like them have not been possessed by this demon yet. A flash of inspiration came to Chao Xing's mind. That is to say, although the possession of this demon is difficult, it is not without flaws. As long as all the people below level 3 around are dispersed, so that it has no target to possess, it can be forced to show its true form. Just as he was analyzing these, a possessed soldier suddenly went crazy, and seemed to want to attack Francesca. The witch frowned slightly, stretched out her delicate hand, and slapped it casually. Bang! An invisible spiritual power exploded, and the soldier was slapped away several hundred meters. From the soldier, a black gas emerged again, and it seemed to have changed its target and began to harass the people around him. Chao Xing also remained calm, and asked the surrounding soldiers and centaurs to evacuate. The demon seemed to have discovered Chaoxing's intention. It laughed loudly. Foolish human. Do you think that by dispersing the crowd, I will lose the target of possession? Ha ha ha. Possessing these weaklings is just my hobby. I like to see these weaklings struggling helplessly. Chaoxing frowned. Unexpectedly, his little tricks in secret were also discovered by him. He looked at his backpack. Demon-devouring box. The demon sealed inside, although it can be dealt with, but only by pulling out this demon who can only disguise, and then killing it once, forcing it to show its true form. Then you can drive the demon in the box, devour it, and put it back in the box. There is another way, which is to release the demon in the box completely, and let the demon fight the demon. But in this way, there will be another monster in the territory, and the situation will become more chaotic. Ha ha ha. The demon laughed wantonly. And at this moment, the gate of the wizard tower in the distance opened with a bang. A beautiful figure emitting holy light walked out of it. She held up her staff. Her face was extremely dignified, like a saint said by the gods to redeem the world. Endless light burst out from her staff. I will spread my faith in the name of God and punish all evil things in the world. The holy light shines, and the evil spirits tremble. In the name of the Holy Spirit, drive away the darkness and cleanse the sins. As Isabel's voice like a clear spring sounded, the holy light gathered in the staff became brighter and brighter, and gradually illuminated the surrounding territory. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, until the holy light completely covered the entire territory. And at this moment, in a certain corner, a strong black gas came out of a polar man. Hiss, hiss. The sound like steam kept ringing. He screamed in pain. Ah! Holy light. This damn holy light. It's those damn guys in the Vatican again. Why do I always run into you damn guys no matter where I go? At this moment, everyone looked over. At this moment, Isabel was as majestic as a goddess, and her eyes were fixed on the polar man. Above her head, a holy light ball was hanging high. As her staff moved, she said softly, "The holy light shines. The devil appears. I will use my sacred power to purify you." Ah! The body of the polar man was like a frying pan with cold water poured into it, and the dark power on his body kept boiling. The devil seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, and an invisible black gas rushed out of the polar man. And this time, under the illumination of the holy light, it no longer had a target to possess. Crash! Like a punctured ball, from the polar man, a strong, oil-like substance emerged. These substances gradually gathered into the shape of a monster. Then, a creature with a dark aura, a tall and twisted body, and a pair of terrifying wings growing on its back, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Damn the church! For so many years, you have been targeting us demons. When my Lord comes, I will hang the intestines of all the people in your church on the tree. And Isabel still said solemnly, "The church upholds the doctrine of justice. All the evil in the world will be purified under the glory of the church." But the demon snorted coldly. Hypocrisy. During the invasion war, I didn't see your church take action against those guys. Your church is just a bunch of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. Isabel snorted lightly. The invasion war did not violate the rules of the church. We have no obligation to take action. The demon said disdainfully, "Then your church's rules are really flexible, but I am too lazy to argue with you. Goodbye, a bunch of ants, I will come to you again." After speaking, it flapped its wings, bringing a terrifying gust of wind and rushed into the sky. At this time, Chaoxing sneered, "In my territory. You can come and go as you please. Isn't that too disrespectful to me? Go and stop it for me." Boom! In an instant, 4 figures shot out like meteors, which Francesca, Sarah, Victoria, and Bertie Sunchaser. These 4 commander-level creatures showed almost terrifying explosive power at this moment. Francesca had the speed bonus of Queen's Will and Black Smoke Totem, and flew into the air at a faster speed. He raised his right hand, and then pressed it down suddenly. The demon that flew into the air seemed to have suffered a terrible blow. It fell directly from the sky. Bang! Minus 9,972. The demon was like a lump of sticky oil, and it fell to the ground. A 5th level commander? No! The aura on you is far more than the 5th level. What is your strength? The demon said in horror. However, before it could react, a figure exuding the power of the dark moon rushed over like a venomous snake. Sarah came up with her ultimate move, Death Dance. The terrifying double swords leapt after images, and kept slashing through the demon's slimy body. Schwa schwa. Minus 11,723. Minus 7,864. Minus 7,653. Minus 13,723. 8 terrifying damage numbers appeared. The demon cried out in pain. Damn it! Another commander? Boom! The demon suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, forcing Sarah to retreat. Before it could fly up, Victoria had been condensing the mind shock wave for a long time, and now it blasted out like a cannonball. Bang! Minus 5,523. The demon was blown away by the huge impact force. Then, it saw a blood-red sun appear in the sky. A thin being, holding a huge battle axe, jumped high. Then the giant axe slashed down from above its head. Boom! The demon was blown away again. At this moment, under the siege of the 4 commanders, it was like a ball, being squeezed by them at will. Damn it! I am Asmodeus. I have existed for thousands of years, and you dare to treat me like this. However, all of these people under Chao Xing were from amazing backgrounds. They simply ignored this guy shouting. They attacked him in various ways, and because of his previous actions, he had completely angered everyone. So now, they all wanted to kill him. Bang! Bang! The 4 commanders continued to exert their strength. The demon was completely suppressed. The other people in the territory gradually breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. After all, they all knew that there were more powerful people in this territory than just these 4. There were more powerful beings nearby who had not yet made a move. Chao Xing also took the time to glance at the attributes of this demon. Possessed demon, Asmodeus Mephisto. Race demon. Level 50, level 5 commander. HP 11238881/1348621. Attack power 10,562 to 11,351. Armor 1849 to 1957. Skill Evil Flame Breath. Opens a ferocious giant mouth, spits out an evil flame breath, sweeping the fan-shaped area in front, causing 157% damage to all enemies. The flame contains the power of corroding souls, which can cause continuous damage to the enemy and reduce its magic resistance by 25%. Cooling time 40 seconds. Claw Tear. The demon extends a huge and sharp claw and pounces forward at an extremely fast speed, causing 145/2 physical damage to a single target, and causing the target to bleed. Cooling time 30 seconds. Shadow Shock. The demon gathers dark power and sends a powerful shadow shock wave forward, causing 178% damage to enemies within a straight line and knocking them back. Cooling time 2 minutes. Evil Spirit Possession. Possess a weak mental being within 500 meters. Control his actions and occupy the opponent's body. No cooling time. Shadow Entanglement. The demon releases a large amount of dark energy, forming tens of thousands of shadow tentacles. Entangle all enemies within 500 meters. The entangled enemy will be unable to move, and will continue to receive 112% shadow damage per second. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Commander level skill. Demon Disguise. The demon instantly changes its appearance and simulates the opponent's skills, aura, and achieves 100% replication, but cannot attack, and will be detected by creatures 20 levels higher than itself. Lasting 60 minutes. Cooldown time 10 hours. Talent. Demon Body. Will not die after the body is destroyed. After a period of time, the demon will be reduced by 5 levels and resurrected. Introduction. A demon who likes to possess weak creatures and enjoys torturing other people's souls. It is extremely evil. Please deal with it with caution. Seeing this guy's skills, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. Is it actually a 5th order commander level demon? Even the commander level skills are disguised. No wonder this guy said that he had been a king and a priest. And even the clergy could not see through his identity. Under normal circumstances, I guess even I can't see the flaw. But fortunately, there is a holy light priest in his territory. 10,000 years ago, this person was also an extremely powerful existence. Otherwise Isabel would not dare to cause trouble for the Blood Spider Queen. So, she can restrain this demon and force it to show up. Moreover, although the opponent's 5th level commander is strong, Chao Xing's strength is not to be underestimated. Just the 4 commanders under his command are enough to unilaterally pin it to the ground and ravage it. During the time when Chao Xing was observing the attributes, the health of this demon had been reduced to less than 1 million. Assam and others were waiting for Chao Xing's order. Chao Xing quickly said, "All soldiers retreat. Leave the battlefield 500 meters away. All 4th level subjects, follow me to surround this demon." After hearing Chao Xing's order, hundreds of soldiers all retreated to the edge of the territory. And Assam, Rennies, including Blot and other 4th and 5th level strongmen, all surrounded them. Although Birdie's Sun Chaser was still a 3rd level, he was a commander level creature, with a strong mental power. This demon could not possess him at all. At this moment, Isabel still held up the staff. The holy light ball above her head illuminated the entire territory, making this demon nowhere to hide. The ravaged demon struggled to get up from the ground again and again. It flapped its wings, as if it wanted to fly into the sky. However, with Francesca here, the sky belonged to her. The beautiful witch raised her delicate hands and slapped the possessed demon back again and again. Bang! Minus 9,574. Minus 9,835. Minus 15,231. More and more terrifying damage numbers appeared above its head. The demon roared angrily, "Dirty half-elf. Do you think you can kill me like this? I tell you, demons cannot be killed. You fools. Just wait. When I am reborn again, I will definitely bring endless curses to this territory." Listening to the devil shouting, the people on the field looked strange. Brown touched his head and laughed, "Aha! This demon is going to be in trouble." Not long ago, they saw with their own eyes that Chao Xing drove a powerful demon and completely killed the soul-devouring demon in the underground palace. This guy is so arrogant. Based on their understanding of their lord, he will definitely not have a good ending. At this time, Chao Xing had a faint smile on his face and took out the demon-devouring box from his backpack. Francesca in the sky was also a little angry because of the foul words of this demon. At this moment, the forest which was emitting green energy fluctuations all over her body. The terrifying forest aura fell in waves, pressing the demon to death again and again. Bang bang. The bluestone floor of dozens of meters around the territory had already been shattered, and the demon was slapped down by Francesca one slap after another, and a large pit more than 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. Sarah, Victoria, and Birdie's Sun Chaser, who were around, couldn't even intervene. They could only watch the demon being ravaged unilaterally. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. At the same time, he said with some heartache, "Well, take it easy, don't tear down our territory." Hearing this, the witch in the air also restrained herself a lot. Seeing that, the blood volume of this demon was getting lower and lower. At this time, Chao Xing suddenly had an idea. According to this world, only demons can completely kill demons. And my demon transformation skill also turns me into a demon. Then can I kill it myself? Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to give it a try. After all, using the demon-devouring box will make the sealed demon inside even more powerful. Although it can't come out, it is also a safety hazard for Chao Xing. So, he directly used the demon transformation skill. Crash! A large amount of demonic energy suddenly erupted from Chao Xing's body. Behind him, a pair of huge shadow wings also grew. At the same time, his body began to rise. After a moment, a figure that was extremely elegant compared to the possessed demon appeared directly in front of everyone. Since everyone had seen Chao Xing in this form, they were not surprised. The possessed demon was shocked. "Damn it, you are also a demon? How did you get into the hands of these humans? I understand, you want to develop your own power among humans, and then wait for the arrival of the demon lord. Right?" This guy was talking to himself. However, Chao Xing didn't want to pay attention to it at all. He threw out balls of flames directly from his hands. Bang bang. Minus 8,742. Minus 8,659. Minus 8,791. The damage numbers that almost broke 10,000 exploded one after another. In the demon transformation state, Chao Xing's attributes can be increased by 50%, and his attack power has skyrocketed. In addition, the 50% crit rate bonus of the Land of Glory title directly reaches 100% crit rate. The blood volume of this demon began to pour out like water. Ah! Damn it! As a demon, why do you want to deal with me? However, Chao Xing did not want to talk to it. He knew that these demons were very good at bewitching people. When encountering these guys, the most effective way is to kill them directly. Seeing that its health has dropped below 300,000, The demon even began to beg for mercy. Damn it! I was wrong. I didn't expect that you are also a demon. Please let me go. I swear, I will never approach your territory again. Before this, it felt that it would not die at all with its own strength. So it had been fearless. And now, the human lord it offended suddenly turned into a powerful demon. This also means that the opponent has the power to kill him completely. At this moment, the possessed demon really felt the crisis of death. It no longer had the will to fight, and all its thoughts were on escaping from here as soon as possible. However, those powerful commanders would not give it this opportunity at all. The violent attack left the demon with no chance to escape. Its health also began to drop like water. When it had only 10,000 health points left, Chaoxing burst out with an evil thought. Boom! Minus 11,532. The body of the demon disappeared on the spot. However, the system prompt for killing did not appear. Chaoxing was not surprised, because in order to really kill a demon, you need to kill its body. At the same time, at the place where the demon died, a shadow suddenly appeared. This thing is the body of the demon. It almost ran out of the territory at the moment of being hit out of the body. Francesca's attack fell, but it seemed to hit the air. Victoria's mind wave blasted out, and it was like hitting the air, without any effect. The two looked at the scene in front of them blankly. This is also a characteristic of the demon's body. No one else can attack it. Even if you are a 7th or 8th level hero, you cannot touch its body. However, just because others can't do it doesn't mean Chaoxing can't do it. Boom! A terrifying impact sounded. At this moment, Chaoxing's demon leg muscles instantly tightened, and then burst out with terrifying power, and rushed out directly. In the demon's horrified eyes, it saw a pair of dark big feet appear above its head. Then he stepped on it. Ah! A scream sounded, and a shadow struggled under Chaoxing's feet. This is the real body of the demon. In fact, the real body of the demon is quite fragile. After losing the physical strength, they only have some means of bewitching people. As long as they can attack it, this guy is a lamb to be slaughtered. The demon below was stepped on the ground, and kept begging for mercy. This great demon, please let me go, I can bring you endless wealth. I know the locations of many ancient treasures. There are the treasuries of the kingdom, the arsenals of those rebels, and even the dragon's lair. The dragon in it has died. There are piles of gold coins everywhere. A huge amount of wealth is at your fingertips. You can even get a complete dragon's body. All kinds of tempting voices kept drilling into my mind. Chaoxing was unmoved. This is the devil's means of seduction. It can easily grasp the weakness of human nature, and then give you a temptation that you can hardly refuse. Bang! Chaoxing stepped directly on it, and the devil screamed, and instantly closed his mouth. Just as Chaoxing was about to kill the devil's body directly, in his heart, a desire suddenly emerged. This desire became stronger and stronger. That is, to swallow the devil's body. Chaoxing had a hunch that, if he could swallow it, he would be greatly improved. So, he stretched out his demon claws, grabbed the shadow on the ground directly, and opened his mouth directly. As if aware of Chaoxing's intention, the demon body made a fearful sound. Don't swallow me. This great demon, please spare me. Please, whatever conditions you want, I can agree to them. Amid the other party's constant begging for mercy, Chaoxing opened his huge black mouth, and it kept expanding. Then, he swallowed it directly in one gulp. Chapter 306 Devouring the Demon, Transformation Form Advanced. Crack! The demon's voice stopped abruptly. At this time, Chaoxing, after swallowing the body of the demon, seemed to have absorbed some kind of terrifying power. The demon power in his body began to surge rapidly like a flood. Crash! A powerful force rose from his body. At the same time, his demon transformation form also underwent a wonderful change. The demon wings behind him were fully opened, becoming larger, more textured. His body was gradually covered with a layer of black armor, which made him look like he was wearing a layer of demon armor. His body also became taller. Chaoxing said happily, "Damn. This is pretty cool. Give me a big sword, and he will be a big demon." Moreover, as he continued to absorb the power of the demon, Chaoxing's aura continued to increase, and even reached the level of a 5th level commander. The 4th level people around him all felt a strong sense of oppression. Cantel and Kandar behind him exclaimed, "Chief, the Lord has become so powerful, so strong. Yes, the Lord's transformed form is so handsome." Everyone nodded. Although Chaoxing's appearance had changed a little, They all knew that this was their lord. That kind of intimacy and loyalty would not change. At this moment, Chao Xing's transformation was finally over. The demonic power on his body was instantly taken back into his body. A system prompt appeared. You devoured the possessed demon, Asmodeus Mephisto, a 5th level commander level creature, and completely killed it. You gained experience points, 0. You absorbed the demonic power from the other party. Demonic power plus 100. Get Secret Code of Disguise Demon, orange, *1. Get Dark Crystal, orange, *1. Get Expert Level Heart of Power, *1. Get Demon Blood, special item, *1. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing also grinned. Haha. Sure enough. Just as I expected, swallowing this guy is equivalent to killing it completely. A lot of things exploded this time, 2 epic items. There is also an expert level Heart of Power, and a drop of demon blood. So cool. However, the surprises are not over yet. The second system prompt appears. You have successfully completed the random event, Demon Invasion, reputation plus 1,500. Because you have absorbed a lot of demon power, the demon transformation skill has been upgraded to advanced demon transformation. The basic attribute improvement has been upgraded from 50% to 100%, and additional new skills have been learned. Demon Wings, Shadow Coil, Demon Disguise. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes showed ecstasy again. Fuck. Shadow Entanglement, Demon Camouflage. Isn't this the leader level skill and commander level skill of that demon? I actually activated it. Haha, this is too comfortable. Isn't it? Chao Xing quickly took a look at the attributes of the 3 newly acquired skills. Demon Wings, condensed demon power, gathered in the wings. In the next 10 minutes, you can enter the flying state. The flying speed is equal to your own movement speed. Cooling time, 20 minutes. Shadow Entanglement, release a large amount of demon power, forming thousands of shadow tentacles, entangle all enemies within 200 meters around, preventing them from moving, and will continue to receive shadow damage of 112% of their own attack power. Duration 7 seconds, cooling time, 3 minutes. Demon Camouflage, same attributes as before. Chao Xing thought to himself, these 3. The skills are similar to that of the demon, except that the range of Shadow Coil is reduced to 200 meters. But the control time is increased by 2 seconds, and the cooling time is shortened. The other 2 skills are not much different. The most important thing is that Demon Wings and Demon Disguise are both status skills. Even for that demon, they can only be used for a period of time under normal circumstances. But now, after my eternal power, it is permanent flight and permanent camouflage. Moreover, the improvement is more than that. Advanced Demon Transformation. S attribute increased from 50% to 100%, which is almost as good as the last advanced level. It can be said that, with this skill, Chao Xing, who is now at level 4, will have at least the combat power of a level 5 leader. With the blessing of various states, it can definitely reach the strength of a level 5 commander. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly showed a strong joy. It turns out that devouring other demons can greatly enhance my demon transformation state. In my backpack, there is also a demon swallowing box, which also seals a demon. Can I release it and then swallow it? At this moment, a desire appeared in Chao Xing's heart, but he quickly shook his head. No, we don't know how strong the demon in this box is yet. And according to Marita, when she sold me this box, it was sealed by a great wizard. That is to say, the demon inside may be at level 6, or above level 6. So, don't think of it for now. Chao Xing also suppressed this thought in his mind. Then, it's time to verify the effects of these skills. Chao Xing first exited the demon transformation state, and then re-entered it. The system prompt appeared. Successfully used advanced demon transformation, basic attributes increased by 100%. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. In the permanent state, you can exit and close it at any time. Wow! Chao Xing directly spread his wings. A ball of demon power condensed. The system prompt appeared. Successfully used Demon Wings, you have gained the ability to fly for 10 minutes. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes showed ecstasy. Haha! It really works. Now you can fly forever. Then, he flapped his huge black wings, and flew up in the surprised eyes of the people. Whoosh whoosh. Strong airflow was stirred up. Chao Xing said, clean up the battlefield, and then go back to rest. I'll go experience the function of this flight. When everyone heard this, they came back to their senses. Yes, Lord. After Chaoxing gave the order, he flew into the sky. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. He flew to a height of almost 2,000 meters before he gradually stopped. The temperature in this area has become extremely cold. Chaoxing glanced at the temperature above his head. Current temperature, -78°C. It was almost -80 degrees. My limit is that I can fly to an altitude of about 2,000 or 3,000 meters. If I go higher, the temperature will be too low and I will probably freeze to death. However, the height of 2,000 or 3,000 meters is enough. Even those 6th level masters do not have such a high attack range. At this moment, Chaoxing excitedly experienced the function of his demon wings. I found that the speed was not slow, it was the same as my usual speed. You know, although Chaoxing is a mage, he has several acceleration buffs. If he really runs, even assassins of the same level may not be able to catch up with him. So, he is quite satisfied with this speed. Not bad, not bad, another way to save my life. If I am besieged in the future, I will fly directly to the sky and see how they beat me. Chaoxing thought happily. Then, he quickly fell to the ground and landed straight, like a huge black eagle. Whoosh! The strong wind in the sky had no effect on Chaoxing. It took 10 seconds for Chaoxing to land from a height of 2,000 meters and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he began to experiment with another skill, demon disguise. Wow! Chaoxing's body shape began to change. And then in the blink of an eye he turned into a tall knight holding a magic sword. That's right. He changed into a Psalm. Successfully cast the skill Devil Disguise. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent form. In the permanent state, you can turn off and exit the disguise state at any time. Chaoxing was happy. It's just as I thought, the disguise state can be turned off and off at any time. So, I can transform infinitely. Moreover, Chaoxing found that this Devil Disguise skill is really perverted. The Assam he transformed into not only has the same aura, but also the same skills. However, his skill bar was black, which meant that he could not use it. Chaoxing thought to himself, the demon's disguise is really strong. But it's a pity that the demon's possession skill was not acquired. Otherwise, if I had the two skills of possession and disguise, I would be invincible. But even if there was only one disguise skill, it would be enough. This also gave Chaoxing a different idea. Before, he did not think about participating in the war in Dwelluan Lake City, because he was worried about being exposed. Now, the skill Demon Disguise is extremely powerful. Unless there is a being 20 levels higher than Chaoxing, it is impossible to detect it. In other words, except for the 7th level enemies, Chaoxing's identity cannot be seen through it all. Does this mean that he can use this skill to cause trouble? Chaoxing thought to himself, from the current situation, there is definitely a problem on the battlefield in Dwelluan Lake City. And I have the mask of the Red-Robed Bishop in my hand. And such a powerful disguise skill. I should be able to sneak in. Of course, there are some risks in doing so. If there is a 7th level strongman in there, I will be exposed, although the probability is very small. After all, 7th level strongmen are rare, and more accurate intelligence is needed. Moreover, this is just an idea of Chaoxing. Whether to do so remains to be discussed. Now, let's try out the effect of this camouflage skill. So, he swaggered into the gate of the territory. Creaky. The gate of the territory opened automatically, whether it recognized the identity of Lord Chaoxing or Assam. Then, Chaoxing came to the center of the territory. The people of the territory were following his instructions, cleaning up the battlefield and filling the huge pits that had just been smashed by their fighting. Chaoxing pretended to be calm, first wandering around Brown for a few times, and patting his big bald head. Braun asked in confusion, Knight Assam, what do you want to do? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've broken through the 5th level. Chaoxing laughed, then walked around Andrew for a few more times. Andrew also looked confused. Knight Assam, what's wrong with you? Chaoxing smiled again. Next, he walked around a few people who had a good relationship with Assam. However, none of them noticed Chaoxing's disguise as Assam. Even the strongest Francesca didn't notice anything unusual. Until they saw, 2 Assams appeared in the same place, and everyone immediately raised their vigilance. Braun exclaimed, 2 Assam knights, one of them must be fake. Hurry up and control them all. Just as everyone was about to rush up, Chaoxing laughed. It's me, your lord. After saying that, he returned to his normal appearance. Seeing this, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. As mentioned before, there is a special bond between the Lord and the people. They can feel a sense of intimacy with their Lord. Especially for those people who are very loyal, this feeling is particularly strong. Braun touched his head and asked, "Lord, how did you become the Assam Knight?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "After swallowing this guy just now, I accidentally gained a kind of ability." After hearing this, everyone nodded suddenly. Chao Xing continued to order, "Okay, all combatants, go back and rest first." After the staff cleaned the ground, the unconscious soldiers, and the people, all took them to the medical room, and let Sabina treat them. By the way, no one should tell anyone about what happened tonight. After hearing Chao Xing's order, everyone on the field nodded solemnly. Although I don't know what Chao Xing meant. But since the Lord has specifically ordered it, everyone will naturally strictly abide by it. The combatants dispersed one after another, and returned to their own residences. And Chao Xing began to check his spoils. When he just killed the demon, he also obtained several powerful combat items. Remove expert level power heart. And demon blood. The other two items are epic items. Next, a black code appeared in Chao Xing's hand. The codex seemed to be made of magic pattern stone, with strange magic patterns on it, and a trace of powerful demonic power flowing out. I looked at the attributes. The secret codex of disguised demon, orange special equipment. Quality, orange. Equipment type, general equipment. Item effect, it records some basic skills of the disguised demon, which can be released by consuming a certain amount of mental power, including Shadow Arrow, Devil's Grip, Demon Shield, Demon Slave Disguiser. Note, these skills can only be used when the demon is transformed. Oh! It actually records so many skills? Chao Xing looked at the several skill attributes recorded on this thing. Shadow Arrow, holding the secret book, using some mental power, shooting a shadow arrow, causing shadow damage equal to attack power asterisk 114% to the enemy, cooling time, 90 seconds. Devil's Grip, consume some mental power, by chanting a spell, summoning a demon hand under the enemy's feet, causing 157% shadow damage to it, and restricting it to the spot for 1 to 2 seconds, cooling time, 180 seconds. Demon Shield, consumes a lot of mental power, forms a demon shield around itself, increases its own control-free probability by 20%, and can resist mental damage asterisk 3, lasting for 120 seconds, cooling time, 5 minutes. Demon Slave Disguiser, consumes a lot of mental power, makes all friendly units within 50 meters around itself enter the disguiser state. The name and identity information will be overwritten as a demon slave, and can launch attacks. All attacks will have a camouflage effect, lasting 10 minutes, cooling time, 10 hours. Note, the disguised demon slave will be seen through by units 20 levels higher than itself. Wow! So many skills? This thing is indeed an epic item. Even a warrior, holding this codex can become a strong mage. However, this thing has a limitation, that is, it can only be used in the demon transformation state. In other words, only I can use it. Chao Xing thought for a moment. However, his eyes were on the last skill. The skill of Demon Slave Disguiser is quite good. It can actually change the name information of friendly units into Demon Slave, so that even the players can't see it. And the most important thing is that this thing is for groups. And this also gave Chao Xing a different idea. Although he had the skill Demon Disguise before, he could use it to enter Dwelluan Lake City, or some special places. But it's still not safe. After all, I'm alone. If I get exposed, it will be troublesome. Now that this group camouflage skill is available, I can make all the people in the territory enter the camouflage state. After all, this skill will also be blessed by eternal power. In this way, Chao Xing has more room for operation. He can even take his people to cause trouble without worrying about being exposed. After all, a demon leads a group of demon slaves to destroy everywhere. Isn't this reasonable? Restraining his excitement, Chao Xing began to check another epic item. Dark Crystal, orange special item. Quality, epic. Item effect, contains a portion of pure demonic power. After use, it will be bound to the user. When the crystal holder is killed in the demon transformation state, he will be resurrected once with full health immediately, and within 5 minutes after resurrection, the demon transformation state attribute will be increased by an additional 50%. And the attack range of all skills will be increased by 30%. Note, the crystal that can give the demon the power of rebirth, but it can only be effective once. Damn! Rebirth crystal? So powerful. Chao Xing was shocked instantly. Although he knew that epic level items were all very abnormal. But the effect still surprised him. Resurrecting with full health on the spot, adding 50% extra attribute enhancement, and 30% attack range enhancement. After resurrecting, the strength can be increased dramatically to abnormal. And the most important thing is that the attribute enhancement at the end is estimated to be blessed by eternal power and become a permanent enhancement. Chao Xing even wanted to die on the spot and then strengthen himself. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, this is a precious opportunity to revive with full health. It's better not to waste it. So, he clicked on the bind button directly. Successful binding, dark crystal, number of uses remaining, 1. Chao Xing put it directly into his backpack. Not bad, 3 of the 4 items that exploded this time are very useful to me. The remaining drop of demon blood, I can't use it at the moment. When I have another commander level dragon blood fighter, I can have another demon dragon blood fighter again. The benefits of killing demons are really high. Chao Xing was full of emotion. The last time he killed the soul-devouring demon, he also got a lot of good stuff. And that soul-devouring demon was only a level 3 leader. This time, the level 5 commander level 1 was even more explosive. This made Chao Xing decide that if he saw this kind of demon in the future, he would never let it go if he could beat it. As for the other expert level heart of power, Chao Xing thought for a moment and decided to give this heart of power to Rennie's. So, he went straight to the female archer's residence and then opened the door. At this moment, Rennie seemed to have just laid back on the bed. After seeing Chao Xing come in, she had a happy smile on her face. Lord, you are here. Chao Xing nodded. Well, I came to give you something good. After that, he handed her the fist-sized heart of power. Rennie's recognized the thing in Chao Xing's hand at a glance. And it also contained the power she longed for. But she was a little hesitant, and seemed to be afraid to take the thing in Chao Xing's hand. Seeing this, Chao Xing asked in confusion, What's wrong? Rennie's? Lord, I failed once last time. If I fail again this time, the loss will be too great. You should give it to someone else. She knew the preciousness of the expert level heart of power. After all, this is something that can only be dropped by creatures at least level 5 leaders. Chao Xing comforted her. It's okay. You are one of the first people to follow me. And I have seen your loyalty and contribution. Even if you fail 10 times, I won't blame you. When Rennie's heard this, her eyes suddenly became wet. Lord, her voice was a little choked, and she was deeply moved. Chao Xing smiled and stroked her hair, and then wiped away the tears from her eyes. Okay. Now use this heart of power and break through. Rennie's did not hesitate anymore. Thank you, Lord. After saying that, she took the heart of power from Chao Xing and crushed it. Crack! The pure power contained in it flowed into Rennie's body and was absorbed by her. As time passed, the aura of this female archer became stronger and stronger. Like a tight bowstring, it was constantly pulled apart, accumulating terrifying power. Just by getting close to Rennie's, you can feel a tingling sensation on your skin. After a few minutes, it seemed to have accumulated to a certain limit. Chao Xing heard a sound like a bubble bursting. Pop! The next moment, a strong aura suddenly burst out from Rennie's body. Chapter 307 Planning for the New Territory. Future Outlook. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, successfully used the expert level power heart. Breakthrough to the 5th level leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Because its attributes have been greatly improved, it has completed the sublimation transformation, and its health value has increased by an additional 50%. Buzz, the breath of a 5th level leader level strongman, swept the entire territory. Everyone looked at it sideways. They could all feel that there was another strongman in this territory. Sarah, Assam and others seemed to understand something, with a relieved smile on their faces. The territory is getting stronger and stronger, and they feel proud of it. With an excited look on her face, Rennie's came to Chao Xing and said, Lord, I succeeded? She was too excited and subconsciously grabbed Chao Xing's arm. Her strong wrist strength even made Chao Xing feel like he was being held by an iron hoop, and his mouth twitched in pain. But in front of his subordinates, Chao Xing was embarrassed to show it. He said with a forced smile, Congratulations, Rennie's. I knew you would succeed. After hearing this, the female archer in front of him also showed a bright smile at the corner of her mouth. I looked at her attributes. Ascalon Archer, Rennie's Hawkeye. Race, human. Level 40/500000. Level 5 leader level creature. Sure enough. Level 5 is a very strong transformation. Although Rennie's is neither a commander creature nor a legendary weapon of Assam. She has a skill called Hunting Heart. This skill directly increases the critical strike rate by 50%. Combined with the basic critical strike rate, it is 100% critical strike. And her current attack power, plus Lu Mushua's Blessing of Courage. When dealing with creatures without armor, a random critical hit is more than 9,000 damage. Add to that her terrifying attack speed. In terms of output, she is on par with Andrew. In other words, Renice now has the combat power to fight against 6th level strongmen. This is why Xiaoxing always lets these core combatants advance first, rather than letting himself and Lu Mushua advance first. Indeed, as a powerful Aurora Knight, Lu Mushua's various attributes will be greatly improved after the advancement. Including the values of some blessing skills will also be greatly improved. However, these blessing skills can allow the strong men under his command to fight 1 level higher. But they cannot have the ability to fight 2 levels higher. After all, the gap between the 4th level and the 6th level is like a huge chasm. And people like Sarah and Assam, as long as they break through, they will have the combat power to fight against the 6th level strong men. There is no shortage of 4th and 5th level strong men in his territory. But what is lacking is the top combat power of higher level. Xiaoxing praised, yes. Rennie's, your strength has become extremely strong after the breakthrough. Also, your strength has also increased a lot. Hearing the latter sentence, Rennie's immediately realized something. She quickly let go of Xiaoxing's hand and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Lord, I was too excited. I hurt you. I'm sorry. The woman kept apologizing, and there was a panic on her pretty face. Seeing her like this, Xiaoxing wanted to tease her. He chuckled and said, "It's nothing. Just rub it for a few times." Yeah. Rennie's nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then, she stretched out her pair of thick calloused hands and rubbed Xiaoxing's arms gently with a clumsy movement and gradually knelt on the ground. Now from this angle, it looks a bit evil. Xiaoxing was standing at this time, and from this angle, he could see Rennie's fluttering eyelashes and serious eyes. There was also a large piece of white under the breastplate. Rennie's was very serious at this time, gently rubbing Xiaoxing's arms. The next moment, Xiaoxing directly held her hair. Rennie's eyes widened. How? So sudden. Do you like it? Rennie's. I like it. I like it. I like you the most. Xiaoxing had a faint smile on his face, and gently stroked her hair. After a while, Rennie's blushed and said, Your Majesty, I haven't felt your love for a long time. Xiaoxing was stunned. Speaking of which, since the last time, I really haven't looked for Rennie's for a long time. He did not speak, but embraced the female archer with perfect body curves. What surprised Xiaoxing was that compared with the last time, Rennie's body seemed to have undergone some changes. Xiaoxing took a breath, and then asked, Rennie's, can your breakthrough still affect this place? The beauty blushed and said, Because I have become stronger too fast recently. I can't control the power of my body well. Xiaoxing couldn't help sighing. This time, he didn't even last half an hour. Xiaoxing felt a little annoyed. The beauty behind him had a shy smile in her eyes, and a hint of deep cunning was hidden in her sapphire-like pupils. After resting for 5 minutes, Xiaoxing didn't believe in evil. He continued to practice with this powerful female archer until the second half of the night. Xiaoxing fled back to his lord's hut. After that, nothing special happened. Those unconscious soldiers and Edward have been sent for treatment. Xiaoxing also fell into a deep sleep. The next day, survivors, please note that you have passed the 3rd day of the construction week. Remaining time, 4 days. Weather forecast, due to unknown reasons. There will be a warm and humid air current passing through the snowy area today, causing the temperature in the high altitude to rise temporarily. At the same time, a large-scale freezing rain and hail will fall at the same time. The temperature is -47°C to 53°C. It is not suitable to go out. It is suitable to build the territory. Seeing the system prompt, the two opened their eyes. Xiaoxing thought, is bad weather going to happen again? Lu Mushua nodded lightly. Yes. Since the blizzard, we finally had a few days of good weather. But we didn't expect it to happen again today. In this world, they have experienced moderate snow, heavy snow, and even blizzards many times. But freezing rain and hail are the first time. In the chat channel, some survivors have begun to sigh. However, after so many days, basically the survivors who survived have adapted to the ever-changing weather in this world. Moreover, Chao Xing's territory is located in the plains, and the freezing rain has little impact on him. He only needs to pay attention to drainage. In addition, people working outside the territory need to pay attention to the loss of body temperature. After all, rain on the body, with the temperature of this world, will quickly take away a lot of heat. Fever, cold and other symptoms may break out among the people in the territory. Chao Xing thought to himself, but fortunately, the medical room in my territory has been built and equipped with corresponding medical personnel. In addition, most of my people have a strength of about level 10, and their physical fitness is still much stronger than that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Chao Xing was relieved. Get up, Mushu. Before the freezing rain comes, we will start the second round of territory expansion. Hearing this, Lu Mushua's eyes were also a little surprised. She replied obediently, yes. Let's get up together. The two of them quickly washed up again and came to the outside of the Lord's hut. At the same time, hundreds of soldiers and nearly 200 staff members were waiting outside. After seeing Chao Xing and Lu Mushua, everyone saluted at the same time. Lord, good morning. Madam Lord, I wish you good health. Chao Xing nodded slightly. At this time, the Lord Chao Yi came up to report, Lord, the 3 carts of ore that De Zhuang and his men brought back yesterday have all been sorted. A total of 22,784 stone resources, 7,734 iron resources, 2,183 copper resources, and 216 primary magic crystals have been obtained, and they have all been placed in the storage box of the territory. Hearing Chao Yi's report, Chao Xing also smiled. This efficiency is indeed very high. Not counting other things, there are 216 primary magic crystals alone, which is equivalent to more than 20,000 magic units, which is equal to the value of 2 expert-level magic crystals. Moreover, this is only the output of the goblin laborers for one day. There are more than 20,000 stones. Although stones are only basic resources, in the subsequent expansion of the territory, the amount of this resource to be consumed is huge. Chao Xing nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work, Chao Yi. The Lord Chao Yi said modestly, This is our job. Respected Lord. Now, please tell us what to do today. De Zhuang next to him also echoed, Yes, Lord. We can't wait to work. The staff on the field were full of energy. But Chao Xing smiled and said, Don't worry. I have other plans today. Everyone stood there in confusion, but no one asked more questions. Chao Xing asked, Who among you has experience in urban construction or village construction? Hearing this question, hundreds of pairs of eyes on the field looked at each other and shook their heads. Seeing this, Chao Xing also sighed. In his territory, there are many talents in combat and life. However, there is no talent in management and construction. He thought to himself, It seems that the matter of recruiting talents in territory management and construction should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. But it doesn't matter if there are no talents now. Let's expand the territory first. When we find talents in this area in the future, we can replant it. Anyway, I have huge vines, and I can move the layout of the territory as I want. At this time, Lu Mushua next to him raised her hand and said softly, Axing, I used to be a city planning major. Maybe I can try. Hearing this, Chao Xing was also slightly stunned. Speaking of which, he really didn't know about Lu Mushua's past. He didn't expect that her major in college was urban planning. After all, when Chao Xing first heard the name Lu Mushua, she had already become famous in Xiangjiang City. That's great, Mushu. I'll have someone draw a rough map of the territory later, and then you can see how to plan it better. The female knight beside him nodded slightly after hearing this, with a gentle smile on her face, seemingly happy to be able to contribute to the territory. Chao Xing looked at the pale painter in the crowd again, and asked, Edward, how do you feel now? Last night, the demon that had targeted him finally showed up. After the demon erupted with terrifying power, an ordinary person, like Edward, could not bear it and fainted. He was later carried to the infirmary. After hearing this, Edward showed a forced smile on his face, and then said, Lord, I feel very good now. I heard from Dr. Sabina that you solved the demon last night. Now, when I close my eyes, those terrifying monsters will never appear again. Praise Lord. You saved me. After saying this, he saluted Xiaoxing solemnly. Thanks to your help, territory member, Edward Degas's loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 91. Xiaoxing also laughed after hearing this. I have to say, Edward is really his lucky star. At the beginning, Xiaoxing had a sudden idea, bringing this down-and-out painter back to the territory, because he was attracted by his advanced painting proficiency. Unexpectedly, he also brought a powerful demon to the territory. This demon gave Xiaoxing 2 epic items, and greatly improved the strength of himself and Rennie's. The help is huge. Of course, only Xiaoxing has the strength to deal with the demon. If it were other survivors or other forces, even if the demon appeared, they would not be able to do anything to that guy. And they might even be killed by this demon. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing felt better. Very good. I have a task for you now. Edward's expression suddenly became stern. And then he said respectfully, please tell me. Lord, I will do my best to complete it. Xiaoxing smiled and said, it's not a difficult task. I need you to draw the architectural layout of our territory. How long will it take? The painter thought for a moment, and then said, my lord, I need to go to a high place to investigate first. But it won't take long. It will take about 10 minutes to finish the painting. After hearing this, Xiaoxing also nodded. Okay, then you go first. Others, go to the cafeteria to have breakfast first, and then wait for my order. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and saw the joy in each other's eyes. The goblin said happily, haha. Great. It's time for breakfast again. Yes. Yes. We lived for decades before. And we had never even heard of breakfast. People living in this territory are so happy. After hearing this, the group of polar people said proudly, of course. Our Lord is compassionate to his subordinates. Kind and powerful. It's your luck to come to this territory. The goblins agreed, God of the crypt. I agree with what this polar man said. Yes. Yes. It would be great if we could meet the Lord earlier. Femos. I suggest that we go back to the South Continent and take over the other hard workers to serve the Lord. Ramos. You idiot. The South Continent is so far away from us that you don't know how many earth dragons there are. You can't run there even if you break your legs. The goblins were chirping. Amid the voice, the crowd gradually dispersed. Edward, on the other hand, quickly climbed up to the distant watchtower and began to observe the terrain of the entire territory. Then he took out a drawing board and a paintbrush and began to paint attentively. After entering the working state, the painter's face was more serious than ever. He glanced at the building below from time to time, and waved the paintbrush in his hand from time to time, with rapid movements. Compared with the decadent look before, he was like a different person. Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue, on the other hand, stood below and waited. A few minutes later, Edward climbed down from the watchtower, and quickly ran to the watchtower at the other end of the territory, and began to draw the terrain in the territory. It took about 20 minutes. Edward went to the watchtowers in 4 directions, and drew them all. He ran over breathlessly and said, Lord, Lady Lord, I have finished drawing them all. Please take a look. For large drawings appeared in his hands. In each drawing, there was a corner of Xiaoxing's territory. At this time, they were laid flat and spliced together, and a complete floor plan appeared. Moreover, Edward's painting skills were very good, and he almost restored the buildings in his territory one by one. He could tell at a glance what kind of building it was in the territory. Xiaoxing praised, Edward, you did a good job, and your painting skills are very superb. Lu Muxue next to him also chuckled and praised him. Edward seemed to feel a great honor to receive their praise. He straightened his body immediately and said respectfully, Thank you, Lord and Lady Lord, for your approval. Then, Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue observed the blueprint drawn by Edward. However, the more they looked at it, the more their brows began to frown. Before, they didn't feel it with their naked eyes. But now, when all these buildings were presented on paper, Xiaoxing felt how messy the layout of his territory was. Because his territory was a circle with a diameter of 1 kilometer. And because it was developed little by little, many buildings were built temporarily. Sometimes Xiaoxing got new blueprints, such as the King's Altar, the Knight's Hall, etc., and he would just find an empty space to build them. Sometimes new people came to the territory, and a batch of new residential houses were built. and several buildings would also be built behind these buildings. In this way, these buildings in the territory had no specific plan and were of different heights. It looked messy. Not only Chao Xing, but also some survivor lords who had some obsessive-compulsive disorder. The territories of other people were basically in such a messy state. Later, we need to demolish and rebuild and relay out, which will take a lot of time. Chao Xing said at this time, Muxue, I will expand the diameter of the territory from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. How do you think it should be planned? Lu Muxue thought for a moment after hearing this. Her beautiful eyes looked at the building in the distance, as if she was thinking about something. Chao Xing was also waiting quietly beside her. After all, planning an entire territory is not an easy task. From a diameter of 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, it is equivalent to expanding the territory by 4 times, which is already the size of a small town. There are a lot of buildings that can be accommodated inside. And to plan these buildings, and to consider future development, is a very brain-consuming task. After thinking for about 3 or 4 minutes, Lu Muxue seemed to have an idea. She picked up a paintbrush, and then circled a circle in the center of the paper Edward drew. According to what you told me last night, the furnace and the Lord's mansion cannot be moved or demolished. So, these 2 buildings are the core buildings of the entire territory. Then we will take these 2 buildings as the center, and continue to expand to the periphery, dividing the 2nd ring, the 3rd ring, and the 4th ring area. There are also living areas, industrial areas, agricultural breeding areas. And, so we have to reserve enough space, which can be made into a combat area or a training area. As Lu Muxue spoke, she also continued to add some details that she had considered. At this moment, she also used her skills as a graduate of urban planning. With a solemn expression, the living area includes the eating and accommodation of the people. So it needs a relatively quiet environment. So I suggest building it outside the territory, in the 2nd ring area. Then, there is the 3rd ring. I suggest putting the Knight's Hall, Warrior Camp, King's Altar, and other buildings here. And at the same time reserve more open space for the construction of other buildings in the future. Then, there is the industrial area. Some machinery factories, or sorting plants, logging plants and other noisy places should be set up far away from the residential area. That is, in the outer area. As she spoke, Lu Muxue began to draw circles on the drawing, and noted the locations of these circles. In addition, there are also farmlands and cattle sheds, and other breeding areas, which also need to be divided into separate areas. The pale tree and the back garden do not need to be moved. Just keep them as they are. And then reserve a few spaces here, as the central administrative area of the territory town. Then the vacant land in the 2nd and 3rd ring roads will be used to build more residential houses if the population explodes in the future. As she continued to write. Soon, the painting on the ground had various circles of different sizes. It was not until almost 20 minutes later that Lu Muxue finally completed her idea. Chao Xing looked at the drawing on the ground, which was filled with various patterns and words, and asked Edward beside him, Do you understand what my wife means? Edward nodded quickly and said, I understand. Lord, give me 10 minutes, and I will draw the Lord's wife's idea. Chao Xing nodded. And this talent with advanced painting mastery began to show his talent again. Swish, swish, as he spread a piece of paper on the ground. He looked at the areas circled by Lu Muxue and painted proudly. Chapter 308 The Second Wave of Construction, Large-Scale Construction. Lu Muxue observed Edward's painting from the side, and occasionally proposed revisions. Soon, a brand new territory diagram appeared in front of the two. Chao Xing took a look. Compared to the original territory diagram, it was a complete change. It was the same idea as Lu Muxue. The center of the entire territory, naturally, was the furnace and the Lord's mansion, and the pale tree behind him. So, Lu Muxue's idea was to use these 2 buildings as the center, and start to spread out to the periphery. There are neat streets and squares in the middle, and a separate area is allocated for the Lord's mansion. Then the 2nd circle starts with various buildings, including various residential houses, sewing shops, and alchemy workshops. Then in the 3rd circle, there are large buildings such as the Mage Tower, the King's Altar, and the Knight's Hall, which can also be used as living areas. In the 4th circle, there are some processing plants mentioned above, and various training grounds will be added later. In each circle of buildings, there are sentry towers, lighthouses, etc. Then it extends to the outside, where there is a large open space, which is considered a buffer zone. The buffer zone is used to prevent the enemy from rushing into the territory and causing damage to the buildings in the territory. Although the probability of this happening is very small, it is better to be prepared. After that, there is a circle of towering walls, which surround the entire territory. After Chaoxing finished reading it, he was very satisfied. Not bad. Not bad. This is what I want the future territory to look like. Although, this is just a concept map. To achieve this, it will take a lot of time. A huge amount of materials will be consumed during this period. Just laying a brick and stone floor on the ground of the entire territory is a big project. However, we should take it step by step and eat it bite by bite. Chaoxing believes that with his own development speed, he will soon be able to achieve the appearance on this drawing. Thinking of this, Chaoxing took the concept map and praised, "Edward, you did a good job. And Mu Shui, you are also great." Hearing the praise, Mu Shui showed a gentle smile on her face. After memorizing the blueprint, Chaoxing began to give orders, all the mages in the mage tower, the combatants in the training camp, and the staff in the blacksmith shop and the alchemy workshop. "Stop your work and come out." Hearing Chaoxing's voice, the blacksmith Harold, the witch Francesca, and the mature couple who rarely go out, Xia Yanni and Elena, also came out. They all stared at their lord with curious eyes. Harold stood beside his half-giant wife and asked in confusion, "Lord, what happened? Don't we need to work anymore?" Chaoxing looked over. The dwarf blacksmith had a nervous look on his face. The half-giant put Anna next to him had a slightly bigger belly than before. Her face also showed a maternal glow. Chaoxing smiled and said, "Nothing. Just changing the layout of the territory. It won't take long. You can continue working in a while." Harold also relaxed after hearing this. Chaoxing continued, "Francesca, can you take me to the sky? A height of about 50 meters will be enough." Although he also has the ability to fly, but devil transformation is still useful in this state, it is better to reduce the number of times he uses it in front of the people. The witch in front of him thought for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttered, and then nodded. "Okay." After saying that, she walked forward slowly. She was still wearing the aqua blue dress of the two dresses that Chaoxing gave her last night. At this time, Francesca, with her black hair covering her back, looked like an elf walking out of the ocean. Then, she stretched out a white jade hand, inviting her. Chaoxing was stunned for a moment. What is this?" Francesca said lightly. "Don't you want me to take you to the sky? If you don't touch me, my forest power can't work on you." Chaoxing understood after hearing this. He grabbed the witch's delicate hand. Francesca's body trembled slightly, as if she was a little uncomfortable. Chaoxing, on the other hand, felt the soft touch of the witch's palm. A faint herbal fragrance came from his nose. Francesca quickly adapted to the contact with Chaoxing. Then, as the green forest power burst out from her body, Chaoxing felt an invisible force appear under his feet, and his sight began to rise rapidly. Because he had experienced flying before, he was not panicked. After a while, this force brought him to a stop in the air about 50 meters. The witch tilted her head and asked, "Is this height okay?" Chaoxing nodded. "Okay. You have to hold me tight next. Don't let me fall." She pursed her light red lips, and seemed to feel a little speechless. Chaoxing closed his eyes, and sensed carefully. Then, he felt the sleeping giant under the territory. The next moment, he directly established a connection with it. Hua la la. The huge vine woke up instantly. Thousands of vines, like tentacles, began to move underground. All the people in the territory felt a strong vibration under their feet. There was doubt in their eyes, but they had a hunch that this vibration might be related to their lord. At this time, Chaoxing was still thinking about how to start in the air. After all, expanding the territory is simple to say, but the amount of work involved is still very large. Moreover, Chaoxing had to arrange various buildings according to the plan on the blueprint. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing had an idea in his mind. The first step is to tear down the city wall and expand to the periphery. Then gradually move other buildings in the territory. After the space is freed up, there will be room for operation. After determining the first step, the idea became much clearer. So, Chaoxing started to work. Hua la la. Almost all the vines began to move, and then came to the soil under the intermediate city walls. Under Chaoxing's control, these vines cut the 10-meter long 4-meter high, 1-meter wide intermediate frost wall. Into pieces. Then, they lifted all the walls. Boom! Boom! A large number of vines lifted the walls, and quickly came to an open space about 1.5 kilometers away from the furnace. And then began to reposition them. The people in the territory were completely stunned when they saw the walls flying in the sky. Old Mel said with emotion, "Gods! Am I dreaming? The city wall will fly?" A woman in her 40s or 50s pulled his beard. "Mr. Mel, do you feel the pain?" "Hiss. It hurts." Old Mel felt pain instantly and exclaimed, "This is not a dream. Oh my God! This must be the great power of the Lord. But, how can such a thing be done?" Old Mel's eyes were filled with strong surprise. On the field, everyone was shocked. Juliet and Neve were fine. After all, they had seen Chao Xing do it once. As for the others, they were completely confused and stood there blankly. Especially the group of Earth mages. The Earth was their belief, and the source of their power. With enough magic power, they could also control the Earth elements and move the city wall. However, to move dozens of blocks at a time like Chao Xing did, and move several kilometers at a time, even Tyron, an honorary mage, could not do such a thing. The old wizard Tyron said with emotion, "Lord, you are a magical being. Even the goddess of the earth is helping him." In their eyes, this was a miraculous method. Then, everyone watched Chao Xing move all the walls away. 10 minutes later, a total of 312 walls, with a length of 10 meters, excluding the gates, were moved by Chao Xing. According to the outline on the map, they were reassembled. However, these walls can only enclose a small area. Therefore, Chao Xing had to build 316 more city walls to completely enclose the territory with a diameter of 2 kilometers. Very good. The first step of expansion is successful. And the next step is the arrow towers and sentry towers. Chao Xing also followed the plan on the blueprint and began to transfer the intermediate sentry towers, intermediate frost arrow towers, etc. on a large scale. After these buildings were transferred, he began to transfer the residential houses, sewing shops, and alchemy workshops to the second ring area. Then the mage tower, night hall, training barracks and other buildings were placed in the third ring area. Finally, the processing plants were moved to the outer area. It took nearly 40 minutes. Chao Xing finally completed the transfer. The territory at this time looked a bit scattered, and there were still many empty spaces. It was very different from the drawings. But this was normal. After all, there were not so many buildings in Chao Xing's territory, and it was impossible to fill such a large territory. But next, it was necessary to start large-scale construction and enter a crazy construction mode. First, build a large number of city walls, residential houses, floor tiles, etc. in batches. With the efforts of nearly 200 staff members, the prototype of the future territory on the blueprint will soon be realized. But before that, there is another problem in front of Chao Xing. That is, if you want to build so many buildings, the resources required must be a huge number. Chao Xing thought to himself, "I don't know if my resource reserves are enough." He looked at his territory resources. Wood, *247232 stone, *493291 iron, *67249 copper, *33257 mithril, *20639 glacier fragments, *11329001. Chao Xing's face was full of joy. Yes, after so many days of resource mining, the resources in my territory have become rich. These resources are enough to build more than 300 intermediate frost walls. However, if you want to pave the entire territory with bricks and stone tiles, there will not be enough stone resources. After all, one floor tile requires 2 stones to build, and Chao Xing's territory is 2 kilometers in diameter, which is more than 3 million square meters. Oh my God! You don't know until you calculate it. It's shocking. To cover the entire territory, at least several million stones are needed. This is a very scary number. Chao Xing's stone reserves are not even a fraction of what they were. Damn it. It seems I have to find a way to get a large amount of stones. Basic resources such as stones are relatively easy to get. When mining various mines, you can also mine a lot of stones. If it doesn't work, just wait for Harold to make another batch of arrows, and then go to the market to buy them. In fact, Chao Xing doesn't need to lay floor tiles in the entire territory, except for the central area of the city. The buffer zone outside can actually be sprinkled with grass seeds to turn it into a lawn. But Chow felt that the lawn was not very durable. In addition, he had a little bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even if it consumed more resources, he had to make his territory look more comfortable. Thinking of this, Chao Xing continued, "Okay, Francesca, take me down." The witch nodded slightly. Just now in the sky, she was also slightly surprised, watching Chao Xing control the transfer of the plants below, but now she has recovered. Then, the two of them fell from the sky together. At this moment, after seeing Chao Xing, the people in the territory shouted loudly, "Lord, your majesty is as great as the power of gods. Lord, your majesty is as great as the power of gods." The next moment, a large number of loyalty increases appeared. "Because you have shown great strength." The member of the territory, Ma Lin, was impressed. "And his loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 87. Because you have shown." Those newly joined earth mages, goblin laborers, and centaurs all have a higher loyalty. The loyalty of many centaurs has reached more than 90. Chao Xing smiled, knowing that it was the sight of him moving various buildings that frightened the people. He announced, "As you can see, our territory has undergone great changes. From today, the territory will enter a new stage of development. Then, we will start issuing today's tasks." Hearing this, everyone looked stern and listened carefully. De Zhuang, the polar man, stepped forward. "My lord, I'm here." Chao Xing ordered, "Today, you, San Zhuang, Si Zhuang, and 60 goblin laborers, go to that mine to mine resources. Other goblin laborers stay. I have other tasks to arrange. Don't waste resources such as stones. Bring them all back. We will need a lot of stone for the construction of our territory next." After hearing this, De Zhuang said respectfully, "Yes, my lord. We will do our best to mine that mine." Chao Xing nodded slightly and continued, "Chao Yi." The old man also came out. "Your task is very simple. Lead the remaining goblin laborers, other tree spirits, and humans to build primary walls with all their strength, and upgrade them to intermediate walls, and then upgrade them to frost walls. This will take a lot of time. Even if you have nearly 100 people, it is still a big project. So I don't ask you to finish it in 1 or 2 days. Just build it with all your strength. Do you understand?" The chieftain Chao Yi said solemnly. Respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Duan, "Lord, I'm here." Chao Xing continued, "Your task is also very heavy. Today, in addition to De Zhuang, San Zhuang, Si Zhuang, all other polar people are under your command. You must first build the mage tower to the intermediate level, and then go to the outer ring area of the territory to build an archer training range. You must also upgrade the alchemy workshop to the advanced level. These 3 buildings are the most important. Try to arrange more polar people to work there. I need to complete it in the shortest time. In addition, we must make all our efforts to manufacture bluestone floor tiles and pave the entire ground of our territory." Duan wrote down Chao Xing's instructions one by one, and then said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly. At this point, all the staff had their tasks. Chao Xing also had tasks for the remaining combatants. "Can't tell. Can are. Strong Lord. We are here." Chao Xing ordered, "Today, except for the centaur lancers who will go to the Knight's Hall for training. You will lead the other centaurs to patrol the area around 20 kilometers around the territory. If you encounter any resource points or special events along the way, record them and report to me." The 2 centaurs immediately replied, "Yes, Lord. Leave it to us." Chao Xing nodded. "Others, train as needed, and work as needed." After the words fell, hundreds of people began to disperse like a tide. De Zhuang, San Zhuang, and Si Zhuang each led 20 goblin laborers and sat in the cab of the transport vehicle. The goblin laborers also got into the vehicle skillfully. Boom! The energy cores of the 3 transport vehicles started, and then gradually drove out of the territory. Chao Yi led nearly 100 people, went out of the territory, and began to build the city wall with all his strength. As for Duan, according to Chao Xing's instructions, he led the polar people to upgrade some territory buildings on a large scale. The entire territory has begun a state of vigorous development. This is also the largest construction in Chao Xing's history. It can be said that the resources he has accumulated in the past period of time will be quickly consumed in the next few days. But it is all worth it. After all, Resources are to be used, and it is most important to turn them into your own strength. Just like the Caesar's God Warrior altar, this thing can consume a lot of resources and massively improve the strength of the warriors. Because of this altar, a chaotic era began. In order to maintain world order, the 6 true gods had to take action and started the eternal war. However, despite knowing the consequences, if someone else controlled this altar, they would still use it without hesitation. After all, it is most important to have power in your own hands. He and Lu Mushua walked side by side. Lu Mushua said, axing. Besides this, there is another problem. We need to plan the sewers of the territory in advance. A civilized town must have a qualified underground system. Chao Xing nodded. I know this problem, but the staff now have things to do, and the territory resources are a bit insufficient. This can only be solved later. After a pause, Chao Xing continued, Mushua, you go and rest first. I'm going to see how our yaks are doing. Lu Mushua nodded slightly, and then returned to the Lord's hut. Chao Xing himself went straight to the farm area. Yesterday, he brought back a large number of cloud yaks and light-feathered chickens. After a day, I don't know how they are doing. After a while, Chao Xing came to the outer ring area of the territory, an open space. This is the future agricultural breeding area. Not far away are 2 fertile fields that have been reclaimed before, and a well. In front are 6 intermediate cattle sheds, which are neatly arranged together. Chao Xing was outside, and heard the sounds of the cattle inside, and the noisy calls of the light-feathered chickens. It seems that these bare-feathered chickens are still not obedient. Shaking his head, Chao Xing decided to go find the bare-feathered chickens later. He took the lead in pushing open the door of the middle cowshed. Warm air mixed with the smell of hay came to his face. There was a pair of figures inside, working hard. It was old Mel and his daughter Eliza. The father and daughter, wearing aprons at this time, put a lot of hay in the trough, mixed with a small amount of Moses grass. The cattle inside were relatively quiet, and they seemed to like the living environment in the cowshed. After seeing Chao Xing coming, old Mel wiped the sweat from his forehead, then bowed slightly and said, Lord, I wish you good health. Lord, good morning. Elisa also greeted him from the side. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then said, Mr. Mel, you are a little too busy. Right? Old Mel was about to say that he could handle it, but the situation in front of him was here, and he nodded a little embarrassedly. Lord, I am old, and my health is not as good as before. When I was young, I could take care of hundreds of yaks by myself. Elisa hurriedly said, Lord, I will help my father. Please don't worry. Chao Xing smiled. Elisa, you are now a combatant in our territory, and you will take on the defense of the territory next. I will get someone to help your father. Hearing this, old Mel and Elisa looked at each other. The girl asked in confusion, Lord, who are you going to ask to help my father? Chao Xing smiled and said, It's Sihua. Hearing the name Sihua, old Mel's expression froze. Before he could react, Chao Xing said, Come in. Then, a woman in her 40s or 50s, wearing a plain cotton coat, walked in. Her face was very plain, and at first glance, she looked like a hard-working and pragmatic woman. At this time, she seemed a little embarrassed, and kept her head down after entering the cowshed. Sihua said softly, Meet Lord Mel, and Miss Elisa. Chao Xing smiled and said, Sihua, you will follow Mr. Mel to take care of the cattle from now on. Yes, Lord. At this time, old Mel seemed to have not recovered. He hurriedly said, Wait a minute. Lord. Is this not good? Chapter 309 The Magical Egg, and the War Begins. Is this not good? Old Mel asked with a guilty conscience. Chao Xing smiled and said, What's wrong? Is your relationship with Sihua not good? Hearing this, old Mel's expression froze. He looked at his lord with a guilty conscience again, as if some secret had been seen through. And Chao Xing had a faint smile on his lips. Just when they were in the air, Chao Xing saw that the 2 men's behavior was a little unusual. Speaking of which, since Elisa's mother died, old Mel has been single. Sihua, whose original name was Sapphire, was one of the first refugees taken in by Chao Xing. She also came here to escape the war. According to her, her son and family all died in the war. So these 2 people, who are about 50 years old, seem to have found their new belonging in this territory. Chao Xing was not surprised by this. After all, when the size of his territory grows in the future, there will be more staff under him. As time goes by, it is normal for these staff members to occasionally fall in love with each other and get together. Old Mel sighed. I will obey the Lord's orders. Elisa next to him looked at Old Mel with a strange look, and then looked at Sihua. She seemed to realize something. Father. Before she could speak, Chaoxing interrupted. Let's go, and see the group of bare-feathered chickens together. Then, he took Old Mel and Sihua out. Elisa pouted her lips. But she could only follow them, and walked over together. They came to the door of the intermediate cowshed, where the bare-feathered chickens were kept. The door was tightly locked at this time. Old Mel hurried forward and said, Lord, these bare-feathered chickens are quite irritable. After the Assam Knight locked them in yesterday, they have been making a fuss inside and tried to escape. So until now, I haven't fed them. I plan to starve them for a while to wear down their energy. When you go in later, be careful, so as not to be scratched by these bare-feathered chickens. Old Mel kept reminding. Chaoxing nodded. Okay, I understand. After that, he pushed open the door of the cowshed. Swish. As soon as he entered, a dozen glowing light-feathered chickens swooped over. Cluck. Cluck. A strong wind came from the front. As second-level magical creatures, these light-feathered chickens have a relatively strong attack power. Old Mel panicked and said, Oh no! They want to escape! After hearing this, Elisa instantly grabbed the longbow behind her. Since becoming a combatant, she has developed the habit of keeping her weapon in her hand. Before Elisa could make a move, Chaoxing had already raised his staff and instantly released an ice wall, blocking the door. At the same time, a strong breath of ice suddenly burst out from his body. Crash! The dozen bare-feathered chickens seemed to have been severely injured, and they fell from the sky one by one like kites with broken wings. And Old Mel quickly closed the door of the cowshed. Clang! The door was completely closed, and these bare-feathered chickens also lost their hope of escaping. In the cowshed, these bare-feathered chickens seemed to feel very uneasy because of Chaoxing's arrival. The aura on his body was a fatal threat to them. For a while, a large number of bare-feathered chickens flew around the entire cowshed. Clatter! Cluck! 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 The whole flock of chickens was in a state of restlessness, constantly hitting the wooden boards of the cowshed. Old Mel looked a little anxious. But Chaoxing was not surprised when he saw this. After all, he had captured these light-feathered chickens by force, and he had not signed a pet contract, so it was normal for them to be afraid of him. So, Chaoxing directly took out the section of glowing branch gold from his backpack. Instantly, a strong holy light emanated, filling the entire cowshed in an instant, and the light-feathered chickens that were jumping around felt the breath of the holy light and gradually calmed down. They slowly fell down and stood on the wooden board of the cowshed. All the light-feathered chickens looked up with an intoxicated expression on their faces, as if they were enjoying the bath of holy light. Old Mel was surprised. It's incredible. These light-feathered chickens suddenly became quiet. Elisa and Sihua next to him were also very surprised. Little Elisa put down her weapon and asked curiously, Wow, Lord, how did you do it? Chaoxing smiled and said, Nothing. But the goblin said last time that light-feathered chickens like places with abundant holy light. So I found a branch and came here. These little knowledge about breeding still need to be told to Old Mel and Sihua. After all, the light-feathered chickens behind them still depend on them to take care of the flock. After hearing this, everyone's faces also showed a look of realization. Chaoxing looked at the green branch in his hand with a look of joy on his face. This thing is quite convenient. When the power of holy light is not enough, I can ask Isabel to come and replenish it. It is equivalent to a holy light power bank. I will see if I can collect another one in the future. Thinking of this, Chaoxing put the branch on a beam at the top of the cowshed. In this way, these light-feathered chickens can enjoy the holy light bath for 24 hours. At this time, little Elisa got into the chicken flock without knowing when. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The two light-feathered chickens flew up in fear because of her arrival. Then, a little head with chicken feathers on its hair and delicate and cute features came out. Elisa said in surprise, Lord, guess what I found? Chaoxing looked a little confused. What? Dang, dang, dang. It's eggs. Then, she stretched out her two hands and spread her palms. There were 2 eggs on top, as white as gemstones. The eggshells were smooth as new, and looked as if they had been polished, without a speck of dust. Moreover, through the eggshells, one could see a faint emanation of holy light inside. Chao-Shing took it. Obtained, light feather chicken eggs, blue, *2. He glanced at the properties. Light feather chicken eggs, blue. Effect 1. Can be eaten, can increase satiety by 10 points, and can increase physical fitness by 5 points, can be effective up to 3 times. Effect 2. Eggs with purifying power, can dispel some negative states or curse effects after eating. Seeing the properties of this egg, the doubt in Chao-Shing's eyes gradually turned into surprise. Wow, one egg can increase 5 points of physical fitness, and it can be effective 3 times. The most important thing is that this thing can also dispel negative states and curse effects. This is not an egg, it's a golden egg. Old Hilton will definitely like it, haha. Obviously, the value of such an egg is amazing. No wonder the Goblin Lock said that. The income from raising light-feathered chickens is no worse than that from raising cloud yaks. Chao-Shing seemed to see a large sum of wealth coming towards him. Elisa, see how many eggs there are in the cow sheet. Pick them all up for me. Yes, Lord. Little Elisa bent down, like a little raccoon, picked up the eggs one by one, and held them in her arms. After a moment, she ran over excitedly and said, Lord, there are 13 eggs in total. I picked them all up. Chao-Shing also thought for a moment. This group of bare-feathered chickens only came for one night, and they laid 13 eggs. This egg production rate is still very high. Later, under the 24-hour bath of holy light, the egg production rate will increase again. Hatch another batch of chicks. When they grow up, Chao-Shing can get a lot of benefits every day. Well done, Elisa. Chao-Shing took 10 eggs and put the remaining eggs back. Hopefully chicks can be hatched. Mr. Mel, Sihua, you guys go ahead. The two nodded slightly. Elisa, come with me. Oh. Okay. Lord. The little girl, holding a longbow, jumped behind Chao-Shing. In the cow shed, Old Mel and Sihua looked at each other. They all lowered their heads in embarrassment. Outside the territory, Elisa followed him. Chao-Shing asked, Tell me, how much milk do you want? After hearing this, Elisa said shyly, Hee. No need. Lord, you have already given me a lot of rewards. In the mountains, Chao-Shing gave her weapons, souls, and the heart of strength. It can be said that this little girl has been greatly improved. She naturally knew how valuable these things were. And the other people were envious. Chao-Shing smiled and said, I promised you, and I will not break my promise. Besides, this is nothing. Elisa hesitated for a moment, and then said, Then, just give me 2 buckets of milk. 1 bucket for me. 1 bucket for Sister Choo-Choo. Chao-Shing laughed. It was just as he thought. This little girl was quite sensible. 1 bucket was 10 liters of milk, which was not much compared to her contribution. No problem, go to the kitchen, let Dahua take you there, just tell her that I allowed it. The little girl was immediately delighted. She straightened her legs, and bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, handsome lord. After that, she skipped away, and went to find Tong Choo-Choo. She seemed to be so lively all the time, as if nothing could make her unhappy. Being with this little girl, Chao-Shing felt that his mood had improved a lot. A smile appeared on the corner of Chao-Shing's mouth, and he looked at his backpack again. There are a lot of precious cloth and various metals there. Now, distribute all these resources, and the harvest in that camp will be almost completely digested. Chao-Shing went straight to the blacksmith shop. However, unlike before, there were actually 2 figures inside. In addition to Harold, who was forging, next to him, the half-giant Putena was also helping to carry some materials. When the 2 saw Chao-Shing, they immediately put down what they were doing, and saluted respectfully. Respected lord, I wish you good health. Harold, why did you ask your wife to help? Chao-Shing was a little confused. Harold said embarrassedly, It's like this. There was no ice nest these 2 days, so there was no fighting. My wife is naturally restless, and doesn't want to stay in the room all the time, so I asked her to come to the blacksmith shop to help me. Chao-Shing nodded. Putena is pregnant, so she still needs to pay attention to rest. These 10 eggs, you can take them to nourish her body. After hearing this, the 2 of them looked at the basket in Chao-Shing's hand, and the 10 glowing eggs. The eggs of the light-feathered chickens are very different from ordinary eggs in appearance. They even felt a purifying force in them. As mercenaries who traveled far and wide, they naturally understood the extraordinary nature of these eggs. For a moment, neither of them took them. Harold said embarrassedly, This is better not to be used. Lord, My wife is in good health and does not need to be supplemented. This kind of egg is very precious at first glance. You should keep it for yourself. Put Etta beside him also nodded. Chaoxing understood their thoughts. And then smiled. Don't worry, I caught a lot of chickens yesterday, and our territory will produce a lot of these eggs every day in the future. Take it first. The couple looked at each other, and no longer refused, and took it. However, they both looked touched. They both bowed at the same time, and said solemnly, Thank you for your care. Lord, you have always taken good care of us. We will always remember your kindness. Because you care about your subordinates, territory member, Harold Iceberg's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value, now the other party will unconditionally execute your orders, because you care about your subordinates, territory member, Putana's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 95. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing remained silent, but a smile appeared in his heart. He waved his hand. Nothing. Harold. Now let's talk business. Harold's expression immediately became serious. Chaoxing continued. I want to make a pair of boxing gloves now. Do you have the corresponding drawings that can be made directly? The boxing gloves are naturally prepared for Victoria. Last time she went out, she had already demonstrated her strong fighting power and team supportability. Such a powerful subject, naturally, must be well trained. Hearing this question, Harold's eyes showed a thoughtful look. There are even fewer strong men who fight with gloves than with tridents. And it is not like cold weapons. To make some powerful gloves, you need to use the leather of wild beasts, and then use special techniques to add a small amount of mithril. Then sew them together to make a complete pair of gloves. If the Lord has the fur of a powerful beast, I can try to make it. Chaoxing nodded suddenly. Do you want the fur of a powerful beast? Speaking of which, he really doesn't have this material. So, Chaoxing nodded and said, Okay, I got it. I'll come back to you when I get the furs. Harold nodded. After bidding farewell to the couple, Chaoxing left the blacksmith shop. Then, he went straight to the sewing shop and took out all the cloth he had looted in the camp. The two mature and charming women looked at the various rolls of cloth that suddenly appeared. And their beautiful eyes were also surprised. Oh, there are so many cloths. Xia Yani was surprised and said, So many silk and tulle cloths. They must be very valuable. Your lord is really capable. Elena next to her also chuckled and said, Yes, our lord is so capable. Otherwise, we wouldn't beg for mercy again and again. Elena was still so unrestrained, and her tone was extremely provocative. Xia Yani was a more traditional person. Although she was already familiar with Chaoxing, she was still a little shy and was embarrassed to answer Elena's words. Chaoxing said, Elena, Yani, I'll trouble you with these fabrics and furs. Make them all into clothes, and those tulle fabrics, just make a few dresses. Even if this batch of cloth rolls was sold to those merchants as raw materials, it would make a lot of money. However, the finished clothes are more valuable than selling the cloth. Chaoxing is short of money, food, supplies, and almost everything. So he should try to maximize the benefits. The two mature women looked at each other. Elena had a charming smile on her face and said softly, No problem. Lord, leave it to us. We can complete it in 2 days. Then now, we have to start working. Lord, please go and get busy first. These two young women are very sensible. They know when to pester Chaoxing and when not to. And they are very sensible. Chaoxing also smiled, then kissed each of them on the face, and left the sewing shop. After doing all this, a whole morning had passed, and Chaoxing naturally had things to do. According to the information revealed by the survivors in the chat channel yesterday, this afternoon, the King's army will officially attack Buluan Lake City. I always feel that the Church of Light is not that simple. It's a good opportunity to take a look at their strength. As for how to see it, it's also very simple. There are many live broadcast posts on the World Forum now. They are all initiated by the survivors, who rushed to the vicinity of Buluan Lake City. This battle has also attracted widespread attention from survivors around the world. Therefore, in each live broadcast room, there are at least 1 million people online at the same time. Chaoxing also returned to the Lord's cabin, and then hugged Lu Mushua and watched the live broadcast together. Near Buluan Lake City at this time, more than 20,000 kingdom soldiers, plus more than 2,000 knights have all assembled. On the side, there were also a large number of rangers, mercenaries, and survivors and their men. There were tens of thousands of people. It was a considerable force. At this moment, the mighty kingdom army automatically opened a path. A knight riding a black lion and wearing armor quickly shuttled through the army and came to the center. Then he stopped in front of a black chariot. The knight reported, "General, all soldiers have been assembled and can attack at any time. But before that, can we let the rangers and survivors attack first and help us explore the way?" There was no response from the chariot, and a chuckle came after a while. "Captain Kane, I know what you're thinking. But you also have to know that although these people are weak, they are not fools. Without knowing the strength of the cultists inside, these people will not rush forward." The knight outside was stunned. "What does the general mean?" The voice inside replied, "Don't worry about them. For these people, just treat them as some dispensable existence. Next, as long as the fight starts, they will see that the advantage is on our side and will naturally rush forward." Hearing this, the knight captain's face suddenly became stern. The general's control of people's hearts is really exquisite. The general said again, "There is no such thing as controlling people's hearts. It's just about interests. People, they all live to pursue something that doesn't need to be illusory." After a pause, the general inside continued, "Okay. Pass on my order. Start the Neros artillery, the troll catapult, and prepare to break through the barrier of Dwelluin Lake City. Then, everyone attack." The knight captain said respectfully, "Yes." After speaking, he quickly shuttled through the army. At the same time, in the army, a bugler blew the horn of attack. Woo! The heavy horn sounded. The survivors in the distance were all startled, and seemed to understand the meaning of the horn. They were discussing excitedly in the chat channel. "Brothers, the war is about to begin. This is the first large-scale war we have witnessed since we came to this world. It is really exciting. +1 above, I have already opened a live broadcast post on the World Forum, and there are already many people online. I also opened a live broadcast, fuck. The number of people watching online at the same time has exceeded 1 million. Damn, it's a pity that the World Forum cannot accept gifts, otherwise I would have made a lot of money this time." This battle, it can be said that it attracted the attention of countless survivors around the world. At this moment, as the kingdom's army moved, those giant siege crossbows, troll catapults, all launched terrifying attacks. Swish. Boom. One after another huge crossbow arrows, as well as 1,000-pound boulders, and one after another cannonballs, all whistled out. The sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These crossbow arrows, cannonballs, fell on the outer layer of the barrier, and immediately caused a violent explosion. Boom. The terrifying power caused a layer of the surrounding snow to be violently shaken away. However, this was just the beginning. The next moment, more attacks were launched in succession. Violent explosions continued to sound, causing the barrier to vibrate continuously. Even though they were 2,000 or 3,000 meters away, the survivors who were watching the battle still felt their ears buzzing. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast exclaimed, "Damn! Is this the war in the magical world? Although it is very primitive, it is also cool. Too fierce. The shells thrown by the catapults have such a powerful explosion power. I remember that this thing can be exchanged for 2,000 honor points. If you can get one in the territory, you will be invincible. That destroyer siege crossbow is also very powerful. It only takes 1,000 honor points. If you work hard, there is still hope to exchange it. I only saw these exchange items in the honor store before, and I didn't know the specific properties. Seeing it with their own eyes, its terrifying power directly impressed everyone on the scene, and made them more eager to change one. But speaking of it, the barrier of Dwelluin Lake City is also strong enough to last so long. Yes, it feels like if it goes on like this, it will take a lot of effort for the army to break the barrier. And at this moment, in the army, the two huge cannons with a blood-red body and a muzzle diameter of more than 1 meter suddenly started. Boom! Everyone felt that even the ground within 1 or 2 kilometers around was shaken. Then, 2 shells with a diameter of more than 60 or 70 centimeters were suddenly fired. The 2 shells were carrying thick tail smoke in the air, like a long dragon of smoke. When they landed on the barrier, they immediately caused a shocking explosion. Boom! 2 balls of flame shot up into the sky, reaching more than 100 meters high. The terrifying power directly shook away all the snow near Dwelluin Lake City. It even made the ears of the people watching the battle from a distance feel buzzing. And the seemingly indestructible golden barrier had a lot of cracks on its surface. Damn! Is this the Nero's cannon? The one that can be exchanged for 10,000 honor points in the honor store? Isn't this power 2F** King terrifying? I'm afraid that even those knights will die in large numbers when facing this cannon. +1. After this cannon, I feel that my territory is gone. Too perverted. The king's army finally showed their strength at this moment. At the same time, the two huge artillery pieces launched a second round of attacks. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering explosions continued to sound, accompanied by flames that shot up into the sky. More and more cracks continued to appear on the golden barrier. However, despite the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army bombing in turns, there seemed to be no sign of anyone coming out. It looked as if the barrier was about to be breached. And at this moment, everyone suddenly felt a chill coming from above their heads. Chapter 310. The real plan of Chao Xing is revealed. He looked up and found that it was cold rain. In the blink of an eye, the heavy rain fell on the battlefield of Dwelluin Lake City. Swish! All the survivors outside, as well as the soldiers, were soaked. TM. The rain started as soon as it started. It's so cold. I'm freezing to death. Is there a girl with a skirt for me to hide from the rain? I will repay you. It's really hell. It's raining so hard in this world. Haha. Luckily I brought a simple tent before going out. At this time, Chao Xing also saw the rain that suddenly fell on his head. In the blink of an eye, the ground of the territory became wet. Swish! The rain began to intensify in a short time. The clothes of the staff working outside were soon wet. Chao Xing quickly walked out of the Lord's hut, and then ordered, everyone, stop working and come back to avoid the rain. Pay attention to drying your clothes as soon as possible. Don't catch a cold. Hearing the order, Chao Yi and others who were building the city wall on a large scale brought other staff members and ran back quickly. De Zhuang and the others didn't have to worry about working in the cave. And Chao Xing himself also returned to the Lord's cabin. Then he took Lu Muxua together into the warm bed to watch the live broadcast. At the same time, the rainstorm also had an impact on the battlefield of Dwelluin Lake City. It was obvious that the explosive power of the Nero's cannon had decreased slightly, but it didn't have much of an impact after all. The power of this thing was too great. Boom! Boom! Under the successive bombardment of various war weapons, the barrier that covered the entire Dwelluin Lake City, with a click, it was completely broken. And through the continuous heavy rain, the crowd also vaguely saw the scene in Dwelluin Lake City. The towering walls, the continuous buildings, and the neat streets. It was full of the style of a medieval town. However, the strange thing was that, except for various buildings and houses, there was no figure. Not even a hunter from the Church of Light was seen. The survivors were puzzled. Strange, why is there no one in the city? Did the hunters run away? That shouldn't be the case. The army is still attacking, which means there should be someone inside. Haha, I don't care if he runs away or not. It's best if he runs away. In this way, we can go to the city to plunder. This person's words seemed to remind the other survivors. Through the survival experience during this period, they all knew that the residences of these indigenous peoples might contain some resources. More or less. There were many lucky people who found many things of astonishing value in some wild villages or tribes. They sold them to the indigenous merchants and made a fortune. Now, this is a whole huge city. The amount of resources inside is huge. Just a little bit of looting is enough for the survivors to get rich. For a while, everyone looked at the huge city in the distance, and greed appeared in their eyes. At this time, the fire suppression of the Ice Crystal Kingdom still did not stop. They continued to fire artillery, catapults, siege crossbows, and launched attacks. Boom! Boom! The sky shook. In Dwelluin Lake City, many streets and housing areas were razed to the ground by artillery. Everyone faintly heard screams coming from inside. And at this moment, in Dwelluin Lake City, a figure suddenly flew up. He appeared on the roof of a building, where a giant cannon with an ivory white body and a sacred glow was placed. Then, a strong light burst out from his body. Let Guangming Cannon wash your sin. Boom! A shell's exuding holy light, dripping the rain curtain, fall directly in the kingdom army. Boom! The huge light bomb exploded. Directly devour hundreds of soldiers on the spot. After a scream, at least more than 100 soldiers vaporized in place, disappearing together with the equipment. Other soldiers were also seriously injured. Not only that, those soldiers who did not die, it seems to be attached to a weird power. As if being burned by the sun, black smoke continued to come out of his body. Ah! What the hell is this? Help me put it out. It hurts. Help. Even the cold rain could not put out this burning power. The soldiers kept rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. At the same time, in Dwelluin Lake City, 3 more identical light cannons appeared. Boom! Boom! 3 light bombs came one after another, and aimed at the area with the most people. The commanders below hurriedly ordered, "Disperse! Disperse quickly!" At the same time, the strong men in the army took action. 3 figures rushed into the sky, and then directly stopped the 3 shells. The battle situation changed too quickly. Before the survivors could react, a powerful voice came from the army. "Those cultists have appeared, soldiers, attack!" Woo! As the attack horn sounded, the kingdom's army rushed out instantly. The 2 knights of Goshawk and Black Tiger led the way, followed by a large number of kingdom soldiers. Boom! Boom! The scene of tens of thousands of strong men charging was quite amazing. At the same time, from Dwelluin Lake City, 2 or 3 thousand figures wearing cloaks and holding various short guns and swords quickly rushed out. Seeing this scene, the survivors continued to discuss. Damn! How come these troops rushed in so quickly? I haven't reacted yet. Indeed, the change is too fast. Brothers, did you see it? There are a lot of people in this church. Yes. I took a glance. It seems that most of them are cultists of the 3rd and 4th levels. And there are also many cultists of the 5th level. No wonder they dare to occupy the city. They are indeed capable. But they are far inferior to the king's army. Everyone nodded. At this time, a group of more than 1,000 survivors, together with their subjects, had a total of 3,000 or 4,000 people gathered together. This was the Black Wind Legion, because it was the first legion to arrive at the Dwelluin Lake City battlefield. And because of constant advertising, they had become the largest player organization in this battlefield. The survivors asked one after another, "Captain, should we rush up with them? There are so many cultists. And killing some of them will earn us a lot of honor points. We can even exchange for a lot of war horses, advanced weapons, and large siege crossbows and catapults." Yes. Yes. I see those mercenaries and rangers have already started charging. When will we go on the field? However, the leader of the Black Wind Legion was a cautious person, and he shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Let's see what happens. Wait until the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army comes into direct contact and confirms that the cultists have no backup. Then we will rush up." Hearing this, everyone felt that what he said made sense. They all stood there, waiting anxiously. At this moment, the armies of both sides came into contact. The shouts of killing shook the sky, but it was obvious that the kingdom's army was overwhelming in terms of quantity, quality, and even combat quality. At the moment of contact, these cultists were completely defeated. Puff puff puff. A large number of cultists were unilaterally crushed by the charging knights. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and those cultists who resisted were defeated at the first touch. The soldiers of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, who were rushing at high speed from the rear, saw this scene, and their morale soared. Kill! The shouts of killing rose to the sky. When the soldiers rushed to the bottom of the city wall, it was a one-sided massacre. Seeing this scene, the survivors could not hold back. For them, these hunters were a lot of moving honor points, which could be exchanged for many powerful items. Many people had already led their subjects to rush over, including the survivors of the Black Wind Legion. They also held their weapons tightly at this time, and they wanted to rush over immediately and fight bravely. But their leader always felt that things were not that simple. However, the situation in front of him clearly told him that the Church of Light had already lost this battle. If they charged forward now, they would have a favorable situation. The members beside him were extremely anxious and kept urging him, "Captain, let's charge. If we don't charge, there will be no soup to drink." "Yes, Captain, lead the brothers to charge again." Amid the urging of the crowd, the leader of the Black Wind Legion seemed to have made a decision. He ordered, "Then go ahead. Everyone, follow me to kill. Whether we can have a villa by the sea depends on this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the warhorse under his feet and took the lead to charge forward. The other survivors were very excited. "Haha, I can finally join the battle. This time, I will earn enough honor points to exchange for the purple suit." There are still many survivors who are still broadcasting live. They shouted to the camera, "Brothers, watch me perform next. Let you see What is the battlefield, Lubu? Soon, almost all the survivors arrived in Dwelluin Lake City, that chaotic battlefield. As soon as they joined, they launched various attacks, which fell on those believers, fearing that they would not be able to grab the experience and honor points. Bang! A cultist with low health at level 4 was stabbed to death by a frost mage with an ice cone. He said in surprise, "Fuck. This is actually a level 4 elite monster," which directly increased my honor points by 12 points. I need another 6 points of honor points to exchange for a warhorse, ha ha ha. Next to him, a warrior also said in surprise, "I killed 2 level 4 hunters with low health, which increased my honor points by 8 points. It's so cool. Fuck, I saw the leader kill a level 5 blackrobe priest with low health, which directly increased his honor points by 150 points. This wave really needs a villa by the sea, brothers. Go!" Listening to their surprised voices, the survivors who were watching the live broadcast were India's Leonardo DiCaprio. These Eastern players are so lucky, they actually got to participate in such a big event. Park Chung-hee, Silva. How come such a good thing didn't happen in our 91st district? Yoshizaki Shuzo, as expected. In this world, is the national destiny no longer able to protect us? At this moment, the group of survivors who were fighting bravely were so excited that they forgot everything. Many of them got honor points. You know, if you kill an ordinary hunter, you can get 1 honor point, which is equivalent to 5,000 crowns. And the honor points will be doubled according to the level of the hunter killed. Most of the hunters here are level 3 to level 5, which means that if you kill one, you can get 10,000 or 20,000 crowns. The huge profit stimulated them, and they killed one by one without thinking. And because they were playing in a favorable game, the casualty rate of these survivors at level 10 or 20 was surprisingly low. So far, only 100 or 200 unlucky people have died. At this time, seeing so many people picking up money on the battlefield, more survivors regretted why they didn't come to Dwelluin Lake City to take a chance. Some people even began to complain that Chaoxing stopped them last night, which made them miss a good opportunity to make a fortune. The kingdom's army was too strong and crushed them all the way. It only took them 15 minutes to wipe out the group of 2,000 or 3,000 hunters. At the foot of the city wall, there were piles of hunters' bodies, and the spoils that burst out of the ground after their death. However, because of the military regulations, after the hunters died, the spoils dropped from their bodies belonged to the kingdom's army. So, even though the survivors looked at the spoils all over the ground with greed in their eyes, but under the intimidation of the group of soldiers, they still did not dare to move forward. Then, the knight captain took advantage of the victory and pursued, shouting, "Enter the city! Take back Dwelluin Lake City!" Woo! The attack horn sounded again. A large number of knights and soldiers rushed into the city. The survivors looked at each other, and then nodded. "Brothers, let's go in too. This is a huge city. There are definitely a lot of resources in it. Let's just grab a little bit, and we'll be rich today." That's right. Although it's stipulated that we can't pick up the spoils dropped by the hunters. But there's no rule that we can't go into the city to loot. Brothers, let's charge together. Everyone went completely crazy, and all swarmed into Dwelluin Lake City. A large number of soldiers, knights, and hunters in the city were fighting. The survivors also rushed in. However, they did not fight. Instead, they immediately found the houses and shops, kicked the doors open, and began to loot. Then, their laughter was heard. "Ha ha. I found a grocery store. There are hundreds of thousands of crowns in it, and a lot of food, resources. I'm rich. Fuck. I picked up a gold quality skill book in a residential house. It's so cool. Damn, you can never imagine what I found. This is the gold shop in the city. I saw a cabinet of gold jewelry, and even a set of pure gold armor. I'm really fucking rich this time. This time, I'm going to buy 100 female slaves to serve me. Ha ha." The survivors who rushed into the city all had a lot of gains. Almost everyone was obsessed with the immediate benefits. At this time, the army of the kingdom also rushed into the city. The soldiers also had excitement in their eyes, because in this war, they played brilliantly. They took Dwelluin Lake City with thunder. Not only did they wash away the shame of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, they also proved their strength. Afterwards, the army they were in would definitely be rewarded by the king. For the soldiers and knights on the field, this was the supreme honor. And at this moment, the barrier that was originally broken in the entire Dwelluin Lake City suddenly rose. Buzz! The golden barrier instantly enveloped the entire huge city. The king's army was instantly isolated in the city. and the soldiers looked around blankly. At this time, the general who was commanding the overall situation outside suddenly realized something. Before he could react, from Dwellin Lake City, a terrifying aura burst out. No, there are still strong people inside. Damn it. Those cultists outside are their bait. And the real purpose is to lure us in and catch us all in one fell swoop. However, when they reacted, it was too late. In Dwellin Lake City, on the city walls, on the streets, a large number of alien armies suddenly appeared. They looked emaciated, and wherever they passed, even the ground was covered with a layer of white frost. The two knight captains said in horror, "Oh no! It's the alien army! Damn it! Everyone assemble! Goshawk, Black Tiger Knights, quickly form a military formation." And at this moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky. 3 red robes, 1 yellow robe. When the yellow-robed bishop held the holy book and began to chant, all the soldiers, even the survivors hiding in various buildings, suddenly had dazzling flames on their bodies. The flames could not be extinguished, and they were constantly burning their skin. The eternal fire will punish every unbeliever. It will never stop. The soldiers below screamed in pain. Even those strong knights couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ah! Damn it! What kind of flame is this? The next moment, the army of the aliens, along with 3 red-robed bishops, and a powerful black snake, rushed into the crowd and began to slaughter. The piercing screams could be heard even outside the barrier. The resolute general was completely panicked. He was like a ferocious beast. In just a few seconds, he rushed to the edge of the city wall and began to attack the barrier desperately, including the artillery and siege crossbows. They were also attacking frantically. However, this barrier was not so easy to break. It had to withstand so many rounds of attacks before it was broken. Blood and energy were still rushing out from it, which made the barrier repair quickly. Soldiers died in large numbers. Their bodies, under the ice crystal swords of those aliens, were almost turned into ice sculptures at the touch of a finger. The general who saw this scene through the barrier was extremely anxious. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Church of Light, I will kill you all. He had completely exploded all his fighting power, and his terrifying might continue to explode. Like a human bomber, every blow could cause a huge explosion. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only make cracks in the barrier. But the barrier was repairing the cracks at a faster speed. At this time, the survivors trapped in the city recorded an unforgettable scene. Tens of thousands of creatures with flames burning on their bodies were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the group of aliens. They fell down in groups like harvested wheat. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast were all stunned. Until more than 10 minutes later, the barrier was broken. On this day, the army of the Ice Kingdom experienced an unprecedented defeat in Dwellin Lake City. More than 20,000 soldiers, tens of thousands of rangers, mercenaries, and survivors, and an army of more than 2,000 knights, almost half of them were slaughtered. Only the last general outside tried his best to open the barrier. Only then less than 20% of the people escaped. The king of the Ice Crystal Kingdom was silent for a long time after hearing the news. In the entire Yongchuang main city, all living beings felt the uncontrollable anger of this strong man. At the same time, from the center of Yongchuang main city, a beam of light rushed up to the sky, extending to the end of the site. It was as if all the clouds above were dispersed. On this day, a large number of troops were mobilized. The auras of powerful men burst out in the main city of Yongchuang. They all knew that the Ice Crystal King was going to take real action. After watching the live broadcast, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua took a deep breath. Then, they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Chao Xing exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's outrageous. So those are the armies of the White Walkers? Each one is so terrifying, and there are so many of them. This group of the Church of Light is really insidious. They used the lives of more than 3,000 believers as bait to trick the king's army and the knights into the city. They were almost wiped out." Lu Muxua also came back to her senses after the initial surprise. She frowned slightly, and then said, axing, "I just watched the live broadcast of those survivors, and I saw that those White Walkers seemed to have the strength of level 4 or 5. And there were more level 5 White Walkers. However, there are very few cultists in the city. I seem to have seen that black snake." Chao Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "You mean the one in the Witch Forest?" The beauty nodded slightly. "Interesting. It seems that in order to deal with the Kingdom Knights, The Church of Light has mobilized almost all of the forces in the snowstorm plain, even summoning the Black Snake. Lu Mushua asked softly, axing, "What should we do now?" Chao Xing thought for a moment, and then replied, "From the current situation, although the Church of Light has defeated the Ice Crystal Kingdom once, it will definitely bear the King's wrath next. And it seems that they are still unwilling to give up Duluan Lake City, and are prepared to defend it. So, all their energy now should be focused on how to deal with the next wave of attacks from the Ice Crystal King. As mentioned before, the Church of Light can never resist the power of an entire kingdom. Although there are many soldiers who died in the battle, they are not a serious injury compared to the foundation of a kingdom. The reason why the Ice Crystal King was angry was that his confident siege ended in a disastrous defeat. It was like being slapped in the face. It can be said that the next Church of Light will be taken seriously by the king. Chao Xing continued to analyze. This time, although the Church of Light won, it was not without losses. More than 3,000 hunters of the 3rd, 4th and 5th levels died. This is almost the foundation they have accumulated for many years in the snowstorm field. And this time, their strength has been exposed. The strongest trump card of this group of cultists is the army of White Walkers, and there seem to be 3 or 4 powerful red-robed bishops. Later, the kingdom army will definitely send forces against the army of White Walkers. In other words, unless they give up Duluan Lake City now, they can only summon more helpers. And at this moment, Chao Xing suddenly thought of something. Doesn't this mean that the camps of the Church of Light are now empty, or have very few people? Chapter 311: The Plan to Steal the House, triggering the major event rage of the kingdom. From the previous experiences, each camp of the Church of Light has a lot of supplies. And Chao Xing is now short of a lot of supplies. Money, food, hearts of power for breakthroughs, etc. And these are all in the Hunter camp. In addition, I have a map with the location of the Hunter camp marked. It is similar to the large camp in the Great Rift Valley. There are at least 4 or 5 of them. There are more than 100 small and medium-sized camps. If you can search all, then Chao Xing will gain a large amount of resources. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes appeared. With his current power, it is enough. All one by one. But this way, the Bright Church will definitely be angry, even crazy, and he will make every effort to investigate the initials. If they were found to be done by themselves, the opponent will be retaliated with the opponent. It's not that he is afraid of the Church of Light, but Chao Xing needs time to develop. At this moment, a system announcement appeared. Attention all survivors. The King of the Ice Crystal Kingdom has activated the power of the kingdom's holy sword and is determined to deal with the Church of Light, triggering a major event, Kingdom's Wrath. Kingdom's Wrath, next. All survivors in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, after killing the Church of Light Hunter, will be automatically recorded by the power of the holy sword and receive honor points as rewards. The rules for obtaining honor points are the same as those for obtaining them on the battlefield. At this moment, Chao Xing's thoughts were also interrupted by this system prompt. You don't go to the battlefield, but you can get honor points by killing those hunters in the wild? Isn't this encouraging us to destroy the hunters' camps? Chao Xing was slightly surprised. At the same time, he began to calculate. Calculate based on 3 honor points for each level 3 hunter. A medium-sized camp has about 100 to 200 people. Even if most of them have been transferred recently, there are still dozens of people. In other words, if you destroy a medium-sized camp, you can get at least a few hundred honor points. And a large camp can probably get thousands of honor points. And this is without counting the benefits of masks. If I can flatten all the camps in the snowstorm, I can get at least tens of thousands of honor points. Chao Xing couldn't help but be shocked by the number he calculated. In this way, except for the legendary weapon that can't be exchanged, you can even exchange all those powerful artillery and catapults. At this moment, his heart was moved. As the saying goes, a big reward will always bring a brave man. And there will definitely be people who think the same as him. In this way, the situation will become even more chaotic. Damn it! Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Let's do it. Besides, I have the group disguise skill of the secret book, which can make my subordinates disguised as demon slaves. Plus my demon disguise. They don't have the energy at all. And there is no way to investigate me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. As mentioned before, the energy of the Church of Light in the snowstorm has been fully focused on dealing with the kingdom's army. Thinking of this, Chao Xing gradually became excited. Then he quickly explained the plan to Lu Mushua. Lu Mushua seemed to be startled by his sudden idea. and a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. After all, it was too bold to run and flatten the camp of this force when the Church of Light had just won a big victory. But as mentioned before, she was a smart woman. She analyzed the current situation at once, and understood that this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Lu Muxue nodded and said, "Well, I support you. Ah Xing. Let's discuss the specific details of the action together." Cao Xing smiled and nodded after hearing this. Then the two of them started to discuss together. At this time, the chat channel, including the world channel, was already noisy. Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of messages were refreshed every second. Since seeing the Church of Light summon the army of aliens and slaughter the kingdom's army, the survivors in the world channel suddenly stopped envying. "You are kidding. The war between these natives is too terrifying. Even the 4th and 5th level strongmen can't make any waves in it. If you don't have the strength to go in, you are not even as good as cannon fodder. Especially in District 17, the survivors who survived, they are even more fortunate. Fortunately, I didn't let the interests get the better of me and join the battle in Dwelluan Lake City. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I died." This time, nearly 2,000 survivors went to the Dwelluan Lake City battlefield, plus the people under my command, a total of more than 5,000 people. Almost all of them died. Only a few survivors, who ran slowly, and were isolated by the barrier before entering the city survived. In the chat channel, everyone sighed. "Damn. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. You went to the battlefield to pick up money. But now you've lost your life. Fortunately, Cao Xing advised me last night. Otherwise, I would have gone there today. I'm so grateful to him. Yes, Cao Xing saved our family. Damn. I just saw a lot of people criticizing Cao Xing, saying that he deliberately didn't let you go to the battlefield. Now stand up. That's right. If it weren't for him, you would have all died in that city today. Cao Xing, you're really the savior of our District 17. For a while, Cao Xing's prestige in District 17 soared again. As for the system announcement, the survivors also saw it. But after seeing the strength of the Church of Light, who would dare to cause trouble now? The honor point reward is very tempting. But if you are not strong enough, you will die. And there are very few survivors, like Cao Xing, who are not afraid but want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. In the Lord's cabin, Cao Xing and Lu Muxue continued to discuss the details of the action. So, this time we have to focus on Blitzkrieg. Not bring too many people. And only take out the elite in the territory. It is best to act after dark. It is definitely impossible to run through the entire snowy plain in one night. So our main target is those large camps. Take these large camps as the destination. And push down those small camps along the way. Medium-sized camps. The two continued to discuss. Soon, they finalized the action plan. And decided on the time of the plan. Then, Cao Xing said, "Let's go. Muxue, let's go out first. The rainstorm has stopped. And it's time for the people to go out to work." "Yeah." After that, the two walked out of the Lord's hut. What surprised Cao Xing was that the staff had gone out to work without his instructions. At this time, some people were clearing the accumulated water in the territory. And some people ran to the edge of the territory to build the city wall. Cao Xing and Lu Muxue looked at each other. And both saw the relief in each other's eyes. They provided a happy home for these people. And they were also using their hard work to repay the territory. However, Cao Xing also noticed that the heavy rain made the slippery ground outside his territory muddy. It was in sharp contrast to the clean ground with a diameter of 1 kilometer in the center of the territory, which was paved with bricks and stones. Cao Yi and his men, who were building the city wall outside, were covered in muddy water as soon as they stepped on it. Cao Xing sighed. Sure enough, it's more comfortable to lay all brick and stone floors. Then, he and Lu Muxue returned to the Lord's mansion and waited silently. Time passed slowly. Soon it was nightfall. The inky night enveloped the entire territory, and the world seemed to fall into a mysterious silence. Cao Xing still did not move. After all, according to their plan, it would start after midnight. Just as Cao Xing was waiting silently, he suddenly heard there was a different movement coming from Fitz Walker. As Cao Xing's key monitoring target, I would pay attention to the news from time to time. "You are here, Fitz Walker. I heard that you have become the new Baron here?" A somewhat vicissitudes of life voice sounded. "Yes, respected White Robe Priest." Fitz Walker replied respectfully. At this time, Cao Xing, who heard this, instantly pricked up his ears. White Robe Priest. Fitz. This kid has come into contact with a White Robe Priest? This is somewhat beyond Chao Xing's expectations, because in this way, he may be exposed. After all, through the last contact, Fitz knew that he was a lord of another world, and his disguised identity was the Red Robe Bishop. In the Church of Light, the Red Robe Bishop was already a high-ranking figure. If the White Robe Priest got the news, he would definitely report it. And if they investigated casually, they would find that there was no such lord of another world as the Red Robe Bishop. Combined with what happened in the Witch Forest, they would infer that many of the previous things were done by Chao Xing. At that time, his territory will also be exposed. For a moment, Chao Xing's face turned cold. He had expected this situation, so he was not panicked. He just made a decision in his heart. If it was exposed tonight, he would change his plan immediately and take people to kill all the people in the Baron's mansion, including the White Robe Priest. No one would be spared. The vicissitudes of life voice on the opposite side sounded again. Well, since the accident of Priest Mantra, I have lost his offline contacts. I have only recently found a group of Black Robe Priests he had developed before. Fitz Walker said, respected High Priest. Although High Priest Mantra is gone, we still dare not relax for a moment and always put the doctrine of the church first. The White Robe Priest nodded. Yes, I can see your loyalty to the Lord. You should know what happened in Dwelin Lake City. Right? Yes. Respected White Robe Priest. The power of the church is so strong that even the king's army suffered a disastrous defeat. Across the way, the White Robe Priest chuckled. Of course, the power of the God of Light is enough to overturn the world. However, this time, we have completely angered the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and we have also lost a large number of church members in this battle. Now Dwelin Lake City needs more manpower. How many can you transfer over? Hearing this, Fitz Walker also understood the purpose of the White Robe Priest looking for him. He was silent for a moment, then said, Your Excellency the Priest, I have developed more than 20 people in the Baron's mansion into church members, including 7 third-level knights, and the rest are ordinary people. The White Robe Priest smiled and said, It's good to develop so many people, so let me take them away. Fitz Walker thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, Your Excellency the Priest, these people are all old people in the Baron's mansion. If they are transferred now, the Ice Crystal Kingdom may find me based on these people, and my identity may be exposed. Hearing this, the White Robe Priest's tone changed. You mean, you don't want these people to sacrifice their lives for the Lord of Light? Hearing his somewhat cold tone, Fitz Walker panicked and said, Absolutely not. Respected Priest, my loyalty to the Lord of Light can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Please give me 2 more days. Wait for me to arrange their identities. Hearing this, the White Robe Priest snorted coldly. Then I will give you 2 more days. Remember, I will come again in 2 days. Yes, Great Priest. Soon, the White Robe Priest left the Baron's mansion. Fitz Walker gradually breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with some melancholy, It's troublesome. I didn't expect that the church would send people here just after I became a Baron, and I was asked to risk being exposed to provide them with personnel support. If this is discovered, I will probably step down after being a Baron for a few days. I don't know if this is what the bishop meant. He seems to be a very far-sighted person, and he shouldn't let me do such a thing. It seems that I have to visit him tomorrow. After listening to their conversation, Chao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, from the current point of view, I should not be exposed this time. But the White Robe Priest has already found Fitz Walker, and asked him to send people to support Dwelin Lake City. This shows that, as I inferred, the Church of Light is already somewhat powerless. This kid is coming to me tomorrow, which is just right. All the hidden dangers will be eliminated tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chao Xing gradually felt relieved. Then, he continued to wait in the territory. Soon it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Chao Xing secretly called out the core members of his territory one by one. They were Sarah, Assam, Andrew, Rennies, Braun, Hilda, Isabel, John Ed Josen, Bertie Sun Chaser, Broad Brimstone, Victoria, Alisa, Tom Choo Choo. Including them, there were 16 people in total, all standing together. At this moment, Chao Xing came over and whispered, You should know the relevant information. Tonight's action is very important, and you must follow my orders. Little Alisa asked excitedly, Lord, are we going to rob the bad guys' camp tonight? I like it the most. Tong Choo Choo also echoed, I like it too. There are many delicious foods in the camp that my big brother took me to last time. We will definitely get more delicious foods this time. Chaoxing smiled. And then nodded. That's right. Our goal is to kill all the hunters in these camps as quickly as possible. And then plunder the supplies inside. And then evacuate immediately and go to the next location. We must act quickly. From the start of the action to tomorrow noon. We will all be in combat mode. Then no matter what the result is, the action must be completed before tomorrow noon. This is the time Chaoxing and Lu Muxue deduced after discussing. From their departure, to the destruction of these camps, to the incident. No matter how fast the Church of Light is, it still needs time to confirm. And this period of time is their chance. Everyone on the field nodded, with suppressed excitement on their faces. Even Chaoxing was very excited. If this vote was successful, he could not only upgrade all the warriors in the territory to the 4th level, but the resources of the territory would also increase dramatically. But this time, he did not bring the Bai, Volibear and Frust Moose, including the mecha. There was no other way. These creatures were too big. They were going to conduct a surprise attack this time, so naturally the fewer people the better. Moreover, with the combat power of their 16 people, even a 5th level knight group of 1,000 people would not be their opponent if they burst out with all their strength. In terms of combat power, it was completely enough. So Chaoxing took out the Mystic Book of Disguise Demon, Orange. Are you all ready? Everyone nodded. Just as Chaoxing was about to use the skill Demon Slave Disguiser, a beautiful figure came out. Her dark golden hair was tied up, and she was wearing a set of casual clothes-fitting clothes, which showed off her graceful figure. Her lotus steps were light, full of elegance and the aura of a strong person. It was the witch Francesca. Why are you here? Chaoxing asked in confusion. After hearing this, Francesca had a little complaint in her eyes. Didn't you agree to take me with you next time you go out? Chaoxing was stunned for a moment, then explained, we went out this time to do something, not to play outside. So we didn't ask you. However, the beautiful witch chuckled and said, I know that you are not going to do anything good because you are sneaking around. So I changed my clothes on purpose. Take me with you. The alchemy workshop is being upgraded and cannot be used now. I am really bored. Don't worry. I will definitely follow your instructions. The witch stared at him with her aqua blue eyes, and there was even some pleading in her tone. The desire to go out has reached its peak. Hearing this, Chaoxing thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, Okay, then come over, remember to obey orders. Seeing Chaoxing's agreement, the witch immediately showed a bright smile. She walked to Chaoxing's side. Little Elisa also said happily, Great, the beautiful witch sister is going out with us. As she said, she naturally grabbed Francesca's arm. Chaoxing smiled, then said, Okay, I'm going to use camouflage on you. After saying that, he first entered the demon transformation state, then took out the secret book, and used the demon slave disguisa. Skill recorded on it. Hua la la. The black treasure book opened instantly. A large amount of dark aura gushed out from it. Then, everyone on the field was shrouded by this dark aura. The next moment, their skin, armor, and even the ends of their hair turned into a pure black color, like ink. Even their faces could not be seen clearly, and their original identities could only be vaguely identified through the weapons in their hands. Successfully used the skill Demon Slave Disguiser, disguised the surrounding friendly units as demon slaves, lasting 10 minutes. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. In the permanent state, you can exit and turn off the disguise state at any time. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing also had a smile on his face. Success? Then, he glanced at Assam and read the information. Demon Slave, Demon Knight. Level? Attributes? Skills? Talents? He glanced at Sarah again. Demon Slave, Demon Hunter. Level? Attributes? Skills? Talents? Including other people, all their names were changed. Even Lu Mushua's information also became Demon Shield Guardian. Chaoxing said happily, I really can't tell. Mushua, what's the information on my head? After listening, Lu Mushua took a look, and then chuckled and said, It shows that you are a demon, and nothing else can be seen. Hearing this, Chaoxing also laughed. Very good, now the identity problem is solved. The next is the skill problem. According to the system prompt, this disguise state, even the skill form can be changed. Then he tried to release an ice ball. Instantly, the ice ball that exuded coldness was covered with infinite dark power. It turned directly into a shadow ball. After a bang explosion, it was also like a ball of shadow magic exploding. Wow, the disguise is so comprehensive. I just killed their partners in front of others, and then changed back in a blink of an eye. I guess they can't find my identity. Chao Xing was immediately delighted. Then he asked everyone else to try to attack. He found that, whether it was Assam's sword energy or Isabel's holy light power, they were covered with a layer of shadow aura. This was not the power of darkness, but the power of camouflage, so it would not be rejected by the holy light. Chao Xing said happily, "Very good, this way, as long as we don't encounter creatures 20 levels higher than ours, we will be safe." In the eyes of others, it was just a demon leading a group of demon slaves to raid their territory, which is very reasonable. Even if they investigate, they can't find us. Thinking of this, Chao Xing was even more excited. "Okay, now put on the shadow cloaks, and we will walk forward." After that, everyone put on the cloaks, and the already obscure aura became even more unpredictable. After carrying out various camouflage methods to the extreme, they walked out of the territory quickly under the cover of night. Chapter 312. The action begins, the first camp. While on the road, Chao Xing took out the snowstorm map from his backpack. Looking at the bright sun symbols on it, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For Chao Xing, these are resource points. Moreover, because of the defeat of Duo in Lake City, the king issued more bounties. Chao Xing killed these hunters. Not only could he gain honor points, but he could also collect the spoils dropped by these hunters after their death, and at the same time plunder the resources in the camp. It can be said that one battle, 3 harvests. Among the more than 100 sun symbols on the map, Chao Xing quickly selected the first target to attack. Follow me, the target is the Wada village. This village is the village that Chao Xing encountered on the road when he found Elisa. It is close to Hog village, but it has been occupied by the Church of Light. This sun mark is only medium. This means that it should be a medium-sized camp. This base can be used to infer the situation of the Church of Light. In the snow, a group of figures, all in black, like a demon team, moved quickly at night and blended into the night. Only the snow on the ground could reflect the figures of this group of people. Chao Xing's current movement speed has increased by 120%. Even on foot, he can run very fast. Zawada village is 30 kilometers away from them. At their speed, it will take about 10 minutes to arrive. Soon, they arrived near the target point. From a distance, Chao Xing saw a village in front of him. Although it was late at night, there were still a few lights in the village. And on the sentry tower, there were still a few militiamen on duty. Obviously, these militiamen were all hunters in disguise. Chao Xing winked at Sarah next to him. Sarah understood what he meant and disappeared instantly. In less than 2 minutes, the system prompt appeared beside Chao Xing's ear. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the hunter LV-31, a 4th level ordinary creature, gained experience points, 1240. Combatants gained experience points, 620. You gained honor points, 4. After several battle messages, all the militiamen on the sentry towers fell down. When Chao Xing saw the system prompt, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, now you can get honor points by killing these wild hunters. That's great. On the sentry tower, Sarah waved to Chao Xing and the others. Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Let's all go in and kill the hunters inside as quickly as possible. Mu Shui, you and Zierta guard the village entrance. Don't let anyone out." Everyone nodded. There was also an excited look on his face. How to describe this feeling? It was like he was going to do something bad. As a clergyman, Isabel felt a little uncomfortable. But when she thought about it, the next thing they were going to deal with was that group of crazy cultists. The holy light priest quickly adjusted her mentality. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several shadows rushed into the village at a terrifying speed. And Sarah had quietly sneaked into several houses with lights on and killed the sleeping hunters inside. Then, without even a scream, the kill information began to appear on the screen. Chao Xing was just about to give an order, asking everyone to deal with the hunters in the house. At this moment, a group of hunters dressed as militiamen came towards them in the village. They seemed to be a night patrol team. And they also noticed that under the light, there were a group of dark bodies and dark auras. Suddenly, all the hunters' pupils shrank. They exclaimed, "God of Light? What is that?" "I don't know. They have a terrible aura, which makes me a little uncomfortable." At the same time, Chao Xing and his team also noticed this group of militiamen. Instantly, Renice and Elisa both pulled the bowstrings at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. 3 or 4 arrows hit the leading hunter at the same time. Minus 9,123. Minus 4,431. Minus 9,052. Minus 4,219. Several terrifying damage numbers floated up. Your territory member, Elisa, killed the hunter LV-27, a 3rd level elite creature, gained experience points, 2,700. Combatants gained experience points, 1,350. You gained honor points, 9. At this moment, the group of hunters saw their companions being killed instantly, and suddenly realized that they were attacked. They shouted quickly, "Damn it! Go and sound the alarm. There are intruders here. Come out!" Ding-ling-ling. In the dead of night, the piercing alarm sounded in the village. The sleeping hunters woke up one after another, and then rushed out of the room quickly. Everyone was about to rush up and kill these cultists. But Chaoxing said, "Let them come." "Just right. I'll get rid of these guys at once." After saying that, Chaoxing directly entered the advanced demon transformation state. Hua! The huge demon's wings spread, and the terrifying black air emanated from his body. The cultists who rushed over from all directions also saw this scene. They immediately exclaimed, "Damn it, it's a demon! God of light, how could such a creature find us? Priest, save us!" Chaoxing took a glance at this time, and found that the number of hunters in the whole village was over 70. He thought to himself, "Sure enough, just as I thought, there are fewer hunters in the village. It seems that the situation in other camps is the same." Thinking of this, he is more confident about the next action. Then, he directly used the large-scale group control skill Shadow Coil. Hua-la-la. With Chaoxing as the center, a dark atmosphere quickly spread from the surrounding ground, covering the entire 200-meter area. Then, countless black arms suddenly appeared under the feet of the hunters, holding them tightly. And there was also a demonic power, which was constantly eroding their bodies. However, this was not over yet. Chaoxing used Soul Withering. Again, a super large-scale group attack skill. Anyway, the cooling time of these two skills is not long, and they will definitely cool down before rushing to the next camp. Sizzle. It's like the flame deep in the soul is ignited. Chaoxing now has the strength of a level 40 frost mage. At this moment, the advanced demon transformation state, which increases his basic attributes by 100%. The magic attack power has reached 5447, and Lu Mushua's courage blessing adds 1,600 magic attack. In other words, his magic attack has exceeded 7,000. This is a terrifying number. Even the 5th level leader Renice only has this attack power. You know, it is very difficult for the survivor lords to catch up with the attributes of these natives. After all, they cannot advance, and their basic attributes are far behind. However, Chaoxing, with his powerful equipment and skill enhancement, has reached this terrifying height. Boom! The first wave of flames ignited, and dense damage numbers floated up. Minus 7,517. Minus 6,712. Minus 7,325. Minus 6,654. Minus 7,532. Minus 6,321. Every second, 2 damage numbers will appear above their heads. One wave was caused by Shadow Coil, and the other wave was caused by Soul Withering. In the blink of an eye, the blood volume of the more than 74th level hunters on the field began to pour out like water. What are these things? They grabbed my feet. There is a terrible power in these arms. Ah! It hurts so much. The hunters struggled frantically, but the control of Shadow Coil was extremely strong, and they were dragged to the spot. And Soul Withering was burning their souls. Screams continued to ring out. In less than 2 seconds, all 4 waves of attacks were over, and all the hunters on the field had fallen. Instantly, a large number of system prompts were flooding the screen in front of him. You killed a hunter LV-35, a 4th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points, 0. Combatants gained experience points, 700. You killed an elite hunter LV-37, a 4th level elite creature, and gained experience points, 0. Combatants gained experience points, 1480. In this battle, you killed a total of 72 hunters, and gained honor points, 218. Whether it was an ordinary hunter, or an elite hunter, All were taken away directly under Chaoxing's 2 waves of group attacks. This was his current terrifying attack power. The 4 waves of damage can cause at least 50,000 group attack damage. Even the 4th level boss creatures can't stand it. Therefore, unless they encounter 5th level creatures or 4th level leaders, they will all die under Chaoxing's group attack. The people behind him also looked at Chaoxing's explosion with shock. After all, killing more than 70 hunters in 1 wave. This scene is really full of visual impact. Xiao Chuchu said with admiration, "Wow! Big Brother has become stronger again." Brown was holding a large black shield at this time, and grinned, "You are worthy of being our lord. Other lords of other worlds are so weak, but our lord is so powerful. I feel that I can't resist your attack." Chaoxing smiled. At the same time, Sarah also dealt with the hunters in the house. "Ding! You cleared a medium-sized camp of the Church of Light. Reputation plus 200. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing knew that all the hunters in this camp had been killed by him. This time, it was very fast. From the time they came in to the end of the battle, it took less than 3 minutes in total. As mentioned before, their strength is enough to crush these small and medium-sized camps. Chaoxing quickly ordered, "Okay. Now Assam and Andrew start cleaning up the battlefield. Sarah, you go search the entire village. Don't let go of any fish that slip through the net. And find the location of the resource storage point by the way. Others, act separately. Take away all the resources that can be taken away, including wood, stones, these basic resources. Don't let go of any of them." Everyone nodded. They also knew that the camp was in the expansion period and was in need of a lot of supplies. Then, they began to act separately. Chaoxing himself exited the demon transformation state. Then he went straight to the most central area of the village. Generally speaking, the place with the most resources is in the center of the village. Of course, there are also many good things in the tavern in the village. However, this village has been occupied for some time. It is estimated that a lot of resources in it have been consumed by hunters. But this does not prevent Chaoxing from having expectations in his heart. Soon, he came to a 3-story building. This was also the most luxurious building in the whole village, compared with the other houses in the village, which were all made of wood. This house was made of stone and had a small courtyard. It was obviously a wealthy family. He kicked the door open and walked in. "You have entered the mansion of the village chief of Zawada village." "Oh, are you at the village chief's house? There should be some good things hidden here, right? Although the supplies inside may have been searched by the Church of Light, there might be some treasures that were missed." Crossing the small courtyard at the entrance, he came straight to the 3-story house in front, and a wooden door stopped him. Click! The heavy wooden door was pushed open. Chaoxing walked in directly. The village chief's house was very big, different from those of ordinary villagers. After entering, there was a wide hall, with many wooden cabinets beside it, and scattered tables and chairs on the ground. Chaoxing began to search quickly. There were mostly some sundries inside. Scissors, coils, lamps, etc. Chaoxing also accepted everything and took them all away. Obtained, rusty scissors *2. Obtained, candlestick *1. Obtained, linen spool *2. Obtained. Although with his wealth, these sundries can't bring much value. However, Chao adheres to the policy of 3 lights, and naturally won't let go of any corner. If it weren't for the fact that these wooden furniture on the ground took up too much space in his backpack, he would have wanted to take them all back. It would be good to burn them as wood. There is no other way. The territory is too short of resources now. After searching the living room, Chaoxing entered the bedroom next door. It looks like this place has not been searched. Chaoxing saw several books on the cabinet beside the bed. He collected them all. Obtained book, The Child Who Raises Horses. Obtained book, The Song of Ged. Obtained book, One Night of the Romantic Widow. Not bad. Not bad, I got 3 more books. When Chaoxing noticed the quilt on the bed, he could tell at a glance that the quality of this quilt was not low. He put it directly into his backpack. Obtained, silk quilt, blue. *1. TSK. It's worthy of being the village chief's room. Even the quilt is made of silk. It must be very comfortable to sleep with this thing. After searching this house, he went to search the other bedrooms and the kitchen area. Then, he went to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Soon, he searched the entire 3-story building. He got coins. *7243 silk quilt. Asterisk 4 seasonings: fine salt, soy sauce, rice vinegar. Asterisk 12 books. Asterisk 5 secret vitality medicine. Asterisk 2 tiger whip wine. Asterisk 2 bottles, and some other miscellaneous items. Chao Xing frowned slightly. Obviously, this little bit of gain did not satisfy him. Although there are more than 7,000 crowns. But this is the village chief of a village, and this amount of resources is still too shabby. So Chao Xing didn't believe it. After coming out of the room, he searched around the yard again. Under the scanning of Eye of True Vision, basically those low-level hidden areas could not escape his eyes. And in a corner of the house, Chao Xing really found something wrong. It was a stone, just under the corner of the wall. He stepped forward and kicked it, and found that the stone was actually loose. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him. The secret passage door of the village chief's house. Durability, 500. Additional special effects, none. Haha, I knew there was a hidden area. Seeing this, Chao Xing ran a random ice ball spell. Bang! The stone was blown to pieces. Then, a dark passage that could only accommodate one person appeared in front of Chao Xing. He was also very skilled and brave, without thinking, jumped down directly. You have entered the hidden area of Zawada village, the secret passage of the village chief's house. This passage is not long. Chao Xing held the magic stone torch and walked forward in the dark in this passage. Soon he came to a relatively spacious place. And at this moment, a gust of cold wind whistled. For balls of green ghost fire lit up in the surroundings instantly. When he got closer, he found that it was not ghost fire, but 4 ghosts floating in the air. They all had loose hair, and their faces were full of resentment and anger. And they stared at Chao Xing. One of the ghosts made a sharp voice. Get out. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would probably be scared silly on the spot. Good guy. Are you shooting a horror movie? But Chao Xing was fine. When he saw those ghosts rushing towards him, he raised his staff directly. Then he threw the ice-breaking flying blade. Out. Bang bang. Minus 11,942. Minus 11,732. Minus 10,321. 3 ice balls exploded, spurting out a large number of ice spikes, delivering the second round of group attack damage. Puff puff puff. Minus 3,661. Minus 3,652. Minus 3,527. Instantly, the 4 ghosts screamed, and then were all killed instantly. You killed the village chief's ghost LV21, a 3rd level ordinary creature, gained experience value, 0. You killed the village chief's wife's ghost LV23, a 3rd level ordinary creature, gained experience value, 0. You killed. Chao Xing was stunned. Did I just kill the ghosts of the village chief's family? With a glance, he saw 4 corpses in the corner. Next to one of the bodies, there was a half-written letter. Obtained, Alexei's last words. Chao Xing opened it and took a look, and found that it was written by the village chief's son. After the hunters entered the village, their family was not discovered, so they took this opportunity to hide in the secret passage. However, because they ran too fast, the family did not bring food and water. After a long time, they were tortured by hunger and lost their minds. So the village chief and his wife decided to let their son donate a leg. But the son refused and hoped that his mother could donate her body. The two sides had a disagreement. And then they wrestled with each other. And all of them were injured. In the end, they could only starve to death here. Chao Xing was also a little speechless. This family was really funny. They were almost starving to death. But they didn't even think of going out to try their luck. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, Chao Xing began to rummage through the boxes in the basement. On one of the shelves, Chao Xing actually found a good thing. It looked like an iron box. He took a closer look. Found an unlocked cash box. Do you want to open it? Oh, it's actually a cash box? He nodded. Yes. Without hesitation. Get coin asterisk 273213. Get gold bar 1000 G asterisk 4. Haha, 270,000 kronor and 4 kilograms of gold. I've made a profit. According to the market price, these 4 gold bars are also worth 200,000 kronor, which adds up to a profit of nearly 500,000 kronor. If Chao Xing hadn't come in, he would have missed it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly glimpsed a corner of a treasure chest under a pile of debris in the corner. Huh? There's something else? Chao Xing took a closer look. This treasure chest is also covered with dust, but if you look closely, you can still see a faint golden luster. Oh my god, it's actually a golden treasure chest. This trip is not in vain. With a look of surprise, Chaoxing walked over. Found an unlocked golden treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, Iceberg Falling Skill Book Gold, *1. Obtained, Primary Library Construction Drawing *1. Obtained, Magic Pattern Stone *5. Obtained, Eternal Gold Ingot *8. Obtained, Advanced Magic Crystal *3. A Golden Skill Book, and a Library Construction Drawing. This wave of unboxing is comfortable. With a look of joy, Chaoxing looked at the attributes. Iceberg Drop Skill Book, Gold Thrust Mage Exclusive Skill Book. Skill Effect. Summon 3 small icebergs, then drop from the enemy's head, causing 3 times of 157% group attack damage to enemies within 50 meters below. Cooling time, 90 seconds. Not bad, a very pure group attack skill. If I don't enter the demon transformation state now, I only have 1 Extreme Ice Bloom skill to attack the group, but this skill has a long pre-swing. This iceberg drop, it makes up for my shortcoming very well. Chaoxing clapped his hands directly, and clicked to learn. Successfully learned skill book, Iceberg Falls. Then he looked at the properties of the other blueprint. Primary Library Construction Blueprint. Armor, 50. Durability, 300. Building area, 159 square meters. Number of books that can be placed, 3,000 books. Building effect, can increase the property improvement obtained after reading books by 10%. Construction requirements, Lord's Hut Level 3, Wood *200, Stone *100, Iron *20, Primary Element Crystal *10. Note: a building that can increase the prosperity of the territory and improve the happiness of the people. It is recommended to be built as soon as possible. Now that the construction blueprint of the library is available, my territory is becoming more and more civilized. So far, the harvest of this hidden area has been completely searched by him. Chaoxing had never expected that he could get so many good things in the village chief's basement. At this time, he heard a sizzling sound of electricity. Sarah's voice rang in his ears. Lord, we have found the food reserve area of this village. Hearing this, Chaoxing instantly became excited. He attacked these camps for honor points on the one hand, and for food on the other. Now, it's finally time to harvest. Chapter 313 Pushing forward all the way, targeting a large camp. Chaoxing replied to Sarah. Okay, I'll be there right away. After saying that, he quickly left the basement. Then he rushed straight to where Sarah was. At this moment, Sarah was already waiting at the door of a house. After seeing Chaoxing coming, she pushed open the door directly, and then took him to the warehouse area at the back. As soon as he entered, Chaoxing smelled the mixed smell of various grains. Then, he saw the bags of food on the ground, at least dozens of bags. He was immediately delighted. Ha ha. Well done, Sarah. After saying that, he took the slender dark elf into his arms, and kissed her on her thin lips. The usually serious assassin shuddered, and immediately lowered his head, shy. Chaoxing walked over and collected all the bags of food on the ground. Then, he counted the harvest. Obtained, dry corn flour, 40 kilograms, *23 bags. Obtained, wheat, 40 kilograms, *16 bags. Obtained, peeled corn kernels, 40 kilograms, *7 bags. Obtained, potatoes *327 kg. Chaoxing thought to himself, although the types of food here are not rich, but added up, it is almost more than 2,100 kilograms. According to the calculation that 1 kilogram of food is equal to 5 units of food, the food here is 10,800 units of food. Enough for my 10 soldiers to break through to the 4th level. It doesn't sound like much, but you have to know that the value of 10 high-level power hearts is far more than what this little bit of food can exchange for. Moreover, this is only the first camp they have looted. On that map, there are more than a dozen medium-sized camps like this, and there are 4 or 5 large camps like Mantra. After searching them all, he will get a huge amount of food resources. After looting all the food on the ground, Chaoxing said, "Let's go. Sarah, let's go out first." The dark elf behind him lowered his head, and followed him obediently. Then they came to the entrance of the village. The others had finished searching at this time. Chaoxing looked around and asked, "How was the search?" Braun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lord. It was a thorough search." Assam also said, All the spoils from the cultists' deaths have been collected. They put everything on the ground, including the weapons, hearts of power, souls, etc. that exploded after the hunters died. Chaoxing also collected them all in one go. Get coin asterisk 146321. Get food asterisk 15812. Get coal asterisk 7231. Get wood asterisk 6923. Get hunter mask, ordinary, elite, black robe priest, asterisk 77. Get intermediate power heart asterisk 7. Get intermediate element crystal asterisk 16. Get. Looking at the pile of materials that suddenly appeared in the backpack, Chaoxing's eyes also showed a strong joy. Very good, the profit of pushing down a village is beyond imagination. And it took us about 40 minutes to travel, fight and loot. Obviously, this profit is very high. After all, giving these resources to any survivor lord can make him rich on the spot. The strength of the territory has increased dramatically. And Chaoxing has another idea. That is, after all the warriors under his command have broken through the 4th level and their strength has increased dramatically, he will take them to Doomsday Lake City to do another big deal. Although there are many resources in these camps, compared to them, the resources in Doomsday Lake City are huge. If these two deals can be successful, his gains will be beyond imagination. Thinking of this, Chaoxing suppressed his excitement and quickly opened the map. Then he locked onto a medium-sized camp about 30 kilometers away. About 15 kilometers ahead, there is another large camp. And halfway along the way, there are 2 small camps, which require a detour of about 3 or 4 kilometers. After thinking for a moment, Chaoxing decided to push along this route all the way up. Those small camps were not spared. After all, they were just dealing with them along the way. So, Chaoxing said directly, "Let's go. Our next place." The group quickly left the village. They didn't even need to deal with the bodies of the hunters on the ground. After all, they were all in disguise now. So they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Even if the Church of Light investigated, they would only find out that these hunters were killed by demons. They rushed all the way. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a small camp on the map. The camp was hidden in a hidden forest. Chaoxing observed it first. According to his experience, small camps usually have dozens of hunters stationed, and their levels are not high. Now, due to the situation in Doomsday Lake City, most of the hunters have been transferred away, so there are only a dozen people left in the camp. Seeing this, Chaoxing smiled. He casually said, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, his men all rushed out, without any intention of hiding. After all, there is no need to hide when dealing with such a small camp. After seeing Chaoxing and others, the group of hunters almost didn't think about it, and they were ready to run away at the first time. Just kidding. These beings with black hair on their bodies are not easy to mess with at first glance. The hunters in the small camps were generally not strong. They fled all the way to the woods. Behind them, Francesca was eager to try. She whispered, "Leave these cultists to me?" Chaoxing nodded. "Go." Hearing this, the witch also smiled. Then, a forest force rose from her body and took her directly into the air, but in a camouflage state, it turned into the power of darkness. The next moment, she rushed to the fleeing hunters like a swooping swallow. Then he raised his palm and pressed it down. Bang! Below, all the hunters seemed to be hit by a terrifying air pressure, and their bones were broken on the spot. Some of them were even blown up on the spot. Francesca was a 5th level commander, and with her terrifying state, her lethality was close to that of a 6th level commander. In just 2 or 3 minutes, she caught up with all the hunters and killed them one by one. At this time, Chaoxing also heard the system prompt. Members of your territory, Francesca successfully killed ordinary hunters, 17 people, and obtained honor points, 35. You cleared a small hunter camp. Reputation value plus 50. Not bad. The total battle time does not exceed 60 seconds, which is still very fast. At this moment, all the enemies were eliminated, and there were only a dozen tents left. Let's all start searching. For a small camp like this, the terrain looks clear at a glance. There are basically no hidden areas. So Chaoxing just asked his men to search. After hearing this, they quickly entered those tents and searched all the resources inside. Then they handed everything over to Chaoxing. Get coins asterisk 7832. Get food asterisk 3113. Get hunter mask asterisk 18. Get primary power heart asterisk 5. Yet, compared to a medium-sized camp, this benefit doesn't seem high. But as mentioned before, this was just a casual move on their part. There were at least 7,000 crowns and 3,000 portions of food. Right? It was enough for 3 of his soldiers to advance to the 4th level. Then, they began to move forward. It took about 6 minutes, and they arrived at another small camp. In fact, the number of camps of the Church of Light in the snowy plains was not dense. And because Chao Xing had a map, and had planned the route in advance, he was able to reach the destination so quickly. Then, the second small camp was also demolished. The group headed south. They swept through the camps of the Church of Light one by one with thunderous force. All the resources were collected by Chao Xing. Looking at the increasing amount of food, coins, and honor points in his backpack, Chao Xing was very excited. Soon, they arrived at the area where the second medium-sized camp was located. The location of this camp was in a mine. Chao Xing found a lot of rare mineral resources on the stone wall of the mine. Magic stones, mithril, luminous crystals, etc. He also secretly memorized this location, to see if there is a chance in the future, to dig this mine with the laborers. Going along this mine, they also found a relatively wide mine inside, with hundreds of hunters inside. Oh! There are more hunters in this camp. But it doesn't matter much. So Chao Xing directly ordered, "Go! Kill them!" After that, the dozen or so strong men under his command rushed out like tigers released into the forest. When they saw a group of dark figures rushing towards them, the pupils of the survivors in this camp shrank immediately. Damn it! The enemy is coming! Why would someone come to raid our camp at this time? Those guys in the Church of Light would never have thought that someone would raid them at this critical moment. You know, they just won a big victory and showed everyone their strength. And now, Chao Xing's behavior is like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. Very exciting. At the same time, the battle in the mine has begun. Each of them, in terms of level, attribute, completely crushes the enemy. Those hunters had no chance to resist. Shwa shwa. A large number of hunters fell down like harvested wheat. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was over. Your territory members killed 112 hunters this time, and earned 367 honor points. Ding! You destroyed a medium-sized hunter camp, reputation plus 200. Chao Xing praised, not bad, and earned more than 300 honor points. Including the mask on the ground, this time it is estimated that there will be 500 honor points. These honor points can be exchanged for more than a dozen third-level elite war horses, and a complete set of purple suits. It can be said that the harvest is still quite good. Without Chao Xing's command, they began to clean up the battlefield after the battle. Sarah, like a nimble cheetah, shuttled around in the mines, looking for the location of the warehouse in the camp. Soon, Sarah's cold voice came. "Lord, I found it." Hearing the voice, Chao Xing walked over quickly. When he came to Sarah, he saw that there was indeed a lot of food piled up in the corner. However, some of the food seemed to be moldy and damp. But he also accepted everything that came, and collected them all. Obtained, yellow rice, 40 kilograms, * 32 bags. Obtained, damp wheat, 40 kilograms, * 27 bags. Obtained. The food in this camp is also more than that in the village. It is more than 3,000 kilograms. That is 15,000 units of food, enough for 15 soldiers to break through to level 4. Then, Chao Xing collected all the other spoils on the ground. He obtained 2 high-level power hearts, and some masks. Next, he took out the snowstorm map, and began to plan the next target. The entire snowstorm was very large, and it was impossible to wipe out all the camps in one night. But because the time was planned, they could act during the day except at night. Chao Xing quickly selected the next target, which was a large camp. According to the estimate, the time for traveling and fighting would take about an hour and a half. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, "Go. Keep moving forward." He wanted to maximize the results of the battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Church of Light reacted, they would definitely realize that their camp location had been exposed. Then, in the remaining camps, the members of the Church of Light would evacuate as soon as possible, and the supplies in the camps would be taken away. Thinking of this, Chao Xing could not help but speed up his pace. Along the way, they pushed 4 or 5 camps in a row, killed all the hunters in them, and looted all the supplies. System prompts kept appearing. Your territory members killed 16 hunters in this battle, and received 47 honor points. Ding! You destroyed a small camp. and received 50 reputation points. Your territory members killed 17 hunters in this battle and received 53 honor points. Ding! You destroyed a small camp and received 50 reputation points. Received coins asterisk 10892. Received food asterisk 6292. Received hunter mask asterisk 18. Received. Chaoxing looked at his reputation points, and the honor points soared at a terrifying speed. So far, the honor points have exceeded 1,300, and the reputation has exceeded 5,000. In addition, the food in his backpack has increased even faster. It directly reached tens of thousands of kilograms, which means 50,000 units. Enough for 50 soldiers to advance. Haha. This kind of looting is so cool. If it goes on like this, I feel that the honor points tonight will definitely exceed 20,000. Add those masks. At least 30,000 honor points. In this way, I can exchange for 2 of those orange artillery, and the remaining honor points can be exchanged for catapults. By then, my territory will suddenly have hundreds of 4th level warriors, and with these powerful siege equipment, the strength will skyrocket. Even if facing a 5th level knight group of 2 or 3,000 people, I am not at all afraid. You know, the 4th level warriors under Chaoxing are not ordinary 4th level warriors. That can be used as a 5th level warrior, and it is even more difficult to deal with. Even in a battlefield of that level, his 200 4th level warriors can play a role no less than the King's Goshawk Knights. By then, his territory will be a real iron bucket. Even if the Church of Light investigates and finds him, Chaoxing will have the power to protect himself. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. So, they began to search more vigorously. When all the strongholds along the way were flattened, everyone came to a valley. Surrounded by mountains, there was only one road leading into the valley, and it was quite narrow. Yes, this was the valley where Chaoxing had used to kill many of Fan Long's men during the novice protection period. There had been a large number of hunters gathered there. It was also one of the 5 remaining large camps in the snowstorm plain. It was already past 3 in the morning. Chaoxing did not lead people into the valley immediately, but waited silently. A moment later, in the dark night, a figure jumped down from the valley quickly and flexibly. It was Sarah. She reported, "I have dealt with all the hunters on the top of the mountain." Chaoxing praised, "Very good. Now follow me in." After that, everyone began to follow this narrow passage and entered the valley. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly became clear. This is a fairly open area, surrounded by mountains that tower into the clouds surrounding this valley. In the night, the surrounding scene seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious black veil. The trees in the valley turned into black shadows in the night, and the branches and leaves swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound. Not long after moving forward, Chaoxing suddenly noticed that there were some strange plants growing on the ground. It was a kind of grass, but the color was quite dull. If you didn't pay attention, it would be no different from ordinary weeds. At this time, Francesca also noticed Chaoxing's gaze, and then said, "This is aurora grass. It seems that our luck is not bad." Chaoxing was stunned after hearing this, and then asked, "Why is it a little different from the aurora grass I collected before? Doesn't the general aurora grass glow?" The witch's mouth curved. "Of course it's because now is not the 4th, 14th, 24th of every month. There is no aurora. These aurora grasses naturally have no effect. Only aurora grasses that have absorbed the power of aurora can be used as alchemical medicine." Hearing this, Chaoxing was stunned. "Does it mean that I can't take it away now?" Francesca nodded. "Normally, it's not allowed. However, your beautiful lord's wife, isn't she an aurora knight? Let her cast a few aurora spells, and these aurora grasses will also absorb the power of aurora." Chaoxing nodded suddenly, and then looked at Lu Muxue beside him. She understood the meaning, so she directly raised Broken Magdel and released the skill Aurora Blessing. In an instant, a large amount of colorful aurora power emanated from the broken sword. Various colors intertwined together, which was extremely beautiful, and the dim aurora grass on the ground seemed to come alive at this moment and began to absorb the power of the aurora. Then the body began to emit beautiful aurora. Lu Muxue looked at Francesca and asked softly, "Is this all right?" The witch nodded lightly. "It's okay. Just pick it within 3 minutes." After hearing this, Chaoxing quickly stepped forward to take a look. Aurora grass, gold magic plant. Quality, rare. Effect, a magical plant containing the power of the aurora. After being consumed by the aurora night, it can increase 10 points of spirit and physique, and can be effective up to 2 times. A sacred magical plant, and also the main material of some potions. It really turned into aurora grass. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. After all, there was a large group of undead next to his territory, which was a huge hidden danger. And the aurora grass could greatly improve his combat effectiveness against the undead. The more of this stuff, the better. Chao Xing walked forward and collected all the aurora grass. Obtained, aurora grass, gold, *74. Chao Xing patted his backpack with satisfaction. Very good, these aurora grass can make 74 bottles of holy water. If there are a little more, everyone can prepare a bottle. Even if the army of the undead attacks, there is no need to worry. It is worthy of being a large camp. I have gained a lot as soon as I came in. They continued to move forward. This valley is really big, and it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one canyon leading in. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is a good place. At the same time, Sarah's figure appeared again. Ahead, a village was found. Village? There is a village in this canyon, which is a weird thing no matter how you think about it. Sarah nodded slightly. Yes, but the village is empty. I went in to explore, and there was nothing inside except old houses. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Nothing? Have all the hunters here been transferred to Dwuin Lake City? Has this camp been abandoned? But he quickly shook his head. It shouldn't be. If this place was abandoned, they wouldn't have arranged for people to be stationed at the entrance. That is to say, this village is just a cover for them. Chao Xing said, search separately. There should be other hidden areas here. Everyone dispersed and began to search in this wide canyon. 10 minutes later, Victoria's slightly majestic voice sounded. Ben, I found a passage here, and it seems that someone has come out here. Hearing this, Chao Xing immediately said, where are you? I'll come right over. Victoria told Chao Xing the location. Soon. He walked over quickly. Chao Xing saw. In the night, Victoria squatted under a tree in a black dress. Even in disguise, it was still difficult to hide her hot body. The round and plump buttocks made a deep line in the middle of the pants. After seeing Chao Xing coming, Victoria stood up and said, it's right there. I just saw someone coming and going. Following the direction she pointed, Chao Xing saw a narrow hole at the foot of the mountain in front. But the hole was really small, and it could only accommodate one person. So Chao Xing said, come over here. Soon, everyone came to him. Chao Xing continued to give orders. In a moment, Sarah will go in first to explore the way. After confirming that there is no danger inside, we will go in together. Jonard and Josen, you stay outside to guard the cave entrance. If you see anyone coming out, kill them without mercy. The two of them looked stern and said respectfully, yes, Lord. As soon as they finished speaking, Sarah had already entered the cave silently. After waiting for a while, there was no sound from inside. However, Chao Xing heard a system prompt in his ears. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the hunter LV-32, level 4 common creature, gained experience points, 1280. Combatants gained experience points, 640, you gained honor points, 4. After 2 kill messages, Sarah's gentle voice sounded in my ears. The hunter at the entrance of the cave has been dealt with, you can come in now. After hearing this, Chao Xing said directly, let's go in. After he finished speaking, Braun had already raised his shield and rushed in first. Then came Assam, followed by Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. After everyone entered, they found themselves in this narrow passage. Sarah was waiting for them in front. They walked along this narrow passage for about 100 meters. The view suddenly became clear. Chao Xing saw a wide and bright underground space. It looked like a spacious hall, with many stone pillars built inside to support the mountain. In the center of the hall, Chao Xing saw a statue. The statue was a man with his arms folded together, his upper body naked, his lower body stepping on a burning flame. It emitted a faint glow, and looked sacred. They were almost in the upper area of the hall, which was equivalent to being high above. They could see the situation below very well. Chao Xing did not act immediately, but continued to observe the group of hunters below. A group of captured villagers were kneeling in the middle of the hall. Chapter 314. Chao Xing, who is in a state of drama, takes them all in one wave. In front of this group of villagers, there is a white-robed priest wearing a white robe and holding a staff in his hand. He is reading aloud. In this cold hell, darkness follows us everywhere. Fear and coldness always surround us. The Church of Light is the sacred beacon that dispels the darkness. Listen, devout believers. The God of Light overlooks this land with endless love. He gave us life and given us a mission. In this world full of suffering and evil, only by firmly following the light can we find salvation. Below, the villagers' eyes became more and more fanatical as the white-robed priest continued to read out the proclamation. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there is a white-robed priest. It seems that this camp is quite strong. It should be able to increase my honor points. Right? Large camps like this usually have a white-robed priest, plus several black-robed priests. Not to mention anything else. Just killing a white-robed priest would earn you at least a few hundred honor points. At this moment, the brainwashing of the villagers below seemed to have come to an end. They all kept bowing to the large statue in the center of the hall, just as Chao Xing was about to take action to catch them all in one fell swoop. He suddenly saw another white-robed priest walking out of the passage in the distance. Behind him, there were also several black-robed priests, holding several boxes in their arms. Seeing this, Chao Xing suppressed the urge to rush out immediately. At this time, the second white-robed priest who appeared had led 4 or 5 black-robed priests to the center of the hall. Then, the black-robed priests opened the box, which contained a large number of masks of ordinary hunters. The white-robed priest said with a serious look, each mask of our church has been blessed by a special power, and has the power personally imprinted by the God of Light. The quantity is limited. You should thank the Seed of Light, who is the spokesperson of the gods, and it was he who won the quota for you. Put on the mask, and you will become one of us in the future. After hearing this, the villagers below immediately bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, great Seed of Light. Thank you, the kind and great God of Light. Then, the white-robed priest gestured. Other black-robed priests came forward and handed out the masks in their hands one by one. But Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. So that's it. The number of masks in the Church of Light is limited. Right? No wonder this mask can be exchanged for honor points. Otherwise, the Seed of Light can mass-produce hundreds of thousands of masks to exchange for all the rewards in the honor store. At this time, the black-robed priests handed out the masks one by one. Chao Xing discovered that the villagers below, the moment they put on the masks, their identities changed from ordinary villagers to hunters. His heart moved slightly. After the other 2 white-robed priests met, they saluted each other, and then began to talk. The white-robed priest holding the staff said, Priest Hines, you are bothering to come all the way and bring us these masks. The priest on the opposite side shook his head. You are too polite. Priest Poker, the Seed of Light knows the importance of the snowstorm plain. So the actions in other areas have basically stopped, and most of the church's power is being concentrated in the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. This time, the plan of Duoluan Lake City was very successful. The Lord of Light sent down a trace of divine power, so that all the existences above the black-robed priests have been greatly improved. The power of the church has been getting stronger and stronger. Hearing this, the white-robed priest holding the staff also smiled, with fanaticism in his eyes. The white-robed priest on the opposite side continued, but next is the critical moment of the plan. Doran Lake City must not fail. We need to send more fresh blood as soon as possible. The white-robed priest with the staff asked curiously, Priest Hines, do you know what the next plan of the Seed of Light is? It's impossible to really rely on Duoluan Lake City to compete with the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Right? At this time, Chao Xing, hearing what they were talking about, immediately pricked up his ears. He was also very interested in the next plan of the Church of Light. However, the white-robed priest with a long sword on his waist shook his head and said, Actually, I don't know either. This is already the top secret of the church. Except for the Seed of Light. I'm afraid only the existence of the red-robed bishop level is qualified to know. The staff priest's eyes showed a look of realization. Then, he changed the subject. Speaking of which, our Seed of Light is really powerful. It has just taken over the Church of Light not long ago, and has made many big moves in succession. This time, even the Ice Crystal Kingdom fell in his hands. The white-robed priest on the opposite side shook his head and said, No, it's still our God of Light, who is powerful. The Seed of Light has the power to communicate with the great God of Light. This series of plans are actually formulated by the Lord God of Light. I see. The 2 white-robed priests below ended their conversation. After Chao Xing heard nothing useful, he glanced at the attributes of the 2 priests. White-robed priest, Boker Adler V46. Level 5 Leader Creature. HP 375215/375215. Attack Power 5348 to 5481. Armor 733 to 844. Skills: Expert Level Light Element Control, Sunlight Ray, Judgment Light Ball, Light Shield, Light Incarnation, same attributes as before. Talent: Magic Affinity. White Robe Priest, Heinz Dill LV47. Level 5 Leader Creature. HP 421782/421782. Attack Power 5571 to 5623. Armor 892 to 971. Skills: Expert Sword Mastery. When using sword weapons to fight, attack power increases by 25%, attack speed increases by 30%, Cold Wind / concentrate the power of Cold Wind / a sword energy at all enemies within 50 meters in front, causing 173% tearing damage, cooling time 60 seconds, spinning blade, quickly rotate the body. The sword in the hand turns into a sharp whirlwind, dealing 157% cutting damage to surrounding enemies, and knocking them back, cooling time 90 seconds, armor piercing. Stab, concentrate strength to stab forward, the sword blade penetrates the enemy's defense, causing 215% high damage, and reducing the enemy's armor value by 300 points, cooling time 90 seconds, final settlement. Each attack will reduce the enemy's armor by 50 points, up to 10 times, after the upper limit is reached. Cause the enemy true damage of attack power plus strength * 1.5. Talent: Weapon Affinity. When using melee weapons, the speed of learning skills is 10% faster. Oh! Are they 2 level 5 leaders? They are much stronger than the enemies I encountered in the last large camp. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes, but he also understood the reason through the conversation just now. So that's it. The blood sacrifice in Dwelluan Lake City last time made the high-level leaders of the Church of Light gain a significant improvement in strength. This may be a very uncomfortable thing for other survivors, and even those aborigines. But for Chao Xing, this is still a good thing. Because the 4th level leader can only explode the high-level power heart, and the 5th level leader can explode the expert level power heart. In comparison, the benefits of killing a 5th level leader are many times that of a 4th level leader. Chao Xing said with a smile on his face, the enemy is growing. And so am I. Now, let's see who grows faster. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's heart was also burning with fighting spirit. He lowered his voice and said, listen to my orders later. I will gather all the hunters in the middle of the hall. Then, all of you release group attack skills and attack them. Assam, Sarah, Braun, Birdie Sun Chaser. All of you sneak in now. After we start the action here, go and deal with the hunters next to the hall. Everyone nodded, and then took action. The next moment, Chao Xing took out a black square box from his backpack. This thing, of course, is the ancient weapon original cube. It is especially useful when dealing with a large number of enemies. As Chao Xing's mind moved, in the wide hall below, a black spot suddenly appeared in the area with the most people. Then, this black spot suddenly burst out with infinite suction. In an instant, a terrifying suction appeared. In the area of 100 meters in radius, at least more than 100 hunters, including the 10 priests, flew backwards as if their bodies were out of control. Before those ordinary hunters could react, they found themselves falling heavily on others. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of pieces of flesh falling apart was heard. The scene of more than 100 people gathered at one point was full of visual impact just by looking at it. And the 2 white-robed creatures were indeed 5th order leader-level creatures. When they felt the suction force appear, they realized that they were attacked. They shouted immediately, everyone, be alert, there are enemies coming in. Heinz, let's rush out together. Okay. The 2 white-robed priests exerted their strength suddenly, trying to resist the terrible suction force. The 2 of them jumped up suddenly, and then rushed out more than 30 meters away in an instant. However, the suction range of the original cube is 100 meters around. They just jumped out not far, and were pulled back by the terrible suction. Even the 5th level leader could not resist. Seeing this, Chao Xing laughed. And this also reminded him. The suction of the original cube is not absolute. Some powerful enemies can jump out of the range of gravity in an instant, and then break free. However, despite this defect, it is enough to deal with these 5th level beings. Chao Xing quickly ordered, Assam, use the fury of the lake. Francesca, use the witch's field. Others, attack with all your strength. The moment Chao Xing finished speaking, Francesca flew up like a swallow, arrived directly above the heads of the enemies. The two black-robed priests below naturally saw Francesca's figure at a glance. They exclaimed immediately, the enemy is above. She has a strong dark aura, and doesn't look like a human. Damn, she's going to attack us. Boker, use the light shield quickly. At this time, Francesca in the air burst out endless forest aura in her body. Under the cover of the camouflage power, she turned into the power of darkness. The next moment, an invisible shock wave swept past. Buzz, your territory member, Francesca used witch field. All enemy skills were forced into a cooldown state, and our skill cooldown time was halved. This skill is very abnormal for people like Chao Xing who rely on various skills to survive. Being swept by this skill is more painful than dying. Last time in the castle, I experienced the power of this move. For example, now, the white-robed priest raised his staff and was about to release light shield, but suddenly found that all his skills were black. He couldn't even mobilize his magic power. He felt uncomfortable, as if he was constipated. The white-robed priest holding a sword beside him asked in confusion, Boker, what are you doing? Damn it! I can't release magic. Hearing this, the sword-holding priest was stunned for a moment. He was about to activate his skills, but found that he couldn't mobilize the power in his body. Damn, me too, what kind of weird trick is this? While they were uncomfortable, Chao Xing was not uncomfortable. At this moment, everyone jumped out. Chao Xing raised his staff and aimed at the place where more than 100 hunters gathered, which was almost like a big meatball, and released a group attack magic. Then, a huge hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared, and a strong cold air gushed out of it. It was extreme ice bloom. The terrifying cold air instantly reduced their ability to move. Not only that, from this hexagram magic circle, ice pillars rushed out. Puff, puff, puff. The ice pillars penetrated their bodies. In an instant, a large number of damage numbers soared. At the same time, above the pile of meatballs, 3 huge ice blocks with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. These ice blocks fell down suddenly, causing explosive damage. Boom! Boom! Another large area of damage splashed. It was Chao Xing's newly learned skill, Iceberg Fall. In addition, there were Victoria's Energy Concentration Wave, Hilda's Blood Poison, Isabel's Holy Light Attack, and Blott's Black Smoke Storm. In short, at this moment, everyone used almost all their group attack skills at once. That area instantly triggered a dense array of damage numbers. Minus 5,439. Minus 3,382. Minus 6,821. Minus 5,901. Minus 4,923. Minus 4,521. Just in the first second of the explosion, Chao Xing heard the screen-sweeping kill notification sound. Your territory member, Blot Sulfur Stone killed Hunter LV-21, a 3rd-level ordinary creature, gained experience value, 0. Combatants gained experience value, 315. The experience bars of his subordinates are almost skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the experience bar limit was broken. White light continued to rise. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz has been upgraded, current level, level 40. Your territory member, Bertier Sun Chaser has been upgraded, current level, level 29. Your territory member, Andrew has been upgraded, current level, level 43. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's mouth curled up. I have to say, this kind of gathering monsters together, and then killing them instantly feels really good. And what's even more terrifying is that, after those hunters were killed by Chao Xing and his team, their bodies were still gathered together by this terrifying suction force. Blood was constantly flowing out of their bodies. The big meatballs were dyed blood red from their original gray. The clothes of the 2 white-robed priests below were also soaked with blood. They were furious. However, no matter how angry they were, their skills were blocked at this moment, and they could not escape, and could only be beaten on the spot. Damn it! Where did these strong men come from? These guys have such strange methods. Stop it, or you will bear the wrath of our Church of Light. However, Chao Xing was enjoying killing at this time, and he didn't bother to care about the threats of these guys. Original Cube has a full 10 seconds of control time, and only less than 4 seconds have passed so far. Bang! Bang! Various skills continued to attack them. Soon, the black-robed priests inside could not hold on any longer. They screamed one after another, and died on the spot. In this hall, there were other hunters, and there were quite a few of them. There were about 70 or 80 of them scattered in various corners. They were just about to go over to support them. And at this moment, a man holding a black sword, wearing black armor, like a demon knight rushed out. There was also a man holding a giant axe, and another strong man holding a shield, who also rushed out. The cultists explained, "There are still enemies here. Don't worry about them, go and save the priest." Just as they were about to go over, Assam raised his sword directly. Endless water, condensed into spirit. Instantly, more than 200 5th-level elite water elements appeared. These water elements are roughly human-shaped, without a fixed body structure, and their whole bodies are made of flowing water. Then, these water elements raise their heads at the same time, and spit out water arrows from their mouths. Puff puff puff. More than 200 water arrows burst out instantly. These water elements have the strength of 4th-level elites, and at this moment, they exploded and exerted considerable damage. Minus 2,132. Minus 2031. Minus 1982. Minus 2042. Minus 2,192. The damage was soaring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen hunters were killed by the concentrated fire. Beside them, Sarah and Burgie's Sun Chaser and other close combat killed the hunters so hard that they dared not come over. Therefore, the two white-robed priests in the center of the hall could only be sucked in by the terrifying suction force. They could not release their skills, and were beaten in the same place. This was a battle of overwhelming force. When the 10-second control time was over, the black ball in that area disappeared. And there were already hundreds of broken bodies gathered. Whether they were ordinary hunters, elite hunters, or even black-robed priests at the leader level. Under their concentrated fire, they all died. Only the last two 5th-level white-robed priests were left, still standing there. However, despite this, they were not feeling well. They were covered with serious injuries. Their whole bodies were soaked in blood, and their white robes were dyed red. Chaoxing took a quick look. He found that the health of the two white-robed priests had dropped below 50,000. In other words, in this wave of group attacks just now, each of them suffered at least 300,000 damage from Chaoxing and others. The two white-robed priests were seriously injured, and their tone was filled with anger. "Who are you? I feel an evil breath on you. Lord God of Light will definitely punish you." Chaoxing snorted coldly. "The lowly God of Light, are you worthy of punishing me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly entered the demon transformation state. When the two white-robed priests saw the wings behind Chaoxing and the demonic power that was almost condensed into substance on his body, they exclaimed immediately, "Damn it! So you are a demon, then these guys are your demon slaves. Our Church of Light has always kept a distance from you demons. Why do you lead the demon slaves to deal with us?" Chaoxing said disdainfully, "I will deal with you if I want to. Do I need any reason?" Hearing this, the two white-robed priests below seemed to remember something. Recently in the snowstorm area, our Church of Light has often had strong men killed, and even the camp destroyed. I understand, it is you damn demons who have been targeting our Church of Light in the snowstorm. Aren't you afraid that the God of Light will punish you for your actions? Chaoxing snorted coldly. It's just a false god who has lost his divinity. The Ice Crystal Kingdom has long been regarded as a treasure by our demon clan, and you dared to get involved. When our demon lord comes, what can the God of Light do? He was also acting like a drama queen, directly directing the dirty water to the demon clan. It just so happened that the disguised demon last time provided him with a lot of information. After hearing this, the two white-robed priests suddenly had their pupils shrink. They seemed to have heard some big secret. The demon master was coming. And he also set his sights on the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The two looked at each other. The white-robed priest holding the staff suddenly stood up. And a divine light hit the other white-robed priest. "Go quickly. And be sure to take this news out. And tell the Seed of Light." The white-robed priest holding the sword suddenly burst out with powerful strength, as if he had a last burst of light. He rushed out dozens of meters in one step, and ran towards the passage area at a high speed. When Chaoxing saw this, he had a sneer on his face. "You lowly being. Do you want to escape from my hands?" The next moment, he stepped on the spot. Instantly, a black demonic force spread out. Then, a large number of black demon claws appeared, grabbing the ankles and knees of the two white-robed priests. They were dragged to the spot. Damn it! No! I must tell the Seed of Light this news. The white-robed priest holding the long sword had an anxious look in his eyes. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the demon's hand under his feet. At this time, the second wave of concentrated fire from the crowd has arrived. Hua la la. A large number of attacks, with the power of the devil, fell. The blood volume of the two white-robed priests once again poured out like water. Seeing that, he was about to die. The white-robed priest holding the staff had a strong unwillingness in his eyes. He shot a light magic directly into the air. Bang! A ball of light exploded above everyone's head, and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Rinny shot an arrow. Puff! Minus 21,832. Eminent Hunter. The special effect was triggered, and a terrible damage was dealt. On the other side, the white-robed priest was also shot in the head by Elisa's arrow. 2 kill prompts appeared. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye killed the white-robed priest, Boker Adler, a 5th level leader-level creature, and gained experience points, 23,000. Combatants gained experience points, 11,500. You gained honor points, 500. Your territory member, Elisa killed the white-robed priest, Heinz Deal, a 5th level leader-level creature, and gained experience points, 23,500. Combatants gained experience points, 11,750. You gained honor points, 500. At this moment, looking at the dead hunters on the ground was full of spoils. Chao Xing's breathing even became a little rapid. He had already seen the heart of power on the ground that was as big as an adult's palm, and a few bright souls. Chao Xing said excitedly, 2 5th level leaders, and 7 or 8 4th and 5th level leaders, plus more than 100 hunters. I caught them by surprise, and took them away as monsters in one go. Ha ha ha. This weight is so comfortable. Chapter 315 Breakthrough of Level 5, Powerful Improvement. Chao Xing did not immediately pick up the spoils dropped by the white-robed priests, because there were still some enemies around that had not been dealt with. Everyone went on without stopping, starting to help Sarah and Assam and others kill those who escaped. It took 3 minutes. In the entire hall, even in those small rooms, all the hunters were killed. A system prompt appeared. Ding! You destroyed a large hunter camp, reputation plus 500. In this battle, a total of 217 hunters were killed, and 2,612 honor points were obtained. Haha, I got 2,600 honor points in one wave, so comfortable. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at his honor points. Honor points, 4148. I have 4,000 honor points, enough to exchange for 4 destroyer siege crossbows, and if I save more, I can exchange for a Nero's cannon. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then said, okay, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. After hearing this, everyone started to act separately. And he went straight to the place where the 2 white-robed priests died, and picked up the spoils on the ground. Instantly, a large number of system prompts appeared. Obtain, Staff of Divine Punishment, Gold. Obtain, Long Sword of Revelation, Gold. Obtain, Leader Soul of Boker Adler *1. Obtain, Expert Level Heart of Power *3. Obtain, Leader Level Soul of Blackrobe Priest *4. Obtain, High Level Heart of Power *7. Obtain, Mask of White-Robe Priest of the Church of Light *2. Obtain, Mask of Blackrobe Priest of the Church of Light *10. Obtain, Mask of Hunter *113. Obtain. At this moment, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Damn it. It's really worthy of the gold belt of murder and arson. It exploded again. Sure enough, plundering is the fastest way to obtain resources. The benefits of this wave are amazing. 2 golden weapons, a leader-level soul, and 4 boss-level souls. What surprised Chao Xing the most was that this time it was not 2 expert-level power hearts that exploded, but 3. This means that he will have at least 2 5th-level strongmen again. However, he is not going to share these power hearts with his subordinates. Instead, he planned to use it to improve his and Lu Mushua's strength first. After all, it has been a while since they reached the maximum level of 40, and it is time for him to break through. He suppressed his excitement. He first glanced at the properties of the 2 golden weapons. Staff of Divine Punishment, Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment level, Level 40. Magic Attack Power, 873 to 942. Additional effect 1. Spirit plus 180, Physique plus 80, Magic critical hit rate plus 20%. Additional effect 2. Elemental resonance, the holder has a higher affinity for elements, speeds up spell casting by 25%. Additional effect 3. Divine punishment, when casting magic, there is a 30% chance to summon the power of divine punishment, making the enemy suffer a huge thunderbolt strike, causing 157% magic damage, and reducing its magic resistance by 200 points in the next 20 seconds, cooling time, 30 seconds. Equipment introduction. The light of the Staff of Divine Punishment is the lightning that cuts through the darkness, and the dazzling brilliance is a warning to evil. In front of it, darkness has nowhere to hide, evil will be purified. Revelation Sword Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment level, Level 40. Physical attack power, 854 to 917. Additional special effect 1. Strength plus 150, Agility plus 80, Constitution plus 80. Additional special effect 2. Wind Armor Breaker, when attacking, ignore 200 points of enemy armor. Additional special effect 3. Light of Revelation, when attacking, there is a 45% chance of adding attack plus strength asterisk 1.2 real damage to the enemy. Equipment introduction. In fierce battles, this long sword has witnessed the rise of one hero after another. Under its blade, the enemy is terrified. After reading the properties of these two weapons, Chao Xing nodded secretly. The attributes are pretty good, and can increase combat power. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and called Isabel over directly. Isabel, give me your weapon. The Holy Light Priest obediently gave the staff to Chao Xing. Then, Chao Xing handed her the Staff of Divine Punishment. Although this weapon is not a staff of the Holy Light system, its attributes are very strong, and the two special effects at the end can greatly increase Isabel's damage. She held the dark blue staff, and felt the magic power inside. Then she made a standard salute to Chao Xing. Thank you, respected Lord. Your glory and the church guide me together. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Isabel Gospel has been improved. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Now the other party will unconditionally execute any of your orders. Chao Xing saw the system prompt, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Isabel's loyalty was 95, and this time it was raised to the maximum. Moreover, her change seemed to be great. She had already put Chao Xing's name in front of the church. This showed that this woman had already regarded Chao Xing as her faith. At this moment, he stared at the woman in front of him. Feeling his gaze, Isabel's holy angelic face seemed a little unnatural. She asked softly, Lord, what's wrong with you? Chao Xing laughed. Nothing. Keep working hard. The Holy Light Priest bowed slightly. Follow your will, respected Lord. Chao Xing was very satisfied with her current performance. However, Zilda's loyalty is not full yet. This Blood Spider Queen has been with him for longer than Isabel, and is a very difficult woman. But no matter how difficult she is, Chao Xing has trained her to a loyalty of 97, and it will soon be raised to 100. Chao Xing also wants to see, with 100 loyalty, whether the attitude of this proud Blood Spider Queen will change. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up. The staffs have been distributed. As for the other golden sword, there is no suitable candidate for the time being. Chao Xing put it in his backpack. Then, it was time to distribute those expert-level hearts of power. Chao Xing called Lu Muxiu over. He gave her one directly. As for the other one, Chao Xing was going to keep it as a backup. It would be better if both of them succeeded. If someone failed, then, they could use the second heart of power to continue the breakthrough. So he said directly, use it. Muxiu. The beauty nodded lightly, with some expectation on her face. Then, the two of them crushed the heart of power in their hands together. Crack! Crack! Pure power flowed into their bodies. The breath began to rise rapidly. The power of frost that freezes everything and the sacred power of aurora, spreading and spreading on the two of them. Everyone felt these two auras, and couldn't help but look over. Tong Chu Chu held the pistol and said happily, Big brother and big sister are going to become stronger again. Little Elisa echoed, That's great, Elisa also has to work hard to become stronger. Hee hee. At the same time, the transformation of the two has come to an end. Endless aurora power burst out from Lu Muxiu's body instantly. A colorful feast of colors instantly filled the hall. Then, all the aurora power was absorbed back into her body. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxiu, has successfully transformed and has become a 5th level Aurora Knight. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Due to the significant improvement of its attributes, it has completed the sublimation transformation, and its health value plus 50%. Lu Muxua had an excited smile on her face, and then she trotted to his side. She was like a little woman, happily sharing her joy with her lover. Axing, I succeeded? Xiaoxing smiled and touched her hair. Not bad, it's good that you succeeded. And he himself actually failed to break through. But fortunately, this situation was expected. So, Xiaoxing took out the second expert level power heart. He crushed it directly, and absorbed the pure power contained in it, as the icy power on his body continued to dissipate. This time, there were no more accidents. Buzz! A terrifying breath of ice swept through. With the accumulation of 2 hearts of power, Xiaoxing officially broke through to the 5th level. The system prompt appeared. Congratulations! You successfully used the expert level heart of power, and transformed into a 5th level Frost Mage, expert level. Because your attributes have been greatly improved this time, you have completed the sublimation transformation, and your health has increased by 50%. Skills. Intermediate Ice Element Control has been upgraded to Advanced Ice Element Control. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Xiaoxing also had a satisfied smile on his face. Very good, I finally broke through to the 5th level. With excitement, he checked his and Lu Muxua's attributes. Name, Xiaoxing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 40/500000. 5th level Frost Mage. Detailed attributes, click to view. Survivor, Lu Muxua. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 40/500000. 5th level Aurora Knight. Detailed attributes, click to view. At this moment, Xiaoxing looked at his and Lu Muxua's attributes, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Too strong. Although there is some gap compared to 5th level leader creatures such as Rinnies. But as survivor lords, their attributes are already very abnormal. Xiaoxing's mental power even directly broke through 2000. And the most important thing is that the two of them have 4 status skills. Ice Healing restores 3643 HP per second, plus Andrew's Life Blossom restores 1390 HP, which adds up to more than 5000 HP per second. At the same time, the armor of ice armor is greatly improved. And Lu Muxua's side is even more terrifying. The Blessing of Courage directly increases the attack power by 2800. What does this mean? It is equivalent to directly increasing Xiaoxing's attack power by more than 40%. And if this state is added to those 3rd and 4th level subjects, their attack power can be directly doubled. Xiaoxing previously estimated that after all of his hundreds of combatants broke through the 4th level, they could fight against a 5th level knight group of 1000 people, which was an underestimate. According to the current estimate, fighting against a 5th level knight group of 2000 people is no problem. Feeling the magic power filling his body, Xiaoxing said excitedly, very good, now when I use the demon transformation again, the attributes can be increased by 100%. By then, I'm afraid I'll be able to have the combat power of a 6th level leader. It's no problem to fight a 5th level commander alone. At this moment, he was absolutely confident in his own strength. And Braun next to him said with emotion, Lord, your transformation this time is really powerful. Your current aura makes me feel that I am no match for you at all. Xiaoxing smiled. You are only 4th level now. Of course you are not my opponent. Wait until you break through to 5th level. Hearing this, Braun's face also showed an expectant look. According to the benefits of destroying this large camp, at least 1 or 2 expert level hearts of strength can be revealed. If all the remaining large camps are destroyed, it will be enough for all his men to break through to the 5th level. At the same time, Sarah appeared beside Xiaoxing. She also felt that Xiaoxing's strength suddenly increased. A beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she seemed to be happy for his successful breakthrough. We have found the location of their warehouse. As you expected, there is a lot of food inside. Hearing this, Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Very good. Take me there. This is the first large camp they have destroyed tonight. Xiaoxing is also looking forward to the harvest inside. The two walked through the cave hall. Soon, Sarah led him and stopped in front of a stone door. As Sarah threw a dagger, the seal of the stone door was broken. Boom! The stone door opened. There was a smell of grain mixed with mold. In front of the two, a large number of bags filled with food appeared. Xiaoxing's pupil shrank. Oh my god! So much! In it, he saw hundreds of bags of food, various kinds of rice, wheat, piled up into a small mountain. Among them, there were also a lot of air-dried bacon hanging above his head. However, the warehouse in this cave was too damp. Chaoxing even saw that some grains had already gone moldy. He didn't care, and walked over to take away all the food inside. Obtained, blackened corn kernels, 40 kilograms, asterisk 57 bags. Obtained, slightly damp wheat, 40 kilograms, asterisk 62 bags. Obtained, sprouted barley, 40 kilograms, asterisk 53 bags. Obtained, air-dried bacon asterisk 362 kg. Obtained. As he expected, most of the food here had gone damp. But Chaoxing didn't care. Anyway, these foods are not for him to eat. On the altar of the gods, it only said to sacrifice 1,000 units of food, but it didn't say that this kind of damp food can't be sacrificed. Thinking of this, Chaoxing searched more happily. It took almost 2 minutes to search the entire warehouse. Finally, Chaoxing obtained a total of 11,723 kilograms of food here, which is equivalent to more than 50,000 units of food. Enough for more than 50 soldiers under his command to break through to the 4th level. He patted his backpack with satisfaction, and then sighed, "It's worthy of being a large camp. This wave of harvest is really good." In this way, as long as we search a few more large camps, we can solve the breakthrough resources of all soldiers. In the snowy plain, within 400 kilometers of Chaoxing, there are 4 large camps like this. His goal was to take down all these camps. Then, Chaoxing went out again, and put all the other spoils into his backpack. He got a total of 74 masks, some intermediate power hearts, and several elite souls. After confirming that nothing was missed, Chaoxing led his men to the narrow passage they had drilled out of. Jonard and Joseon were still waiting outside. After seeing Chaoxing and others come out, Joseon reported respectfully, "Lord, you are out. During the time you were in, no one came out." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "Well done, Jonard and Joseon." After that, he and Lu Mushua spent a little more time to give everyone a blessing. In an instant, the already terrifying attack power, recovery ability, and armor of the group are increased again. Especially Sarah. She is now a level 45 commander-level assassin, with a basic attack power of 7,800. Now with the bonus of Courage Blessing, it has directly exceeded 10,000. In addition, her terrifying critical hit rate. If this assassin gets serious, she will become everyone's nightmare. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. After everything is ready, let's go, continue to the next location. He quickly planned the route on the map, heading to the next large camp, while destroying the small and medium-sized camps along the way. From 3 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning. It took 2 hours. Chaoxing and his team pushed all the way to the location of the second large camp. The location of this camp, also in the deep mountains and old forests, and these cultists also built a stockade here. It was heavily guarded. However, in front of the absolute power of Chaoxing and others, these guards had no effect. This time, the battle was even more straightforward, since there was only one white-robed priest inside. Chaoxing followed the old method, first used ancient weapon primitive cube to gather the monsters. Then Francesca flew to the sky and silenced the whole place. After a wave of concentrated fire from everyone, the white-robed priest didn't even have time to react, and was killed instantly on the spot. The remaining cultists were all killed by Burji Sun Chaser, Assam and others. When the last black-robed priest died in Chaoxing's demonic flames, he said unwillingly, "Damn demons, the god of light will not let you go." The system prompt appeared. In this battle, a total of 184 members of the Church of Light were killed, and 2,283 honor points were obtained. Ding! You destroyed a large camp of the Church of Light, reputation value plus 500. Then, Chaoxing followed the usual practice and looted a lot. Once again, he obtained tens of thousands of kilograms of food, plus 2 expert-level hearts of strength, and a golden sword. Finally, he led everyone away. At this time, there were 3 large camps like this on the map. Chaoxing looked at the time. It was 5:32 in the morning. According to the estimate, our action time this time should be stopped before 12 noon. It seems that we have to speed up. So, Chaoxing began to replan the route, abandoning those small strongholds that needed to be deterred, specializing in raiding medium and large strongholds. Destroying them all the way, the system prompts kept refreshing the screen. In this battle, a total of 218 members of the Church of Light were killed, honor points, 3042. Ding! You destroyed a large camp of the Church of Light, reputation value plus 500. In this battle, a total of 221 members of the Church of Light were killed, honor points, 3156. Ding! You destroyed a large camp of the Church of Light, reputation value plus 500. Until about 11 o'clock in the morning. This assault team almost ran all over the snowy plains, destroyed nearly 40 strongholds of various sizes. Thousands of cultists of the Church of Light were killed. At the same time, they also harvested a huge amount of resources. 4 of the 5 large strongholds on the map have been destroyed by them. And those medium-sized strongholds add up to more than 20. If the Church of Light knew about this, they would definitely be heartbroken. This is equivalent to uprooting their development in a snowstorm plain for many years at once. At this moment, Chao Xing and his party stood on the hillside of a high mountain. This is the location of the last large camp on the map. Everyone saw that. On the hillside, there was a camp built against the mountain. There were many houses built on it, as well as defensive fortifications such as primary and intermediate elemental arrow towers. With the advantage of the terrain, it was also easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, with the absolute strength of Chao Xing and others, they simply ignored these defensive arrow towers. Go! Following Chao Xing's order, this group of powerful people under his command rushed in directly. Chapter 316 S-Level World Mission, Uprooted. Bang! The heavy iron gate of the camp was slammed open by Brown. Boom! The heavy gate collapsed. And the cultists inside, as well as the surrounding arrow towers, discovered this big guy at the same time. Instantly, a large number of attacks came at him. But Brown was not afraid at all, directly activated the ice giant form, followed by a giant roar. Come here, little guys. The hunters around were all attracted by his firepower. Seeing this, Chao Xing and his companions went straight past Brown, rushed into the camp and started to slaughter the hunters inside. There were about 200 hunters in this camp halfway up the mountain. But they were too scattered. Chao Xing did not use the original cube, but chose to crush them head-on. At this moment, under the terrifying attack power of the crowd, they directly treated these 3rd and 4th level cultists as ordinary monsters. Assam slashed out with one sword after another. Minus 9,872. Minus 4,936. Minus 9,954. Minus 4,977. Minus 9,862. 4931. Because the skill Glory Praise will have 50% light attribute damage. Each of Assam's swords will cause more than 14,000 damage. Only 2 swords are needed to kill one on the spot. Sarah on the other side was even more terrifying. Chao Xing asked her to deal with the white-robed priest in the camp alone. This white-robed priest was also an assassin. He held a strange-shaped short knife that looked like a fish bone, and fought head-on with Sarah. And his fighting skills were also very skillful. Ding ding ding. The sound of the short knife and the dagger colliding sounded. However, under the absolute suppression of Sarah's strength, the short knife of the white-robed priest was bounced away after only blocking Sarah's 2 knives. Then, the silent blade slashed through his body fiercely. Minus 15,784. Minus 10,523. Minus 18,723. Minus 20,312. Blessing of Liberation. Sarah's attacks, each strike was more terrifying than the last. Assassination rules. This skill, each strike will increase the damage of the next strike, can be stacked up to 4 times, plus the terrifying critical hit rate. This 5th level leader level white-robed priest has no power to fight back at all. The blood volume dropped rapidly. Feeling the danger of death, the white-robed priest shouted, "Priest Latifa, I need support." A strong wind rushed towards Sarah. It was an arrow, and it had a very strong penetrating power. Sarah turned around and cut off the arrow. The next moment, 5 or 6 arrows rushed towards Sarah. The sudden attack was enough to catch the general 5th level leader creature off guard. The white-robed priest seized the opportunity and raised the short knife and slashed it fiercely. But Sarah was a 5th order commander. Even when facing siege, she was not afraid at all. Bang! 8 clones of Sarah suddenly appeared on the spot, turned into 8 black lightnings, and slashed forward fiercely. Shwa shwa. The white-robed priest was cut 3 times again. The being above his head that shot the arrows also lost its target at this time. Chao Xing raised his head and looked. On the hillside of the camp, a figure wearing a white robe and a mask appeared. From the size, it can be seen that this is a woman. She is constantly pulling the bowstring and launching concentrated fire on her own Sarah. Chao Xing directly said, "Francesca, go and shoot her down." Swoosh. After hearing the order, a figure instantly rushed into the sky. The white-robed archer saw someone suddenly flying up and seemed a little flustered. She was about to launch an attack, but she saw Francesca slapped her down. Bang! Minus 11,245. The white-robed priest, at this time, only felt that he was hit by a huge stone weighing 10,000 pounds. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She barely withstood Francesca's attack and turned around to draw the bowstring. However, this witch was also a 5th-level commander-level being, and her strength was terrifying. Bang bang. Minus 11,547. Minus 11,642. Minus 17,682. As she continued to launch terrifying attacks, the white-robed archer was overwhelmed and was directly knocked down from the hillside by Francesca. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell heavily to the ground. She raised her head and said in horror, "Another commander-level figure. Where did you come from?" Facing the question of the white-robed priest, everyone was too lazy to pay attention to it. At this moment, Chao Xing also directly entered the advanced demon transformation state. Wow! This was the first time he used this form after becoming a 5th-level strongman. The strong demonic aura almost made these 3rd and 4th-level hunters dare not approach. Just a glance at that figure would involuntarily cause a sense of fear and submission in the heart. And as Chao Xing stretched out his 2 claws and then clenched them fiercely, all the hunters on the field felt as if their souls were caught, and a strong burning feeling appeared from the depths of their souls. Swish. The soul fire ignites. Minus 11,532. Minus 12,374. Minus 11,336. Minus 10,521. Damage figures of over 10,000 appear one after another. After Chao Xing broke through the 5th level, the damage of soul withering also increased significantly. The screams of the hunters continued to ring out. When the 4 waves of flames ended, there were only a few creatures left standing on the field. At this moment, the 2 white-robed priests saw this scene and took a deep breath. "Damn it! So you are a demon. You have such a strong power. Why do you want to deal with our Church of Light?" And Chao Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and said directly, "Deal with him." After hearing this, Sarah directly performed Death Dance and Shadow Bloom. Then, the slender female assassin snapped her fingers. Bang! Minus 47,862. A terrifying number that almost broke through 50,000 floated up. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully killed the white-robed priest. I'm Endora LV48, a 5th-order leader-level creature, gained experience value, 24,000. Combatants gained experience value, 12,000. On the other side, after Francesca beat the white-robed priest to a state of low health, Chao Xing's finishing blow arrived. Bang! A soul fire fell on her and exploded. Minus 13,546. You killed the white-robed priest, Latifa Coman LV49, level 5 leader creature, experience gained, 24,500. Combatants gain experience, 12250. At the same time, the battles of others have all ended. When the last black-robed priest fell, a white light rose from the bodies of many people on the field. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, has been upgraded, current level, level 46. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz, has been upgraded, current level, level 40, has reached the maximum level of level 4. Your territory member, Birdie Sun Chaser, has been upgraded, current level, level 30, has reached the maximum level of level 3. The sound of upgrading and upgrading sounded continuously. In this battle, a total of 177 members of the Church of Light were killed, and 2,532 honor points were obtained. Ding! You destroyed a large camp of hunters. Reputation plus 500. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and then exited from the demon transformation state. He glanced at the time above his head. 11:14. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, finally. Before noon, all large and medium camps were destroyed, not bad. Although all the camps of the Church of Light in the snowstorm field were not cleared, the remaining ones were only some small karami, and the benefits of destroying all of them were not as good as a large camp. Thinking of this, he was just about to have someone clean up the battlefield. and then go home. At this moment, a special system prompt appeared. Survivor Chaoxing. Please note, you have destroyed many strongholds of the Church of Light in succession, causing severe damage to the layout of the force in the snowstorm. And the implicit relationship has become mortal enemy. Mortal enemy cannot be resolved. You die or I die. Trigger the world mainline task. Uproot. Task difficulty, S level. Uproot. In the previous many battles, you have continuously caused damage to the forces of the Church of Light, and have repeatedly hindered their plans. Now you have been noticed by the God of Light. When the God of Light comes out of the netherworld, this God will see through your disguise, and will be angry with you. Task content. In order to prevent the God of Light from descending from the land of the underworld, you need to destroy all the forces of the Church of Light in the Western continent as much as possible, uproot them, so that they can never return. Current destruction progress, 1%. Task prompt. This task is a long-term task. After the destruction progress exceeds 30%, the descent of the God of Light will be postponed indefinitely, and for every 10% increase in progress in the future, you will receive an additional reward. When it reaches 100%, you will receive a special unique reward, Godhead of Light *1. Note, this task is not a fixed task. If the power of the Church of Light is expanded, your task progress will decrease. Conversely, your task progress will increase. Seeing this long system prompt, Chaoxing took a deep breath. Oh my God! I just destroyed a few camps. And the old man? The God of Light. Noticed it? Damn it. He came out to deal with me? This old guy is too stingy. No wonder he was locked up in the underworld. He deserves it. Chaoxing was furious. However, he also saw the prompt behind. The task prompt said that if more than 30% is destroyed, this old man will never get out. But it is obvious that this is also a very difficult task. After all, Chaoxing pushed down dozens of camps last night and killed nearly 2,000 hunters, including a large number of elites, black robes, and white robes. As a result, the destruction progress has only reached 1%. From this, we can imagine that the real power of this church is beyond imagination. The hunter who was tortured into confessing once said that the influence of the Church of Light is not only in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, but also in several other nearby kingdoms. Now it seems that this is also true. If an ordinary person suddenly found out that he was targeted by a god, he would probably be scared and at a loss. But Chaoxing was not afraid of anything. He said happily, "Fortunately, I am still not exposed. As long as the God of Light does not come out, they will not know who did it, and I can continue to steal resources from this force. Wow, it's really exciting." Moreover, his development speed is getting faster and faster. The most important thing is that Chaoxing saw the task reward behind. Godhead of Light. What is Godhead? It represents the essence of divinity, and is the key feature that distinguishes gods from mortals. Without Godhead, you are a false god. If Chaoxing can uproot this force, the task progress will reach 100%. He will get a complete Godhead of Light. In other words, Chaoxing even has a chance to reach that realm. Become a god. I never thought about becoming a god before. But if there is such an opportunity in front of me, I must not miss it. Once I become a god, I don't have to be afraid of false gods like the God of Light, who have no godhood. Thinking of this, the last bit of pressure in Chaoxing's heart disappeared, and he decided that if there is a chance in the future, he will continue to take advantage of this force. He said directly, "Okay, let's start cleaning the battlefield." Everyone started to act. Chaoxing also searched the camp carefully, taking away all the food and spoils. Obtained, Demon Fish Thorn, gold. Obtained, Predator Longbow, gold. Obtained, White Robe Priest Leader Soul *1. Obtained, 4th Level Leader Assassin Recruitment Scroll *1. Obtained, Expert Power Heart *2. Obtained, Advanced Power Heart *5. Obtained, Light Church Mask, White Robe, Black Robe, Elite, Ordinary *177. Obtained. Haha. These 2 white robe priests are not bad. They actually gave me a soul and a recruitment scroll. Really good. With a satisfied look, Chaoxing counted his spoils tonight. Expert level Heart of Power *6. Advanced Heart of Power *47. White Robe Priest Leader Soul *5. Black Robe Priest Leader Soul *18. Food *67232 kg. Coin *1.77 million. In addition, there are a large number of hunter masks, and other miscellaneous materials. Damn, it's so scary. This night's harvest even exceeds my harvest in the previous half-month. It's really worthy of the gold belt of murder and arson. So cool. So many leader-level souls, plus expert-level heart of power, and advanced heart of power. If all of them are consumed, the strength of their territory will undergo a qualitative change. However, they need to leave as soon as possible. And these things can only be digested after returning to the territory. He took another look at his honor points and reputation. Honor points, 21823. Reputation, 9850 famous. Very good. The honor points have officially exceeded 20,000. Plus the mask in my hand? It should not be difficult to get 30,000. However, it is still quite far from exchanging for that legendary weapon. Chao Xing saw it. The Ice Crystal King took out this legendary dagger, and he never thought of asking others to exchange it. 100,000 honor points. Tonight, he destroyed nearly 60 camps of all sizes, killed nearly 2,000 hunters, and only earned a little over 20,000 honor points. However, it was enough. At least the honor points in his hand were enough to exchange for 2 Neros cannons and hundreds of elite war horses. With a happy look, Chao Xing ordered, "Let's go. Let's go home." Chao Xing knew that what they did today was beyond everyone's expectations. And he took advantage of the time when the Church of Light was busy dealing with the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and stole their base. And the plan was successful. When they found out about this, it would arouse the wrath of the Church of Light. So he had to leave quickly. The group had excited looks on their faces, and changed the direction to go down the mountain. Then, under the leadership of Chao Xing, they kept changing the route and moved towards the territory. At the same time, in the territory of Dwelloin Lake City, the 3 red-robed bishops gathered together, and they all had relieved smiles on their faces. One of the bishops, who was obviously more powerful, said, "Everyone, we won the battle yesterday beautifully, and caused the king's army to suffer a great setback. According to the intelligence said by our people, the plan went smoothly. The old king was very angry, and mobilized a large number of troops to deal with us. Even, they transferred part of their troops guarding the border area of the kingdom." Hearing this, the other 2 red-robed bishops also smiled with joy. They all said, "Thanks to the plan of the God of Light and the dispatch of the Seed of Light, we have achieved such a rich victory. Yes, this Seed of Light is very good." The leaders of the Church of Light were completely skeptical and unbelieving of this Seed of Light from another world at first. But because he had the oracle of the God of Light, all church members had to obey his orders. And now, after several events, the prestige of this Seed of Light is also rising. The powerful red-robed bishop continued, "You too. Although we won the last battle. However, this also means that we will face the wrath of the old king head-on, and we may die in the next battle." The other 2 red-robed bishops heard this. Not only did they not feel afraid, but their eyes showed fanaticism. "Don't worry, Bishop Nguyen. We have already prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the God of Light. Yes, it is our honor to die on the battlefield." The red-robed bishop nodded after hearing this. "Then, we should follow the original plan. No matter what, we must keep the king's army here for more than a week to buy time for the plan of the Seed of Light. Now, go and notify the major camps, and ask them to transfer another batch of church personnel and supplies. We will fight the king's army to the death in Dwelloin Lake City." The 2 bishops nodded solemnly, and then, they took out a strange crystal from their arms. This crystal looks transparent, but as long as a little power is injected, it will emit waves of divine power. After they activated the 2 crystals, the statues in the center of 2 large camps began to emit a faint white light. According to previous habits, when they saw the statues glowing, someone would respond immediately. This was also their way of keeping in touch with the camps. However, today, after 5 minutes, there was still no sound. They continued to try to wait for a few minutes, but found that it was still the same. The 2 looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Bishop signs, "Is it the same on your side?" "Yes. I tried to contact the 3 large camps I'm in charge of, but I didn't receive any response." Bishop Bella, "What about you?" The red-robed bishop said in a deep voice, "It's the same with the 2 large camps I'm in charge of." The 2 were silent for a moment. The bishop with a strong aura suddenly said, "Could it be that something happened to these camps?" As soon as this was said, the faces of the other 2 red-robed bishops changed at the same time. "This is impossible. We were in contact with these camps yesterday." "Yes, I was in contact with the camps yesterday. And our Church of Light has just demonstrated its powerful strength. Who dares to deal with us at this time? The powerful bishop thought for a moment, then said, whether there is an accident or not, but these camps have not responded for so long, it is a bit suspicious. Signs, Bella, you go and confirm it as quickly as possible. At this time, we can't have any more accidents. After hearing this, the two red-robed bishops nodded solemnly. Then, they climbed over the city wall, walked to an unmanned corner, quickly passed through the barrier, and left Willow Lake City. The two bishops showed their terrifying mobility, and rushed all the way. Only 2 hours later, Bishop Signs arrived at one of the large camps. This was the second large camp that Chao Xing and his team had pushed down. Located in a forest, Bishop Signs stood outside the camp, and when he saw the collapsed arrow tower and fence inside, he had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. With a nervous mind, he jumped directly into the camp. When he saw the corpses all over the ground and the camp that had been looted, his pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, a strong anger and murderous intent emerged from him. Chapter 317 returned to the territory, the sought-after yak milk. Damn it, who did this? Destroyed our church's camp, and killed everyone, how hateful. The bishop was extremely angry, and couldn't even control the power in his body. The terrifying aura surged like a tide. However, he also knew that now was not the time to be angry, and the message must be passed back as soon as possible. He tried to calm down his emotions, and took out the crystal stone with trembling body, and then said, Bishop and Grienne, Bishop Bella, something has happened. The camp where Archpriest Carlo is located has been destroyed. Hearing this, the two bishops' terrified voices came. What? At the same time, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cao Xing and others had returned to the vicinity of the territory. From a distance, everyone saw a large gathering place in an open space in front of them. The buildings inside were a bit sparse, but they were arranged in an orderly manner. Moreover, a city wall was about to be built on the periphery, and there were hundreds of elemental arrow towers, ice arrow towers, etc. In addition, there were 3 huge ancient trees rooted at the edge of the territory. This is Cao Xing's current territory. Under the full efforts of the people such as Cao Yi, the city wall is almost halfway completed. It has already reached the scale of a large town. Surrounded by endless plains, this territory looks like a pearl in the snow. The open terrain also brings convenience to trade. Cao Xing can already imagine that in the near future, his territory will be surrounded by traffic, and people will come and go. Under his own construction, it will become an indestructible giant city in the snowy plain. Thinking of this, Cao Xing said directly, Okay, we are home now. Let's remove the disguise now. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark power on everyone receded, and they returned to their original appearance. Braun joked, Mr. Assam, why do you feel that you are not as handsome as your original demon slave form after you have changed back to your current appearance? In the demon slave form, you are wearing black armor, and you have the demeanor of a general in every move. Assam looked at him speechlessly. Mr. Braun, it may be because you have a problem with your aesthetics. Your demon slave form looks like a black exhibitionist. Braun's face darkened instantly. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Then, they returned to the territory with happy looks on their faces. The girls in the team, Alisa, Tom Choo Choo, and Francesca, still had excitement on their faces. It was as if they had done something bad secretly, and were not discovered. Cao Xing noticed their expressions and reminded them, Remember to keep today's matter confidential. Everyone nodded heavily. Cao Xing naturally trusted his subordinates. If he didn't trust them, he wouldn't have brought them to participate in the operation. At this moment, Cao Xing couldn't hold back and became a little excited. This time, they gained a lot. If they digested it, they would definitely improve their strength. Next, it was time to digest these gains. The gate of the territory was opened. The group returned to the territory. Just when Cao Xing was about to call all the combatants over and give them a big boost, the leader Cao Yi came to report, Lord, you are back. Mr. Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce came early in the morning. I told him that you had something to do and asked him to come back tomorrow. Mr. Hilton said he could wait for you, so I asked him to wait in the tavern first. Cao Xing was also a little surprised after hearing this. Oh, last time, Hilton said that he would come to my territory in a week. He is quite punctual. It just so happens that Cao Xing is short of money now. Although the harvest last night made up for the food shortage, the shortage of crowns is still not enough. It can be said that Hilton's arrival is very timely. Chow Yi, the leader, nodded slightly and continued, there is one more thing. Not long after Mr. Hilton arrived, another person from the Chamber of Commerce followed. They said they wanted to visit you, so I asked the people from this Chamber of Commerce to go to the tavern together and wait for your return. Another Chamber of Commerce? Chao Xing was even more confused. But he didn't say much. Nodded and said, I understand. I will go to see them first. You go and do your work first. Chow Yi. Yes, Lord. Chow Yi bowed slightly, and then retreated respectfully. Chao Xing looked at the others and said, you all go back and rest now. I will call you later if there is anything. The combatants also dispersed. Alisa and Tong Chu Chu, on the other hand, stuck to Francesca, each holding one of her hands, and didn't know where they were going to take this witch. Chao Xing went straight to the tavern and soon arrived at the destination. Creaky. As soon as the wooden door of the intermediate tavern was pushed open, there were warm air and a strong smell of wine. Chao Xing also saw at a glance that there were nearly 20 people sitting in the tavern. They were divided into two groups. One group was the familiar Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, and the other group was a group of people he had never seen before. There were also more than a dozen guards, and a middle-aged man wearing thick fur, with an alligator belt around his waist, and a gorgeous body. Chao Xing glanced at it. Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, Jess Watson. Affiliation, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level 17, Second Order Common Creature. Skills, Observing Expressions, Negotiation, Bargaining, Primary Management Mastery. Talent, none. Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce? I have never heard of this Chamber of Commerce. But Chao Xing did not show his emotions, but smiled and said, everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. After hearing the voice, everyone looked at the entrance of the tavern. When he saw Chao Xing, Hilton's pupil shrank, and he stood up. He walked up quickly and held Chao Xing's hand, and said excitedly, Lord Chao Xing, you are finally back. And next to him, the merchant named Jace also reacted quickly. He also walked over quickly, stretched out his hands with 4 or 5 rings, and held Chao Xing's other hand. So this is Lord Chao Xing. He is really elegant and handsome. He is still so young, but he already owns such a prosperous territory. He is really young and promising. Our Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce likes to cooperate with powerful and capable lords like you. Before Chao Xing spoke, Hilton next to him said inwardly, Jesse, you are such a hypocritical guy. You said before that the facilities in this territory are not complete. After hearing this, the businessman Jesse immediately retorted, Hilton, I think you must have heard it wrong. This territory has a good foundation and hard-working workers. With this wise lord, I seem to see the future. A territory comparable to Malign City rises here. Chao Xing looked at the two guys with a strange face, and then interrupted, you two, don't stand here for now. Let's talk about it after we go in. After hearing this, the two of them also nodded quickly. Soon, the three of them sat at a small round table. Next to them, the people brought by the two groups of chambers of commerce sat in different positions. The bartender Lachi ran over quickly and poured each of them a glass of red wine. The rich aroma of rose-red wine instantly spread. People could not help but take a few deep sniffs subconsciously. It must be said that coming back from going out and tasting a glass of fine wine is indeed a great blessing in life. Chao Xing also picked up the glass and drank it all. After drinking a glass of wine, Chao Xing said straight to the point, you two, let's talk about business now. The two looked at each other. The merchant named Jace stood up first, and then said, Lord Chao Xing, I am a merchant from the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce in Malign City. I accidentally learned that your territory is selling cloud yak milk. This milk is very popular in our Malign City. The nobles and rich people in the city like it very much. So, we want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you, and we will definitely give you a satisfactory purchase price. Hilton, who was standing next to him, also stood up after hearing this, with anger in his tone. What do you mean by accident? It was you who saw me selling cloud yak milk, and you bribed my guards with money, and found out about Lord Chao Xing's territory. Now you want to take the milk from this territory first. What a despicable move. The businessman Jace was not angry at all after hearing this, but chuckled, Mr. Hilton, we are old friends. How can you say that my move is despicable in this kind of business competition? It's just fair competition. Besides, Our maligned city is closer to Lord Chaoxing's territory, and it is also convenient to sell milk. Lord Chaoxing's yaks produce milk on the same day, and we can take it away on the same day, which not only ensures the freshness of the milk, but also provides a stable source of resources for him. Compared to your irregular purchases, it is obviously more beneficial for Lord Chaoxing to cooperate with us. Hearing this, Hilton was even more angry, but he couldn't refute it, because the other party was telling the truth. Chaoxing listened to their conversation and understood the reason. It turned out that Hilton was selling milk in Maligned City, which was very popular. The merchants had a keen sense of smell, like rats in the sewer, and they also wanted to get a piece of the pie. So they rushed to Chaoxing's territory. When Hilton heard the news, he quickly put down what he was doing and rushed over as soon as possible. Then, the scene in front of him happened. At this time, Chaoxing narrowed his eyes. He chuckled and said, "So you two are here for milk. To be honest, my territory has recently had many more yaks, and the milk output has increased 3 or 4 times. I wonder, what price are you willing to buy it for?" Hearing this, the two merchants on the scene, including the people they brought with them, all showed shocked expressions on their faces. You know, last time Hilton only bought 200 liters of milk, which was very popular among the nobles and rich people. And because of the healing effect of cloud yaks, many clinics in the city have received a lot of them. Therefore, his milk was sold out in one day. And Hilton, of course, also made a lot of profit. Now, Chaoxing said that the milk output in his territory has increased several times. This means that they will make more profit than before. And more importantly, they have confirmed that there are a large number of cloud yaks in this territory. These yaks will produce more baby yaks. In the long run, the milk output will continue to increase in the future. This is simply a territory that can continuously bring wealth. Before Hilton could speak, the merchant just next to him said, "This respected Lord Chaoxing. Although I don't know what price Hilton bought it before, but I can make the decision to buy the milk produced in your territory at a price of 8,000 kronor per liter. What do you think?" Hearing this price, Chaoxing narrowed his eyes again. You must know, last time Hilton's acquisition price, it is only 7,000 kronor. And this businessman, 8,000 kronor. Calculate, he can earn 100,000 crates with 100 liters of milk. He is now, but it is time to use money. I have to say, Chaoxing was already fierce. And the next Hilton saw the expression on his face, I also know that Chaoxing was moved by the price. He gritted his teeth, speaking directly, "Lord Chaoxing, although the last purchase price was a bit low, but before that, we don't understand the market's market. Now, I am willing to buy it at a price of 8,500 kronor per liter." Hearing Hilton raise the price by 500, Chaoxing gradually smiled. After hearing this, Jace on the opposite side said lightly, "Then I will offer 9,000. Hilton was shocked for a moment, as if he didn't expect Jace to be willing to offer such a high price. You know, at this price for a liter of milk, there is not much profit to be made. In addition, there are transportation costs in the middle, and the sale of milk requires paying commercial taxes to the baron or the city lord. In the end, not much fell into their hands." He looked at the other party with a puzzled look, but Jace on the opposite side looked calm. Hilton's eyes flashed with hesitation, and then he remembered what Chaoxing had just said, that milk production had increased several times. He seemed to have made some kind of decision, and said directly, "Lord Chaoxing, I will buy it at a price of 9,500 kronor per liter." This number made Jace's eyebrows jump. Obviously, this was already a little beyond his tolerance limit. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, I will offer 10,000. Mr. Hilton, do you want to raise the price?" Hearing this price, even Hilton hesitated. Just next to him was calm and composed. It can be seen that he was determined to win this time. Because Maligned City is close to Chaoxing's territory, he can reduce a lot of transportation costs. In addition, as a local snake in Maligned City, Jess has a wealth of connections. Even taxes can be reduced a little. So, even at this purchase price, he can make a profit. It can be seen that both parties have reached their limit. Now, it depends on Chaoxing's decision. They all looked at the young lord with eager expressions, hoping that he would choose to trade with them. However, Hilton was not confident, because his bid was obviously not advantageous. As long as they were normal people, they would basically choose to trade with Jace. What they didn't know was that Chaoxing was already very happy at this time. The bids of the two were far beyond his expectations. This meant that he could earn nearly 300,000 krone or more for 100 liters of milk. Of course, these merchants might earn a little less. But in the near future, the milk output in Chaoxing's territory will continue to increase. As long as small profits, but quick turnover, a lot of money can be made. Chaoxing thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jess. I still choose to trade with Mr. Hilton." Hearing this, the businessman just froze, and the confidence and calmness on his face disappeared. Hilton seemed to have heard something unbelievable. The disappointment in his eyes was swept away, and he turned into a pleasant surprise. The fat face, a pair of small eyes opened directly. The merchant just next to him was very puzzled. He asked, "Why did you choose this way, Lord Chaoxing? Our bid is higher than Hilton's, and our transportation is more convenient. You can always notify us to come and buy milk whenever you need it." Chaoxing explained, "Hilton and I are old friends, and we had a pleasant cooperation several times before. In addition, he took care of my territory when it was just starting out. I am a person who believes in give and take. So I'm sorry, Mr. Jess." Hearing this, the merchant was stunned for a moment, and then a look of realization appeared in his eyes. "It turned out that I lost here." He looked at Hilton with hatred, as if he didn't expect this guy to be so visionary, and to have established a relationship with this territory when it was weak. Hilton next to him was even more moved. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Chaoxing. You are a person with noble character. Because of your words and deeds, Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton's favorability has been improved. Current favorability, close." Chaoxing shook his head, and then said, "Sir Jess, I will ask someone to take you a ride." Hearing this, Jess knew that the Lord was going to see him off. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he could also feel how powerful this territory was. Any soldier who came out at random had the strength to kill all the people he brought with him. Here, he dared not act rashly. The merchant Jay smiled and shook his head and said, "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." He sighed, turned around with his men, and walked towards the entrance of the tavern. At this moment, Chaoxing's words once again gave him a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Jess, I will go to Malign City when I have a chance. If there are other businesses, we will talk about cooperation then." Hearing this, the frustrated businessman swept away the frustration in his eyes, and became full of fighting spirit again. Although Chaoxing's request was just a blank check, this lord could catch so many sacred creatures such as cloud yaks. No one dared to say whether he would catch more magical creatures in the future. For these businessmen, Chaoxing is an invisible big customer. He turned around quickly and said in surprise, "The headquarters of our Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce is in Malign City. We are waiting for Lord Chaoxing to come at any time." He bowed slightly to Chaoxing. Then, he left the territory with his guards. Only he and Hilton were left in the tavern. Hilton was very moved at this time. "Lord Chaoxing, thank you so much for this time." Chaoxing waved his hand. "Nothing, Mr. Hilton. As I said before, we are old friends, and we had a pleasant cooperation in the past few times. The price you gave me is very fair, which is why I chose to cooperate with you." After hearing this, Hilton couldn't help but recall the first time he went to Chaoxing to buy black diamonds. It was also at that time that he wanted to establish a good relationship with the Lord. So he offered a very high purchase price. He originally thought, perhaps in 2 or 3 years, or 7 or 8 years, the Lord would be able to develop. And at that time, he would be able to get help from him when he was doing business in the snowy plains. Unexpectedly, Chaoxing had developed to such a powerful level so quickly. For a moment, he felt mixed emotions. Chaoxing didn't know what Hilton was thinking. So he said directly, "Now, let's talk business. Mr. Hilton, you came here this time to collect the second batch of cloud yak milk, right?" Hilton nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Chaoxing. The last batch of yak milk I bought from you was very popular. 200 liters were sold out soon after they were transported to the city. Those nobles and rich people were willing to pay high prices for it, and the supply even exceeded the demand. So I thought about collecting another batch today." Hearing this, Chaoxing also nodded. "No problem. It just so happens that 300 liters of milk have been produced in my territory these days, and you can take it all away." Hearing this number, Hilton was shocked. This is much more than what he collected last time. And, according to Chaoxing, from now on, the milk production of this territory will increase by more than 3 times. That is to say, They can produce at least 900 liters of milk a week? Hilton's breathing became a little rapid. He said excitedly, "Great, Lord Chaoxing, I will come to your territory every other week to purchase. But, this price." Chaoxing smiled. "Just as I said just now, how about 9,500 kronor per liter?" Hilton smiled happily. "No problem. As mentioned before, at this price, Hilton's profit point will shrink a lot. But business, what matters is that there is a give and take." Chapter 318, the biggest wave of improvement in the territory. After negotiating the purchase price, Chaoxing and Hilton walked out of the tavern together. Then, Chaoxing called the polar man Duan again. He asked him to take people to the basement to bring up the stored cloud yak milk. And when Hilton saw that 6 polar men were carrying 3 large buckets of milk, he couldn't stop smiling. To him, these milks were full of crowns. "Lord Chaoxing, the milk produced in your territory is still of the same high quality as always. I can smell the milk fragrance through the wooden barrel," he exclaimed. "Then let's trade now." Chaoxing nodded. Then, Duan led his men to put the 3 barrels of milk on the carriage of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Hilton asked people to bring 3 large boxes, which were filled with a large number of crowns. The two quickly completed a wave of transactions. Transaction successful. You lost Cloud Yak Yak. Asterisk 300L. You gained coins. Asterisk 2850000. Another 2.8 million crowns were earned. And Chaoxing also smiled. He glanced at his own kronor reserves. Coins. Asterisk 10, 756, 732. He originally had nearly 6 million kronor in his hands. Last night, he destroyed those camps and accumulated more than 2 million kronor. Adding today's gains, it can be considered as officially breaking through the 10 million level. But, it's still not enough. According to Chaoxing's estimate, there are a total of 267 warriors in his territory. According to the calculation that one warrior needs to sacrifice 5,000 kronor, that is to say, he needs at least more than 13 million kronor. Chaoxing thought to himself, "I plan to upgrade all warriors to the 4th level today. That is to say, I have to find a way to get 3 or 4 million kronor." So, he set his sights on Hilton. The old man was very happy because he received a lot of milk. His face was full of joy. Chaoxing said, "Mr. Hilton, I wonder how many kronor you brought with you this time." Hearing this question, Hilton was stunned for a moment. He thought for a moment, and then replied, "Not much. There are about 3 million kronor." Hearing this, Chaoxing narrowed his eyes immediately. He put his arm around Hilton's shoulders and said happily, "Mr. Hilton, how about helping me? Recently, I'm a little short on hand." Hilton's short stature, held under his wrist, like a small meatball, said weakly, Lord Chaoxing, what do you mean? Lend me 3 million kronor, and you can continue to collect the Cloud Yak milk next week. Of course, I can also sell you 2 more Cloud Yak clothes. How about it?" Hearing this, Hilton breathed a sigh of relief. He said speechlessly, "Oh, I thought it was something else. Lord Chaoxing, just tell me directly, I will have someone bring it to you right away. As for the Cloud Yak clothes, no need to bother, I will negotiate the price with those nobles next time, and then come to you to buy them." Through these contacts, Hilton naturally knew Chaoxing's character. And he had such a large territory here, he couldn't run away. After he finished speaking, several Black Lion guards came with 3 large money boxes and handed them directly to Chaoxing. He also took it without hesitation. "Get coins asterisk 3 million. Seeing the more than 13 million crowns in the backpack, Chaoxing also smiled. "Happy cooperation, Mr. Hilton." Hilton also laughed. "Happy cooperation, Lord Chaoxing." Then, Chaoxing took out an egg like a white gem from the backpack and put it in Hilton's hand. "Lord Chaoxing, what is this?" "The egg of the light-feathered chicken." Hearing this name, Hilton was shocked. "It's actually the egg of that kind of magical creature. Lord Chaoxing, you wouldn't even catch this kind of magical creature and keep it in your own territory." "Right." Chaoxing nodded. "I did catch a batch of them, because I don't know the price, so I want to ask first." Hilton looked at Chaoxing again, with a complicated expression. He found that this lord of another world was really powerful. It seemed that there was nothing he couldn't do. It was extremely difficult to catch a light-feathered chicken, not to mention raising it in the territory. And this also made Hilton more determined to build a good relationship with Chaoxing. He held the egg and thought about it seriously. It is said that this kind of egg has a significant effect on improving physical fitness. Ordinary people who eat one will obviously feel that their strength has increased a lot. In addition, this kind of egg also has the effect of dispelling curses. Some curses that even priests cannot dispel can be resolved with the eggs of light-feathered chickens. It can be seen that Hilton is quite knowledgeable, and he immediately said the effect of this egg. He continued, according to the market price, such an egg is about 12,000 to 13,000 kronor. Hearing this number, Chao Xing nodded suddenly. According to this calculation, the value of this kind of egg is very high. There are currently 96 bare-feathered chickens in the territory. On the first day, 13 eggs were laid, and on the second day, 17 eggs were laid. In other words, it can bring in about 100,000 yuan in income every day. Although it is a little less than the cloud yak, the bare-feathered chicken has a stronger reproductive capacity. In addition, I have glowing branches to provide them with holy light power. In the long run, eggs breed chickens, and chickens breed eggs. It won't be long before the daily income generated by these light-feathered chickens will exceed that of cloud yaks. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on Chao Xing's face. Hilton asked tentatively, Lord Chao Xing, do you want to sell a batch of these eggs? Chao Xing shook his head. Not for sale at the moment. The number of these eggs is too small at the moment. I will contact you when my production increases in the future. Hearing this, Hilton nodded. At the same time, there was a little more hope in my heart. Then, the two chatted about some things. They were all about some small details of business. Although Chao Xing has no idea of developing a commercial city at present, but it may be useful in the near future. Knowing more, there is no harm. Hilton also told Chao Xing everything in detail, including going to different cities for transactions, how much tax to pay, how to bribe those financial personnel, how to sell the goods in hand faster, etc. After a while, the conversation between the two was almost over. Hilton looked around and continued. Lord Chao Xing, I see that your territory has expanded a lot compared to last time. Although the status of you chosen lords is quite special, you don't even need the status of nobles to have some special rights. But this is the territory of those nobles after all. So I want to remind you, before this, the territories of other chosen lords were not large. At best they were some small gathering places. And with your size, I'm afraid it will attract the attention and targeting of the barons in this area. They will definitely not allow such a large armed force to gather in their territory. You must be prepared to be targeted by these nobles. When necessary, choosing to lose money to avoid disaster is also a good way. Hearing Hilton's reminder, Chao Xing also nodded. He naturally knew that the expansion of his territory would attract the attention of the local barons or viscounts. However, he had already made plans in advance. At present, the baron in the area where Chao Xing was located had died. The new baron was still his man, and he would soon be firmly controlled by him. Next, Chao Xing could expand as he wanted. Even if other nobles were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. If they asked, they would say that the baron allowed it. What's wrong? Unless one day, the baron here was replaced, or Chao Xing's territory expanded beyond the territory of Fitzwalker. Then someone else will come to find him. After talking about these, Hilton said goodbye to Chao Xing. Then he happily pulled a few buckets of milk and left. And Chao Xing himself, after waiting for Hilton to leave, a smile reappeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, the crowns are gathered, and the food is gathered. Now, it's time to digest the harvest from last night. Chao Xing sorted out a lot of items in his backpack. In addition to those souls, the heart of power, there are 5 golden weapons. They were all weapons dropped by the white-robed priests. The level was not low, at least level 40. And there were more than a dozen purple weapons and equipment. But purple equipment did not improve him much. Chao Xing decided to give them all to Harold, or sell them directly in the market later. After all, at the current stage, the survivors were still using green and blue equipment. A piece of purple equipment meant them to be masters among the crowd. So the price of purple equipment was still very high. The 5 golden weapons in the backpack are Magic Fish Thorn, Predator Longbow, Revelation Law Sword, Mercy Blade, Stone Hammer. Except for the dagger and the longbow. No one can use the other 3. So Chao Xing only checked the properties of these 2 pieces of equipment. Magic Fish Thorn Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment level, Level 40. Equipment type, One-handed weapon. Note, you can equip 2 different one-handed weapons at the same time. The attributes can be superimposed, but the weapon attack power will be adjusted. Attack power, 572 to 633. Additional special effect 1. Agility plus 150, strength plus 80, hit rate plus 15%. Additional special effect 2. Magic fish power. When attacking, ignore 150 points of enemy armor. Additional special effect 2. Magic fish shadow. At the moment of attacking, there is a 100% probability of converting 50% of the spirit into agility. Note: a dagger made from the most powerful part of a mysterious creature, now held in your hand. Every time you swing it, it seems that you can hear the voice of that mysterious creature from the deep sea. Ocean Hunter, Chloe Swan. Oh! Convert spirit into agility? That's good. And it's only at the moment of launching the attack, which is equivalent to strengthening Sarah's attack power in disguise, and it doesn't affect the spirit resistance at other times. Then he looked at the properties of another longbow. Predator longbow gold. Quality, gold. Equipment level, level 40. Attack power, 732 to 779. Additional effect 1. Agility plus 280, strength plus 200, critical hit rate plus 20%. Additional effect 2. Predator instinct, increases critical hit damage by 20%. Additional effect 3. Predator, 15% physical blood-sucking effect when attacking. This longbow has very strong attributes. It is a pure output weapon. But Rennie's already has a hunting longbow. This weapon can be given to Elisa. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. As for the other 3 weapons, there is no need to look at them. Now, it's time to upgrade those warriors. Chaoxing came to the central area of the territory. Looking up, a 5-meter-high black furnace was emitting heat. Next to it, there was a wide square. It could accommodate thousands of people gathering here at the same time. Chaoxing also opened his backpack and took out the 5 or 6 meter high red statue. Clang! The heavy statue suddenly appeared on the brick and stone floor of the territory. The statue was simple and heavy. Although the god carved on it was dead, it still looked full of unyielding fighting spirit. It looked majestic and extraordinary. It was worthy of being the god of war. Chaoxing shouted, "Combatants! Assemble!" After hearing the order, hundreds of combatants came over in a crowd. Each of them exuded an extremely aggressive aura, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. At this moment, after lining up according to their race and profession, they gave people a feeling of being unstoppable and able to split gold and break stone. When Chaoxing's eyes swept over, the warriors also held their heads high and looked at him one after another, with fanaticism, respect, fighting spirit, and other different looks. This is a group of veterans. Before entering the alien space, they all died in various wars. Now that they are summoned, they will continue their mission. Now, Chaoxing will give them more powerful power. He first counted the number of combatants in his territory. List of combatants. Click to view. Chaoxing exhaled heavily. Wow! I didn't do a detailed calculation before. Now after a statistics, I found that in my territory, there are more than 460 soldiers of various types, including core combatants. This is a huge number. Even those large legions, the combatants in the territory, are not as many as Chaoxing. It is also a very powerful force. After calming down, he continued to order, all Ascalon warriors, Centaur warriors, and Boar warriors stand out. Walala. 259 figures, a skin is not in the territory, stood out in unison. They looked at their lord firmly, waiting for his next order. Chaoxing said, "You are all old people in our territory, and you have been in the 3rd level for a while. Now, get ready. I will let you all break through to the 4th level and have more powerful power." Hearing this, everyone on the field was shocked. After all, it was really shocking to let more than 200 warriors break through to the 4th level at once, including Chaoxing himself. If there was no god's altar, he would not dare to think that he could do such a thing in a short time. For a moment, hundreds of eyes looked at Chaoxing curiously. They seemed to want to know what kind of magical power their lord had. Chaoxing waved his hand. First, he took out all 12.95 million crowns and placed them in front of the altar. Clang clang. 13 money boxes were filled with millions of crowns. Everyone looked at so many crowns on the ground, and seemed to be confused about why their lord suddenly took out so much money. Chaoxing did not explain, and took out more than 20,000 pieces of mithril. Soon, these priceless mithril piled up into a small mountain on the ground. In a corner far away, a sneaky figure was looking at this place curiously. It was the goblin Mock. When he saw so much mithril, his pupils suddenly widened. You know, The weight of a piece of mithril is about 100 G. And in their goblin tribe, the value of 1 G of mithril can be up to 1 or 2,000 crowns. In other words, the value of Chao Xing's more than 20,000 pieces of mithril has exceeded 100 million. Even the goblin lock has never seen so much mithril. There was a fiery look in his eyes. Chao Xing's mental strength was very strong now, so he could naturally feel that this goblin was watching from a distance. But he didn't care. Next, he took out more than 2,000 high-level element crystals. Finally, there were more than 50,000 kilograms of grain. According to the calculation of 40 kilograms per bag of grain, there were more than 1,000 bags here. At this moment, they were piled together, like a mountain of grain, and it looked quite spectacular. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more surprised. But they all knew that the Lord had his own reasons for doing this. Chao Xing looked at the resources on the ground, and his face was full of pain. After this wave, his family fortune that he had saved for a long time was almost emptied. Even for him, it would take a long time to save so many resources again. However, there is no return without investment. Next, Chao Xing planned to go to Duoluan Lake City to do something big, and to survive in a battlefield of this scale and gain benefits. He naturally had to have strong strength. Therefore, it is necessary to upgrade these warriors. If this vote is successful, his consumption will be compensated. So, Chao Xing took a deep breath and directly clicked on the upgrade function on the altar. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume resources? Food * 259000. Crowns. To enable 259 third-level warriors to break through to the 4th level? Yes. The next moment, the altar of the gods exuded a red power. This power was like a blood mist, and it continued to spread outward. In it, they even felt a trace of extremely vast pressure. Just a trace made all the warriors on the field red-eyed, and they even couldn't help but want to draw their weapons and fight on the spot. Then, the spreading blood mist swallowed up all the mithril on the ground. The bloody aura on the statue suddenly increased. Next, it was the high-level element crystals, and then more than 10 million crowns. Every time it swallowed, the aura on the statue would continue to grow. However, when swallowing tens of thousands of kilograms of food, the blood mist seemed to pause. This made Chao Xing a little nervous. Fortunately, this blood mist did not seem to be picky about food. The food on the ground also began to be swallowed up gradually, as a large amount of resources disappeared. The red aura on the altar gradually condensed into substance. Just when everyone was confused, the power accumulated on the altar finally reached its peak. Then, a strong light burst out from it and rushed into the sky. Buzz! The blood-colored light column rushed straight into the sky, and then flashed away. It turned into 259 blood columns, and fell on the 259 warriors on the field. The next moment, these warriors felt that a burning, powerful force suddenly emerged in their bodies. This force began to spread throughout the body, causing their physiques to transform rapidly. The aura of all the warriors also began to increase at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, everyone's eyes suddenly became clear. Jonard and Josen said, "So that's it. The Lord activated the power of this altar through sacrifices, allowing all our warriors to break through. Right? I really feel it. The warriors are about to break through successfully. The divine power contained in the statue is very vast, and there is no probability of failure. All these warriors are breaking through very quickly." Not long after, a large number of system prompts appeared in front of Chao Xing. Your territory member, Kanar, successfully broke through the 4th level, became a 4th level leader-level creature, and his basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Lab, successfully broke through the 4th level, became a 4th level leader-level creature, and his basic attributes increased by 100%. After more than 200 system prompts, all the warriors on the field broke through the 4th level. At this moment, the warriors who broke through had shock in their eyes. They also understood Chao Xing's actions just now. It turned out that their lord took out so many resources to improve their strength. Even those more honest wild boar warriors, seeing so much mithril and food on the ground, and coins, knew how valuable this resource was. For a moment, they were deeply moved. Chapter 319. The strength of all members has skyrocketed. Wally has transformed again. The warriors all knew that Chao Xing had spent almost a huge amount of resources to help them improve. They were deeply moved. They knelt on one knee at the same time, and shouted loudly, "Thank you, powerful and generous Lord. We will defend your honor with our lives, and to the death. More than 200 warriors shouted in unison. The momentum was overwhelming, and the sound resounded throughout the territory. The next moment, hundreds of system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. Because you helped them improve their strength, territory member. Kaler's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 100. Because you helped them improve their strength, territory member. Lapati's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 100. Because of you. These warriors, all loyalty has been greatly improved. Even more exaggerated is that, the earliest Ascalon warriors, and Wild Boar warriors, all have reached 100 loyalty. And the Centaur warriors, all have a loyalty of more than 90. Chaoxing also smiled. He waved his hand and said, everyone, get up, just like I said before. As long as you make good contributions, I will continue to improve your strength. You just need to continue to fight for me. After hearing this, the 200 soldiers shouted almost fanatically, swear to be loyal to the Lord until death. We will use the swords in our hands to fight for the Lord until the last moment of our lives. The fanatical atmosphere infected the others around, including those dragon blood fighters, and the archers of the Nightmare Court. Their faces gradually became excited. And the commander-level dragon blood fighter, Burgi Sunchaser, seemed to be thinking about something. Jonard next to him said, Commander Burgi, this is what I told you before. There is a possibility of defeating Zhuama in this territory. I see in them the same faith and fanaticism as when we treated the Saint Lady. Burgi nodded. I understand. You are right. I do see the hope of defeating Zhuama in this territory. At this time, Chaoxing, after consuming the largest amount of resources, looked at his backpack. Next, we need to distribute those hearts of power to improve the strength of others. Currently, I have 6 expert-level hearts and 47 advanced hearts of power. After thinking for a moment, Chaoxing distributed these more than 40 advanced hearts of power to 34 dragon blood fighters. Among them were the commander-level Birdie, the leader-level Gain and Rune, the old wizard Tyron, and 3 saintly guards. Jonad and Jocelyn have already broken through the 4th level. The other 13 hearts were given to the 2 wizards, Eilina, and the other 5 frost archers, as well as the 5 earliest archers of the Nightmare Court, including Mona and Marita. According to the order of joining, they all took it over excitedly, especially the archers of the Nightmare Court, compared to the indifference and rebelliousness when they first came to this territory. Now looking at Chaoxing, it was as if they saw their own beliefs. Meng Lida led the other nightmare archers to bow slightly. Thank you, respected lord, I hope you will appear in my dreams. Other archers also echoed. Wish you a good dream, respected lord. Because of your generous gift, territory member, Yuyen's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 100. Because of your generous gift, territory member, Alice's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 100. Because of you. In an instant, more than 40 system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. Among them, the 3 female dragon blood warriors, who were the personal guards of the Saint Warriors, had full loyalty. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and encouraged as usual. Keep working hard. In this territory, you will find your own new faith. He almost said, believe in me instead of the god of nightmares. These nightmare archers looked at each other, and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Now, the high-level power hearts have been distributed, and it is time to distribute the expert-level power hearts. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and gave one to Braun, Hilda, Isabel, Victoria, Dubai, and Blot. As for Little Wally, because he broke through relatively late, his current level is 32, and he still does not meet the requirements for breaking through to level 5. As Chaoxing handed out the pills one by one, the 5 people took them with expressions of desire, or joy, or emotion. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss has been increased, current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full, now you can issue any order to him. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz has been increased, current loyalty, 87. 2 reminders of loyalty increase appeared. As for the other 3, since they already had full loyalty, there would naturally be no prompts. What made Chaoxing happiest was that the difficult blood spider queen finally had full loyalty. He looked over, wanting to see the changes in Zierda after her full loyalty. Feeling his gaze, Zierda's face seemed a little unnatural, and a look of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. TSK? Chaoxing was stunned. Why did it feel like this woman had not changed much even though her loyalty was full? But the next moment, Zierda said lightly, Thank you, Lord, Lord. Chao-Shing laughed after hearing this. Sure enough, there has been a change. You know, before this, Zierda never said thank you, let alone called herself Lord. Now, she is willing to say these words in front of so many people. This shows that this woman has already recognized Chao-Shing's identity in her heart. Not bad. This is a good start. Next, as long as she is well-adjusted. No, well-educated, Zierda will become as obedient as others. Chao-Shing encouraged, keep working hard. Zierda, I will let you regain the combat power of the commander level in the near future. Hearing Chao-Shing's promise, the arrogant queen didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, she said hesitantly, I know. After that, she turned her head away embarrassedly. Queen Renoir, Victoria, who was standing next to her, also had mixed feelings. From the time she unlocked the seal to today, it has not even been 3 days. She has been getting stronger. Now, she is about to break her previous limit and become a 5th level strongman. Victoria had never dared to imagine this kind of breakthrough speed before. According to the breakthrough speed of the strong in this world, from the 4th level to the 5th level, even those geniuses, it will take at least several years, or even more than 10 years. And now, it only takes a few days. No wonder the Lord asked me how long it would take for the wizard to come. At this speed, I am afraid that when he comes, I will have the strength to kill him head-on, including Braum and Isabel. They are all delighted. Chao-Shing also smiled, and then said, okay, let's all start breaking through. At this point, all the hearts of power in the backpack were distributed. After hearing his order, more than 50 creatures on the field all began to break through. Crack! Crack! The sound of crystals breaking continued to ring out. The pure power flowed into everyone's body, and strong auras rose up. Because this time, several strong men were going to break through the 5th level. So the aura was even stronger than the more than 200 warriors who broke through the 4th level before. Especially Zierda, Victoria and others, the aura on their bodies reached a terrifying level. And Chao-Shing was also a little nervous, waiting for their breakthrough results. After all, the advanced and expert level hearts of power, there is a probability of failure. Who succeeded? Who failed? Is unknown. After waiting for almost 3 minutes, system prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Braun Iron Wall, has successfully broken through to the 5th order leader level creature, and the basic attributes have increased by 100%. Because of the significant increase in its attributes this time, it has completed the sublimation transformation, and the health value has increased by 50%, and the blocking probability has increased by 20%. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz, has successfully broken through to the 5th order commander level creature, and the basic attributes have increased by 100%. Because of the significant increase in its attributes this time, it has completed the sublimation transformation, and the health value has increased by 50%. After the system prompts on the screen, some people were happy and some were sad. As Chao-Shing expected, many people had frustrated looks on their faces after they failed to break through. But obviously, there were more smiling faces. Chao-Shing did some statistics. 47 high-level power hearts, 40 were successful, 7 failed. 6 expert-level power hearts, 5 were successful, only 1 failed. The one who failed to break through the 5th level this time was Blot. Chao-Shing was also a little regretful. After all, Blot had a skill to summon commander-level creatures of the same level, which was still very powerful. He came over with a frustrated look on his face, and sighed, Lord, I failed. It seems that the spirit of the ancestors is also trying to stop me from taking revenge on the Blood Legion. Chao-Shing comforted him. It's just a failure. Nothing. Blot. Revenge is not an easy thing. Anyone who achieves great things will experience setbacks and hardships. You can't be defeated by this little setback. Where you fell, you must get up from there. Those who don't kill you will make you stronger. Chao-Shing also threw out all the inspiring words he heard on Blue Star. For the people in this world, it can be said to be very useful. Blot wiped away the dejection in his eyes, and became full of fighting spirit again. Even Burji Sun Chaser was looking at Chao-Shing with an unexpected and surprised look. After a moment, he smiled and shook his head. You are worthy of being recognized by our dragon blood fighters. You are a wise and brave lord who can say such words. Because of your words and deeds, you have impressed the members of the territory, Burji Sun Chaser, and his loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 89. Because of your words and deeds. Another wave of loyalty improvement. Chao Xing was also stunned for a moment. As if he didn't expect that his casual remark would be so useful. But he soon understood the reason. As mentioned before, everyone here has experienced failure. Whether it is the dragon blood fighters, who were exterminated by the ice dragon Zhuama, or the Ascalon warriors, who were cursed by the king. Even the dream spirits, who were abandoned by their faith. They were unwilling to fail 10,000 years ago, and chose to be sealed into the different space. Now that they have been summoned by this lord, they seem to have found the meaning of existence, and the meaning of struggle again. For a while, countless people looked at Chao Xing with fiery eyes. At this time, Braun, Victoria and others, who had successfully broken through were very happy, including the Blood Spider Queen and the Holy Light Priest. At this moment, the two women had just broken through, and they started to confront each other again. The terrifying blood and holy light aura continued to burst out, as if they wanted to suppress each other. As 5th level leaders, their combat power could even reach the level of 6th level leaders. At this moment, the full-scale burst made the polar people working nearby so scared that they dared not move. Chao Xing said, Zirda, Isabel, you should restrain yourself. Hearing his voice, the two women stopped emitting their aura at the same time. They looked at each other, and then turned their heads away at the same time. Humph. TSK. Chao Xing was speechless. And continued, from today on, you are not allowed to quarrel, do you hear me? Hearing this order, the two women's faces suddenly became a little ugly. There was a struggling expression on their faces. Isabel seemed to have compromised and said first, I know, respected lord, as long as this woman doesn't cause trouble. And Zirda next to him said with disdain, TSK. This queen is too lazy to pay attention to you. You are the one who is taking the initiative to cause trouble to me. Obviously it's you. Okay. Okay, stop it here. Chao Xing's voice sounded. The two women also shut their mouths. Seeing this, the people around them also looked strange. They knew that in the entire territory, the only one who could command these two women and make them obedient was probably their lord. However, their relationship could not be eased. But under Chao Xing's control, at least they would not be so confrontational in the future. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, with excitement, he checked the attributes of these 5 strong men who had broken through the 5th level, plus Burgi Sunchaser. Ice Shield Guard, Brown Iron Wall. Race, Human. Level 40/500000. Level 5 Boss. Detailed attributes, click to view. Holy Light Priest, Isabel Gospel. Race, Human. Level 40/500000. Level 5 Boss. Detailed attributes, click to view. Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Bloodkiss. Race, Blood Spider. Level 40/500000. Level 5 Boss. Detailed attributes, click to view. Queen Renoir, Victoria. Santa Cruz. Race, Human. Level 40/500000. Level 5 Commander Level Creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Dragon Blood Fighter, Birdie Sunchaser. Race, Norn. Level 30/300000. Level 3 Commander Level Creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Chao Xing's Pet, Dubai. Race, Beast. Level 40/500000. Level 5 Leader Level Creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. After reading the attributes of these 5 people and 1 elephant, Chao Xing also took a deep breath. My goodness. This is too abnormal. Except for Burgi Sunchaser. All the members have more than 200,000 HP. Brown and Dubai are even more terrifying. One is about to break through 400,000. And the other is about to break through 500,000. This is really outrageous. Although Chao Xing said so, he was already very happy in his heart. With the improvement of his generals, plus the breakthroughs of him and Lu Muxue, his strength has more than doubled. Now, with more than 400 people mobilized, Chao Xing even dared to attack the king's army of more than 20,000 people. Of course, the premise is that they don't use those artillery and large siege crossbows. Very good. Now all the hearts of power have been distributed. A total of 304 people have broken through. Only the last 100 or so have not broken through. Now it's time to digest other things. That's right. In addition to these resources, and the hearts of power, Xing naturally has a lot of things in his backpack. During this period of fighting, he has accumulated a large number of souls, including elite, leader, and even chief level. He looked at the total number of souls. Elite souls, including hunters, man-faced trees, snow mountain predators, wild beasts, etc. Asterisk 105 boss souls, same as above. Asterisk 25 leader souls of white robe priests. Asterisk 5. This time, a total of 7 white robes were killed, and 5 leader souls were exploded, which is quite good. Xing thought for a moment, and first distributed 28 elite souls to all dragon blood fighters. After all, this is the strongest type of soldier under his command, and of course all resources are given priority. He gave all the remaining souls to the Ascalon warriors. He wanted to build the strongest Ascalon army, even surpass the army led by Duke Paladin. At that time, Xing gave an order, and all the elite Ascalon warriors charged together. Just thinking about it was shocking. Of course, this idea was still a bit far away. After all, the number of his warriors was still much less than the number of undead warriors in the underground palace. At this time, the dragon blood fighters and Ascalon warriors, who were given souls, could see that their lord valued them. For a moment, they were all deeply moved. After Xing distributed the elite souls, he began to distribute the leader souls. Xing distributed 25 leader souls to 3 female dragon blood fighters, as well as the earth magicians, ice archers, and wild boar warriors. However, Xing kept 3 for himself, just in case they could be used later. The 3 already loyal female dragon blood fighters looked at Xing with complicated eyes. They had just obtained a few hearts of power, successfully broke through the 4th level, and now they had obtained this precious soul. It can be said that, even when they were with the saint, they did not receive such treatment. Their tall bodies bent down slightly, and then said with emotion, "Thank you, Lord. You are as good to us as a father." Xing was stunned for a moment. Like a father? What kind of statement is this? These dragon-blooded female fighters, not counting the time they were sealed in the alien space, are hundreds of years older than him. However, although he was a little speechless in his heart, Xing did not show it. He nodded slightly, as a response to the gratitude of these dragon-blooded female fighters. Now, there are only 5 leader-level souls left. Xing must have given 1 to Volibear without hesitation, 1 to Elena, 1 each to Jonard and Josen, and 1 to Rab. These 4 people and 1 bear are already full of loyalty. I thought there would be no prompt, but the next moment, due to your generous gift, territory member, Elena's loyalty has been further improved, because the loyalty is full, triggering special effect, Die Hard. Elena twisted her snake tail and whispered, "I knew that the Lord was the best to me." She was also taken care of by Xing, and various resources were thrown at her. It's the heart of power. And it's also a leader-level soul. Who could have imagined that? More than a month ago, Elena was just an ordinary snakeman priest. Now, in the blink of an eye, she is about to become a 4th-level leader-level strongman. Therefore, it is not surprising that her loyalty has reached the level of die-hard loyalty. Xing nodded and continued to encourage her. Then he said, "Okay, now those who have been allocated souls, start to break through." Hearing the order, more than 100 people on the field simultaneously slapped their souls into their bodies. They welcomed a transformation from the depths of their souls. A strong breath rose up. In the blink of an eye, the prompts of successful breakthroughs were swiped across the screen. Soon, all the fighters who used elite souls had completed the breakthrough. Xing took a glance and found that the success rate was okay. Then, there were more than 20 leader-level souls. Similarly, the probability was not bad. The 3 female dragon blood fighters, all successfully promoted to leaders, activated dragon blood extraction, this perverted skill. With this skill, they will no longer suffer the pain of dragon blood backlash. A smile appeared on her pretty face that usually looked very serious. Xing was also very happy. There were more and more powerful leaders in his territory. You know, leaders are not as strange as elites. A leader can serve as a black-robed priest in the Church of Light. Even in the army, he is at least a captain. Next, what Xing was looking forward to was the transformation of the leader-level creatures. His eyes stayed on everyone. Then he locked onto the snow bear at a glance. At this moment, the aura of lightning on Wally's body became stronger and stronger. Zizi. Zizi. The powerful lightning force continued to burst out in his body. and then fell to the ground, making a crackling sound. Everyone involuntarily retreated more than 10 meters, fearing that they would be affected by the lightning on Wally's body. The next moment, the lightning power on Wally's body seemed to have accumulated to a certain peak. It exploded instantly at this moment. Chapter 320 Goblin's Treasure, Bold Plan. Buzz. The lightning power on Volibear's body exploded instantly. All creatures within 200 or 300 meters around were unable to dodge, and were covered by this electric current, and twitched all over. But fortunately, no one was hurt. A system prompt appeared. Your pet, Volibear, has successfully broken through, and has become a 4th level leader level creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned a new skill. Thunder Wrath. Thunder Wrath. Volibear absorbs a large amount of thunder power, forming a huge thunder vortex above his head, and then drops a large amount of thunder and lightning, causing huge damage to the enemy 500 meters below. Thunderous Wrath lasts for 5 seconds. Enemy hit by thunder will receive 189% thunder damage, and reduce magic resistance by 20%, and movement speed by 50%. Cooling time, 300 seconds. Note, Volibear will not be able to move during the thunder summoning period. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Wow, Wally has also succeeded in breaking through. Isn't this new skill too powerful? It's a 500-meter wide group attack, and it also reduces magic resistance and movement speed. Even Xiaoxing's Soul Withering, in terms of damage coefficient, is not as powerful as this skill. He even thought of the horrible scene of Wally using this skill in a group of monsters. When the time comes, I'll first use a wave of ice 1,000 miles, and then Shadow Coil. Then Soul Withering. Coordinated with Thunderous Sky Wrath, who can withstand this? Ha ha ha. Xiaoxing was overjoyed. At the same time, 2 more system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Jonard/Josen, has successfully broken through, has become a 4th order leader level creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, learned a new skill, Dragon Blood Skythorn. Yes, it is still very important for a Dragon Blood fighter to break through to the leader. The Dragon Blood Skythorn skill is very useful, not only has a single target coefficient of 414%, but also a group attack coefficient of 237%, and also has a group stun. It is a burst skill. At this point, all members have completed the breakthrough. Xiaoxing made his statistics. 82 elite level souls succeeded, and 23 failed. This success rate is acceptable. For the leader level souls, 16 succeeded, and 8 failed. This loss is a bit uncomfortable. As for the 5 leader level souls, only 3 succeeded, and 2 failed. How to say this probability? It can only be average. After all, the leader level soul has a 45% success rate, which is not low. The ones who failed were Eilina and Lab. 1 person, and 1 snake came over with frustrated faces. Dear Lord/Strong Lord, I failed. Xiaoxing smiled and comforted. It's nothing, it's normal. Next time there are souls, I will let you continue to break through. Hearing Xiaoxing's comfort, the 2 of them also smiled again. So far, of the more than 400 combatants under his command, almost all of them have been promoted. Only a small number of people did not get the Heart of Power or Soul. Then, he took out several thousand books of power, spirit, agility, etc. from his backpack and distributed them according to the attributes of his subordinates. And those few who did not get the Soul or Heart of Power were also paid special attention by Xiaoxing, and were given a few more books. So far, this breakthrough is officially over. And the resources that Xiaoxing had accumulated for so long before, were all consumed in this wave. Looking at his empty backpack, Xiaoxing's mouth twitched. It's great to break through at once, but now I'm really poor. Having said that, he was very happy in his heart. After all, after this wave of consumption, the strength of his territory has more than doubled. And at this moment, almost all arms have been greatly improved. More than 400 people stared at the man with fiery eyes. The Lord is wise and powerful, and his divine power is mighty. The Lord is wise and powerful, and his divine power is mighty. The enthusiastic shouts resounded throughout the territory. All the staff members looked over. They all felt the enthusiasm of these fighters. Xiaoxing smiled. Okay, those who need to be promoted have been promoted, now let's go. Everyone continue to train. Some people will follow me tomorrow, be prepared. Hearing this, the warriors below were immediately cheered up. Although they didn't know who their lord would bring tomorrow, they all had expectations in their hearts. And they hoped that the Lord would take them with him. After the crowd dispersed, only Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue were left walking side by side. Lu Muxua also had a gentle smile on her face. Ah Xing. This time the improvement is really big. Those combatants admire you so much. Chao Xing smiled. It is big. But if you want to improve like this next time, it will take a long time to accumulate again. And next, the development of the territory will also require a lot of resources. We have to find a way to get more resources. Lu Muxua nodded slightly and continued, you just said that we will take action tomorrow. Are you preparing to participate in the war in Dwelluan Lake City? She is a smart woman. From the breakthrough that Chao Xing just made with all his resources, to what he just said, he will find a way to get a batch of resources. He immediately thought of Dwelluan Lake City. After all, now, only on a battlefield of that level, can he gain a lot of benefits. Chao Xing nodded. Yes, the resources in that huge city are beyond imagination. In addition, killing those cultists also gives you honor points, which is also a considerable income. Although there are some risks, but compared with the possible gains, it is still worth it. Lu Muxua thought for a moment, and then said, in that case, I have a few action plans. Hearing this, Chao Xing was also a little surprised. Oh, tell me about it. Lu Muxua said softly, the battlefield situation in Dwelluan Lake City is complicated. I saw it through the live broadcast last time. There are at least 3 red-robe bishops and a large army of aliens. So we must act carefully and not be easily exposed. Although you have the means of disguise, there is still a risk of exposure when you bring so many people there this time. So I suggest that we split into 2 groups tomorrow. Chao Xing asked in confusion, 2 groups? Yes. Lu Muxua continued, let us, the core combatants, go to the front to open the way first, and then find a place near the battlefield to hide our main force. And in normal times, the army does not easily go out, and we will act first. Once we encounter danger, these main forces can support us. After listening to Lu Muxua's plan, Chao Xing was thoughtful. Obviously, she had considered it very carefully. This plan not only reduced the risk of exposure, but also ensured their safety. Chao Xing was also very pleased with her change. Yes, Muxua, let's do this tomorrow. The beauty in front of him smiled gently after hearing this. Then, they began to add some details of the action. Just as the two continued to talk, a short figure appeared behind them stealthily, and followed them all the way. The two of them looked slightly moved. With their current strong strength, they could naturally sense that someone was following them. Chao Xing also knew the identity of the stalker, and turned around and asked, Locke, do you have something to ask us? Hearing the voice, the stalker behind him trembled. Then, a short figure, with a pair of pointed ears, and a loose robe on his body, walked out from the corner. It was the goblin craftsman that Chao Xing picked up in the mountains. He pinched his somewhat shriveled hands, walked over shyly, and then saluted respectfully. Dear Lord, Lady Lord, may you be well. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Tell me, what's the matter? Goblin Locke said shyly. I just saw that the Lord has improved the strength of many warriors. This method is simply unbelievable. So I want to ask, Lord, can you help me improve it too? Chao Xing was slightly stunned. But he also understood the purpose of this goblin. This guy is just an ordinary goblin of the 3rd level. He is considered a strong man in the goblin clan. But in this world, this little power can't even be used to protect himself. So he thought of asking Chao Xing for help to improve his strength. However, Chao Xing's consumption almost used up all the resources in his hands. There are only 3 leader souls left, and Locke is just an ordinary creature. He needs to become an elite first before he can use these souls. Seeing that Chao Xing didn't speak, Locke thought he was hesitating. So he said quickly, Lord, I won't let you help me improve for nothing. I can use a precious thing to exchange with you. What do you think? Oh, what is it? Chao Xing also became interested. After all, it is well known that the goblins like to collect treasures. And this goblin merchant, maybe he has hidden something good. Goblin Locke thought for a moment and said, I will exchange with you a high-level goblin airship blueprint. How about it? Hearing the 4 words goblin airship, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. You mean, the kind of airship that can carry people in the sky and has good mobility? Locke nodded and said, yes, sir. And it is a high-level goblin airship. It can accommodate more than 200 people at the same time. And the maximum speed can reach nearly 200 kilometers per hour. In addition, some simple attack weapons can be installed on it. Of course, The energy consumption will also be relatively large. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he has been tempted. After all, although he has strong mobility now, that is only for the core combatants like them. The marching ability of those armies is very slow. Take tomorrow's operation for example. Maybe they have all arrived at Dwelin Lake City. And those Ascalon warriors are still on the way. So at this time, the Goblin airship is very important. If enough are built, it will be very convenient for him to go anywhere in the future. And he can even bring the soldiers with him to achieve the effect of divine soldiers descending from the sky. Chao Xing nodded and said, yes. I can. But I don't have the kind of thing that can help you break through now. I have to wait until I get a batch of resources back later. And then I can help you improve. Hearing this, the Goblin Lock was not in a hurry. With a flattering smile on his face. It's okay, Lord. I can give you the blueprint first. Just remember this. Anyway, I still have to work in this territory for another year. And we still have a long time to get along. Chao Xing was stunned. As if he didn't expect that the Goblin, who had always been stingy, would be so generous. In fact, under normal circumstances, the Goblin tribe would not have taken out the treasure first. However, the Goblin Lock was frightened by the scene of all the members breaking through just now. As a resident of this territory, he knew how terrifying these soldiers would be after all the breakthroughs. Even those 5th-level creatures. They were no match for this group of soldiers. However, there were hundreds of such strong men in this territory. And this territory, with such a powerful force, in the near future, its reputation would definitely resound throughout the entire continent. By then, not to mention expert craftsmen like him, even those master craftsmen would rush to join. In this way, his role will become smaller and smaller, and he might even be forgotten by the Lord in some corner. So, he thought of taking this opportunity to show his value. After saying that, the Goblin Lock rummaged inside his coat, and then took out a yellowed blueprint. He handed it to Chao Xing respectfully. He took it. Obtained, Advanced Goblin Airship Production Blueprint *1. Took a glance at the properties. Advanced Goblin Airship Production Drawings. Drawing description. You can use materials to make Goblin airships in the mechanical factory. Armor, 500. Durability, 40,000. Maximum number of passengers, 0/208. Maximum speed, 180 km per hour. Material required for production, Advanced Mechanical Factory, Advanced Energy Core *1, Wood *1000, Refined Iron *3000, Copper *5000, Mithril *1000, Advanced Element Crystal *50. A high-end Goblin technology airship, has good mobility, but insufficient defense. There is a risk of being shot down by air forces. It is recommended to equip some air combat units. See the materials for making Goblin airships. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. The rest was fine, but the Advanced Mechanical Factory Blueprint and Advanced Energy Core were a bit difficult to deal with. It was impossible to make them before tomorrow's action. He could only put them in his backpack first. Then he nodded and said, I understand. Locke. This blueprint is good. I will find a way to help you improve it later. After getting Chao Xing's reply, the Goblin Lock was even more delighted. He bowed respectfully and said, Then I will continue to work in the mechanical factory. After that, the Goblin took a brisk step and left here. Chao Xing looked at the beauty next to him and said, Mu Shui, you should go back to the Lord's house and rest first. Yes. Lu Mu Shui nodded obediently, and left here soon. Chao Xing continued to return to the center of the territory, preparing to put the Basay's Divine Warrior altar into his backpack. After all, this thing is a taboo, and it is something that the 6 true gods have sent down oracles to destroy. It is better to put it in the backpack when it is not used. Just when he was about to take it back, he suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute. This altar of the gods, in addition to helping the warrior profession break through to the 4th level, can also break through the 5th level, and even the 6th level. It's just that it needs to replenish divine power. But before that, I don't know how to replenish this divine power. Now, Chao Xing remembered that he had obtained a prop in the Witch Castle before. Dem's Divine Fragment. Chao Xing took it out of his backpack. The next moment, a piece of purple glass fragment, which was faintly emitting a misty atmosphere, was held in his hand. This thing, it is said that it contains a trace of the godliness of the nightmare god Dim, and can be transformed into a hidden profession. But if the nightmare god is not dead, after transforming into a hidden profession, it will be controlled by that guy. so I have never used it. But this thing is just sitting there. If it can be used to replenish the altar with divine power, it would be great. Thinking of this, Chao Xing directly held the fragment and approached the altar. The next moment, the altar of the gods emitted a red light. The system prompts, do you want to sacrifice Daem's divine fragment to Balthazar's altar to replenish its divine power? Chao Xing was delighted. It works. He had made a decision. And without any hesitation, he directly clicked, yes. The next moment, the altar swallowed the fragment in Chao Xing's hand, which was faintly surrounded by nightmare power. In an instant, the divine light on the altar was blazing. An invisible wave of divine power swept through. Chao Xing felt it again. A sense of oppression from the depths of his soul. It made his legs tremble. And he couldn't help but kneel down. The altar of the god of war. The sense of oppression is too strong. Chao Xing also struggled to suppress the sense of oppression in his heart. At the same time, as the light on the altar gradually dissipated, the system prompt appeared. The altar has been replenished with divine power, and new functions have been unlocked. Chao Xing glanced at it. Balthazar's Divine Warrior Altar, Orange Special Building. Quality, Epic. Item Effect. You can submit certain sacrifices, obtain ancient blessings, and enable your subordinates to reach the maximum level of warrior career advancement. Details of sacrifices required for advancement. Level 2 Breakthrough to Level 3. Same as before, remaining uses. 4623/5000. Level 3 Breakthrough to Level 4. Same as before, remaining uses. 1934/2500. Level 4 Breakthrough to Level 5. Crown *200, 000, Food *5000, Mithril *500, Expert Level Element Crystal *10, remaining uses 2000/2000. Level 5 Breakthrough to Level 6. Insufficient altar power, this function can no longer be used, can be enabled by replenishing power. Hiss. Chao Xing took a breath, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Ha ha. It really works. There are still 2,000 uses, isn't that too much? In this way, the problem of his warriors breaking through the 5th level of expert level Heart of Strength is solved. Of course, in order to let so many people break through the 5th level, a lot of supplies are needed. It costs 200,000 crowns for any breakthrough, and so much mithril and food. Even Chao Xing can't afford it. So, he needs to find a way to get more resources now. Thinking of this, he put the altar directly into his backpack. After finishing all this, the sky gradually darkened. Chao Xing glanced at his backpack. Today's harvest, in addition to those hearts of power and souls, there was also a leader-level recruitment scroll, and 2 golden weapons that had not been digested. Just when Chao Xing was about to use the recruitment scroll, a system prompt appeared. Ice Crystal Kingdom Baron, Fitz Walker applies to visit your territory. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing's expression suddenly brightened. Oh! Fitz Walker? This kid is finally here. Chapter 321 Taming the Baron. A money-making machine. Fitz Walker is finally here, Chao Xing said excitedly. Last night, this guy said he would come to see him today. But he didn't expect that he would wait until after dark. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chao Xing agreed to Fitz Walker's application. Soon, a thin figure sneaked into Chao Xing's territory. As Fitz walked, he carefully observed the surroundings. He also saw that this territory had suddenly expanded several times compared to the last time. There was a slight shock in his eyes. But at this moment, he was not in the mood to pay attention to these things. He just wanted to find the bishop quickly and ask him for help. The other night watchman, after seeing Fitz Walker come in, pretended not to see him and let him search around in the territory. But now, there is a problem in front of Fitz. That is, the scale of this territory has become so large. And there are many buildings inside. Where should he go to find that lord? Just when Fitz was at a loss, a figure appeared in front of him. Fitz Walker, why are you so impatient? After seeing Chao Xing, the newly appointed young baron suddenly seemed to have seen a savior. He was ready to kneel down. But when he thought, he was outside the territory, and there was a group of polar people working nearby. Fitz stopped kneeling. He hurriedly said, My lord, I came here this time to find you for something important. Chao Xing nodded. He didn't ask what it was, and said directly, Follow me. Soon, the two of them arrived at the tavern. The stove in the corner was emitting heat, and the wood was burning with a crackling sound. The warm yellow light illuminated the entire tavern. Under the light of the fire, Fitz took the lead in putting on the mask of a black-robed priest. Chao Xing also put on the mask of a red-robed bishop. The young baron immediately knelt on his knees and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Bishop." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "Tell me, what's the matter?" He pretended to be ignorant. Fitz Walker on the ground began to complain bitterly. He told him about the white-robed priest who had found him last night. He also explained to him that he had successfully inherited the baron's title, had great power in this area, could provide a lot of help to the church, etc. Chaoxing's expression did not fluctuate after listening to him, but he nodded calmly. "I understand. The war situation in Dwelluan Lake City is tight, and a lot of people are indeed needed." Hearing this, Fitz Walker's face froze, but Chaoxing's next sentence gave him hope again. "However, your side is equally important. I will contact the Seed of Light and ask the High Priest not to interfere with your actions, so that you can develop with peace of mind." Fitz Walker was immediately pleasantly surprised. He said with a moved face, "Thank you, Bishop. You are indeed a bishop full of foresight. Only if I don't expose myself can I bring more value to the church. Please rest assured, I will definitely make a good contribution to the church in the future." After that, Fitz Walker took out a box from his backpack and revealed a golden corner inside. Chaoxing's expression changed slightly. "Fitz, what is this?" The young baron in front of him smiled flatteringly. "My lord Bishop, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it." Chaoxing pretended to be reserved, thought for a moment. Then he said, "Okay, then I will accept it on behalf of the God of Light." Obtained, gold bars, 1000 G, *10. Obtained, freshwater pearl, gold, *1. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing's expression changed slightly. There are actually 10 kilograms of gold bars, which is worth about 500,000 kronor. Although I don't know the value of that freshwater pearl. Since it is of golden quality, it must be good. This kid is quite generous. He nodded slightly. "You are thoughtful." After hearing this, Fitz said with a smile on his face, "You are too polite. Sir, if you like, I will send you some every once in a while." After hearing this, Chaoxing also smiled. "Fitz, you are a smart man. Then as a return gift, I will give you something." After hearing this, Fitz was about to wave his hand and say no. But when he thought about it, the last time the bishop took out a strange thing, which made him an elite creature directly. This time, maybe there will be something magical. In his expectant eyes, he saw the bishop in front of him, suddenly took out a scroll from his backpack. "My lord Bishop, what is this?" Fitz Walker's eyes were full of doubt and curiosity. Chaoxing did not answer, with a faint smile on his lips. "Do you want to use the soul contract scroll on Fitz Walker? After using it, you will be forced to sign the scroll, with a success rate of 100%, making your favorability or loyalty reach the maximum value directly, and you can extinguish the other party's soul at any time, controlling life and death. Note, the contract target level must be 10 levels lower than your own, otherwise the contract will fail." "Yes." The next moment, the scroll in Chaoxing's hand disappeared. Fitz Walker suddenly felt that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. A sense of emptiness from the depths of his soul came over him. He even felt that his soul no longer belonged to him. It was firmly controlled by the red-robed bishop in front of him. With a look of fear on his face, he looked at Chaoxing in fear. "My lord, Bishop, what did you do to me just now?" Chaoxing narrowed his eyes and looked at him, and then asked, "Fitz Walker, this is the gift I mentioned. Then let me ask you now. Between me and the God of Light, who would you choose?" Hearing this question, Fitz Walker wanted to answer the God of Light subconsciously. But the next moment, another figure appeared in his mind involuntarily. "Lord, Bishop, why do you ask this?" Chaoxing shook his head and said, "Don't worry, just answer truthfully." Fitz's eyes flashed with struggle, and then said, "Although my belief in the God of Light is extremely firm, but if I have to choose, I choose you." Hearing this answer, Chaoxing also smiled. Because this means that Fitz chose to give up his faith and believe in himself. The effect of Soul Contract Scroll is as powerful as described. It made a cultist obey him 100%. Very good. Then from today on, you will follow my arrangements in everything, including any contact with you from the Church of Light. You must report to me. Understand? Fitz looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chaoxing smiled and said, "I will help you, so that you can have more powerful power and greater rights. Let you be promoted all the way in the future, to become a viscount, an earl, or even higher." Hearing this, Fitz's breathing became rapid. What was his purpose in joining the Church of Light? Isn't it to use their power to gain greater power? And now, this Lord told him that he could have all these without the help of the church. How could he not be excited? And the most important thing is that he believed that the man in front of him had this ability, because he had done this before. Fitz knelt respectfully again and said, "Please help me." "Sir, Fitz is willing to give you everything I have." Chao Xing smiled, and then took out a leader-level soul. "Take it, this thing can help you go one step further." Fitz took it respectfully. Since his favorability had been forced to reach the maximum value, there was no news of the favorability improvement this time. And Chao Xing promoted him, naturally wanting this kid to do better for him. Because he knew how to use the soul, Fitz Walker also patted his body directly, and the aura on his body began to grow rapidly. His breakthrough was very smooth. Soon, Fitz Walker became a leader-level creature, and his aura soared a lot. The young Baron, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. "I succeeded? Sir, I am now a leader." "Great. Even the Knight Captain in the Baron's mansion only has the potential to be a leader. And now, I also have this level of potential. It won't be long before I can even surpass him and become the strongest person in the Baron's mansion." Looking at his excitement, Chao Xing also smiled. "Then from now on, you will continue to act as a member of the Church of Light. Of course, you must never expose me. You must remember that I can give you power, but I can also take away everything from you." After he finished speaking, his mind moved. A sense of crisis like death directly enveloped Fitz Walker's whole body. It was as if his soul would be extinguished in the next second, and his whole body was cold. Fitz knelt down directly, and pressed his whole face to the ground. He said in panic, "My lord." "Fitz will never have any second thoughts. Even if I die, I will not betray you." Chao Xing nodded, and then withdrew the oppressive feeling. "Get up." At this moment, Fitz recovered from the state of impending death, and gasped for breath. It took a long time to regain his composure. Then, with a nervous look, he asked tentatively, "Sir, the white-robed priest will come to me tomorrow. How do you think we should deal with it?" Fitz already knew in his heart that the Lord of the other world in front of him was not a member of the Church of Light. But for some reason, he did not have any resistance. In fact, he was willing to choose to obey everything he said from the bottom of his heart. Chao Xing smiled and said, "If he comes to you, you can take him out of the Baron's mansion. Leave the rest to me." Fitz's expression moved slightly. He probably knew what Chao Xing meant. He didn't know it before. But now, he realized how terrifying this Lord's strength was. The aura on his body was much stronger than that of the white-robed bishop. "I understand, Lord, but if the white-robed bishop comes, how can I contact you?" Chao Xing waved his hand after hearing this, and then threw him a small communication device. "Take it. After learning how to use it, you can contact me." As for the listening device on the shadow cloak, Chao Xing naturally did not tell him. He placed this thing in a very secret place. So far it has not been discovered, which is his second insurance. Fitz took it respectfully, and then learned how to operate it. Then he looked at Chao Xing excitedly. Chao Xing continued to ask, "Fitz, now tell me, what are the rights after becoming a baron?" Although he had some understanding of it. But in each world, according to the different systems of each kingdom, the rights of these nobles are also different. After listening to him, Fitz thought about it for a while, and then told Chao Xing everything in detail. It was almost the same as he expected. The baron mainly has 3 rights, namely land ownership, military power, and economic power. These 3 rights include a lot of things. To put it simply, land ownership means that you can collect various taxes within your territory, including land tax, head tax, trade tax, etc. At the same time, you also have the right to distribute the civilians in your territory, and even the right to life and death. The second military right is that barons can form their own knights and soldiers, and establish their own armed forces. Of course, they have to pay for it themselves. As for the third economic right, it includes trade monopoly, such as salt industry, iron industry, etc. They can control the production and sale of goods and obtain huge profits. There are also some political rights, such as being able to participate in the parliament when the king convenes the parliament. Of course, they must be some relatively important barons. Generally speaking, only viscounts are qualified. In addition, there are some details, big and small, including inheritance rights, representation rights, command rights, etc. Chao Xing nodded after listening. He also had a deeper understanding of the aristocracy in this world. He continued to ask, what is the annual income and expenditure of the Baron's mansion? This question has already involved the secrets of the Baron's mansion. Ordinary barons will not tell even their confidants and family members. Fitz thought for a moment and said, my father has been a baron in this area for nearly 20 years. And many resource points have been invested in development, excluding military expenses, agricultural output costs, and construction costs. There is currently an annual income of about 4.7 billion crowns. Hearing this number, Chao Xing was shocked. Wow! More than 4 billion. He had estimated hundreds of millions a year in his mind before. But he underestimated them. A baron has such a high income a year. No wonder these nobles are so rich. Fitzwalk added, however, part of the income will be contributed to Count Bonial and Viscount Madrid. In the end, only about 40% fell into our hands. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Sure enough. Is it still the same in this world? But it's not bad. The annual income is about 10 billion. Moreover, it is not just the income from crowns. There must be a lot of other resource income, such as precious gems, mithril, etc. After 20 years of accumulation, the resources in the Baron's mansion must be beyond imagination. And now, this Baron is under his control. This means that these resources are his own. Thinking of this, Chao Xing almost couldn't help laughing. He continued to ask a few more questions, and almost asked about the Baron's family assets. And Fitz answered truthfully. It was not until half an hour later that Chao Xing stopped asking questions. Then, he asked the last question. My territory, I need a lot of manpower recently. Do you have any way to help me get them? Fitz thought for a moment, and then asked carefully, Sir, do you need only people who can work, or people with a certain fighting ability? As long as they can work. Hearing this, Fitz's face suddenly lit up. Sir, it just so happened that some time ago, my father took over a group of villagers from the Baron Augustus's territory. There were more than 200 people. Because they did not pay enough taxes, the village was disbanded, and then sold to my father. I am worried about finding a suitable place to settle them. If you need it, I will have someone bring these villagers here in the next 2 days. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Very good. Let's do it. Fitz nodded respectfully. Then he asked tentatively, Sir, do you have any questions? Chao Xing thought for a moment, and found that he had asked almost everything he should ask. And now there was nothing to do. Nothing to do at the moment. But my territory will continue to develop. And you must remember to cover for me. Fitz nodded quickly and said, Understood. Sir. Very good. You can go back now. And if you have any questions, remember to contact me. After hearing this, the young baron immediately saluted respectfully, and then left Chao Xing's territory. Along the way, Chao Xing monitored for a while, and after finding no problems, a smile appeared on his lips. Very good. Another hidden danger has been solved, and a baron has been completely controlled. Now I can develop with peace of mind, without worrying about being disturbed or taxed by those nobles. Of course, the taxes that should be collected from other survivors in this area should still be collected. After all, the baron's things are my things, and they cannot be wasted. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt better. I looked at the properties of the pearl. Freshwater pearl, gold. Quality, rare. Additional properties. Charm plus 20, all properties plus 20. Note, it requires an expert blacksmith to inlay. Oh! The properties added by this pearl are even more than those of a black diamond. That is to say, this thing is worth at least more than 1 million crowns. Chao Xing laughed. Fitz Walker was quite generous. It was easily worth 1 or 2 million crowns. Nodding with satisfaction, Chao Xing walked out of the tavern. On the way to the intermediate mage tower, the sound of electricity rang in his ears again. A moment later, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. Dear Lord, I am Yaskin. Hearing this name, Chao Xing also had a look of surprise in his eyes. After participating in the fishing competition in Anohi village, Chao Xing asked Yaskin to take more than 100,000 crowns and go to Malign City to develop. He hasn't reported much progress recently. Now he suddenly contacted me. There must be some progress. Chao Xing asked happily, Yaskin, how are you doing recently? How are you doing outside alone? Hearing this, Yaskin said with emotion, Thank you for your concern. Lord, I am living well outside. Malign City is very prosperous. The business model here is also very mature. I have been living in a hotel recently. With the funds given to me by the Lord, food and accommodation are completely no problem. However, No matter how prosperous the city outside is, it is definitely not as comfortable as living in our territory. Chaoxing also smiled. By the way, Lord, I came to report something to you. Yaskin said, according to your request. I have observed their business model in Malign City these days. Then through some connections, I spent about 150,000 kronor and successfully bought a shop. The location of this shop is good, and the area is also very prosperous. It should be good for doing some business. But this 150,000 kronor is only 1 year's rent. I am worried that the owner of this shop will raise the price later. So I am still dragging it out and have not signed a contract. If Lord has time, you can come to Malign City and talk to this person in detail. After listening to Yaskin's report, Chaoxing's eyes also showed a thoughtful look. 150,000 yuan to buy a shop? That's good. This way, he can do business in Malign City. There are too many popular things in Chaoxing's territory. Whether it is selling the weapons looted from the hunter camp, opening a weapon shop, or selling cloud yak milk, or even Guangyu chicken eggs to open a food store, you can earn a lot of money. You know, even Hilton, who has a good relationship with him, comes to Chaoxing's territory to purchase these materials, definitely below the market price. Only by producing and selling by yourself can you earn more profit. So this shop should not lose money. Of course, the specific situation still needs to be investigated on the spot, and the flow of people near the shop and the situation in Malign City. However, although Yaskin has a calm personality, he is not a fool. He will not do a business that loses money. So there is no need to worry about the situation of the shop. Chaoxing replied, okay. I know. I will go to Malign City to take a look when I have time. If you have any good shops in the future, you can also buy them first. If you don't have enough funds, go back to the territory first. Ask Chao Yi for money, and say it was me who asked you to do it. After listening to Chaoxing's instructions, Yaskin replied respectfully, yes, Lord. Then I won't bother you anymore. Chapter 322 Strengthen City Wall, the Second Assassin. After saying that, Yaskin hung up the call. And Chaoxing also walked, while he began to think about related things. Obviously, a mature territory naturally needs its own business model. After all, no business is as profitable as real estate. This is a business that can make a lot of money, and it can also make profits continuously. Just like the store that Yaskin bought, the annual rent is 150,000 kronor. In the whole city of Malign, there are countless shops like this. It can be imagined that in a year, the crowns earned from rent alone are a huge number. And most of this money goes into the pocket of the city lord. Not only the money from the shops. As the city lord, he also has various tax revenues. Commercial tax, trade tax, etc. The ability of a prosperous city to make money is much more terrifying than that of a baron. If Chaoxing can own such a city, then he really doesn't have to worry about money and these resources. He shook his head. These are all very distant things. As the saying goes, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. At present, the most important thing for Chaoxing is to improve his strength. When his strength is strong enough, he will naturally have these. As he thought about it, he had come to the vicinity of the intermediate mage tower. Then he called out the old mage Tyron. Since the old mage was summoned by him, he has been staying in the mage tower. The accumulation of experience allowed him to reach level 30. And today, he has officially broken through to level 4. At this moment, after seeing him, the old wizard Tai Luan bowed respectfully. Respected lord. Good night. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and then said, Mr. Tai Luan, are you used to it during your time in our territory? The old wizard smiled gently, and then sighed, Lord. As I said before, this is a magical territory. For all mages, it is a holy place, and I am very used to living here. Moreover, we have not made any contribution to the territory so far. But the Lord not only allows us to use the mage tower unlimitedly, but also helps us improve our strength. I really feel a little ashamed. At this point, Tai Luan's eyes showed a guilty look. These earth magicians are still growing. After learning more skills in the magician tower, they can have stronger combat power, so they are not used much in normal times. Chaoxing shook his head. Mr. Tyron, don't be ashamed. I came to you to work now. Didn't I? Hearing this, Tyron's expression suddenly brightened. He quickly grasped the staff and said excitedly, Lord, just give me your orders. I will do my best to complete your requirements. Chao-Shing smiled. It's not a big deal. I just want you to cast the advanced spell. Rock Barrier. On the wall of our territory. This skill can greatly enhance the armor and durability of the wall. But it consumes a lot of magic power. Before, Tyron was only a 3rd level leader. Now that he has broken through to the 4th level, his mental power has also increased dramatically. It is time for him to play a role. Although the wall of his territory is only half built, Chao-Shing just wants to try this skill. Hearing this request, Tyron replied respectfully, I am happy to serve you, Lord. After that, he and Chao-Shing came to the edge of the territory. Looking at the half-built wall, Chao-Shing asked, Mr. Tyron, if you release it with all your strength now, how many meters of the wall can you cover? This high-level spell is not fixed. The casting area is determined by the magic power invested by the user when releasing the skill. The old wizard observed for a while, and then said, after I broke through the 4th level this time, my mental power has greatly increased. If I use up all my magic power at once, I can probably cover 30 walls, which is about 300 meters long. Hearing this, Chao-Shing calculated in his mind. This high-level spell has a 30-minute cooldown time. According to 300 meters at a time, it would take at least 11 hours to cover the entire territory's walls. However, the walls have not been repaired yet, so it won't take that much time. Moreover, Chao-Shing's main purpose was not to know how long it would take for the old wizard Tyron to cast a spell on all the city walls. He wanted to try whether this skill could be enhanced by eternal power, from 10 minutes to permanent. So, Chao-Shing said directly, let's try it. Tyron heard it and raised his staff, as he uttered some obscure and heavy syllables. The next moment, in the ground in front of him, the soil began to rise rapidly. Then, a large amount of soil covered the city wall and quickly became dry and solid, as if it was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow shell. In the blink of an eye, a yellowish-brown city wall was built. Not only that, Chao-Shing also noticed that the thickness and height of the city wall had also been greatly improved. From the original 4 meters high and 1 meter wide, it quickly increased to 8 meters high and 2 meters wide. This area has already exceeded the high-level city wall. After a moment, Tyron finished casting magic. All 30 city walls have grown a lot, and he looked as if his magic power was exhausted, and his face was a little pale. At this moment, Chao-Shing was also waiting excitedly. Finally, a system prompt appears. Your territory member Tyron Rock Speaker casts advanced spell Rock Barrier. Successfully, the wall armor increases by 400 points, the durability increases by 40,000 points, lasts for 10 minutes, affected by the talent Eternal Power, this state has become permanent. Note, in the permanent state, the rock barrier is solidified on the wall. When the durability of the rock barrier decreases, mages can consume some mana to repair the wall and restore durability. Note 2, if the rock barrier is broken, mages need to consume a lot of mana to restore it. Note 3, if the rock barrier and the entire city wall it covers are shattered, the magic effect disappears. Seeing the system prompt, Chao-Shing's eyes suddenly showed a strong joy. Ha! It really works. In this way, the old wizard Tyron only needs to cast all of them once, which is equivalent to all the city walls being greatly strengthened, and the defensibility is greatly increased. However, Chao-Shing also saw the system prompt. Although this layer of rock barrier is permanent, if the durability value decreases, or if it is broken, it will also require magic power to repair it. But it's normal after thinking about it. After all, when ordinary city walls are damaged and destroyed, they also need workers to spend materials and time to repair them. Now they can be repaired directly by consuming magic power, which saves Chao-Shing a lot of resources in disguise. Chao-Shing said with a smile, the Eternal Power talent is really convenient. It just so happens that those earth mages don't have much to do at ordinary times. When we encounter siege battles in the future, let them concentrate on repairing the city walls below, and it will be more difficult for the enemy to break through. In addition, there is another point that Chao-Shing pays attention to. The skill introduction I saw before is that it increases 300 armor and 30,000 durability. Now it has become 400 points of armor and 40,000 durability. Chao-Shing glanced at Tyron's attributes and found that his skill values had indeed changed. Soon, he understood the reason. This should be because Tyron broke through to the 4th level, and the power of the earth element he controlled was stronger, so the values of various skills were also enhanced. This is not bad, if this earth mage continues to become stronger in the future, and rises to the 7th or 8th level. At that time, When he casts Rock Barrier, again, the armor and durability of the city wall will be multiplied several times or more. The safety is greatly increased. Xiaoxing smiled. At the same time, he also noticed the pale face of the old wizard Tyron. He took out a few drops of superior tree sap from his backpack. Mr. Tyron, replenish your magic first. The old wizard had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He naturally felt the powerful magic contained in the few drops of leaves in Xiaoxing's hand. He took it respectfully. After drinking just one drop, he felt that his magic value was instantly restored by half. The blood on his pale face also returned. The old wizard Tyron exclaimed, Lord, what is this thing? It actually has such a good effect? Xiaoxing smiled and said, a kind of tree sap. I will give you a few more drops later. After verifying that this skill can exist forever, Xiaoxing's mood also became very good. Tai Luan said respectfully, thank you, Lord. Then I will take a rest for a while, and then continue to cast advanced magic to strengthen our city walls. Xiaoxing shook his head and said, no need. You go to the mage tower to rest first. Get well, and go out with us tomorrow. Hearing this, Tai Luan was slightly surprised. It seems that he did not expect that Xiaoxing would take him with him tomorrow. It was not a surprise, but more delighted, because in this way, it means that Xiaoxing has recognized him, and he can also contribute to this territory. Yes, Lord. I will go back to the mage tower and get ready. Xiaoxing nodded slightly, and then watched the old mage walk briskly and excitedly return to the mage tower. A smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, Xiaoxing returned to the central area of the territory. Although the harvest this time has been fully digested, but he still has one thing to do. That is, to use the recruitment scroll he got in that camp. Arriving at the open space outside the residential area, Xiaoxing directly took out this black scroll with a gold border. Do you want to use Tier 4 leader level assassin recruitment scroll? Note, after use, a Tier 4 assassin creature of a random race will be summoned. Is it random again? Last time, the random summoned the Blood Spider Queen, Zierda. I wonder what this time will be. Xiaoxing thought for a moment and directly clicked yes. In an instant, a strong black mist rose in front of Xiaoxing. Voila! The gushing black fog was almost condensed into substance. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be an invisible shadow flowing in the black fog. Then, a short figure appeared. And before the black fog disappeared, instantly, a flash of cold light suddenly attacked Xiaoxing. At this moment, Xiaoxing's eyes were slightly cold. Interesting. Is it the subject who attacked me right after being summoned? This is the first time I have encountered this. And Xiaoxing was not afraid at all. He raised his staff directly, and an ice wall emitting a strong chill appeared in front of him out of thin air. With his current mental strength, he could cast these low-level spells almost instantly. Crack! The opponent's weapon scratched the ice wall, leaving a layer of shadow. However, Xiaoxing's ice wall technique had a durability of nearly 30,000. If the opponent wanted to cut through the ice wall, it would take a lot of time. And this time was enough for Xiaoxing to kill him. The opponent was not stupid either. If he failed to hit him, he would disappear on the spot. But what he didn't know was that Xiaoxing had the eye of true vision. He could clearly see a black shadow moving quickly, preparing to approach him from behind. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 10 meters behind Xiaoxing. If it were an ordinary mage, he would have panicked if he was approached so close by an assassin. But Xiao was a 5th level mage, and in terms of level, attributes, and even all aspects, he crushed the assassin. In an instant, Xiaoxing spread his legs and rushed out more than 10 meters at a faster speed. The figure stood there for a moment, seemingly a little confused. How could there be a mage who could run faster than the assassin? Before the shadow could react, a huge hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet. Freeze it! Strong cold air gushed out. Clang! And the strange thing was that the figure flashed again, actually escaping the control range of Xiaoxing's extreme ice bloom. Seeing this, Xiaoxing's mouth curled up. Interesting, this means of saving life is really powerful. But he was still not panicked at all. Directly, he threw out an ice-breaking flying blade and released it towards the ground. Bang bang. The ice ball hit the ground, and a large number of ice spikes exploded. This skill directly turned into group attack damage. And the black shadow couldn't dodge in time, and his body was hit by several ice spikes. And then several injuries appeared on his head. -6,546. minus 6,632, minus 6,753. Chao Xing's current attack power has exceeded 7,000. Even if it is just splash damage, it is too much for these 4th level creatures to bear. The shadow groaned, just as she was about to run away again. At this moment, 3 huge ice blocks appeared above her head. Iceberg fall. Ready to go. Chao Xing's voice with a hint of threat sounded. If you move one more step, you will be smashed into a pulp. Hearing this, the shadows seemed to feel the threat of death coming from above. She also knew that if the man in front of her wanted to, she would be dead now. After a moment, the shadow aura on the other party disappeared, appearing like a ghost in the dark night, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, a few strands of hair fluttering gently in the breeze, and a hat on her head. Under the hood, Chao Xing saw a pair of pointed animal ears poking out playfully from her hair, furry, and trembling slightly from time to time, as if sensing the slightest movement around her. She was only about 1.2 meters tall, wearing a set of tight black leather armor, with a flat chest and a standard airport. Chao Xing was stunned, and then asked in confusion, Animal-eared girl. The facial features of this animal-eared girl are similar to those of humans, except that her pupils are green. Chao Xing said happily, Tell me, why are you attacking me? The beast-eared girl crossed her arms, hugged them in front of her chest, and turned her head away. I just want to test the ability of the Lord I want to be loyal to. I don't really want to attack you. Look, I even use branches as weapons. After saying that, she stretched out a furry little hand and shook the dry branch in her hand. Chao Xing naturally knew that the other party did not really want to kill him. When he attacked him just now, he did not feel any killing intent in it. Otherwise, Chao Xing would not have left her, but killed her directly. He continued to ask, So now, what do you think of my strength? The beast-eared assassin raised her chin slightly, and said with a proud face, Not bad. I have been roaming the continent for hundreds of years, and you are the first mage who is so calm after being approached by me, and can even fight back against me. In this case, I, Heli Feiying, will pledge my loyalty to you, which is not a bad idea. After hearing this, Chao Xing smiled and said, Sorry, I haven't decided whether to accept you into my territory. Hearing this, a trace of shame and anger flashed across the pretty face of the beast-eared girl. What? Back then, I was a famous assassination goddess, and my name was known to the whole continent. You are still considering whether to accept me? Chao Xing nodded. Your strength is very poor, and your combat awareness is also very weak, and you can't even defeat a mage like me. If it was an assassin from my territory, you wouldn't be able to survive even one move, and would be killed on the spot. With your strength and combat awareness, I can't trust you to entrust some tasks to you. Chao Xing was mocking the weak strength of this beast-eared girl in his words. He already had experience dealing with this kind of arrogant existence. First, use your strength to suppress the other party. Then belittle the other party to nothing, and hit her self-confidence. Then let her surrender willingly. Well, commonly known as CPU. The beast-eared assassin named Heli Feiying said with a depressed look, It's obviously you, the mage, who is too abnormal. I don't believe there is an assassin stronger than me in this territory. I am the strongest. However, before he finished speaking, a shadow came to Chao Xing silently. Then, a figure emerged. It was Sarah. Lord, I felt the fluctuation of the battle just appeared here. Did you encounter anything? Her tone was a little worried, and her eyes were fixed on the short figure on the ground. When Sarah's eyes were fixed on the beast-eared assassin named Heli Feiying, it was as if she was stared at by a terrifying poisonous snake. She was so scared that she dared not move. Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. It's okay, Sarah. She is just our new member. She just wants to test the ability of her lord. She also said that in this territory, there is no assassin stronger than her. Hearing this, Sarah's eyes showed a look of realization. At the same time, the corners of her mouth curved up, and the beast-eared assassin, after seeing Sarah's expression, scared her face pale. But she still held her weapon tightly, with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat on her face. At this moment, Sarah held the 2 daggers in her hands, which meant that she entered the combat state. In an instant, her figure disappeared from the spot. A group of invisible shadows rushed towards the opponent. At the same time, the beast-eared girl was also on guard, and a black mist emerged from her body, making her figure blurred. This is how assassins fight each other. They don't communicate much. A gust of wind passed by, as if darkness was flowing. The beasted girl was sneaking in the darkness, and she pricked up her ears to listen carefully to the movements around her. But she didn't feel anything. She didn't even feel like she was being spied on. However, this is what is most terrifying. This shows that the opponent's stealth and assassination skills are far superior to hers. The beasted girl was just about to distance herself. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying chill from a knife behind her. Although she knew that the knife was terrifying, she still didn't want to retreat. Huh? You actually said that this Feying couldn't even take a single move. This is impossible. She raised the short knife in her hand and turned around to counterattack. However, the next moment, she saw that the dagger suddenly changed its angle, like a spirit snake, and wrapped around her wrist. Ding! The two sides came into contact. The next moment, the dagger in the beasted girl's hand fell directly to the ground, and Sarah's silent blade has already been pressed against her neck. Chapter 323 The Fury of the Church of Light. The kingdom's heavy armored forces arrived. Sarah's silent blade has already reached the opponent's neck. A shallow blood mark appeared on the white neck. If he took one more step, he would be able to slash her throat. At this moment, the beasted girl stood still. One move, really just one move, and the victory was decided. As a 5th level commander, Sarah's strength was far beyond hers. The beasted assassin's face showed frustration, dejection, and fear. At the same time, Sarah's cold voice sounded. Here, no one is allowed to attack or hurt the Lord. If you do this again next time, I will execute you for the Lord. There was a hint of threat and cold murderous intent in her tone. Healy was frightened by Sarah, and she froze in place and dared not move. Even her pupils became wet. She said softly, I know. If she saw Sarah by her side at the beginning, she would definitely not test Xiaoxing. Only if you are also an assassin, you can understand how terrifying this dark elf assassin is. Xiaoxing said, Okay, Sarah, come here. Hearing the voice, Sarah instantly put away the endless murderous intent in her body and appeared silently beside Xiaoxing. And this beasted assassin had a life at the hands of the god of death. And for a moment she felt relieved. Then, she stared at the man with her cat-like dark green pupils. Curiously, how could such a powerful assassin be so obedient? What is the origin of this lord? Xiaoxing ignored her look and continued, You saw it. You can't even take a single blow from my assassin. In my territory, your strength is not enough. Hearing this, the beasted assassin bit his lower lip and said with a wronged look, Xiaoxing changed the subject and continued, But I feel sorry for you, so I can give you a chance. If you want to join my territory, you must obey my orders, and the orders of the dark elf next to me absolutely. Can you do it? Hearing this, the beasted girl was about to nod in agreement. But she seemed to remember something. She asked tentatively, Then, can I learn combat skills from this powerful assassin in the future? Xiaoxing was stunned, and then said, If you want to learn combat skills, you must first contribute to the territory. After hearing this, the beasted assassin nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, I will try my best to contribute. I swear to the god of darkness, I will listen to you in the future. And the words of this assassin. Hearing this, Xiaoxing also laughed, and then issued a recruitment invitation to her. Recruitment successful, Night Hunter. Heli Scarlet Shadow joins your territory. Territory population +4. Then he glanced at her attributes. Night Hunter, Heli Scarlet Shadow. Race, subhuman. Level 38663228/460000. Level 4 leader. HP 128423/128423, blessed by the pale tree. Attack power 4415 to 4612. Armor 653 to 708. Skills: Advanced Assassination Mastery. When using dagger-type weapons, attack speed increases by 40%, aura concealment increases by 40%, night mist, envelopes the surrounding area with night mist, blurring the figure, and hiding one's own aura, will not exit this state after attacking the enemy, lasting 120 seconds, cooling time, 200 seconds, shadow assault. Instantly enters stealth mode, dashes forward at an extremely fast speed, causes 207% physical damage to the first enemy on the path, and reveals. After a short delay, if you don't attack the enemy in stealth mode, you will automatically reveal yourself after 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 35 seconds. Claws of the Dark Knight, Wave Sharp Claws. quickly attacks the enemy. Each attack has a certain chance of causing the enemy to bleed and continue to receive physical damage. Flashing in the dark night instantly flashes forward a distance up to 30 meters. Can flash 3 times in a row. Cooldown time 90 seconds. Phantom Slash of the Dark Night instantly blends into the darkness, transforms into several phantoms and shuttles around the enemy, then moves at an extremely fast speed. Slashes the target from multiple directions at a speed of 10,000 meters. Each attack carries powerful physical damage and bleeding effects. Damage coefficient 9*115%. Cooling time 300 seconds. Talent Night Affinity. When operating at night, stealth strength increases by 25%. Skill cooling time decreases by 20%. Bond Assassin. Satisfaction 63. Loyalty 71. Introduction. A hunter who was famous tens of thousands of years ago. She once killed many nobles. Even the army of the royal city could not do anything to her. Once night falls, the nobles and criminals in the whole city will be afraid of the coming of this shadow. After seeing the skills and attributes of this night hunter, Chaoxing nodded. It is indeed not bad. Especially the skill Night Phantom Slash. The single coefficient is really a bit scary. It even exceeds Sarah's Death Dance. If Sarah does not have Chaoxing's various resources to cultivate at the same level, she can only fight this beast-eared girl on equal terms. Chaoxing smiled and then shouted, "Helly." Hearing the voice, the beast-eared girl straightened her body and said respectfully, "I'm here." She became very honest. Chaoxing waved his hand. "You go and rest first. The third residential house, in the second row of the living area, is your room." The beast-eared assassin also turned around obediently and walked towards the residential area. Chaoxing noticed that she was not wearing shoes, and her furry little feet stepped on the ground. She looked back every few steps and kept looking at Sarah. After a while, he and Sarah were the only ones left here. At this moment, the dark elf assassin's eyes instantly became gentle. She asked with concern, "Lord, are you not injured?" Chaoxing shook his head. "How could I be injured? A 4th-level assassin can't hurt me." Hearing this, Sarah nodded immediately and said, "Yes, Lord, you are very strong." Chaoxing also smiled. "But you came at the right time. I have something to give you." After that, he took out the demon fish thorn from his backpack and handed it to Sarah. Sarah took the strange-looking dagger and felt the strange power contained in it. Now, she held the silent thorn in her left hand and the demon fish thorn in her right hand. The attack power increased by more than 200 points again. And the most important thing is that the special effects on the two weapons can be triggered at the same time without conflict. In this way, Sarah's combat power can be slightly improved. "Thank you, Lord. You have always been so good to me." Chaoxing also smiled and touched her head and pinched her long elf ears. Sarah's ears seemed to be her sensitive spot. After being pinched by Chaoxing, her body trembled instantly. Her limbs became a little stiff, but she still stood there, allowing Chaoxing to touch her. The ears of dark elves felt soft on the outside, but a little hard on the inside, as if they were cartilage. At this time, Sarah seemed to remember what happened in the camp today, and her body temperature rose for a while. She spoke softly, with a dazed look in her eyes, "Lord, in the second half of the night tonight, can you come to see me?" Chaoxing saw her fiery eyes and understood something. He chuckled and said, "Not now." Sarah was stunned, then shook her head. "Not now. I was on duty in the first half of the night, and Before she finished speaking, the dark elf assassin suddenly felt her legs leave the ground. She was carried on Chaoxing's shoulders. Lord. Chaoxing didn't say anything, still carrying her, walking towards one of the residential houses. Sarah's long and slender legs swung in the air. He lowered his head and grabbed the corner of Chaoxing's clothes with a shy face. Chaoxing has now broken through the 5th level, and his strength has increased again. He can carry several small women, like Sarah, who weigh less than 100 pounds with one hand. Soon, Chaoxing kicked open Sarah's door, and then closed it again. He gently placed the beauty on his shoulders on the bed. At this moment, Sarah's legs were tightly together, and her hands were clenched, looking shy, and a little expectant. And Chaoxing gently untied her, the black tights that tightly bound her body. And he also saw the white bra wrapped in circles. He did not hesitate, and directly tore off the cloth strips. In an instant, a pair of very full, Round and perky breasts appeared directly in front of him. At this time, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. It's really worthy of the dark elf bloodline. This shape, this size, it's really perfect. Chao Xing bit down. The dark elf under him trembled. A pair of pointed ears also stood up as if they were filled with blood. Sarah at this moment seemed both suppressed and shy. She was extremely beautiful. And Chao Xing was enjoying it to his heart's content. From that beautiful face, looking down, there was a flat belly and an extremely slender waist. The degree of slenderness of the waistline, probably only the apprentice wizard Ailey could match it. The night was like fire, burning fiercely. Chao Xing gently turned over and pressed down. Soon, he began to enjoy to his heart's content the wonderful body of this dark elf. At the same time, in a valley, there is a camp built on the hillside ahead. This is also the last large camp that Chao Xing and others pushed down. A red-robed bishop rushed here quickly. When he saw the chaos ahead, various collapsed fences, arrow towers, and corpses all over the ground, his eyes widened with anger. The terrifying aura seemed to be uncontrollable and suddenly broke out. This camp is also destroyed. Damn it. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise you will regret coming to this world. As the strongest red-robed bishop in Dwelluin Lake City, after hearing the news that the camp was destroyed, he did not care about the situation in Dwelluin Lake City and rushed out to confirm it immediately. However, the situation before him was hard for him to accept. After saying some harsh words, he took out a crystal stone and then asked in a deep voice, "Sans, Bella, how is the situation on your side?" The voices of the two red-robed bishops sounded. "Bishop and Grienne, the situation on our side is the same. All the personnel were killed, and all the resources inside were robbed. This is a premeditated attack against our Church of Light." Hearing this, the red-robed bishop with a strong aura was even more furious. Damn it! Which bastard did this? How did he know the coordinates of our camp? And at this time? A lot of questions arose in his mind. This made him even more angry. The terrifying aura burst out from his body. Boom! At the original place, a violent storm was set off instantly. This camp was razed to the ground in an instant. After venting his anger, the red-robed bishop gradually calmed down. He took a long breath, and then cut off the connection with the other two bishops. From the backpack, he took out another strange device. After injecting magic power, a steady voice came. "Bishop and Grienne, what's the matter?" The red-robed bishop reported solemnly. "Lord Seed of Light, something happened in the snowstorm plain. Many camps set up by the church here have been attacked by an unknown force. We have searched more than a dozen medium-sized camps, and 4 large camps have been destroyed. There are also many small camps, which have been hit. Now only the last large camp has not been confirmed, but it is estimated that it is in danger." Hearing this, the other side was silent for a moment. But it seems that they are not as panicked or angry as expected. Is it the snowstorm again? Recently, our church's plans in other places have been relatively smooth, but here in the snowstorm, we have been repeatedly frustrated. And if you want to push down so many of our camps overnight, it should be impossible for one person to do it. So, this should be a group, that is, an organized action. It is a little different from my previous guess about individual strongmen. After listening to the analysis from the other side, the red-robed bishop continued to ask, "Lord Seed of Light, what should we do now? The kingdom's army will arrive tomorrow, and we can no longer draw more church members." On the other side, replied again, "Don't panic, we are not relying on the strength of other members to fight against the kingdom's army. As long as the White Walker army is safe, it's a bit troublesome to transfer supplies. Don't worry, I will now urgently transfer a group of teachers from the nearby Bliss Wilderness and Frost Valley Plain to Lake Dwelluin City. Your current task is to check all camps, search for clues, and make sure not to miss any corner. I want to know who is targeting our Church of Light." Hearing the reply from the Seed of Light, the panic in the heart of the bishop gradually disappeared. He said solemnly, "I understand. I will do it now. May the will of the God of Light protect us." After saying that, he cut off the connection. He was about to follow the instructions of the Seed of Light to investigate the clues in the camp and see if he could find the culprit. But he found that the camp had been razed to the ground by his previous outburst. The corner of his mouth twitched. The red-robed bishop dialed the communication, and then said, "Bishop Signs, Bishop Bella, the Seed of Light just issued an order, asking us to investigate the culprit through the bodies of those teachers. If you don't have any clues, follow me to the last large camp." After a moment, The two bishops replied, "Understood, Bishop and Grienne. We will come right over." After the words fell, the three bishops set off quickly. Although they had foreseen the result, they could only give up after seeing it with their own eyes. Soon, the red-robed bishop arrived in front of a valley. A narrow passage appeared in front of him. After entering the passage, he entered the valley. Because he knew the route, the bishop went straight to the hidden cave. On the way, he also noticed the collected aurora grass on the ground, and his heart was shrouded in haze. Through the narrow hole, he quickly entered the mountain, including the other two red-robed bishops. They were already waiting here. The three bishops of Dwelluin Lake City gathered together at this moment. They looked at the corpses on the ground in the hall, and everyone had a gloomy face, although this result had been foreseen. But when seeing it with their own eyes, it was still a little hard to accept. The red-robed bishop with a strong aura suppressed his anger, and then said, "Go down and search. Don't miss any corner. At least we have to confirm what the enemy's means are." The two nodded. Then they all jumped down. They checked the bodies on the ground one by one, and they focused on the bodies of the two white-robed priests. One of the red-robed bishops said in a deep voice, "There is a strong dark aura on the wound, which looks like it was done by some evil creature." The second bishop also added, "In addition to sword wounds, there are various impact injuries and some magical auras. However, these means of attack all contain a dark force. Including the camps we checked earlier, those dead teachers also have extremely strong dark forces left on them." The three bishops summed up the clues in their hands, and finally came to a conclusion. That is, the murderer is not human. If it's not human, then who is it? Why is it targeting our Church of Light? They were confused, because they really couldn't figure out why there was such a strange force targeting them in the snowstorm. And it was so powerful. At this moment, one of the red-robed bishops holding a staff seemed to feel something. He raised his head, and faintly felt a wave of magic power coming from above his head. The red-robed bishop said quickly, "Bishop and Grienne, bishop signs. There seems to be a magic mark on it, which looks like it was left by priest Poker." Hearing this, the other two bishops showed surprise in their eyes. This brought a glimmer of hope to the investigation progress that had been deadlocked. Bishop Bella, try to activate it. Okay. Then, under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, the red-robed bishop raised his staff and released a breath of magic. In an instant, the magic mark was activated. Then they heard a gloomy voice. "It's just a false god who has lost his divinity. The Ice Crystal Kingdom has long been regarded as a treasure by our demon clan. And you dare to get involved. When our demon lord comes, what can the god of light do?" After hearing this, the three red-robed bishops looked at each other, and saw the shock and solemnity in each other's eyes. The strongest bishop said in a deep voice, "This should be the clue left to us by Archpriest Poker. So the existence that made this sound is the initiator of all this." The other two nodded. The red-robed bishop holding the staff added, "This being said, the Lord of Demons," and even ignored the God of Light, and called himself a demon. "It seems that the identity of the enemy is about to be revealed." The strongest bishop said angrily, "It turned out to be this damn group of guys. A group of monsters created by the intersection of celestial bodies, relying on their immortality, have been making waves all over the world. Not many beings could deal with them before. And now they have actually provoked our Church of Light. This group of damn guys. Others cannot completely kill you, but it does not mean that our Church of Light cannot. Let me catch them. I will definitely grind them to ashes," the bishop said harshly, and he hated the demon in his heart. The staff bishop next to him reminded, "Bishop and Grienne, let's tell Lord Seed of Light this news as soon as possible." After hearing this, the bishop gradually calmed down his anger. Then, he took out the shining crystal again. At this moment, in the snowy plain, a group of nearly 40,000 troops are marching in an orderly manner. It is the second wave of the Kingdom Legion sent by the Ice Crystal King. However, compared with the last time, the type of troops has changed this time. Leading the group is a heavy knight brigade of nearly 3,000 people. They are all wearing uniform frost blue armor, and even the horses are fully armed. This is also one of the king's trump cards, the frost blue iron cavalry. Behind them, 40,000 heavy infantrymen, wearing heavy armor and holding special shields, were advancing in an orderly manner. The shields in their hands were constantly emitting a burning breath, which seemed to contain some strange magic. These shields were blessed by a powerful wizard in the kingdom. The magic on them was specially used to restrain the blades and claws of the White Walkers. It can be said that for this action, They have made sufficient preparations. At the same time, a light cavalryman came quickly in front. Report. General Crow has sent people to meet us in front. A voice came from a chariot in the center of the army. Change the marching direction and go to meet General Crow first. General Crow was the commander of the first wave sent to recapture Lake Dwelluin. He was leading the remaining knights and soldiers, waiting in front. Originally there were more than 20,000 people, but now there are less than 4,000 people left. It's really sad. But fortunately, those Nero's artillery and destroyer siege crossbows are still there. Soon, the armies of both sides joined. At this moment, in the second wave of troops, an equally high-ranking person stepped out of the chariot and met General Crow. The two saluted at the same time. General Crow, the power of the kingdom's holy sword is with us. General Tacit, the power of the kingdom's holy sword is with us, and we will win this battle. After that, the two sides shook hands. If Chao Xing was here, he would definitely recognize that behind General Tacit, there was an old acquaintance of his, Lieutenant Derek. After the two generals greeted each other, they quickly adjusted the team. Then, nearly 50,000 troops mightily marched towards the direction of Dwelluin Lake City. Late at night, Sarah crawled out of Chao Xing's arms, and then left the warm bed. During this period, Rainey's came once. And after hearing the movement inside, she took the initiative to take over Sarah's duty in the first half of the night. But in the second half of the night, Sarah had to make up for it. At this moment, the dark elf was wearing clothes at the head of the bed. The white gauze tightly wrapped a pair of magnificent soft objects. Then, like a magic trick, her devilish figure was covered. Looking back at Chao Xing, the coldness on his face disappeared and turned into tenderness. I'm going out. Chao Xing nodded. Go, be careful not to get cold. Well, Sarah responded softly, and then quickly left the room. Chao Xing also quickly put on his clothes and returned to his lord's mansion. Tonight was peaceful. He and Lu Muxua fell asleep quickly. The next day, the system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note that you have passed the 4th day of the construction week, and there are still 3 days before the end of the construction week. Chapter 324. The action begins, meeting a group of mammoths on the road. Attention all survivors. The king's second wave of troops has arrived at Lake Dwelluin City. Now we call on all survivors again, go to Lake Dwelluin City to participate in the battle. In order to encourage you to fight bravely, now killing the White Walkers in the city will also gain the same honor points as killing the hunters. Weather forecast. Today is sunny, light breeze. The highest temperature is -47°C to -56°C. Seeing the prompt, there was a boo in the chat channel. Xiao Yao, damn it, the king's army is here again, and he's still calling on us to join the war. Aren't they treating us like idiots? Xiao Chaoan, that's right. So many people died last time. I won't go this time no matter what. I don't want to be cannon fodder. Zhong Mao, he also said that killing White Walkers will also give honor points as a reward. I fucking laughed. Those White Walkers are so scary. Can we deal with them? Lon Lin, haha, you're right. I'd better stay at home and develop my territory. Obviously, the last experience made everyone doubt the strength of the Ice King, and also saw the horror of the White Walkers. Now, even if more ways to obtain honor points are added, no one is willing to go. At this time, a survivor in the chat channel suddenly spoke up. Wu Xinghu, I think it is necessary to try this time. There was a moment of silence in the chat channel. If anyone else said this, they would be besieged by the survivors. But as one of the strongest legion leaders in District 17, Wu Xinghu's words still carry a lot of weight. Captain Wu, why do you think so? Yes. Captain Wu, do you have any gossip? Share it with everyone. Wu Xinghu said, there is no gossip. It's just some personal speculation. As mentioned before, the king's army suffered a disastrous defeat for the first time, but it was not a meaningless defeat. At least, it allowed them to understand the strength of this group of cultists. So this time, the king will definitely send enough forces to deal with various emergencies. If we join the battlefield this time, the risk should be much smaller. After hearing this, everyone seemed to think that what Wu Xinghu said made sense. But the scene of tens of thousands of strong men being slaughtered last time was still vivid in people's minds. For a moment, no one dared to make a decision immediately. Someone asked tentatively, Captain Wu, will you go this time? Wu Xinghu smiled and said, maybe I will go. Maybe I won't. The survivors were also confused by this ambiguous answer. But it was difficult for everyone to ask further questions. For a moment, many people were also tempted. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua naturally saw the system prompt. Oh! Now killing these aliens will actually give you honor points. There was a slight surprise in his eyes. Then, there was joy. I said before that the king didn't want people to collect 100,000 honor points to exchange for that legendary weapon. And now, there is a glimmer of hope. After all, there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 aliens in that city. If you can kill a group of them, you will definitely get a lot of honor points. Chao Xing counted and found that he had more than 30,000 honor points, including all kinds of masks. It's about 45,000. Kill a group of White Walkers, and then go to the trading channel to buy a group of masks. It should be enough to collect 100,000 honor points. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's mouth also curved. Muxua, get up. Let's follow the plan we discussed yesterday. We have to hurry up. Dwoluan Lake City is thousands of kilometers away from their territory. Even if Chao Xing and others are amazing, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours to arrive at full speed. Moreover, according to yesterday's plan, they were going to move forward in 2 teams. So they had to hurry up. Chao Xing sighed at this time. What a pity. It would be great if we could build a goblin airship. Let's see if we can get a high-level mechanical factory blueprint this time. With the goblin airship, it will be much more convenient. The two quickly got up and began to wash. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the playground in the center of the territory. Chao Xing shouted, "Fighters, assemble." After hearing the voice, hundreds of figures suddenly came out. They lined up neatly and orderly according to yesterday's team. At this moment, hundreds of fighters looked at Chao Xing with fiery eyes. Chao Xing looked around and found that they were all eager to fight. In the corner, there was a figure standing alone. It was the beastard assassin summoned last night. She was not familiar with the people in this territory, so she could not find the organization. Chao Xing didn't say much, and gave the order directly. All Ascalon warriors, Wild Boar warriors, and Dragon Blood fighters, all stand out. More than 200 figures stood out. They all showed surprise and excitement on their faces, because this meant that their lord would take them out to fight. The soldiers who were not named were a little disappointed. The centaur Canal asked beside him, "Oh, strong lord, you won't take us centaurs with you?" Chao Xing shook his head. "This time we are going to carry out a special operation, and it is not advisable to take too many people." Not taking the centaurs was also considered. After all, although the demon disguise can hide the aura of everyone, some physical characteristics cannot be changed. For example, the lower body of a centaur. Therefore, it is better to bring some human soldiers. It is also more difficult to be discovered when disguised. Moreover, the force that Chao Xing brought this time is already strong enough. Among them, the most powerful is naturally the Dragon Blood Fighter Corps. Among the more than 30 people, there is a commander, 4 leaders, 7 leaders, and most of the others are elites. Once this group of Dragon Blood fighters burst out, their terrifying strength will be enough to scare the enemy. Chao Xing continued, "Can't tell. Although I didn't bring you this time. Your mission is equally important. Now that the city wall has not been built, a group of people need to stay in the territory to defend it. And at the same time, the safety of those staff members must be guaranteed. And all archers, you need to go to the training range to practice. I hope to see you learn new skills as soon as possible. Can you do it?" The Centaur Legion and those nightmare archers wiped away the disappointment on their faces, and all replied loudly, "We guarantee to complete the mission." Chao Xing smiled. "Lab, you warriors who are going out with me must not relax. This operation may be dangerous. You must obey orders." Hearing this, the Wild Boar warriors and Ascalon warriors nodded, including the group of Dragon Blood fighters. They said excitedly, "Lord, please rest assured, we will absolutely obey orders 100%. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then, he continued to call out names. Sarah, Assam, Andrew, Braun, Hilda, Isabel. It was still the dozen people from yesterday, including the witch Francesca, Bertier Sun Chaser, and the Earth Mage Tyron Rock Speaker. Victoria Santa Cruz is among them. There are also the Mammoth Dubai, the Frost Musialan, Volibear, and the Goblin Mecha. Under normal circumstances, these big guys are not needed. But once a large-scale battle is encountered, these big guys will play a big role. This time, the strongest fighting force in the territory, it can be said that he brought them out. Of course, he still left many experts in the territory. For example, 2 leader-level wizards, the Centaur Legion, and more than 30 Earth wizards. The total number of combatants was nearly 200. It was enough to deal with large-scale enemy attacks. Then, Chaoxing said, "Okay, let's disperse." Everyone dispersed. Soon, only more than 200 warriors were left on the field. At this time, Heli Feiying, the newcomer from last night, came over. She stepped forward cautiously, her ears jumping, and she looked very nervous. Seeing this beaster girl, Alisa and Tong Chu Chu showed surprise on their faces. They even subconsciously wanted to rush over and touch her cute little ears. However, when they thought of their lord who was still beside them, they gave up the idea. Heli Feiying came to Chaoxing barefoot and said, You want to go out?" Chaoxing nodded. The beaster girl said, "I want to go out with you too. You are right. My strength is indeed too weak. So I want to contribute to the territory as soon as possible, and then learn assassination skills from this powerful assassin sister." Compared with the attitude of this new beaster girl last night, it can be said that she has now ushered in a great change. In the competition last night, although she suffered a loss at the hands of Sarah, she still refused to accept it. After all, as a 4th level leader, she was considered a master anywhere. She was just unlucky. She encountered the strongest existence in this territory. However, after a night, she had a clear understanding of the strength in this territory. Here, there are many beings stronger than her. Even some ordinary 4th level soldiers felt a strong sense of threat. This made Heli Feiying wonder, what kind of territory did she come to? Or, she was sealed in the alien space for too long and had been out of touch with this world? Could it be that any 4th level strongman now is so powerful? For a moment, a sense of frustration emerged in Heli Feiying's heart. And at the same time, she completely put away her arrogance. At this time, Chaoxing, after hearing the request of the beaster girl, did not agree immediately. Instead, he fell into thought. After all, they were not going out simply this time, but to do something important. He did not trust this newcomer very much. So many things were not convenient to show. He did not even add her status. After thinking for a moment, Chaoxing was ready to refuse. Let her cultivate loyalty in the territory for a while. However, this beastard assassin seemed to know that Chaoxing did not believe in herself. She said quickly, "Please rest assured, I will definitely follow your orders. If you don't believe me, you can put this on me." After that, she took out something like a collar from her arms. Chaoxing asked in confusion, "What is this?" The beaster girl said, This is the spiritual contract magic ring that controls us subhumans. After putting it on my neck, it can control us. As long as you move your mind, you can tighten the collar, making it impossible for me to breathe, and making it impossible for me to use the power of the Dark Knight." Hearing this, Chaoxing looked strange. This thing sounds a bit perverted. Even Alisa beside him looked a little weird. But she didn't show it. Instead, she looked at the beaster girl, and then at Chaoxing, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Heli Feiying saw that Chaoxing still didn't agree. She bit her lower lip lightly, seemingly making some kind of decision. Then she took the initiative to put the necklace around her neck. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Territory member, Heli Feiying transfers the control of spiritual contract magic ring to you. After accepting it, you will be able to control the magic ring and control it. Chaoxing looked weird, but he still chose to accept it. The next moment, Chaoxing felt that he was connected to the magic ring. With a thought, he tried to control it. The collar on the neck of the beast-eared girl in front of him suddenly tightened. She showed a very uncomfortable expression. Her small canine teeth were exposed, and breathing became more and more difficult. She made a soft panting sound like a cat. Hum. It made the people around him embarrassed. Chaoxing just tried it, and immediately took back the control of this thing. Heli Feiying breathed a sigh of relief. Then she patted her flat chest and said, "Now, you can rest assured. Right? If I don't obey, you can punish me with this at any time." Chaoxing nodded speechlessly. "I understand. Go to the team and stay. Others, give her a status." Since this beast-eared assassin is so sensible, she even handed over this thing that controls life to her. Then Chaoxing naturally has to show the demeanor that a lord should have. After hearing the order, everyone used various skills on Heeley's head. Black Smoke Totem, Firepower Amplification, Snakeman Frenzy, Queen's Will. The aura of this beast-eared girl began to grow rapidly. As the permanent states were added one by one, Li Feiying's dark green pupils continued to widen. God of Dark Night. What is this? Oh my god! Because she was too shocked. She was a little incoherent. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue also threw ice healing, ice armor, courage blessing, and aurora blessing over. In an instant, Li's attack power, armor, recovery ability, and mobility increased dramatically. She was completely stunned. Her furry ears kept trembling. Then she said almost dully, "So, the strong aura of those soldiers came from this. Is this the magical power of this territory?" Elisa next to her said proudly, "No. This is the unique power of the Lord." "Is it powerful?" Li Feiying nodded and said, "Too powerful. Such a powerful blessing. This is comparable to the power of the gods. Because you helped her improve her strength." Territory member, Li Feiying's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 78. This beast-eared girl knelt on one knee at this moment. "Thank you for the Lord's blessing. Li will serve you well in the future. You can ask me to do anything." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Get up and stand by the team. Others, get ready." After saying that, more than 200 people on the field straightened up. Chao Xing said directly, "Then, Burji, Lab, you lead your dragon blood fighters, and other warriors follow the team, and head to the vicinity of Dwelin Lake City. Remember not to approach immediately. I will give you a meeting place. Remember to wait for my news. Mr. Tyron, you also follow them." Old Wizard Tyron is old, and his movement speed is not fast. Hearing this, Commander Boji and Boar Warrior Lab said respectfully at the same time, "Yes, Lord." Then, Chao Xing said, "Then everyone else? Follow me now. Go to Dwelin Lake City at full speed." Moo. Dabai swung his trunk, ran all the way with 4 hooves, and seemed to be happy to be able to go out. Next to it, there was Volibear, who had transformed into a leader, and Xiaolin, who was at the level of a 5th level leader, including Tong Chu-Chu, who sat in the cockpit of the mecha, turned on the low-altitude flight mode, and followed the team. It is worth mentioning that, last night, Chao Xing used the skill Demon Slave Disguise on the Earth Dragon mecha. He was surprised to find that this disguise could actually work on the mecha. Now, the mecha has become a completely black mecha, with a layer of light black mist emanating from it. It looks very ferocious and full of deterrence. However, under normal circumstances, Chao Xing still does not plan to send the mecha out. After all, the characteristics of this thing are too obvious. Everyone rushed all the way. Hurry up and hurry on. It can be said that this will be the farthest place they have ever been to. However, it is also that place that contains a lot of resources. In fact, as long as the operation is successful, Chao Xing will gain amazing benefits in one fell swoop. After running 100 kilometers, Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear, and then said, "Sarah, Li, you go ahead to explore the way. If you see humans on the road, remember to notify us in advance." This time, he planned to avoid the crowd as much as possible. Then, when they were near Dwelin Lake City, they collectively used camouflage to minimize the risk of exposure. After hearing this, the 2 assassins instantly disappeared. This was the first mission issued by Chao Xing, and Li also wanted to perform well. She picked up the dagger and rushed forward. Everyone followed behind her. Bang, bang, bang. The huge mammoth ran, making an amazing sound. In addition, there was an equally huge frost moose next to it, and the wild beasts wandering on the snowfield did not dare to approach from a distance. Sarah and Li were exploring the way ahead. They were also constantly sending back information. Then, based on the information from the 2 women, Chao Xing kept changing the route. Soon, a morning had passed. They had advanced nearly 600 kilometers. And Chao Xing also took the time to check the chat channel. Many survivors had seen the mighty king's army in Dwelin Lake City, and took pictures of it. Roughly estimated, there were nearly 50,000 people. The survivors naturally saw that this group of troops was different from the last time. This army is fully armed, and it looks like it can crush all obstacles. Even the terrifying army of the White Walkers cannot stop it. For a moment, many people were a little excited. At this time, Chao Xing had a trace of worry on his face, thinking to himself, "The king's army has arrived at Lake Dwelin City. I don't know when they will launch an attack. If they launch an attack right away, it will be troublesome." Chao Xing's original intention was to take advantage of the truce between the 2 sides, use camouflage to enter the city, and plunder. If the war starts right away, it will be too late. Of course, even after the war starts, Chaoxing still has a chance. The battle of tens of thousands of people is not as easy as Chaoxing and his team's battle against hundreds of people. It is normal for a war to last for 1 or 2 days, or even a week. In addition, this is a siege war. In such a chaotic time, no one in the city will pay attention to it. He can sneak in and plunder without any worries. At this moment, Sarah's voice appeared. There is something ahead. I saw a group of migrating ice mammoths. Chaoxing was stunned, and then asked in confusion, a group of mammoths? According to the natives of this world, ice mammoths are a rare sacred creature. They are rare even in the entire snowy plains. So there are not many mammoths. He looked at the mount under his feet. Dubai. Are your parents among the mammoths? Chapter 325 The Natural Enemy of Mammoths, A Fierce Battle. Dubai, could your parents be among those mammoths? Moo! Dubai tilted his head, looking at Chaoxing in confusion. It hadn't seen its parents for a long time, and probably forgot about them. Although Chaoxing was more interested in this group of mammoths, he had to hurry to Dwelin Lake City, so he didn't plan to delay here. At this time, Sarah's next sentence interrupted his thoughts. Lord, there seems to be something wrong with that group of mammoths. They seem to be afraid of something. The group of mammoths started to run away, as if something was chasing them. Hearing this, Chaoxing also suddenly realized that something was wrong. Adult ice mammoths are powerful beings, each with a strength of level 5 or 6, or even stronger. There are not many creatures that can make them feel scared and run away. Sarah, do you know what is chasing them? Sarah was silent for a moment, as if she was observing the situation. It's saber-toothed tigers. There are 5 powerful saber-toothed tigers chasing the elephants. Chaoxing was shocked. Oh my goodness! It turned out to be this kind of creature. Saber-toothed tigers are the natural enemies of mammoths. Their huge upper canines are like 2 sharp daggers, which can easily pierce the thick skin of mammoths. Moreover, their bodies have strong explosive power and can easily catch up with prey. Even mammoths of the same level are no match for saber-toothed tigers. Facing this kind of creature, they can only run away. How strong are those saber-toothed tigers? Sarah replied. I'm afraid they are no less than level 6. Chaoxing pondered for a moment, wondering whether he should take action. After all, those saber-toothed tigers were just hunting for survival. After a moment, he made a decision. Let's go. Let me take a look at the situation. What if Dubai's parents are among the elephants? After saying that, Chaoxing led a dozen people and ran forward at full speed, rushing to where Sarah was. Over a hill. In the distance, a wide plain can be seen ahead. Before getting close, a loud rumbling sound can be heard. A group of mammoths, as big as a hill, 5 or 6 meters tall, and even bigger than Dubai, are running forward at full speed. The leader is a mammoth that is 8 meters tall and looks like a walking building. Its tusks are as bright as crystal, and its rough skin is covered with many solidified scars, which makes it look majestic and ancient. However, it was such a huge beast that the elephants also had a look of fear in their eyes. Dozens of mammoths ran wildly, with a mighty force like a tsunami. And in the herd, there were many small mammoths with shoulder heights less than 1 meter. Moo! The leading mammoth made a heavy call, and the herd sped up again. And Chaoxing and others standing on a high place also saw the figures of the group of pursuers. They were several mammoths with yellow-brown hair, about 2 meters in shoulder height, and 4 or 5 meters in length. A huge creature with extremely well-proportioned muscles and powerful limbs while running. This is the saber-toothed tiger, a creature that has become extinct on the blue planet. However, the saber-toothed tigers in this world seem to be much stronger than those on the blue planet. Their burst speed at this time is at least more than 500 to 600 kilometers per hour. Every step they take leaves a big hole on the ground of the snowfield. The fastest saber-toothed tiger is also the strongest one. There is a faint threatening aura coming from it. A quick glance at the attributes. Icefield saber-toothed tiger. Race beast. Level 57, level 6 leader level creature. HP 3375231/35822319. Attack power 11,623 to 11,792. Armor 1823 to 1907. Skills: Fatal Assault. Saber-toothed tiger lowers its body, bursts out with amazing speed instantly, rushes towards the target like lightning, causes 178% huge damage to the enemy. Cooling time 30 seconds, death pursuit, saber-toothed tiger locks on prey. Will not give up until it achieves its goal. Consumes 10,000 HP per second, increases its own movement speed by 30%, automatically releases after HP drops to 50%. Tail swing, turns around quickly, uses its powerful tail to hit surrounding enemies hard, causes 158% damage, and then gains a short speed bonus. Lasts 15 seconds, cooldown time, 30 seconds, Beast King Roar, a roar full of violent power, sound waves spread out in all directions, causing 154% mental damage to enemies within the range. And stuns them for 1 to 3 seconds, cooldown time, 60 seconds, Saber-Tooth Storm, releases the power of saber teeth, forming a killing field in the 30-meter area around itself, causing continuous 112% penetrating damage to all nearby enemies, and increasing its own control-free probability by 70%. The effect lasts 60 seconds, cooldown time, 5 minutes. Talent, Behemoth. Talent, Predator, locks the breath of prey and tracks it. Introduction. A powerful predator, even in nature, is at the top of the food chain. So strong? Chao Xing was shocked. All the skills of this saber-toothed tiger are born for hunting and fighting. In addition to this 6th level leader-level saber-toothed tiger, the other 4 saber-toothed tigers also have the strength of 5th and 6th level leaders. On the other hand, the mammoth group. Although there are many of them, the strongest one is the leading mammoth, which is also a 6th level leader. Although there are several other 5th and 6th level leader mammoths, they are no match for the saber-toothed tiger. Just like the soul-eating demon restrains the group of undead, saber-toothed tigers also restrain mammoths. The herd of elephants could only keep running away. At this moment, Dubai, after seeing the fleeing herd of elephants below, had attracted all the attention. And when it noticed the 2 adult mammoths in the herd, Dubai seemed to sense something, and its eyes suddenly shrank. It raised its elephant hoof, stomped hard, and seemed to want to rush out immediately. But it knew that it had to listen to its master. Turning its head, it looked at Chao Xing for help. Chao Xing saw Dubai's reaction, and he already understood something. At this moment, one of the saber-toothed tigers suddenly exerted its strength. Ow! Its speed increased dramatically. Then it pounced on one of the young mammoths. Moo! The mammoth was bitten on the heel, staggered, and fell to the ground. Then, another saber-toothed tiger pounced over and started to bite the young mammoth madly. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered Sarah, Helly, go and save the young mammoth. Others, follow me to drive away these saber-toothed tigers. After hearing the order, everyone immediately took action. Swish! Rinnies took the lead and shot an arrow, which hit the saber-toothed tiger leader from a distance of several kilometers. Minus 8,074. The saber-toothed tiger leader had amazing defense, and the distance was too far, so the arrow weakened its power. But it still caused a good amount of damage. The saber-toothed tiger was suddenly attacked, and its running was slowed down for a moment. Before it could find the attacker, Chao Xing and others had already rushed over. Bang! 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 Dubai, who had become a 5th level leader, faced his natural enemy without showing any fear, and ran out directly. The group of mammoths soon saw this strange scene. A mammoth, with 2 humans sitting on its back, and a white bear and a moose beside it. Behind it, there was a group of terrifying beings, rushing towards them. There was confusion in the eyes of dozens of elephants. However, they also saw that the target of the group's first attack was the saber-toothed tiger behind them. The ice mammoths were a group of highly intelligent creatures. Seeing this, they knew that this group of humans came to help them. In an instant, they bypassed Chao Xing and others and turned to the other side. And the group of saber-toothed tigers finally knew who their enemies were. The leading saber-toothed tiger opened its bloody mouth. Instantly, a roar from the ancient times sounded. Roar! If an ordinary person heard this roar, their internal organs would be shattered, and they would die instantly. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes turned red, and they rushed towards Chao Xing and the others, like 3 yellow lightning bolts. Their power was amazing. At this moment, Braum used a leap guard, and jumped to the front of the team. Then he shouted, "The power of the ancestors! Bless me!" He turned into a giant. He raised his shield and rushed forward with a big stride. He was actually going to use the strength of a 5th order leader to head-on confront this 6th order leader-level saber-toothed tiger. The next moment, the saber-toothed tiger's huge teeth came into contact with the evil eye shield. Crack! Crack! The holy shield on Brahm's body shattered layer by layer. Then, an unimaginable force came. As a beast, and a sixth-order leader, this saber-toothed tiger has extremely terrifying power in its body. Before it was about to be knocked away, Brahm shouted, and then smashed the shield to the ground. In an instant, a glacial crack appeared. Crack! Crack! The frost spread to the feet of the saber-toothed tiger leader, freezing it directly in place. Brahm rolled on the spot, and stabilized his body again. The other two chasing saber-toothed tigers saw their leader was frozen, and also stopped. At the same time, beside the fallen baby elephant, Sarah and Helly's figures had also appeared. Their daggers passed by, and a cold light appeared, continuously leaving horrible blood marks on the saber-toothed tiger's brown fur, forcing them to give up their prey. The baby elephant was also out of danger. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the 6th-level saber-toothed tiger that was frozen in place suddenly moved. Roar! A roar that resounded across the plain rang out. The control time of the glacier crack only controlled it for less than a second. It had already broken free from the frozen state. After the saber-toothed tiger escaped, it did not launch an attack immediately, but leaped and quickly distanced itself. It gathered with the other two saber-toothed tigers. They stared at each other with vigilance, and seemed to know that Chao Xing and others were not easy to mess with. They kept making threatening growls, and their eyes were full of ferocity. Roar! The terrifying sound waves emitted by the 3 saber-toothed tigers became real, and hit everyone's eardrums. Chao Xing knew that as long as they showed any signs of cowardice, these saber-toothed tigers would rush over. However, Dubai was not willing to be outdone. It raised its trunk and let out a dull roar. Moo! The powerful sound waves and the saber-toothed tiger's roar cancelled each other out. Dubai grew up with Chao Xing, and in the past month, he also killed many terrible beings. So he was not afraid of these saber-toothed tigers at all, even if the other party was his natural enemy. At this moment, the two sides were facing each other. The mammoths that were running wildly in the back also stopped, looking at the battlefield with a worried look in their eyes. The saber-toothed tigers were ferocious by nature, and would not give up after locking onto their prey. But now, their hunting was interrupted by Chao Xing, which aroused their hatred. Although the aura of Chao Xing and his group was strong, in essence, their life level was still the 5th level. Therefore, the saber-toothed tiger leader did not seem to want to give up. The next moment, it raised its head directly. From its pair of sharp teeth, a terrifying force suddenly burst out. Then, a deadly airflow, and began to spin at high speed around the saber-toothed tiger. It was the leader-level skill, the saber-toothed storm. Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Retreat. Keep your distance. Andrew, Assam, Sarah, Harry, each of you deal with a saber-toothed tiger. Others, follow me to deal with this leader-level saber-toothed tiger." Since the other party took the initiative to attack, Chao Xing would naturally not be polite. The battle started instantly. In the saber-tooth storm state, this saber-tooth tiger is likely to be immune to control. So Chao Xing didn't have anyone use control skills right away. Just as it was about to pounce, Braun had already rushed over. Although Braun was 17 levels lower than this saber-tooth tiger, he was not inferior at all. With his armor, and Chao Xing's ice armor, he was almost twice as strong as this saber-tooth tiger. Bang! The huge teeth collided with the shield. Braun blocked the saber-tooth tiger's attack head-on. Then, the saber-toothed storm surrounding its body was constantly causing damage to Braun. Puff! 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 Minus 5,732. Minus 6,321. Minus 5,592. Minus 4,582. Damage numbers appeared one after another. Compared to the 10,000 attack power of the saber-toothed tiger, this damage can only be said to be quite pitiful. Brahm's armor was too high, and the 20% damage reduction of Frost Shield had already reduced the enemy's damage to the minimum. And in the blink of an eye, plus 5,082, plus 5,082 recovery numbers appeared above his head. So this is an amazing scene. A big guy with a naked upper body, facing the attacks of Sabertooth Storm, and the 6th level Sabertooth Tiger leader. Head on. Even his health did not decrease. Of course, the others were not idle either. Various attacks fell madly on this Sabertooth Tiger. Minus 7,092. Minus 11,543. Minus 6,025. Minus 5,582. minus 7,231. The last upgrade allowed Chaoxing's subordinates, except Blot, to break through the 5th level, and their attack power increased dramatically. The health of the saber-toothed tiger also poured out like water. In the blink of an eye, it dropped by 3 million. At the same time, Chaoxing ordered Xiaolan, use the extremely cold breath. The frost moose next to him took a deep breath. The cold air within a radius of several hundred meters was sucked in by it. Then, it opened its mouth. Swish. A terrifying cold air was exhaled. The saber-toothed tiger's back was only touched a little, and it was covered with a thick layer of frost. It leaped, just trying to avoid the attack. But Xiaolan's frost breath followed like a shadow. Crack! Crack! The saber-toothed tiger had frostbite all over its body, and its movements became extremely stiff. As a 5th level leader-level magical creature, Xiaolan, with the blessing of estate, was not inferior to the saber-toothed tiger in a single fight. Not to mention so many people besieging it. All kinds of attacks from the crowd fell madly. Ice-breaking flying blades, holy light balls, blood poison spurting, black smoke storm, feast of cold wind. Although the saber-toothed tiger had 3 million HP, it still couldn't withstand this attack. The HP dropped rapidly. In less than a minute, the saber-toothed tiger's HP dropped to 1.5 million. It was beaten by the crowd and kept howling. And the mammoths watching from behind looked at this scene blankly. The natural enemy that was chasing him was beaten so badly by this group of humans. There was even a mammoth that stepped on him twice. These humans were so scary. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger kept urging its strong vitality, and finally recovered from the deep frostbite. It must be said that Xiaolan's frost breath was really abnormal. When Chaoxing caught it, he suffered a lot from this skill, even though the control-free probability of the saber-toothed tiger leader was greatly improved. It still couldn't withstand the terrifying cold. Aho! The saber-toothed tiger leader kept roaring angrily. After fighting till now, it already knew that it was no match for this group of people. But it did not panic. After all, the explosive power of saber-toothed tigers was unparalleled. It believed that if it wanted to escape, these humans would definitely not let it stay. Looking at Chaoxing and others, the saber-toothed tiger leader had a look of resentment in his eyes. Chaoxing also noticed this look. Some animals are very vengeful by nature, which he knew. In his heart, he had already made a decision. The saber-toothed tiger leader had a fierce battle with everyone, and his health dropped by 200,000 again. It pounced and slapped Braum away. Then it ran away without hesitation. The direction it attacked was Elisa. After all, among this group of people, she looked the weakest. Little Elisa was only level 34 now, which was more than 20 levels lower than the saber-toothed tiger leader. With this level of difference, under normal circumstances, the saber-toothed tiger could kill the opponent with one slap. Even if Elisa had Chaoxing's various life-saving skills, she might not be able to stop it. Sure enough, the saber-toothed tiger pounced. Shwa shwa. The sharp claws slashed, shattering the holy shield on Elisa's body. The little girl looked at the huge palm of the saber-toothed tiger and raised her longbow, seemingly wanting to resist. However, the power gap between the two sides was too big. Puff! Minus 10,112. Elisa was slapped and flew out. The little girl shouted while flying backwards, "Lord, this saber-toothed tiger wants to escape." However, Chaoxing had already prepared. As a huge hexagram array appeared, it enveloped all 3 saber-toothed tigers. The saber-toothed tiger leader suddenly felt that his ability to move had greatly decreased. A panicked look appeared in his eyes. Before he could react, 3 icebergs also smashed down at the same time. Boom! Boom! Minus 18,765. Minus 19,634. Minus 27,534. 3 terrifying damage numbers appeared. The saber-toothed tiger leader was hit so hard that he saw stars. At the same time, Lu Mushua rushed over to block the gap on Elisa's side, and the attacks of others also came like a storm. The saber-toothed tiger leader completely cut off the hope of escaping. Its health dropped again like water, being unilaterally ravaged by the crowd. Soon, the saber-toothed tiger leader struggled to get up, looking at the completely blocked encirclement around him. It seemed to realize that he was in danger today. Including the other 2 leader-level saber-toothed tigers, their health had also reached a precarious level. But it still seemed unwilling to give up, while frantically attacking, while looking for a chance to escape. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger leader suddenly changed direction and rushed forward. The target was the 2-leader level saber-toothed tigers. The huge tail swung on its companions. Bang! After 2 fleshy sounds, the 2 saber-toothed tigers were thrown out directly. Chaoxing also saw its intention. It actually wanted to use this method to help its own kind escape from the encirclement. The price was that the saber-toothed tiger leader would have no chance to escape. However, the 2 saber-toothed tiger leaders did not leave immediately after escaping. They seemed to want to rush back to save their leader. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger leader let out a heavy roar, making them stop instantly. The 2 saber-toothed tigers understood what the leader meant. They swept their eyes over Chaoxing and the others, showing a look of resentment. Then, they burst out at an unprecedented speed, turned into 2 brown lightning bolts, and fled behind them. However, Chaoxing had already seen the look in the eyes of the 2 saber-toothed tigers. It was obvious that these saber-toothed tigers had already held a grudge against them. And Chaoxing had already decided to kill all these saber-toothed tigers, leaving no future troubles. Chapter 326 The Saber-Toothed Tiger with a Lot of Treasures. A gift from the leader of the elephant group. Catch up with them. Hearing the order, Rennies and Elisa rushed out instantly. As agile creatures, they burst out with a speed that was not inferior to these saber-toothed tigers. Especially Rennies. As a 5th level leader level creature, with a 130% movement speed bonus, she turned directly into a white shadow. She quickly caught up with the 2 saber-toothed tiger leaders. Rennies took out a strange launching device from her backpack. Just press the button. Bang! A huge trap popped out, covering one of the saber-toothed tigers. Then she shot another arrow into the sky. Storm arrow rain fell, slowing down the movement of another saber-toothed tiger. On the other side, Elisa also reacted quickly. After seeing this, she quickly pulled the bowstring, using the ice burst skill, freezing the 2nd saber-toothed tiger leader. All the saber-toothed tigers that were escaping were intercepted by them. The saber-toothed tiger leader, who was being besieged by the crowd, saw this scene and showed a trace of anxiety in his eyes. It kept roaring and madly attacked the crowd's encirclement. Chaoxing ignored it and continued to order, "Attack with all your strength." Bang bang. The attacks fell one after another. Now, the saber-toothed tiger leader has become a trap beast. Even if it burst out all its strength, it is difficult to break free from the fire suppression of Chaoxing and others. 2 minutes later, under the concentrated fire of the crowd, its 3 million health points were reduced to less than 50,000 by the crowd. Seeing this, Chaoxing threw an ice-breaking flying blade. Directly. Bang bang. Minus 20,154. Minus 19,842. Minus 30,521. After 3 horrible injuries, the life of the saber-toothed tiger leader was reduced to 0. With a wail, he fell down completely. Successfully killed the saber-toothed tiger leader LV57, a 6th level leader level creature, killed a monster above the level, gained experience points. 34200*3. Experience points gained by combatants. 17100. Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the other 4 saber-toothed tigers, with the strength of level 5 or 6 leaders, were also in a state of low health. Sarah and Helly each dealt with a saber-toothed tiger. One was dealing with a level 6 enemy, and the other was dealing with a level 5 enemy. They were both fighting against a higher level. With Chaoxing's series of buff skills, they were still crushing the enemies in front of them. The same was true for Rennies and Elisa. The sharp daggers kept slashing with cold light. The sharp arrows seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The health of the 4 saber-toothed tigers dropped sharply. Chaoxing ordered, "Go and help them. Don't let these saber-toothed tigers run away." After hearing this, everyone rushed forward. The following battle, naturally, was no suspense. With the participation of others, these saber-toothed tigers had no chance to resist. As the powerful saber-toothed tiger leaders fell one by one, their bodies were like small yellow hills, falling in the snow. System prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed saber-toothed tiger LV54. 6th level boss level creature. 21,600 experience points were obtained. Combatants obtained experience points. 10,800. Your territory member, Helly Scarlet Shadow, killed saber-toothed tiger LV47. 5th level boss level creature. 14,100 experience points were obtained. After 4 prompts, a white light rose from Chaoxing and Lu Muxua at the same time. Your level has been upgraded. Current level 41. This upgrade gains attribute upgrades. Strength plus 21. Agility plus 23. Spirit plus 36. Constitution plus 25. Health plus 2000. A powerful force emerged in the body. Chaoxing felt that his physical fitness, including strength, reaction ability, and movement speed, had improved again. In addition, he also felt that his vitality had also increased. Nodding with satisfaction, he said happily, yes. After the 5th level, every level up will improve a lot of attributes. Lu Muxua also happily told Chaoxing that she had improved her attributes after the upgrade. As a 5th level Aurora Knight, she can now increase her health by 5,000 points after upgrading to the 1st level. After the 44% bonus of the Pale Tree, it is 7,700 health points. It is still quite terrifying. At the same time, Chaoxing cast his eyes to the snowfield in front of him. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger corpse on the snowfield in front of him, he was also moved. If these guys had not shown their desire for revenge against Chaoxing, he would not have killed them all. But since you want revenge, I will not let you go. Throwing these thoughts away, Chaoxing's eyes gradually showed joy. After all, these were the bodies of 5 powerful beasts. Any one of them could bring him huge benefits. Especially the body of the leader-level saber-toothed tiger, which was priceless. TSK. This is the first leader-level beast I killed. I should be able to decompose a lot of good things. Right? However, Chaoxing did not decompose them immediately, but asked people to collect the bodies of the 5 saber-toothed tigers together first. Then he picked up the things they dropped. Obtained, Master Level Heart of Power *1. Obtained, Expert Level Heart of Power *4. Obtained, Saber-Tooth Tiger Leader Soul *1. Obtained, Saber-Tooth Tiger Leader Soul *3. Obtained, 5th Level Boss Level Swordsman Recruitment Scroll *1. Obtained, Master Level Element Crystal *7. Obtained, Expert Level Element Crystal *28. Obtained, Special Chaos Book *1. Huh? A Master Level Heart of Power is out, and there is also a 5th Level Boss Level Swordsman Recruitment Scroll? Chaoxing was delighted, and then he looked at the attributes. Master Level Heart of Power. Effect of the item. After use, a level 50 creature can be upgraded to a level 6 Master Level Warrior, with a success probability of 60%. Note, after becoming a Master Level being, the level cap of 20 levels will be opened. After reaching level 60, you can continue to upgrade without using a Heart of Power, until the level cap of 70 is reached. Seeing the system prompt, a look of realization appeared on his face. So that's how it is. As long as you break through level 50, you can continue to upgrade to level 70. Right? That is to say, the level of a Master Level Warrior is between 50 and 70. So it seems that the gap between Masters is quite large. This is somewhat beyond Chaoxing's expectations. But this is a good thing for him, because his Divine Warrior Altar can allow his warriors to break through to the 6th level, which is the Master Level. In this way, it means that he can cultivate a group of level 70 beings. At that time, the scene of hundreds or even thousands of Master Level Masters in his territory going to battle at the same time must be very shocking. Even a huge city like Dwoluan Lake City cannot stop the footsteps of so many Master Level Masters. Thinking of this, Chaoxing smiled and was full of expectations for the future development of the territory. He continued to check. Saber-Tooth Tiger's Leader Soul. Item effect. Can make a level 6 or below leader creature transform into a leader creature with a success rate of 45% to 65%. Special Chaos Book. Item effect. Can make a leader randomly increase 50 points of 4-dimensional attributes, maximum number of uses, 10 times. This Special Chaos Book is not bad. If the number of explosions is enough, it can also add a lot of attributes. In addition, there is the level 5 Swordsman Recruitment Scroll. However, since Chaoxing and his team were going to carry out a dangerous operation next, Chaoxing decided to wait until the operation was over, and he would return to the territory before using this scroll. Next, it was the stage of distributing the spoils. He casually distributed 2 expert-level power hearts to Blot and Tong Chu Chu. Now, there were only the 2 of them on the field, and Lil Wally was a 4th-level creature. Blot and Tong Chu Chu happily took it, and then began to break through. Chaoxing began to deal with the biggest gain of this battle. The bodies of the saber-toothed tigers. He first walked to the body of the four-limbed leader-level saber-toothed tiger. The system prompt appeared. Found the body of the leader-level ice field saber-toothed tiger *4. Do you want to decompose it? Yes. The next moment, white lights enveloped the huge bodies of these saber-toothed tigers. As the white light continued to flash, these bodies gradually disappeared. What made Xiaoxing sigh was that, fortunately, after the system was updated, this decomposition function was not removed. Otherwise, if they wanted to collect the meat of these beasts, they would have to dissect them themselves. It takes more time. And it is also a bit bloody. The system decomposes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, there is a large pile of materials on the ground. As he looks, powerful material properties appear in front of him. Slightly worn ice-field saber-toothed tiger fur, purple, *4. Powerful boss-level saber-toothed tiger fur, which still has a trace of its owner's evil spirit. Has good warmth retention and tough defense. And can be used to make 5th or 6th level purple leather armor. Fresh ice-field saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, *3312. Saber-toothed tiger meat contains powerful power. And the first consumption can increase 30 points of strength. 1 tiger meat equals 5 food. Phone. Sharp saber tooth, purple, *8. Saber tooth with extremely strong penetrating power and hard texture can be used to make 5th or 6th level props, weapons. The props made have a certain probability of quality being upgraded to gold. Icefield saber-toothed tiger bone, purple, *1163. Powerful tiger bone, with extremely tough defensive ability, can be used to make 5th or 6th level purple armor or other props. Look at the materials after they are decomposed one by one. Xiaoxing's pupils also kept dilating. Especially, when he saw the effect of the saber teeth and tiger meat, he was extremely shocked. Oh my god! The meat of this ice-field saber-toothed tiger is so effective? It can directly increase 30 points of strength. It is worthy of being at the top of the food chain. You know, when most of the survivors have just broken through the 3rd level, their attributes are basically in the early 200s. This kind of powerful tiger meat, just eat a piece, directly increase the attribute by more than 1/10. It is conceivable that once it appears on the market, it will surely cause a rush of people from all kinds of power professions. There are more than 3,000 pieces of tiger meat here. If it is sold, it can sell more than 30,000 pieces. What an amazing fortune this is. It is self-evident. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing looked at the corpse of the leader saber-toothed tiger next to him, and he became more excited. After all, even the leader level saber-toothed tiger meat has such a good effect. Isn't the leader level one even stronger? He walked quickly to the corpse. The system prompt appeared. Found the corpse of the leader level ice-field saber-toothed tiger. Do you want to decompose it? Yes. The familiar white light appeared again, and the huge body of the saber-toothed tiger gradually disappeared. Soon, a large pile of materials appeared at the original place. Xiaoxing glanced over. Slightly worn saber-toothed tiger leader fur gold, *1. Leader level saber-toothed tiger fur, has extremely tough defense, remains with a trace of the beast's ghost, can be used to make 6th level treasure leather armor. Fresh icefield saber-toothed tiger meat, gold, *1164. Saber-toothed tiger meat contains powerful strength, first consumption, strength plus 50, physical attack power plus 3%. Giant saber-tooth, gold, *2. Extremely hard saber-tooth, contains the power of the saber-toothed tiger leader, after being made into a weapon, comes with advanced penetration effect, and has a certain probability of coming with saber-tooth storm special effect. Strong tiger bone, gold, *237. Leader level saber-toothed tiger. Bones are extremely tough and contain great power. After being made into light armor, they can greatly increase the strength and agility attributes. Leader saber-toothed tiger sinew, gold, *1. Sinew with great toughness is the main material for making golden longbows and has certain special effects. Tiger blood, gold, *211L. Tiger blood contains manic power. After taking 200 milliliters, it can increase strength and agility by 5% within 30 seconds. It is also a rare alchemical material. Note, it needs to be collected in a container within 5 seconds. Remaining time, 4 seconds. Seeing the last system prompt, Xiaoxing did not hesitate for a second. He took out a lot of glass bottles directly from his backpack. He packed up the 200 kilograms of tiger blood. Then, looking at the golden quality materials all over the ground, Xiaoxing almost couldn't help laughing. Haha, it's so powerful. As expected of a leader-level beast, it actually decomposed so many powerful materials. It's simply a treasure all over the body. And this time, it also produced tiger blood. And tendons. You know, when he decomposed the corpses of those leader-level beasts before, he didn't produce these two materials. Their effects are also quite powerful. No wonder the decomposition system would specially separate them. Chao Xing collected all the materials on the ground in one go. Looking at the more than 1,000 pieces of golden tiger meat, he was even more delighted. Just as I expected, the effect of leader-level tiger meat is quite terrifying. Not only can it increase so much strength, but it can also increase physical attack power by percentage. As long as you are a strength-based profession, you can't resist the temptation of this kind of beast meat. The value of this thing is amazing. Chao Xing was very satisfied. Even if he hadn't reached Wuluan Lake City yet, the 5 saber-toothed tiger corpses alone were worth the trip. After he dealt with the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, the group of icefield mammoths gradually came over. Moo! The call sounded. In the herd, there was a commotion. Then 2 tall mammoths rushed out of the herd and ran towards Dubai. At this time, Dubai turned around and saw the 2 familiar figures. He felt the familiar breath in his heart and the throbbing from his blood. A complicated look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, Dubai also rushed over. The 3 mammoths, about 20 meters away, stopped. The 6 mammoths all had complicated expressions in their eyes. Dubai was saved by Chao Xing in the Great Rift Valley. It is estimated that at that time, its parents thought that Dubai was dead. After more than a month, they did not expect to meet again, and they did not even dare to go forward to confirm. Until a moment later, Dubai called out, "Woo!" The 2 mammoths finally confirmed that this was their child. They rushed out directly. The 3 mammoths leaned against each other closely, constantly rubbing each other's bodies. The family reunited, and this scene made the people behind feel relieved. Lu Muxue, Alisa and other girls, all had gentle smiles on their faces. At the same time, Dubai's family of 3 were there feeling the joy of reunion. The herd of elephants also came to Chao Xing. The huge monster, which was as big as a 3-story building, slowly stepped on its thick elephant hooves and walked towards him. Chao Xing glanced at its attributes. He found that this mammoth actually had a name. It was called Puffing. It was also a 6th-order leader-level creature, and was very powerful. But in front of this group of humans, it did not dare to have any arrogant attitude. Didn't you see that? Even such a powerful saber-toothed tiger was killed by them. At this moment, after coming to Chao Xing's side, the mammoth stretched out its nose and waved it in the air. This seemed to be a gesture of gratitude between mammoths. Chao Xing understood what it meant, and waved his hand and said, "Nothing. It just happened to be one of my companions, and we are of the same tribe." The mammoth named Puffing nodded, and it could understand what Chao Xing said. Then, it put its trunk into its mouth, and seemed to be digging something out. Gulu, gulu. The sound of saliva gushing out was heard. The next moment, the mammoth rolled out a bundle of red grass with its trunk. There was also saliva and some unknown mucus mixed on it. Then he gently handed it to Chao Xing. Woo-woo. The huge mammoth made a soft cry, as if it wanted him to accept this bundle of strange grass. And Chao Xing looked at the pile of grass in front of him, and his mouth twitched. The icefield mammoth is a herbivore, and sometimes it will store some food in a certain part of its body to use as emergency rations. Now, it took out its own food to express its gratitude, although he knew that it was kind-hearted. But Chao Xing still found it a little hard to accept. After all, the way this thing appeared was really a bit disgusting. When he looked over, the discomfort in his heart disappeared instantly, and he turned into a look of ecstasy. Dragon blood grass, gold magic plant. Quality, treasure. Effect, plants that have absorbed the blood of dragons, containing powerful vitality. After consumption, it can increase the upper limit of life by 2,000 points. And it can take effect once at most. A plant with powerful vitality. And also a precious alchemical material. Chao Xing admitted that he was still superficial. I thought it was just a pile of rotten grass. Unexpectedly, it was the dragon blood grass he had been looking for. It was also the main material for making the improved advanced life secret medicine. This mammoth actually wanted to give him such a precious thing. And it looked like there were quite a lot of them. After Chao Xing confirmed that the other party wanted to give him the grass, he took it without hesitation. Obtained, dragon blood grass asterisk 651. More than 600 pieces, which was equivalent to the main materials for more than 600 bottles of secret medicine. This was too cool. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement and nodded. Thank you. Puffing. The mammoth was also very happy to see him accept the gift. Raising his head, he made a vicissitudes of life sound. Moo. The other mammoths raised their heads one after another, imitating the action of their leader. It seemed that they were thanking Chao Xing for saving them. And at this moment, 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. Ding! Due to your rescue, the favorability of the ice-field mammoths towards you has increased. Current favorability, friendly. Ding! Due to your killing too many saber-toothed tigers, the favorability of the cold wind saber-toothed tigers towards you has decreased. Current favorability, hostile. Note, under hostile relations, the cold wind saber-toothed tigers will regard you as an enemy after seeing you, and launch an attack. Chapter 327 Arriving at the battlefield, the plan of the Church of Light. Seeing the 2 system prompts, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. But he soon understood the reason. This should be what I said before, the balance of nature. Although he saved the mammoth, he also offended the saber-toothed tiger clan. But he didn't regret it. Even if it happened again, he would still make the same choice. And with his strength, as long as there was no 7th level saber-toothed tiger, it would basically pose no threat to him. The mammoth puffing led the other elephants and turned around. The warm Dubai over there seemed to know that it was time for him to leave. He stepped forward and distanced himself from the 2 mammoths. Moo. Moo. Dubai's parents reluctantly put their noses on him, as if they didn't want him to leave. Dubai shook his head and gradually let go of his parents' noses. He slowly turned around and walked towards Chao Xing. He looked back as he walked, as if he was saying goodbye to his parents and his tribe. Mammoths are herd creatures. In this world, there are few strong people who can tame such creatures. At the same time, they are also proud. They basically will not yield to humans. However, they recognize the group of humans in front of them. They are also happy that their people have found such a good master. The mammoth puffing walked over and comforted Dubai's parents. Woo, Dubai's parents uttered a sad syllable and were very reluctant to see Dubai leave. But they also know that their child has grown up. It will have its own life in the future. A legendary life. After saying goodbye to the group of mammoths, everyone went straight to the place where Dwuluan Lake City was located. However, Dubai seemed a little taciturn along the way. After all, parting with family members always makes people feel a little sad. Chao Xing and others did not disturb it, but sat on Xiaolan's back, leaving it alone. At this time, Volibear walked over. Then he stretched out his paw and gently touched Dubai's body. Sizzle. Lightning flashed. Dubai was startled instantly, and stared at the snow bear with wide eyes. It seemed that he didn't know why it suddenly did this. While he didn't say anything, he just raised his paw and stood up. Powerful lightning burst out from his body. Roar! Volibear let out a loud roar, and then ran forward. Dubai seemed to know that. This was Volibear encouraging himself. Soon, it also raised its trunk, stepped on its hooves, and ran out behind. Looking at the 2 running beasts, Elisa said happily, Dubai is cheering up. Little Wally is awesome. Seeing this, everyone also smiled. As mentioned before, the people in Chao Xing's territory will gradually deepen their bond with each other over time. The relationship will also become better and better. Even these pets are the same. Dubai and Wally have become good friends after several battles. Chao Xing smiled. Let's go. Let's speed up. Instantly, everyone's pace became faster. A group of powerful beings, advancing at high speed in the snowfield. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they had arrived near Dwuluan Lake City. On the system's own small map, there was a city in the distance, and there was a wide lake next to it, hundreds of kilometers away. Everyone could see the silhouette of the huge city. When they were about 30 kilometers away from Dwuluan Lake City, Chao Xing did not approach immediately, but looked around and found several small peaks nearby. Let's go to the top of the mountain to observe the terrain first. Sarah, go find a place nearby where we can hide. Sarah nodded slightly and disappeared directly on the spot. The others, led by Chao Xing, quickly climbed to the top of a mountain. From here, you can have a panoramic view of the terrain around Dwuluan Lake City. The first thing that came into view was the huge city covered by the Golden Barrier. It stands like a silent giant, exuding an ancient and majestic atmosphere. From a distance, the outline of the giant city is particularly clear under the pale skyline. The tall city wall is made of huge ice blocks and solid rocks, flashing a faint cold light. Roughly estimated, the height of the city wall is as high as 70 to 80 meters, and the thickness is nearly 20 meters. It seems to be an indestructible barrier, resisting the strong winds and blizzards from the polar regions. Compared with here, the gap between the city wall of Shaoxing territory and here is really too big. And this is just a huge city. The main city of Yongshuang in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the area of the city wall is estimated to be even more exaggerated. On the city wall, there is a watchtower at a certain distance, and the burning torches on the top of the tower are swaying in the wind. And on the plain in front, there is a mass of black figures. That is the king's army. The most conspicuous, naturally, is the group of powerful knights wearing frost blue armor and riding horses at the front of the team. And the tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers in the back, the momentum is equally amazing. Shaoxing frowned slightly. The king's army has indeed arrived. But I don't know when they will launch the attack. For Shaoxing, the best opportunity is to sneak into the city when the army is attacking and the city is in chaos. Then plunder it, which can minimize the risk of exposure. But looking at the current situation, it seems that there is no inclination to start a war. What are they doing? Shaoxing was puzzled. At the same time, Sarah's report came to my ears. At the foot of this mountain, there is an abandoned mine. The temperature inside is acceptable. We can use it as a temporary shelter. Hearing this, Shaoxing's doubts disappeared, and he turned to be happy. Well done, Sarah. We will come over soon. After saying this, he led more than a dozen masters under his command and rushed all the way to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, in the army on the plain below, tens of thousands of soldiers stood in place, looking at the huge city in front of them, but not launching an attack. And they seemed a little anxious. After all, this time, they were well prepared. Just to avenge their previous humiliation, they wanted to seize Duoluan Lake City with the strongest attitude. However, without the general's order, all of them could only continue to wait in place. In the chariot in the center of the army, two generals sat face to face, seemingly discussing the next plan. The general named Crow asked directly, General Tacit, when will we launch the attack? The army arrived this morning. Now the surrounding Orchid Kingdom and Necrod Kingdom are watching us. The king is also waiting for our news. However, the general named Tacit said calmly, General Crow, don't worry. I am sending people to investigate the specific situation in the city to see if the Church of Light has any hidden tricks. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Right? Hearing this, General Crow on the opposite side asked again, hasn't it been confirmed that there are only the White Walker army and 3 Red Robe bishops in the city? With this little force, with the army we brought and the Frost Blue Knights, it is enough to crush them head on. What else do you need to investigate? Last time, he dared to launch an attack with more than 20,000 people. This time, despite being well prepared, the other side brought more than 40,000 heavy infantrymen, and was still testing. This made Crow feel that Tacit was a little too cautious. Hearing the other side's questioning, General Tacit's face showed a slight displeasure. But he did not get angry, but said, General Crow, my way of fighting is different from yours. I like to fight a war that is 100% sure. In this way, the loss ratio can be reduced to the lowest. Moreover, the Church of Light is powerful, and has been rooted in our Ice Crystal Kingdom for a long time. No one knows if they have other backup plans. Does General Crow want to be caught off guard like last time, and then let the soldiers lose their lives? Hearing this, the general named Crow looked depressed. The last defeat? The loss was too great. If it weren't for the war in Duoluan Lake City, he would be needed. Removing his general rank would be a light punishment. Even execution is possible. The other party brought this up, which made him look a little unhappy. Tacit didn't go too far, and said again, okay, General Crow, wait a little longer. After the investigation is completed, I will take back Duoluan Lake City with thunder. Hearing this, General Crow sighed, but he had no choice but to leave here. After a moment, Tacit looked at Duoluan Lake City, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, alas, the Seed of Light asked me to delay the army's attack as much as possible. I don't think it will take a few days. And after this time, I guess I can't hide my identity anymore. At the same time, led by Sarah, Shaoxing and others have arrived at the abandoned mine she mentioned. Let the 2 strong men, Braun and Assam, clear the rubble at the entrance of the mine, and then they went in directly. As Sarah said, the temperature in the mine is minus 12 degrees Celsius, which is much warmer than outside. If you light a torch or set up a tent, the temperature will be higher. Shaoxing praised, this place is not bad. And the space is spacious. Let's use this place as a temporary base. He first called Boji and told him the location of the abandoned mine. Then he looked at his other team members. Sarah, there is another task for you. The dark elf assassin appeared, and then shook his head gently and said, serving the Lord is my mission. Please give me your orders. Listening to her firm answer, Chao Xing was also moved. Along the way, Sarah was responsible for reconnaissance, combat, and exploration. She was an omnipotent person. She worked hard and never complained about the tasks issued by Chao Xing. She always completed them as quickly as possible. Chao Xing continued, I need you to go to the vicinity of Duoluan Lake City and explore the barrier to see if there are any weak points. If not, observe the guards in the city. If Chao Xing wants to sneak into the huge city, the barrier is a hurdle that he must face. But through the last battle, everyone knows that the defense of that barrier is extremely strong. Even under the bombardment of those large siege equipment, it lasted for such a long time before breaking. With Chao Xing's strength, if he attacked by force, it would take an unknown amount of time. And there is also the risk of being exposed. So, Sarah's mission is very important, which directly determines Chao Xing's subsequent action plan. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is really no breakthrough. After all, Chao Xing still has a dark crystal ball that can open a portal. But this portal only exists for 60 seconds. So he will have to find a way out by then. The dark elf nodded his head, and then disappeared. After Sarah left, Chao Xing continued, Healy. Ah, I'm here. A short figure jumped in front of Chao Xing flexibly. The body stood straight. A pair of animal ears trembled slightly, and he listened with all his concentration. I have another task here. A very important task, which requires strong exploration ability. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Hearing this, Healy was about to pat her chest and say that it was no problem. But she had been in this territory for a day, had seen too many strong men, and had learned to be humble. I will do my best to complete it. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then explained the content of the task. Now, I need you to sneak into the army, gather intelligence, and it is best to find out the specific time of the army's attack. For him, this time point is also very important. It directly determines when Chao Xing will act. When the beaster girl heard it, her eyes lit up immediately. Gather intelligence? I am best at this. Back in the Raven Spirit King City, this Feying sneaked into the mansions of those nobles every day, and eavesdropped on their conversations. I even sneaked into the mansion of the city lord. Chao Xing smiled. Then you go, after the task is completed, I can consider letting Sarah teach you assassination skills. Hearing this, Healy was so excited that she trembled all over. She said excitedly, Yes, Lord. I promise to complete the mission. After saying that, the beast-eared girl was like a clever cat. In a few leaps, she left the mine. Chao Xing looked at the others and continued, Others go into the mine, clear enough space, and wait for other warriors to arrive. Then some people go deep into the mine, explore every corner, and eliminate all possible dangers. After hearing this, everyone began to act. Time passed slowly. Soon, 4 hours passed. Night had fallen. Braun and his team also explored all parts of the abandoned mine. And in the depths of the mine, they found some dead miners. It seemed that they were crushed to death because the mine collapsed, and they did not have time to retreat. There were several vengeful spirits among them, but they were easily solved by Braun and his team. All the dangers in the mine were eliminated by them. The two assassins, Sarah and Heli, were still exploring near Duoluan Lake City. At the same time, Chao Xing heard the sound of footsteps outside the mine. It was a large number of dragon blood fighters led by Boji, and the wild boar warriors arrived. Among them was the old wizard Tyron. Hundreds of people all swarmed into the cave. Then they lined up respectfully and stood in front of Chao Xing. Boji, the shorter commander, respectfully stepped forward to report. Lord, 250 combatants. All arrived safely, and there were no accidents on the road. Please give the next instructions. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Very good. You should go to the cave to find a place to camp first. And you may have to spend the night here tonight. Yes. After speaking, more than 200 soldiers entered the cave in an orderly manner. Chao Xing called the old wizard in the khaki robe. Mr. Terran. Hearing the voice, Terran turned around and said respectfully, Lord, please speak. I see that you have high-level control of earth elements. Now I plan to use this mine as our shelter. I want to make the entrance as hidden as possible so that it cannot be seen by others. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Terran thought for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. Lord. I can mobilize the surrounding soil, change the structure of the entrance, block it, and make it exactly the same as the mountain outside. If others want to go in and out, just tell me, and I will remove the soil at the entrance. Don't worry about the oxygen problem. I will open some hidden passages in other places to let fresh air circulate. Chaoxing also smiled and nodded. Very good. Let's do it then. As you command. Lord. Tyron soon came to the cave entrance and began to cast a spell. The old wizard raised his staff, and the soil near the cave entrance began to move. Hua-la-la. The soil kept rising. In an instant, it covered the entire cave entrance. The soil outside began to dry up rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became exactly the same as the surrounding soil. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary mountain, and there was no sign of a mine. This move of Terran can be said to be quite good. Chaoxing nodded in admiration. After waiting for half an hour, Sarah's voice sounded. Lord, I'm back. But the entrance to the mine seems to have disappeared. Did I go to the wrong direction? Chaoxing smiled. The method Terran used to hide the entrance was not an illusion, but a real change of terrain. So even people like them with true vision can't see it, because this thing is real. Wait a minute. I'll ask Tyron to open the door. Soon. Tyron next to him raised his staff. Hua-la-la. The soil automatically parted, revealing a passage where two people could walk side by side. Sarah looked at the passage that suddenly appeared, and went in, with a strange look on her face. Then, the beaster girl Healy also returned to the cave. The two came to Chaoxing. Judging from their expressions, they all seemed to have discovered something during this exploration. Sarah, you go first. Sarah replied, according to your instructions. I patrolled around this huge city. This barrier is all around, without any loopholes. And once the barrier is attacked, it will be detected by the hunters inside. The hunter standing on the watchtower will attack with arrows. I saw the king's army sent several waves of soldiers to test, but they were all beaten back. Chaoxing frowned. If there is no weakness, it will be difficult. In this case, he can only use the dark crystal ball to enter the barrier. Sarah continued, however. Although I did not find the weakness of the barrier, I made another discovery. After nightfall, I lurked behind Willow in Lake City, and then saw a group of people disguised as mercenaries approaching the barrier, and directly entered the barrier. Chaoxing's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked, how did they get in? Sarah continued to reply, I saw a white-robed priest walking out of the barrier unimpeded, and then he led other cultists into the city. Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. I see. Just as I expected. This barrier is not completely closed. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to trapping all the people in the city. This discovery is very important. This means that Chaoxing has the opportunity to sneak into the giant city and get out. Sarah, you did a good job. He praised, and then looked at the beaster girl next to him. Helly, tell me your intelligence. After hearing this, the beaster girl immediately reported, I also successfully sneaked into the army today, overheard a lot of news, and also knew why the king's army did not launch an attack. Oh, what is it? Helly said, I heard that. It is because there are two voices in the army now. A general named Crow advocates launching an attack immediately, while the second general named Tashid said that it should be steady, and first find out all the means of the Church of Light before launching an attack. But because Tashid was sent by the king later, he now has the greatest command power in his hands, and the army must obey his orders. The specific time of the attack has not yet been determined. After hearing this, Chaoxing thought about it again for a moment. The pro-war and conservative factions? The second general said by the king is too cautious. And at this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, what did you say? Tacid? Are you sure you heard it right? Chaoxing asked in surprise. Harry nodded her little head quickly. Definitely. This is what I found out myself. After hearing this, Chaoxing suddenly smiled. Interesting, it's him. Why didn't the Ice Crystal King send anyone else but this guy? With him here, the king's army will probably be in trouble again. The list of Black Robe priests that Chaoxing collected last time, which recorded the highest position, was this general named Tacid. This did not make Chaoxing feel pressured. On the contrary, it also made him see a glimpse of the decline of the Church of Light. After all, a person like Tashid is already a high-ranking official in the kingdom. If it were Chao Xing, he would never use such an important chess piece easily. And now, they even sent Tashat out. Which means that the Church of Light really does not have many people to use in the snowstorm plain. The king is not a fool. If this battle goes wrong, Tashat will be punished and investigated no matter what. And his identity will be exposed. In other words, the Church of Light has already abandoned this important chess piece for this operation. Chao Xing felt that. He seemed to have grasped something. At present, it seems that Tashat is not trying to do anything in the battle, but is trying to buy time for the Church of Light. Right? But why are they trying to buy time? The more he thought about it, the more strange it seemed. But soon, Chao Xing put these thoughts behind him. No matter why they are buying time, I have to act quickly now. The more the Church of Light wants to do something, the more I can't let them do it. Chapter 328 Sneak into the giant city and start looting. Chao Xing turned around and said quickly, "All warriors, come to me. I will use camouflage on you." After that, except for those who had already used camouflage once, the other warriors came to Chao Xing. Hundreds of people crowded in an area with a diameter of 50 meters. Chao Xing directly entered the demon transformation state, and then opened the secret book. Hua la la. As the skill was released, a strong dark breath gushed out, gradually covering all the warriors around him, turning them into a group of people wearing black armor. Skill Magic Slave Camouflage was successfully used. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. Those Ascalon soldiers and the Wild Boar warriors all looked at their dark bodies in amazement. Oh! God of Beasts! The Wild Boar warriors are going to become Black Pig warriors. Even the Dragon Blood fighters were equally surprised, because they couldn't even feel the familiar blood power of their companions. Chao Xing's group camouflage technique is very effective. As long as it is not above level 20, it is almost invisible. After all members released the camouflage technique, Chao Xing continued, "You just wait here for my news. Be ready to fight at any time." After hearing this, Lu Muxua also understood his plan. He quickly asked, "Axing, do you want to go alone?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes. The army has not attacked yet, and I don't know how long they will delay. I will try to sneak into the city first, find out the opponent's strength, and then see if I can find out some information. Of course, I will also search for some things." Hearing this, Lu Muxua looked a little worried, including Elisa and Tong Chu Chu. They all hesitated to speak. Seeing their expressions, Chao Xing comforted them. "Don't worry. I have a stronger disguise technique that can perfectly simulate the aura of those white-robed priests. It's okay even if I'm exposed. They can't deal with me." He still has many trump cards in his hand. In addition to the soldiers he brought this time, there is another chance to use the Book of the Dead of Ascalon. Then, there is another strongest trump card, Dragon Speaker Summoning Totem. If Chao Xing is really pushed to the limit, call this powerful being over, and then we can flatten the entire Dwelluan Lake City for you. But Lu Muxua was still a little worried. She whispered, "Axing, take a few people with you. We'll wait outside. If you encounter any danger inside, we can also help you as soon as possible." Elisa next to him also said, "Yes. Yes. Lord, take us with you. We'll wait for you outside," including Sarah, Assam and others. They all stepped forward. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and seemed to think that what Lu Muxua said made sense. "Okay. Then you follow me. All warriors and pets stay in the mine and wait." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, Chao Xing quickly led his group of leader-level strongmen out of the cave. Not long after they left, Old Wizard Tyran continued to use the earth element control to cover the cave entrance again. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Chao Xing and his group walked on the thick ice field in the dark night. Soon, they arrived near Dwelluan Lake City. From a distance, Chao Xing also saw a large number of troops setting up tents on the plain, as if they were ready to spend the night. In addition, a small number of survivors were seen wandering around. Although the last time the survivors were almost wiped out, they had a shadow in their hearts. But among the survivors in District 17, there were naturally some brave ones. They still wanted to seize the opportunity and come to the battlefield of Dwelluan Lake City to fight. However, because Chao Xing and the others all wore shadow cloaks, they could not see their identities. Chao Xing took Lu Muxua and deliberately made a big detour away from the crowd. When they were about 3 kilometers away from the giant city, they stopped next to a pile of big rocks. Chao Xing said, Okay. You wait here. And then wait for my news. Everyone nodded. Lu Mushua said softly, "Be careful." Chao Xing smiled. "Don't worry." After that, he quickly walked towards the giant city. Soon they arrived at the edge of the barrier. The location he chose was relatively remote, and there was no one stationed on the city wall. After all, the area of Dwoluan Lake City was too large, and the diameter of the light was nearly 10 kilometers. It would take more than an hour to walk from the east to the west of the city at the speed of an ordinary person. In addition, in the last siege, the Church of Light lost more than 3,000 people. Later, Chao Xing slaughtered 2,000 people overnight. Therefore, they simply did not have enough manpower to monitor every corner of Dwoluan Lake City. However, for the Church of Light, with the barrier in place, there is no need to worry about others sneaking into the city. This gave Chao Xing an opportunity. He glanced over. The properties of the barrier appeared in front of him. Light barrier. Level 6. Armor, 10,000. Durability, 9284931/1000000. Additional effect 1. Level 6 Super Rune, immune to attacks below level 6. Additional effect 2. Light Shelter, when attacked, reduces damage received by 30%. Additional effect 3. Light Faith, after absorbing a large amount of faith power, the barrier durability can be quickly restored. Wow, a full 10 million durability, plus 10,000 points of armor. No wonder it took so long to break the barrier in the last siege. Is this thing just a golden turtle shell? It's too damn hard. Chao Xing kept complaining. In addition, this barrier also has a special effect of absorbing the power of faith and quickly restoring durability, which increases its resistance to attacks. Even if Chao Xing calls all his soldiers, it will take a long time to break through. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. According to Sarah, this barrier is not completely closed. A white-robed priest walked out freely from it and took the people outside. That is to say, this barrier will also allocate permissions according to the level of these members. Right? He decided to try it first to see if he could enter as a white-robed priest from the outside world. If possible, after entering the city, I will find a way to change my identity. So, Chao Xing quickly flipped through his memories in his mind. Among the white-robed priests that he had killed before, he randomly selected one. Then he used devil disguise. Directly? Wow! His body changed. His figure, appearance, and even his aura were changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a white-robed priest holding a staff, and with a straight figure. It was the white-robed priest named Poker that he had killed in the cave camp before. At this moment, Chao Xing also held a staff in his hand, which was completely the same. At the same time, the reminder of eternal power came. This meant that he now had a new identity. Chao Xing was now level 41. Which meant that as long as he did not encounter a powerful existence of level 61, his disguise would not be discovered. Thinking of this, he took out a white-robed priest mask from his backpack and put it on his face. Now, it can be said that they were completely the same. Then, with a tentative mentality, Chao Xing took the first step cautiously. What was surprising was that one of his feet passed through the barrier without any hindrance. And then the whole person entered directly inside. It really works, Chao Xing said excitedly, looking at the mottled gray-white city wall in front of him. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Uh-huh. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get in. It's great. Chao Xing looked at this huge city, and only felt that the resources of a city were waiting to him. What conspiracy of the church? What tashit? He threw them all behind his mind. Plundering resources is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Chao Xing swaggered into Dwoluan Lake City. Of course, he certainly couldn't just climb over the wall to get in. After all, that would be too conspicuous. So he decided to go in directly from the main gate. It was already late at night. The huge gate of Dwoluan Lake City was closed. As Chao Xing arrived, the cultists who were on night watch took a look at the situation below and said hurriedly, "A high priest is back. Go open the gate. The Church of Light is powerful, and there are many white-robed priests. In addition, everyone is wearing a mask. And these cultists will definitely not recognize which white-robed priest Chao Xing is pretending to be. But no matter which white robe it was not someone that ordinary members like them could offend. And the fact that the other party could walk in from outside the barrier had already proved his identity. Boom! The city gate opened. Several members of the Church of Light bowed their heads respectfully. Meet the High Priest. Chao nodded slightly, and then calmly stepped into the huge city. You have entered the large special, Dwelluan Lake City. Please note, this area was originally a neutral city of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and it has been occupied by the Church of Light. It is extremely dangerous. Please be careful. Seeing the system prompt, Chao felt strange. Then he simply ignored it. For others, this place is indeed extremely dangerous, like a den of dragons and tigers. But Chao camouflage is too strong. As long as he is not discovered, this place is like his happy hometown. He can go straight in without any obstacles. At this moment, he stood in a large square, and said with emotion, "Finally I got in, now I will start the first step of the plan, plunder." His original purpose was to enter this huge city, plunder resources. Anyway, leaving it to the Church of Light would be a boon to the enemy. As for getting information, it was just a side job. At the same time, Chao began to look at the scene inside the huge city. The area he entered was called Eastern Square. As the name suggests, this is a very large square, which can accommodate thousands of people. There is also a wide street in front, which seems to lead directly to the central city. There are many buildings with strange shapes in the city. Some buildings are shaped like huge crystal towers, and the towers are transparent and dazzling. Some buildings are like huge ice palaces, and the walls of the palaces are carved with exquisite reliefs. In addition, Chao also saw some tall mansions. Of course, there were not many of these buildings, and they were all concentrated in the central city. The most numerous buildings in the entire giant city were still those 2- and 3-story residential buildings. They were neatly arranged on both sides of the street. There were also many shops below. There were all kinds of buildings, and it was endless. Chao nodded secretly. Yes, this is what a civilized city should look like. When my territory develops in the future, there will also be so many buildings. Then, it was time to start looking for suitable targets and action plans. Chao continued to think. Those who can live in the city are either of prominent status or have a certain amount of wealth. So even in these ordinary residential houses, there must be a lot of good things to be found. But if I search one room at a time, it will be too slow. If I search alone, I can't finish it in days and nights. So, I have to choose some key areas to search. Those shops, taverns, or the mansions of some big shots, etc., are all my patrons. Although in this way, Chao will definitely miss a lot of resources. But there was nothing he could do about it. It was impossible for him to empty the city by himself. Right? There was not enough time. Thinking of this, Chao did not delay for a moment, and walked straight to the street ahead. Late at night, there were still some cultists patrolling the city. When they saw Chao, they would stand there respectfully and salute him. After watching him leave, the cultists would leave. Chao pretended to be calm and walked slowly in the city. Soon, he looked up and saw the first shop. It was written Pavel Weapons Shop. Oh, it's actually a weapons shop. And to be able to open a shop on such a main road in the city, the owner of this shop must be very powerful. Chao narrowed his eyes. He did not enter through the main entrance. Instead, when no one noticed him, he turned around and went directly into the alley next to it. Then he pushed open the window next to the shop and jumped in. After the ground is stable, Chao eyes with a trace of excitement. This feeling is really exciting, like his fucking thief. Wrong, I'm not a thief, I am the bright and bright. Eyes are around. He saw a lot of weapon frames around. There are many surfaces on it with cold light, good workmanship. Sweep it at a glance, all 3 or 4 order green weapons. And the price is marked on each weapon. Wangwa style sword, green, 3,000 kronor kingdom long gun, green, 2,500 kroni kingdom style big knife, green, 2,500 krona kingdom. Mowing. These green weapons are selling quite expensive. Chao did not dislike it, although it is just a green weapon, but how many are there? Just right, Arthur said before, he has already set up a shop in Merlin's. These high-quality weapons can be sold in shops, which is also a considerable income. Chao happily put them all into his backpack. Obtained, Kingdom Standard Long Sword, green. Asterisk 17 obtained, Kingdom Standard Broadsword, green. Asterisk 15 obtained. Soon, he counted the harvest. Yes, there are more than 100 weapons in this weapon shop, which are worth hundreds of thousands of crowns. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Please note, you stole weapons from the counter without permission. If the merchant finds out, He will call the city guards to hunt you down and expel you. Chao Xing rolled his eyes. This weapon shop owner is already dead. I don't even know where his body is. Why are you calling the guards to hunt me down? He ignored the reminder. He went behind the counter and started rummaging through the boxes. As mentioned before, many areas in the city may have been searched by the Church of Light. But Dwellowen Lake City is so big, there will definitely be some parts that are missed. And those luxurious buildings are all in the central city. So this weapon shop in the outer area has not been looted by the Church of Light. Clang! Clang! Chao Xing fiddled with it for a while, and then suddenly saw a square object falling from under the cabinet. Huh? What is this? He picked it up and took a look. Found an unknown iron box. Do you want to open it? He directly clicked yes. Opened successfully. Get coins asterisk 276219. Get Cardina Money Store receipt 1 million asterisk 2. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly became clear. So that's it. This should be the store owner's piggy bank. Yes, another 270,000 crowns have been added to the account. This weapon shop is indeed powerful. But what is this money store receipt? Took out the 2 paper receipts from the backpack. I don't know what material it is made of. A large number of 1 million is printed on the yellow-brown receipt. There is a sapphire-like mark on the upper left corner of the bill, which seems to have a special magical fluctuation. General bill for Cadena Money Shops. Face value, 1 million. With this bill, you can go to the Ice Crystal Kingdom and exchange it for 1 million crowns at all Cadena Money Shops. Note, the aura of the owner of Pavel's arms shop has been recorded on this bill. Except for him. The deposit cannot be withdrawn through formal channels. Chao Xing was slightly stunned. Oh! This thing can be used to withdraw money from a money shop. Isn't this a check? It actually has 2 million crowns. I'm rich. Ha ha. Although, the money shop in Dwellowen Lake City may have closed down. But looking at the system notes above, this money shop seems to be in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and has branches in many cities. And this kind of bill is universal in all major money chambers. So Chao Xing can still take it to other cities to exchange. But there are some troubles. It turns out that the owner of the weapons shop can go there to exchange it. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. But he was not worried. After all, rules are dead. But people are alive. And the system prompt only said that the money inside could not be taken out through formal channels. This means that there are other informal channels. Thinking of this, he had made up his mind. After searching the first floor, Chao Xing still did not leave, because he saw the stairs leading to the second floor. Generally speaking, the first floor is the ordinary area, and the second floor is the VIP area. Presumably, there should be some surprises for me. Right? Following the stairs all the way up, Chao Xing soon came to the second floor area. He quickly scanned the surroundings. This place was indeed different from the first floor. There were many decorations in the room, which looked much more gorgeous. Even the weapon rack was made of fine iron, and had been polished. The various weapons placed on it were obviously of higher quality. Chao Xing saw a long sword with a slender body, which was shining with green light, and an extremely sharp blade, which reflected a cold light under the light. And next to it, there was also a giant axe that was 1.5 meters long, which was huge and heavy, and had a wide axe blade, which was crystal clear blue, like frozen ice. In addition, there are complete sets of armor, combat boots, and even helmets. They all look very well made. Just a quick glance. Lapis Lazuli longsword, purple, price 180,000 crowns. Goshawk armor, purple, price 240,000 crowns. Obsidian knight combat boots, purple, price 120,000 crowns. Frost axe. Chao Xing was shocked. Wow! The second floor is full of purple quality equipment. There are at least more than 20 purple weapons here. If it is based on the price of this weapon shop, the value of these weapons is at least 2 or 3 million crowns. This boss is really powerful. This wave of harvest is not bad. Just as he was about to put away all these armor and weapons, suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a shield hanging on the wall. This is a hexagonal shield. The whole body is silver white, and the shield is engraved with exquisite relief patterns, which depict holy angels and brave knights. And at the 6 corners of the shield, each is inlaid with a sparkling gem. Holy Glory Shield, gold, price 5 million crowns. In addition, there is a line of big words written below, the treasure of Pavel's arms shop. If you don't buy it, please don't touch it, the consequences are at your own risk. Chapter 329 In-Depth Exploration, and research on the female night demon. Xiaoxing was happy. So this is the treasure of the weapon shop. Not bad. Not bad, but it belongs to me now, haha. He went straight forward and took off the shield. Clang. The heavy shield was held in his hand. He looked at the properties. Holy Light Shield Gold. Quality, Rare. Level, above level 40. Equipment, 847 to 893. Additional effect 1. Spirit plus 300, Physique plus 300, Life plus 10,000, Agility minus 300. Additional effect 2. Advanced Block, increases block probability by 40%. Additional effect 3. Holy Light Descends, activates the two-winged angel phantom on the shield, allowing all friendly units within a 100-meter radius to receive a powerful blessing, increasing the upper limit of life by 20,000, and instantly restoring 20% of the health of friendly units, lasting 60 seconds, cooling time, 30 minutes. Equipment Introduction. The shield once used by the strongest knight of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, Reina. In battle, he held up the shield, and all soldiers followed the guidance of the Holy Light, invincible. Seeing the above attributes, Xiaoxing gradually showed a look of shock in his eyes. Wow! The special effect of this shield is quite powerful. It directly increases the upper limit of health by 20,000 points. If this is added to a level 1 or 2 soldier, the health will be multiplied several times? Although it is just a golden shield, its attribute is really terrifying. No wonder it has become the treasure of the town. Moreover, the special effect of this shield can also be amplified by eternal power. Xiaoxing can use it to add it to those goblins and polar people. With their terrifying recovery ability, they can't die even if they want to. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing put it in his backpack with satisfaction, and prepared to change it for Lu Muxua after going out. Then, he looted all the other weapons in the store. Obtained, Obsidian Knight Boots, purple. Obtained. Looking at the pile of equipment in his backpack, Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. All the weapons in this weapon shop, plus the bills, are worth at least 10 million crowns. It's a big city indeed. I got a lot of gains from the first shop. This made him look forward to the next looting even more. After confirming that there was nothing else in this shop, he returned along the same route and jumped out of the window, and walked out swaggeringly, and continued to wander around the city. Soon, he aimed at the second shop. It said Liesel's Secret Medicine Store. Still the same old rules. First enter the alley, then jump in from the shutters next to it. He stopped and looked, and saw that the various cabinets inside were all over the floor. Obviously, this shop has been searched once. Looking at the broken glass bottles, and the dried secret medicine stains on the ground, Xiaoxing sighed. What a waste! These secret medicines must be worth a lot of money. He shook his head. There was nothing to be gained here. He jumped out of the window directly, and continued to look for targets in the city. I have to say, this feeling of looting things under the eyes of the enemy is really exciting. Xiaoxing took a quick tour along the way. He saw many shops that are rarely seen at ordinary times, such as saddler's shop, wood shop, spice shop, candle shop, etc. As the name says, these shops sell various professional props. Although they look inconspicuous, they actually contain daily necessities for the people. Accumulated, the tax revenue generated every month is very amazing. This is also a mature commercial city, which should have such a scene. Xiaoxing thought of his own territory. Compared with Duolin Lake City, it can be described as miserable. Not only does it not have a wide variety of buildings, but it also does not have a complete business system. But he was not discouraged. After all, he had only been in this world for more than a month, and the current size of his territory was almost reaching the level of a small town. If he followed the progress of other survivors, it would be impossible to develop to the level of Xiaoxing's current territory without 3 to 5 years. Therefore, as long as he continues to maintain this development speed, it won't be long before his territory will reach the level of Duolin Lake City, or even be more prosperous. Of course, Xiaoxing did not let go of these seemingly insignificant shops. He went into each one and plundered everything inside. He found some sundries that he could not use at the moment, such as saddles, horseshoes, spices, etc. All kinds of messy materials directly occupied 2 spaces of the backpack. Of course, just because it is not useful now does not mean it will not be useful later. If it is really not possible, Xiaoxing can also sell all of them in grocery stores in other cities, which is also a considerable income. After removing the sundries, There are still those crowns. Chao-Shing counted them. In these 7 or 8 stores, he obtained a total of coins asterisk 1.74 million. In addition, 9 Cardina money store general notes, worth 4.8 million. Chao-Shing said happily, although it is much less than the harvest from the weapon shop. It is not bad. After all, the time spent on several stores is less than 20 minutes. He is in need of money now. After all, after the upgrade of the altar of the gods, the function of the warriors breaking through the 5th level from the 4th level was activated. This requires a huge amount of resources. At this time, Chao-Shing came to an area that interested him. It looked like an ordinary alley. However, there was a faint magical fluctuation coming from inside. Is it a special area of Dwelin Lake City? With a little curiosity, Chao-Shing followed the alley and walked inside. When he reached the end, a wall suddenly appeared in front of him. He seemed to have walked into a dead end. However, with Chao-Shing's eye of true vision, he immediately discovered that the wall in front of him was fake. Behind this wall, there was a hidden path. Interesting, it is indeed a hidden area. Even the Church of Light didn't find this place. Or did they find it, but didn't pay attention to it? Without hesitation, Chao-Shing continued to move forward. A small house appeared at the end of the passage. There seemed to be a light on inside. Chao-Shing narrowed his eyes. Oh! Is there someone alive inside? Keeping cautious, he came to the door and listened carefully. There was no sound coming from inside, nor did he sense any presence. After a pause, he simply pushed the door open. Creaky. The first thing that came into view was an ordinary house, with tables, chairs and benches scattered all over the floor. The only difference from an ordinary residential house was that he saw a body on the floor. From the features, it should be a woman, but it was not the same as a normal woman. She was very tall, abnormally tall, and felt almost as tall as the half-giant Putana. However, compared to Putana's muscular body, her figure was more charming. At this time, she was half lying on the ground. Her clothes were disheveled, and you could see her snow-white thighs and half of her round buttocks. However, Chao-Shing didn't have any other thoughts, because he saw that this woman had a pair of curved horns on her head, and her feet were not normal female legs, but a pair of goat hooves. My goodness! What kind of monster is this? Chao-Shing took a glance. Female Night Devil Melanie Kirkland. Note, a night demon hidden in Lake Dwelin City. She usually attacks the opposite sex in the city. Many nobles in the city are investigating her identity. If you can capture her, you can go to the city guard to claim the reward. So that's it. This is a night demon disguised in the city, and died in the massacre of the Church of Light. Night demons are different from demons. Night demons are considered low-level creatures. They cannot have the ability to regenerate like demons, and their combat effectiveness is also weak. It is said that this creature often appears in the dark night, carrying endless desires, and bringing different opposite sex home every night. Then squeeze the juice out of it. Chao-Shing looked at the enchanting corpse on the ground, and immediately reached out his hand. He turned it over. In an instant, a standard Western female face, a slightly enchanting face, appeared in front of Chao-Shing. Even though there was no life fluctuation, her lips were still as red as blood, revealing white and sharp teeth, which made people shudder. Chao-Shing looked at her neck and saw a bunch of keys on it. Then he pulled it off. Obtained, key to Night Demon's hut. Since there is a key, there should be a place to lock it. Right? He continued to look around. Sure enough, he found a small wooden door in the corner of the first floor. But now the door is closed, and there is a big lock on it. It seems that this key is used to open this door. Without hesitation, Chao-Shing walked directly to the small wooden door. As the key was inserted, click! The big lock opened. Chao-Shing pushed the door open directly. You have entered the hidden area, Night Demon Hut. It is indeed a hidden area. Chao-Shing smiled. This world is full of opportunities and unknowns. There are many places with puzzle elements. If you explore carefully, you will find many places that are different from usual. For example, some basements hidden in the village, mysterious shops in a corner of the city, tree holes in the forest, etc. When entering these places, you will encounter some difficulties. Find the clues, solve the puzzle, and you can enter. And every hidden area may have something special. This also makes Chao-Shing look forward to it. Looking over, he found that it looked like an ordinary room. A simple bed, a quilt and a pillow. A faint smell of perfume came from the room. Chao Xing began to rummage through the boxes. Get lace underwear *1. Get maid uniform *1. Get leather whip *2. Get iron collar *5. Get. The corner of his mouth twitched. Damn, as expected of a female night demon, she's really good at playing. After fiddling around, he didn't get anything useful. This also made him lose interest. And just then, he saw a book on the bedside. He reached out and picked it up. Obtained book, In-Depth Exploration and Research on Female Night Demons. Looked at the attributes. Book, In-Depth Exploration and Research on Female Night Demons. Book attributes. After reading, you can increase your spirit by 10 points and increase your mental resistance to female night demons by 5%. Reading time, 12 hours and 13 minutes. Click to read. Chao Xing clicked to read directly. After flipping through it, he roughly understood what kind of creature the female night demon was. This is a beast of desire, which will lead people into an endless vortex of desire. Of course, the female night demon will not kill people, but will drain your strength. Those who are brave can try it. Chao Xing shook his head and thought to himself, is this all the harvest from this hidden area? It shouldn't be that much. Right? After another careful inspection, Chao Xing actually found some unexpected gains. Under the bed, he saw a secret compartment, which looked like a drawer. He pulled it out directly. There were 2 glass bottles in the drawer, which contained a flowing pink liquid, which exuded a misty smell. Chao Xing picked up the potion. Obtained, Female Night Devil's Magic Flame Potion, orange, *2. Instantly, his pupils shrank. Wow! It's actually an epic quality potion. And there are 2 bottles. This was the first time he got an epic quality secret medicine. With anticipation, I checked the properties. Female Night Devil's Magic Flame Potion, orange. Quality, epic. Potion effect, after use. It can make any creature, beast, human, non-human, enter a state of burning desire, and can be effective for targets below level 80. And the effect will last for 12 hours. Note, the female night devil collected the desires of a large number of creatures and refined a secret potion. Only 1 drop is needed to ignite the endless fire of desire in a person's heart. Seeing the properties of this thing, Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Oh my god! Isn't this spring *? This effect is really outrageous. It can actually be effective for a level 80 existence. And it lasts for 12 hours. Who the hell can withstand this? Although he said so, Chao Xing still put it directly into his backpack. After all, it was an epic quality secret medicine, which might come in handy someday. So far, Chao Xing had almost searched out all the things in the night demon's hut. Although he did not obtain any resources such as coins, the harvest was still very good. After all, the 2 bottles of secret medicine alone could not be measured by money. Then, he turned around and left the secret room. When Chao Xing came to the door, he found that something was missing from the ground. The female night demon, who was lying on the ground with half her clothes on, just now disappeared out of thin air. The door at the door was wide open, as if some creature had escaped. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. Oh! Is this night devil resurrected? Or is it a fake corpse? At this time, Chao Xing remembered. The information displayed on the system just now did not say that this female night devil was dead, but only displayed her name. Interesting, a female night devil who would pretend to be dead? Chao Xing smiled. He didn't have anything to worry about, although the other party ran away. But the strength of the female night devil was not strong, otherwise she would not hide here. And Chao Xing was not worried that the other party would see his identity and expose it. After all, he was in disguise the whole time, and he was acting as a white-robed priest. What does it have to do with me? Chao, if a white-robed priest entered your house? So, Chao Xing walked out with a swagger. Then he continued along the street, looting those shops. He got a lot of resources again. Among them, there were more than 700,000 crowns, plus 3 million money bills. So far, Chao Xing has been in the city for less than half an hour. The total income has exceeded 20 million. Haha. This is a faster way to make money than a money printing machine. Moreover, because of his identity as a white-robed priest, when those cultists saw him, they would not stop him at all. So he had almost no obstacles, and he could go wherever he wanted. But soon, Chao Xing stopped smiling. He thought to himself, I still have to keep a low profile. After all, there are 3 red-robed bishops in this city. I don't know the strength of these red-robed bishops yet. If they are 20 levels higher than me, they will be able to see through my disguise. Thinking of this, Chao Xing continued to look for other targets. He searched almost all the streets outside. Soon, Chao Xing arrived at the second block. The first thing that caught his eye was a tall and luxurious building with 3 floors. The floor height was nearly 20 meters. The building was located in the center of the street, covering at least 500 to 600 square meters. It was equivalent to a T-shaped entrance intersection. You can imagine how terrifying the flow of people here was. This is a very luxurious area, and those who could open a store here must have outstanding skills and background. There was a plaque on the building, with 4 big characters written in vigorous fonts. Dream Tavern. Oh, so this is a tavern? It's a big city indeed. Even a tavern is built so luxuriously. It's really impressive. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes fixed on the tavern. He used the old method, first entering the alley next to it and looking for the entrance. Soon, he found a window. He pushed the window open and jumped in. After landing steadily, the nose smelled of wine and blood. There was no light in the tavern, and it seemed very dim. Chao Xing took out a magic torch from his backpack. Instantly, the blue light dispelled the surrounding darkness and illuminated the scene inside the tavern. It was just as expected. The space on the first floor was very large, and there were many areas set up inside. There was a stage area and an audience area. There were also VIP areas and ordinary areas. However, all the tables and chairs inside had been overturned, a messy scene. It can be seen that, when the incident happened in Duolan Lake City, there were still many people enjoying themselves. But before they could react, they were sacrificed. Looking at the empty tavern, Chao Xing smiled. Very good. Now everything in this tavern belongs to me. As someone who often does this kind of thing, Chao Xing can be said to be very experienced. He went directly to the bar of the tavern and started to rummage through the cabinets. After a while, he found a lot of crowns from the counter drawer, and many room keys. Obtained, coins * 72318. Obtained, Dream Tavern room key * 24. He glanced at the wine cabinet behind him again, which contained a lot of sealed wine. Chao Xing also accepted all the wines, and put them all into his backpack. Obtained, crafted Aurelia red wine * 2. Obtained, Fisherman fruit red wine * 6. Obtained, spelled wheat beer * 7. Obtained. A total of 36 bottles of wine were harvested, and the value is unknown. Compared to such a large tavern, this little harvest would definitely not satisfy Chao, he thought to himself. Generally speaking, taverns like this should all have basements. The basement is where the most supplies are stored. After all, last time in the tavern in that village, Chao Xing picked up a lot of good things. He began to search inch by inch in the first floor area. The eye of true vision kept scanning, not missing any corner. And then, strangely, no matter how much he searched, he did not find any signs of a basement. He stepped on the floor, and the sound was also heavy. Chao Xing's eyes showed a puzzled look. Is there no basement in this tavern? Their drinks are shipped from somewhere else? It is not impossible. If there is really a hidden area like a basement, it would have been exposed long ago with Chao Xing's careful exploration. However, even if there is no basement, Chao Xing did not give up. After all, he still has 24 keys. Looking at the staircase leading to the second floor, he stepped in directly. After reaching the second floor, there are rooms on it. He came to the door of a room at random, and there was a plaque hanging on it. Room 1 of Dream Tavern, 1 hour / 3500 kronor. Host, Sadie Romano. Weight, 52 kilograms. Age, 31 years old. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Damn. This is really expensive. 3,500 kronor per hour. Obviously, this is a place for drunkards or rich people to rest and have fun. Chao Xing directly took out the key and found the number of room 1. He inserted the key and pushed the door open. A simple room appeared in front of him, with a big red bed and some wooden furniture. Of course, there was no one there. Chao Xing began to rummage through the boxes. Get, coins * 7321. Get, women's underwear * 5. Get, olive essential oil * 2. Get, all these are a mess. After Chao Xing searched one room, he continued to the next one. Soon, all the rooms on the second floor of the tavern were searched by him. He got a total of 70,000 to 80,000 kronor. Chao Xing shook his head and said, No, such a big tavern has only these few things. Too shabby. But fortunately, there is still a glimmer of hope. Because there is still a third floor that has not been searched. He walked straight up the stairs, and a corridor appeared in front of him again, and there were 12 rooms on both sides. Among them, there were 2 special rooms, which seemed to be at the innermost part of the corridor. He glanced at the first room at the entrance. Room 13 of Dream Tavern, 1 hour/7,000 kronor. Host, Sadie Behrens. Weight, 48 kilograms. Age, 19 years old. The rooms on the third floor were more expensive, directly doubled. However, the service staff inside were also younger. Chao Xing shook his head, and quickly searched the 10 rooms outside. There were still some coins, and other miscellaneous things. Now, there were only 2 rooms left on the entire third floor that had not been explored. These were also the 2 most special rooms. Chao Xing came directly to the end of the corridor. These 2 rooms were almost opposite each other. The special thing was that one of them used an exquisitely carved wooden door, and the other one was an iron door. Room 23 of Dream Tavern, 1 hour/50,000 kronor. Host? Weight? Age? It's 50,000 kronor per hour, it's a steal. However, Dream Tavern marked the price according to the figure and appearance of these women. Since they dared to charge 50,000 kronor per hour, it means that the identity of the person in the room is probably very special. And there is no name or age marked on it, which also aroused a curiosity in Chao Xing's heart. Chapter 330 Hidden Space Grid, Get Rich. Chao Xing pushed the door open and walked out. A female corpse suddenly appeared in front of him. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Another female corpse? You know, the last time the Church of Light sacrificed, almost all the creatures in the city were sacrificed. And those who can keep the corpse are generally not ordinary beings. Chao Xing walked over and took a look. I found that the woman's appearance was extremely beautiful. The long silver hair, as soft as a waterfall, scattered messily on the ground. Under her delicate facial features, there is a sense of tranquility and peace. The most eye-catching thing is her pair of pointed ears hanging on the ground. Chao Xing glanced at them. Elves, Nereda's body. The body of a pure-blooded elf. For some reason, was caught by a slave trader and came to the Dream Tavern after many twists and turns. Wow! It's actually the body of an elf. Chao Xing was shocked instantly. No wonder the price outside is so high. Dream Tavern can even catch such a creature. It's really powerful. This time, the system added the word corpse to the back of the message. This means that this elf is really dead. Speaking of which, this is the first time Chao Xing has seen a pure-blooded elf in this world. The result is a corpse. Chao Xing also saw the system note at the back. It turns out that this female elf was captured by those slave traders. Those stupid players said before that in a tavern in a big city like this, there might be female elves serving. It turns out to be true? Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. These slave traders are so bold. After all, the elves are a sacred and powerful race. If it weren't for their low reproductive capacity, the most populous race in this world would not be the human race. As a sacred race, they would never allow their people to fall into such a place for those guys to vent and play with. Once discovered, they would chase these slave traders to the ends of the earth. Many chambers of commerce were destroyed because of the revenge of the elves. And those slave traders who were caught were also subjected to the most brutal executions. Skinning and cramping are the least of their troubles. Some more extreme elves will even directly massacre the city to warn the world. However, despite this, the value of the elves is too high. Any pure-blooded elf is worth at least several million crowns. At least. And such top-quality goods all have to be auctioned. Some nobles or rich people often wait for auctions for several years and prepare a lot of money just to buy an elf. So every elf slave will be sold at a very high price. This is why those slave traders are willing to take huge risks and attack those elves. If they catch one, they will get rich. Even the corpse of an elf can be worth a lot of money. Chao Xing certainly would not have such a beastly idea. Instead, he put her body in a hidden corner, and then cast a magic seal to prevent it from being harmed by those cultists. Just as he was about to leave the room, his curiosity drove him to search the room. As expected, under one of the loosened floors, Chao Xing found a secret compartment. After opening the secret compartment, he took out a small bag. There were 10,000 or 20,000 crowns in it, which seemed to be all the savings of this female elf. In addition, there was a letter. Obtained letter, Narita's letter to her sister. Chaoxing opened it and took a look, but found that the letter was written in a strange language, which he could not understand at all. It should be Elvish. Right? Let Sarah take a look after we go back and see if she can translate the contents of the letter. Chaoxing shook his head. Leaving the elf's room, I returned to the corridor. Now, there was only one room left to explore. So far, there was not much to be gained in this tavern, compared to the magnificent decoration and the superior location. I only looted tens of thousands of crowns, which was indeed a bit shabby. Chaoxing thought to himself, I hope the last room can give me some surprises. Walk straight to the end of the corridor. I came to the iron door. There was no plaque on it. Chaoxing pushed the door open. Creaky. It looked like it was another ordinary room. In addition to some wooden tables, chairs and benches, there was a simple wooden bed. Shaking his head, Chaoxing sighed. It seems that this tavern really doesn't have anything good. But out of caution, to prevent any omissions, he decided to search it thoroughly. However, Chaoxing spent 3 minutes, searching almost every corner of this utility room, and found nothing. Just when he was about to give up, Eye of True Vision suddenly found something wrong. In a corner of the room, there seemed to be an unusual wave. It was not a magical wave, but a more special wave. Is there really something? Chaoxing leaned over to take a look. A system prompt appeared in front of him. Hidden space grid, 1 cubic meter. Current status, closed. Note, a hidden space grid. There may be something inside. It's actually a hidden space grid. Space grid is a special hiding method for the natives of this world. Sometimes they get some important things, or accumulate some wealth, which is not safe to keep in the basement, and they can't carry it with them. So they hide these things in this space grid. I didn't expect to encounter one here. However, this space grid is closed, and it seems a bit troublesome to open it, and the system doesn't prompt how to open it. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and decided to try Vivian's hairpin. When he used it several times before, he had already discovered the special features of this hairpin. It looks like it pierces the barrier, but in fact, its specific function is to pierce the space. It directly causes a hole in the barrier space, making it completely useless. This is the principle of the hairpin. As he took out the hairpin and poked it gently, it was easily pierced like a layer of foam. In front of him, a head-sized window appeared out of thin air. The state of this space grid also changed from closed to open. When Chaoxing looked through the window and saw what was inside, his pupils suddenly widened. Fuck. It turns out that the good things in this tavern are hidden here. He saw that the cubic space inside was filled with various things. There were a lot of crowns underneath. It looked like there were at least millions. On top of this pile of crowns, there were also a lot of finely crafted jewelry, paper bills, etc. At this moment, Chaoxing was as excited as if he had discovered a dragon's treasure. Ha ha ha, I said that in a tavern this big, there must be good stuff. Finally I found it. With excitement, Chaoxing reached out his hand and took out all the kronor and bills inside. Obtained. Kronor * 1742361. Obtained. Money shop bills * 17. A total of 32.4 million. Obtained. Gold ornaments, hairpin, ring, necklace, * 17 kg. Obtained. Advanced Brewing Workshop Construction Blueprint, gold, * 1. Obtained. Dream Magic Wine Production Recipe, gold, * 1. Obtained. Dream Magic Wine, gold, * 3. Obtained. Indenture Contract * 32. Obtained. Dwelluin Lake City Deed * 3. Obtained. Slave Contract Scroll * 5, purple. Ha ha ha. So much money and bills, I'm rich. Chaoxing exclaimed, not bad. Not bad, it's only been less than an hour since I entered the city. The total income has exceeded 70 million kronor. This is an astonishing number. The biggest part of it, naturally, is Chaoxing's harvest from this space grid. Any survivor who gets this money can go to Yongchuang main city and live a rich life from now on. With an excited look, Chaoxing glanced at the newly obtained blueprint. Advanced Brewing Workshop Construction Blueprint, gold. Blueprint Introduction. You can upgrade the intermediate brewing workshop in the territory to advanced level, increase production efficiency, and brew more advanced wine. Armor, 800. Durability, 7,900. Occupancy area, 1,753 square meters. Upgrade requirements, intermediate brewing workshop, wood * 6,000, stone * 3,000, iron asterisk 1000, mithril asterisk 100, advanced elements, crystal asterisk 50. Maximum staff, 20 people. Note: brewing workshops with larger areas and more equipment can increase the prosperity of the territory. This blueprint is good, and it happens that Kulin barley has been planted in my territory. After a batch of barley grows out, you can try to brew some barley wine. I heard that this kind of wine is very valuable. Chaoxing nodded secretly. Of course, the brewery in his territory is only elementary, and needs to be upgraded to intermediate level before this blueprint can be used. He glanced at the other golden brewery recipe blueprint. Dream magic wine making recipe gold. Quality, treasure. Effect, after drinking. It reduces mental resistance by 30%. Resistance affects the probability of mental control. Makes it enter a dream state. And enhances sensory experience by 50%, pain, taste, pleasure, emotions, etc. The effect lasts for 6 hours. After the end, it will enter a 12-hour drunken state. Materials required for brewing, advanced brewing workshop. Dream magic vine. Top quality sap asterisk 1. Cold spirit water asterisk 200 ml. The signature magic wine recipe of Dream Tavern. After drinking a bottle, you will never forget the wonderful feeling. Oh! Is this wine so horrible? Chaoxing immediately thought of the 2 bottles of magic potion he had just obtained. The Night Demon's magic potion directly ignites desire, and this magic wine amplifies the senses. Oh my god, if I use the Night Demon's magic flame secret potion with this fantasy magic wine on a person, wouldn't it be like going to heaven? Thinking about it, Chaoxing felt a tremor all over his body. Too scary. However, if this is used on an enemy, it will be different. It will definitely make him want to die. It just so happens that he has 3 bottles of fantasy magic wine gold in his hand, and he hopes that no unlucky person will be targeted by him. Chaoxing thought happily. Then he began to check another item. Slave contract scroll purple. Item effect. This contract can be used on a creature below level 20, and then control the other party's life and death. Probability of success, 20% to 40%. Note: although the circulation of this scroll has been banned on the continent under the joint request of the elves, dwarves, giants, and other major tribes, many slave merchants still have the production method of this scroll to control those disobedient slaves. Oh! This scroll is similar to the soul contract scroll. However, the soul contract scroll has a 100% success rate, and can also force the other party's favorability to be full. Compared to that, the effect of this slave contract scroll is far worse. Chaoxing put it in his backpack, to see if there is any chance to use it later. As for the final indentures and land deeds, there is no need to check them. They are all contracts of some women. Those land deeds are some land in Dwelluin Lake City, which are of no use at present. A satisfied look appeared on his face again. The harvest of this tavern is really rich. Sure enough, this trip is right. As long as the kingdom's army does not launch an attack, I can continue to plunder, until I can empty this huge city. Thinking of this, Chaoxing's mouth corners were almost unable to close with a smile. However, just as he was about to leave the tavern, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the street outside. The group of hunters outside shouted, "Bishop Signs is back. Go and open the city gate and welcome the bishop." Chaoxing was slightly stunned after hearing this. Huh? The bishop has returned? Are the bishops not in the city? When raiding those camps, Chaoxing accidentally heard 2 white-robed priests say that all members of the Church of Light who were above the white-robed priests seemed to have gained some kind of strength improvement. The red-robed bishops he had met before were at least level 5. In other words, the red-robed bishops in this city are definitely level 6. Or even above level 6. Such strong men have extremely sharp perceptions in all aspects. Chaoxing thought to himself, I'd better not take the risk of going out. I'll just hide in the tavern. As long as the red-robed bishop doesn't get close to this block, he shouldn't be able to find me. Thinking of this, he also tried his best to control his breathing, and stood quietly in place. Soon, the sound of the city gate opening came from 2 blocks away. Then, dense footsteps were heard outside. It sounded like they were heading towards the street where he was. Chaoxing was shocked. Damn. Are they coming for me? I haven't searched enough. No. The red-robed bishop's perception ability shouldn't be so exaggerated. Is he just passing by occasionally? Just as he was anxiously waiting, the dense footsteps on the street were getting closer and closer. Soon, the footsteps passed the tavern and went straight forward. This also made Chaoxing gradually relieved. Fortunately, We were not discovered. These guys should have passed by here. However, as soon as the voice fell, the red-robed bishop outside seemed to notice something was wrong, and he turned back with his men, and stopped directly at the door of the tavern. Chao Xing's hearing was amazing now, and he could hear the conversation of those people outside through the building. A cultist asked in confusion, "My lord bishop, what's wrong with you?" The red-robed bishop did not speak, but looked at Dream Tavern. Then, a powerful voice sounded. "Who is in the tavern? Come out!" Hearing this, the cultists around were startled. They realized something instantly. Is there someone inside? Who is it? Could it be that the assassins from the Ice Crystal Kingdom have sneaked into the city? Damn it! Get ready for battle. The next moment, everyone drew their weapons directly. Clang! Clang! Instantly, the atmosphere outside became solemn. At this time, Chao Xing, who was hiding inside, looked depressed. Damn! These bishops are really good at sensing. They can find me. Am I going to be exposed so soon? In this short period of time, Chao Xing's brain worked quickly. Then he began to think about the strategy. At this moment, the murderous voice of the red-robed bishop outside sounded again. No matter who you are, I will give you 5 seconds. If you don't come out in 5 seconds, I will raze this building to the ground. Don't think about running away. In Dwelin Lake City, you will never escape from my palm. After he finished speaking, he began the countdown. 5, 4. As the countdown continued, other cultists walked over one after another and surrounded the entire tavern. 3. When the countdown was about to reach 1, creaky, the door of the tavern was pushed open. At this moment, at least a dozen cultists at the door raised their weapons, ready to deal with the enemy at any time. But what surprised them? The one who walked out of the tavern was not an intruder, but a hunter wearing a linen cotton coat, a shadow cloak, and a mask. His thin body was trembling in the cold wind. He said tremblingly, "Master, Master, Master, Bishop." At this moment, the red-robed bishop outside, including those hunters, all had doubts in their eyes. It seemed that no one had expected that the person who came out from inside would be an ordinary church member. The red-robed bishop also felt very strange. He frowned, but did not move. "Take off your mask." Hearing this, the thin hunter on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Following the other party's order, he stretched out a pair of pale hands and tremblingly took off the mask on his face. Then he revealed a pale face. But he looked very young. Only 15 or 16 years old. At this moment, when the boy took off the mask, it seemed that because of the large amplitude of the movement, a lot of crowns jumped out of his pocket and fell to the ground. Ding ding ling ling. The sound of coins falling kept echoing. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted by the crowns falling on the ground. And this young hunter, as if his secret was exposed, was so scared that his face turned pale, and he stood still without daring to move. At this moment, the other cultists seemed to have understood something, and a playful smile appeared on their lips. However, the red-robed bishop did not speak, but a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to be recalling the appearance of this person in his mind. But as mentioned before, the power of the Church of Light is huge. In addition, they are a dark force. In order to ensure that there will not be a situation where everyone is caught because of one person's exposure. Therefore, each red-robed bishop, and even each black-robed priest, is responsible for different members. In addition, the situation has been chaotic recently, and there are many new people entering Dwelin Lake City every day. Therefore, he could not remember it all. Who was the instructor in charge of this person? And Chao Xing was also betting that they could not remember the face of an ordinary member. The red-robed bishop thought for a moment, and asked again, "What's your name?" Chao Xing replied tremblingly, "My name is Mike." Without waiting for the other party to speak, Chao Xing continued, My lord bishop, I will never dare to do it again. I have a seriously ill mother at home, and I urgently need money for treatment. I really have no choice. I can only do this kind of thing." After speaking, he took out an iron box from his arms, which was full of tens of thousands of crowns. "My lord bishop, I didn't steal too much. These are all the things I took from the store." Seeing this, the red-robed bishop was silent for a moment. For a moment, the atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone was waiting for the red-robed bishop to speak, to see how he would deal with this rookie. After a moment, the red-robed bishop said, "The church has repeatedly ordered that the resources in this city should be transferred to the church headquarters for subsequent development. But you ignored the rules and stole the church's assets privately. According to the regulations, people like you who are unfaithful to the church will be severely punished. There was a hint of threat in his tone. Hearing this, the young man in front of him was so frightened that he trembled all over. But secretly, he was ready to transform into a demon at any time, and was ready to explode. Including other hunters, they also had a gloating expression on their faces at this moment. They seemed to have foreseen the fate of this kid.